Fang Ran originally thought inheriting a broken angel was unlucky enough. Little did he expect that, with the official Beastmaster selection approaching, he hadn't even mastered the most basic evolution technique. Left with no other choice, he turned his attention to the evolution loan advertisements on TV. Go ahead. I'll provide the evolution materials. Now give me your phone. The TV endlessly replayed the evolution loan commercial for Beast Evolution. Use now. Pay later, with interest rates as low as $1. Fang Ran turned off the tempting ad and glanced around his impoverished room, which contained only a bed, a desk, and a chair. In this parallel world where Beastmasters reigned supreme, the gap between the rich and the poor was stretched to its extreme. Even the massive poster on the wall silently emphasized this disparity. The image depicted a six-winged, radiant angel standing atop the divine kingdom, sword in hand. Her holy, majestic wings dominated the scene, and the faint silhouette of a woman behind her exuded nobility. This starkly contrasted with Fang Ran's reality. His predecessor had spent over a decade struggling to become a trainee Beastmaster, only to take their own life after contracting an angel, leaving Fang Ran to inexplicably take their place. Ran, time to eat. A savory aroma wafted through the air as Fang Ran made his way to the living room. Seated at the table were a stern-looking middle-aged man and a refined woman, his uncle and aunt. Beside Fang Ran sat a figure that tugged at his heartstrings, a blind teenage girl, around 15 or 16 years old, with dull blonde hair, a frail figure, and a pair of sparse, drooping wings rooted weakly at her back. Her face bore a calm facade, but it was clear she was trying hard to mask her emotions. This was his contracted angel, a far cry from the divine brilliance of the poster. Eat up. The selection is just a few days away. You two can definitely make it into the official Beastmasters, his uncle said, though his encouragement felt hollow. Fang Ran could tell it was merely a comforting gesture, and the angel ate timidly, her demeanor evoking a deep sense of pity. His uncle soon addressed the pressing issue. How's your practice with the basic evolution technique coming along? It's the essential foundation to progress to higher levels. When faced with this universally required skill for Beastmasters, Fang Ran had no choice but to admit he hadn't mastered it. His uncle's disappointed remark, "Was there really no better choice?" made the angel lower her head even further. It was true that this angel's fate was pitiable. If Fang Ran hadn't spent money to take her in, she would have been abandoned in the beast pit. Her blind eyes rendered her unable to perceive the Venn diagrams, and as a member of the divine race, she couldn't emit even a trace of divine light. She vividly remembered the cruel words of the original host. In this condition, she's worthless. If I got rid of her, I'd lose a fortune. Even if I fixed her up and sold her to a classmate, she'd only fetch a few $100,000. As Fang Ran debated whether to take the risk of applying for a loan, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host's strong desire detected. Drank talent, physical overdraw upgraded to God rank talent, advanced borrowing. The unexpected announcement filled Fang Ran with excitement, but he suppressed his emotions until after dinner to investigate further. This God rank talent far surpassed the original host's drank physical overdraw ability. Even the owner of the six-winged angel on the poster only possessed and shrank talent. Without hesitation, Fang Ran called out to his angel, "Shao Tian." Examining the system's attribute panel, he saw first-tier angel, basic evolution technique, not mastered. Without a second thought, he activated the advanced borrowing ability. The system responded immediately, basic evolution technique mastery achieved. Remaining debt, 100 complete operations. To conceal this newfound ability, Fang Ran pretended to reteach her. "Let me teach you again, and then you can demonstrate the basic evolution technique." Shao Tian obediently nodded. This time, the content no longer baffled her. Instead, it felt as clear as if it were laid out before her eyes. After a detailed explanation lasting over 10 minutes, Fang Ran's throat was dry. "All right, now try running through it again." Fang Ran gazed at the angel before him, thinking that simply operating the cultivation technique wasn't as easy as it seemed. Shao Tian stood still, focusing intently as she channeled the holy power within her. After more than 10 minutes, a faint layer of sacred light emerged on her frail figure, and the system notification sounded. Evolution progress 0.1. Remaining debt 99100. Feeling the surging holy power within her, a flicker of joy flashed in Shao Tian's eyes. This was the first time she had successfully completed the operation of this cultivation technique. With Fang Ran's meticulous guidance, she had finally taken an important step forward. The sparse wings at her waist fluttered gently, as if expressing her inner delight. "Not bad." Fang Ran nodded in approval. "Keep it up. Practice this technique every day until you've mastered it completely." Shao Tian obediently agreed. Even without Fang Ran's instructions, she would have given her all. She never wanted to experience the pain of abandonment again, nor did she want to disappoint Fang Ran's kindness and effort in nurturing her. She let her hands fall naturally to her sides, closed her eyes, and continued to focus on the basic evolution technique. On the wall, A poster of a six-winged angel starkly contrasted with her still thin wings. Fang Ran quietly observed her figure. Though her wings were far from fully grown, he could already see the potential within her. At this rate, she can perform the basic evolution technique 20 times a day. In about 5 days, the debt will be cleared, and her evolution progress will improve by around 10, Fang Ran calculated silently. It's a pity that the basic evolution technique is so inefficient. Compared to the exclusive evolution skills of the celestial race, it's only about 1/10 as effective. He sighed inwardly, knowing that buying Xiao Tian had already drained his savings, let alone having enough to afford the tens of millions needed for an exclusive evolution technique. Lost in thought, Fang Ran eventually drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, he found Xiao Tian slumped by the side of his bed. Her golden hair was damp with sweat, and her pale arm hung limply over the edge. The system data appeared before him. Evolution progress first stage 3.9, remaining debt 36100. She practiced all night? Fang Ran stared at the data in surprise. Completing 36 cycles in 1 day meant she could clear the debt in just 2 days. It was unheard of. Mastering any evolution technique to a proficient level typically took years, and legendary top-tier techniques were said to function autonomously once mastered. "I'm not useless," Xiao Tian murmured softly in her sleep. Fang Ran gently stroked her hair, his heart heavy with emotion. "My debt, yet it's you who's paying the price." It was then that he noticed a change in her wings. Though still sparse, the previous dullness had vanished entirely. Fang Ran reached out to touch the pristine white feathers. The entire wingspan was so small it could fit in his palm. The feathers were smooth and soft to the touch, utterly distinct from those of ordinary birds. If these feathers were made into a down jacket, it'd fetch a high price. The thought made Fang Ran chuckle at himself. "I'm a beast master now, why am I still thinking about running a clothing business?" Xiao Tian's body suddenly trembled slightly. Her fair cheeks flushed red, but she didn't dare move. "Awake!" Fang Ran withdrew his hand. "Yes," Xiao Tian replied shyly with a nod before standing up. With the blessing of sacred power, her body was no longer frail. After a short rest, her strength was fully restored. "Let's eat first," Fang Ran said. At the dining table, Xiao Tian's appetite was noticeably better than usual, as she kept taking bites of food without stopping. Auntie's sharp eyes carefully observed her, noticing the changes in her today. "Xiao Tian, why is your appetite so good today? Even your feathers have turned white." "Yeah, and your hair is still damp," Uncle added, his tone carrying a hint of suspicion. The two elders exchanged a meaningful glance before both turned their gaze toward Fang Ran. Uncle was the first to speak, his tone carrying a warning. "Xiao Ran, you can't act like this. Even if you can't become a beast master, you shouldn't mistreat others. Even a beast has its dignity." Clearly, they had misunderstood, thinking their son had some peculiar preference for humanoid beasts. Fang Ran's mouth twitched. He had no intention of explaining further. Just then, Xiao Tian, who had been focused on eating, suddenly looked up and said, "No." The simple word brought a sigh of relief from the aunt and uncle. Auntie gently said to Xiao Tian, "Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll stand up for you. If you need help, just call me. Even if you have to leave one day, as long as you're with us, your family. We've already thought of you as our daughter." As she spoke, a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. Xiao Tian would soon be taken away by the Beast Bureau, and with her vision problems, even though she wasn't human, the empathetic aunt and uncle couldn't help but feel sorry for her. "Is this really my uncle?" Fang Ran muttered to himself. Xiao Tian was about to defend him, but Fang Ran had already stood up. "I'm full. I'll continue training later." "Okay." Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Ran had finally paid off his debts, and the system's notification sounded. Rank: Level 1, 13.9. Remaining debt: 100100. Pre-advance available. His skills were unlocked again. The angel before him had undergone a complete transformation. The petite wings on her back were now covered in pristine white feathers, and her previously dull golden hair now shimmered with a smooth, glossy sheen. Though not yet radiating holiness, she had shed her former shabby appearance. "Xiao Tian, come here," Fang Ran called. Xiao Tian immediately stepped forward. "Would you like to pre-advance basic evolution technique proficiency?" "Yes." "No." Proficiency levels: novice, beginner, proficient, mastery, exquisite, perfect, transcendent. There are so many levels. Fang Ran murmured in surprise. Pre-advance. Pre-advancing basic evolution technique proficiency. Pre-advance successful. Proficiency level: proficient. Remaining debt: operate basic evolution technique 100 more times. This was unbelievable. Fang Ran's heart raced. Achieving proficiency in the evolution technique typically took years, but now it only required paying off a debt of 100 operations. Even better, Xiao Tian had already mastered the proficient level. Every operation would meet the proficiency standard, meaning they could clear the debt in just 2 days. Xiao Tian seemed to sense her improved mastery of the evolution technique as a delighted smile lit up her face. Xiao Tian, come out. I've prepared everything for you. Came a call from outside. Coming. Fang Ran responded, his eyes gleaming with confidence. In his heart, he made a resolute vow. Becoming a certified beastmaster is a goal I will achieve. Don't worry, no matter the result, we'll support you. Just do your best, and no need to stress. With their words of encouragement, Fang Ran turned and walked away. Their eyes already held prepared words of comfort. By the roadside, a green taxi slowly came to a stop. Fang Ran, accompanied by Xiao Tian, got into the back seat and pulled out his admission ticket from his pocket. Tafunga Beast Taming Academy. Are you two heading to the academy's entrance exams too? The driver glanced at his passengers through the rearview mirror. Today, taxis in the city were offering free rides to exam candidates, much like the college entrance exams of Fang Ran's previous world. In this world, Beast Tamers held an incredibly prestigious status. Yes, Fang Ran replied briefly, and then added, "This is my beast, Angel." The driver fell silent at his words. He had seen many beast tamers bringing their fierce beasts to the exams in trucks, but the delicate-looking angel beside Fang Ran made him skeptical. It wasn't until Fang Ran was stepping out of the car that the driver couldn't help but say, "Young man, keep a calm heart. Failing isn't the end of the world. Life is long. Think carefully before making decisions." What's that supposed to mean? Does he think I'd do something drastic if I fail? Fang Ran inwardly cursed, but kept a polite smile on his face. Thank you for your concern. I'm confident. Xiao Tian remained silent the entire time. Once they got out of the car, she clung tightly to Fang Ran's sleeve, following closely behind him. Fungo Academy, the largest beast taming academy in Yu City, had an entrance far more majestic than any prestigious school Fang Ran had seen in his previous life. The area outside the gates was bustling with people, and a variety of beasts accompanied their masters. Someone led a slightly smaller golden tiger, whose roar shook the air. Another had a frost-formed phoenix circling them, and a massive stone golem stomped by, drawing stares from onlookers. Of course, there were also more common beasts like water turtles and iron birds. Only then did Fang Ran understand the driver's concern. Among these imposing beasts, his incomplete angel did seem out of place. Yet Xiao Tian showed no sign of fear. Instead, she straightened her posture and stood protectively by Fang Ran's side, exuding a faint sense of divine dignity from her celestial lineage. Thankfully, the entrance exams focus on a beast's comprehension and learning ability, Fang Ran thought with relief. If it were a test of combat strength, confronting these ferocious beasts would be disastrous. Inside the campus, Fang Ran and Xiao Tian's unusual pairing attracted many curious glances. Hey, is that an angel? No way. Angels belong to the divine race. How could a novice beast tamer form a contract with one? It is an angel, but it's damaged. Look at her wings, they're almost featherless. Poor guy. He was probably scammed by some shady beast dealer, paying tens of thousands for a defective beast. The murmurs of the crowd carried curiosity and pity, and these words stung Xiao Tian's ears deeply. Following the signs in the center of the campus, Fang Ran arrived at the training grounds. A group of candidates had already gathered there, engaged in lively discussions. I'm so nervous. My ironwood monkey failed to execute the evolution technique twice out of 10 attempts yesterday. Come on, an 80 success rate is already impressive. Some people can't even manage one complete execution. I heard Zhang Quan's beast has already mastered the basic evolution technique. His beast's rank is high, so of course it's easier for him to learn, someone in the crowd said bitterly. I heard he even sold a defective beast to scrape together the money before the exam. This remark caused a stir among the nearby students. Is that true? They exchanged glances, shocked yet unsurprised. Though it seemed outrageous, it aligned perfectly with Zhang Quan's usual behavior. He was notorious for taking advantage of others, but since he never broke any laws, people could only fume in silence. As the discussions grew louder, Zhang Quan strode confidently into the training arena with his beast. It was a young red-furred battle ape, medium in size, covered in striking crimson fur, and radiating an imposing aura. All eyes were immediately drawn to this rare beast, worth at least 500,000. With a beast like that, mastering the basic evolution technique must be a piece of cake, someone murmured enviously in the crowd. Why hasn't it started yet? Another asked impatiently. For him, this is just a formality to claim first place, isn't it? Zhang Quan basked in the admiration surrounding him, a smug smile playing on his lips. Buying the red-furred battle ape had been for this very moment. Showing off in front of his old classmates fed his vanity immensely. He felt triumphant if not for selling that defective beast, he could never have afforded this one. He wondered to himself who the unlucky buyer of that flawed angel beast was. Just as he was reveling in his success, Fang Ran appeared in the crowd's line of sight. To everyone's astonishment, he was accompanied by a golden-haired girl who clung tightly to his sleeve, her eyes covered with a silk ribbon. Fang Ran walked with calm composure, ignoring the surprised stares as he greeted his former classmates casually. Fang Ran, is this your beast? What's wrong with her eyes? Could it be that her power is so overwhelming it has to be concealed? No way. Did Zhang Quan sell you that defective beast? Don't lose hope. I heard there's a new policy allowing a 1-year extension for the test. Can your beast even master the basic evolution technique? A few friends who were on good terms with him gathered around, their concern evident. Zhang Quan, sensing the disapproving looks from the crowd, quickly retreated to the distance. It's fine. I've always liked angels, Fang Ran replied with a smile. As for mastering the basic evolution technique, she's already perfected it, with 100% proficiency. To the others, however, his words sounded like mere bravado. Everyone knew Fang Ran came from an ordinary family and was a boarding student. How could he afford a beast worth tens of thousands? A regular beast would cost only about 100,000. Realizing Fang Ran might not pass the test to become a beastmaster, many classmates began to disperse, leaving only a few close friends by his side. Time passed, and by now, hundreds of apprentice beastmasters had gathered in the vast training arena. A tall, slender girl with a ponytail and a delicate face stepped forward to announce the rules. This test determines whether you can become official beastmasters and gain admission to Fungo Academy. The first place winner will receive the Academy's exclusive evolution technique for their beast. Those who fail must leave, and their beasts will be sent to the Association for Destruction. Her words sent ripples of excitement through the ranks in the arena. An exclusive evolution technique, the crowd exclaimed. That's the most compatible evolution method for a beast, and you can't even buy it for less than 500,000. Fang Ran's heart skipped a beat. Exclusive evolution techniques for celestial beasts alone started at over 5 million. This academy, it was practically handing him a fortune. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, the girl's lips curved into a faint smile, clearly satisfied. The test content is the basic evolution technique distributed to you all a month ago. Each of you has 10 chances. Successfully completing 7 full cycles will count as passing. He'll demonstrate it for you first. Before she even finished speaking, she snapped her fingers lightly. A beam of silvery white light descended from the sky, instantly forming into a majestic Sanyue wolf. The appearance of this impressive beast immediately brightened the eyes of everyone present. In Fang Ran's vision, a special panel appeared. Sanyue wolf. Level, advanced late stage. Skills, long howl, song wolf claw, basic evolution technique proficient. Evolution path, moon howled song wolf. Click to view required materials. Fang Ran silently recalled the classifications of beasts: ordinary, advanced, lord, extraordinary, king, and emperor. With only the basic evolution technique, even at a proficient level, it would take a full 3 years to elevate a beast to the advanced stage. As the Sanyue wolf prepared to execute the basic evolution technique, teachers from other teams gathered around. Su Yust Sanyue wolf is a master of the basic evolution technique. Its power even surpasses some beasts' exclusive evolution techniques. This is a rare sight. You all better pay close attention, one of the proctors advised. The surrounding students immediately held their breath in anticipation. The Sanyue wolf began channeling its skills, its body glowing with streams of moonlight that formed a mysterious halo around it. This external manifestation of moonlight was a hallmark of reaching proficiency in the technique, leaving the students awestruck. You don't need to reach this level, just completing the technique is enough, Suyu said with a smile. Huh, after only a month of practice, do you really think anyone can master it? Suyu, you make it sound like a don't try this at home warning. As if they could even mimic it. One of the teachers joked before returning to their station. Suyu's gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on Fang Ran's beast. This is a celestial beast, but it seems to have some physical defects, she thought to herself, shaking her head slightly. As a proctor, she was well aware of the balance between rules and empathy. Let's begin. Groups of 3, bring your beasts to the front. I'll record your attempts, Suyu announced as she started calling names, and the test commenced in an orderly manner. Nervous? Fang Ran asked softly. A little, Xiao Tian replied, though her heart remained unusually calm. She had silently resolved to give it her all, not just for herself, but for Fang Ran. Unnoticed by others, a unique divine energy was beginning to stir in her eyes. The first group stepped forward. A hunting tiger, an iron fist monkey, and a giant grass bug hatchling began attempting the basic evolution technique. A faint, indistinct aura started to envelop their bodies. Suyu nodded slightly, but in the next moment, the aura around 2 of the beasts suddenly dissipated. A beastmaster and their beast are spiritually connected. The beastmaster's nervousness directly impacts the beast's performance, Suyu observed silently. 2 contestants who initially seemed likely to pass faltered after their first failure, their anxiety snowballing into repeated mistakes. They failed 3 times in quick succession, not even reaching their 5th attempt. Wasn't Zhang Er boasting he had an 80 success rate? With so many eyes watching, it's hard not to be nervous. This is bad. If Zhang Er failed, my beast has only a 50 success rate at best. Worry and unease began to ripple through the crowd. Go back, take your contract beasts to the association, and sever the spiritual connection. Su Yu's voice was cold and resolute, like a hammer striking everyone's hearts. The examination hall was instantly filled with sighs and sobs. Some broke down in tears on the spot, especially the trainee who had held on a hope, but failed miserably. His face was ashen, and his arms hung limply by his sides. Among the crowd, Fang Ran and a few trainees with expensive contract beasts appeared particularly composed. Su Yu's gaze lingered on Fang Ran for a moment, her thoughts swirling. Is he brimming with confidence? Or has he already given up? Most likely the latter. Knowing the outcome, after all, spares one the anxiety. Lowering her head, she glanced at the list and continued reading the names of the next group of examinees. Fang Ran, Zhang Quan. Nearby, the proctors were murmuring amongst themselves. Su Yu, how are these candidates performing? Not a single one has managed to complete 10 full cycles. Indeed, this batch is incredibly disappointing. Another proctor sighed, shaking his head. They spend so much on rare contract beasts, but have no idea how to train them. What's the point? Hearing their remarks, Fang Ran suddenly recalled a classic phrase from his teacher in his past life. You lot are the worst group I've ever taught. Amusingly, the teacher would say this every year. Fang Ran, Xiao Tian asked softly. What does it mean to complete a full cycle? Can the basic evolution method actually fail? It means running through the entire process successfully, Zhang Quan interjected, a smug expression on his face. Fang Ran, don't tell me you haven't succeeded even once. He inwardly celebrated having sold his contract beast to Fang Ran in advance. Otherwise, forget winning any prize, she might not even pass the test. Let's go, Red Dragon. Zhang Quan commanded. His crimson-furred battle ape strode forward with an air of majesty, immediately catching the attention of several proctors. Such vibrant red fur seems like it's been well maintained. One proctor remarked approvingly. A crimson battle ape. I've heard their cubs can naturally evolve to a high tier. What's your name? Zhang Quan, he replied, standing tall. The proctors nodded in acknowledgement. With a beast like this, you have a strong chance of taking first place. Suddenly, someone noticed the figure beside Fang Ran. Wait, a humanoid contract beast? When they saw the sparse wings on Xiao Tian's back, their eyes lit up. An angel? That's an attire contract beast. Some variants can even reach steer. With proper training, the potential is limitless, another proctor exclaimed excitedly. I've heard the star female warrior of the Contract Beast Association has a six-winged angel under contract. When she unleashes its power, it can crush ferocious beasts with ease. But soon, they notice something unusual. Hold on, there's no divine glow unique to the celestial race, and the wings look underdeveloped. Why is there a silk band over her eyes? Xiao Tian has some physical issues, Fang Ran explained truthfully. Blind, the proctors were taken aback. Their excitement quickly waned. The foundation of the celestial race's strength lies in their divine eyes. Without them, their power diminishes significantly. Can we start now? Fang Ran asked, his impatience showing. Of course, go ahead. Nearby, the silver moon wolf watched the contract beasts on the field in silence. The crimson battle ape, Xiao Tian, and another contract beast began executing the basic evolution method simultaneously. Their cells awakened gradually, following specific pathways. Su Yu's gaze, like that of the waiting students, was fixed on the crimson battle ape, the contender with the highest expectations. As the three of them practiced the basic evolution method, the surrounding trainee beastmasters whispered among themselves, their gazes occasionally sweeping over them. The red-haired battle ape has it so much easier with evolution methods. Well, having the money to buy a good beast sure helps. What about Fang Ran? His angel can't even see the flowchart. How could he possibly run the basic evolution method? He's doomed for sure. Don't say that. He's from the Celestial clan, after all. Who knows? He might just figure it out. Amid the murmurs, Zhang Quan and Fang Ran gradually entered a focused state. The red-haired battle ape's body moved rhythmically, as if sinking into a special state. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian stood silently, like a statue in deep meditation. Moments later, the red-haired battle ape completed its first operation, with surging heat coursing through its body. Not bad, Su Yu commented calmly. It's still not very smooth, but it's good enough for now. After all, you've only been learning for a few months. We can't expect too much. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Tian, and her pupils suddenly widened slightly. She caught a fleeting flash of golden light across Xiao Tian's slender frame. The speed was so quick that even Su Yu couldn't fully discern it. External holy light. Su Yu thought to herself, startled. That's a sign of reaching proficiency in the basic evolution method, like how my moonlit wolf emits moonlight during its operation. This is tied to the beast's life rank and attributes. Could I have been mistaken? How could a flawed beast master the evolution method so quickly? It took me years to stabilize such a display. Standing close by, Zhang Quan misinterpreted Su Yu's astonishment as directed at him, feeling a surge of smugness. See that? That's the power of the red-haired battle ape. Just completing one proficient level run of the basic evolution method will score major points with the examiner. It's all worth it for the exclusive evolution method. At that moment, an examiner with a cheerful demeanor approached Suyu. We've got a genius over there, 3 out of 10 runs, showing signs of proficiency. His tone carried a hint of pride, as these trainee beastmasters would eventually fall under their guidance, and building early rapport never hurt. Suyu, however, paid no attention, her focus entirely on Xiao Tian. 3 times already, and each one at the proficient level, she muttered to herself, and flawlessly executed, like following a preset program. This level of mastery is even higher than my moonlit wolf. Why so serious today? The examiner, noticing Su Yu's lack of response, added, things are chaotic over there. Several examiners are vying to take that genius as their disciple, hoping to use it as leverage for promotions. If you're more interested here, he'll head back. Before leaving, his gaze briefly rested on Xiao Tian, the blind angel, making him pause for a moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Quan, hearing about someone succeeding 3 times, grew more anxious but also relieved that they weren't in the same group. Our group is just a mix of cheap beasts and flawed ones. That exclusive evolution method is mine for the taking. Fang Ran silently observed Xiao Tian's performance. In just over 10 minutes, Xiao Tian had completed 10 proficient level operations of the basic evolution method. Rank, Tier 1, 15.6. Remaining dead, 10100. Fang Ran glanced at the attribute panel and murmured, the effects of proficiency are more than double those of the beginner level. At this rate, Xiao Tian can evolve into a Tier 2 angel in less than a week. Not only are the effects enhanced, but the efficiency has doubled as well. The holy power generated is nearly twice as much as before. This must already be at the 10th level of proficiency. One more step, and ITLL reached the mastery stage. Examiner, we're finished, Fang Ran said, turning to Suyu. Still immersed in shock, Suyu thought, this is real. There's no mistake. This angel's mastery of the basic evolution method surpasses my moonlit wolf's. 10 consecutive runs, each flawless. All right. Suyu lowered her head and wrote in her notebook, Fang Ran, 100 points. Such talent exceeded any genius she had ever encountered. Unfortunately, the angel's flaws would likely require astronomical sums to heal. Yet, this didn't diminish its brilliance. At least in Suyu's eyes, the top spot was already decided. As an examiner, she couldn't reveal the results prematurely, but she cast a look of approval toward Fang Ran, bypassing the red-haired battle ape. Zhang Quan, noticing this, took a deep breath. It's all set. Everything's set. After the test concluded, Xiao Tian approached Fang Ran nervously, tilting her head upward. Her sightless eyes were filled with anticipation. Did I do well? Not bad at all. Hearing Fang Ran's affirmation, she finally let out a relieved smile. Don't worry, buddy. Once I become a beastmaster, I'll help you find a job. When my flaming hawk advances to a higher tier, they'll have it teach that guy a lesson. A companion patted Fang Ran's shoulder, trying to comfort him. So quick to finish? That's embarrassing. Some people whispered nearby. It takes at least 5 or 6 minutes to complete one basic evolution method operation. Coming down so fast, he must failed several times in a row. The results aren't out yet. No rush. Fang Ran's gaze drifted to the distance, where a crowd had gathered. At the center stood a stunning girl, accompanied by a butterfly made entirely of flames hovering beside her. A fire element beast now that's top tier. No way you're getting one of those for less than tens of millions. That group's unlucky to have drawn a wealthy opponent. Exactly. For her, the exclusive evolution method is probably just a bonus. I heard Xinyun comes from a family of beastmasters, and her grandfather is even a king-level beastmaster. King level? No way. I've never even seen one on TV. The discussions grew louder as many trainees' attention was drawn to the girl. Dressed in a custom sports outfit that accentuated her perfect figure, she was like a magnet for their gazes. But with a king-level beastmaster as her grandfather, any dreams of courting her were doomed to failure for these penniless trainees. Suyu, are you done over here? Yes, almost. Suyu nodded. Truthfully, she had wanted to wrap up ever since seeing Fang Ran's performance, but protocol had to be followed. Great. Once the rankings are announced, bring him to see the director. With Xinyun, Yuqing has truly struck gold this time. With that, the man turned and left. Suyu looked at the expectant faces of the group. Suyu stood at the center of the examination hall, holding a notebook as she began announcing the results. The following students did not pass the assessment. As one name after another was called, the disheartened candidates who had been eliminated quietly left the hall, while those remaining waited anxiously for their results. Lu San, 76 points. Suyu continued. Zhang Quan, 89 points. This score caused a stir among everyone present. Zhang Quan had become the first candidate to break the 80-point mark. All eyes turned to his imposing, flame-haired battle ape. During the half-hour assessment, the beast had almost flawlessly executed the evolution techniques each time, even coming close to achieving the rare state of divine radiance. However, Suyu did not put down the notebook. Her gaze shifted to the corner of the room where Fang Ran stood. This subtle action caused Zhang Quan to freeze mid-step. The crowd followed her gaze, directing their attention to Fang Ran and his seemingly incomplete angel beast, puzzled by what was about to unfold. Fang Ran. Su Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. 100 points. The announcement was like a thunderclap, leaving the entire hall in stunned silence. Everyone stared at Fang Ran in disbelief. Achieving a perfect score under Su Yu's notoriously strict supervision was nothing short of legendary. No way. Fang Ran, you've been hiding your skills all along. A few of his close friends immediately gathered around him. Don't tell me you already mastered the basic evolution techniques beforehand. Fang Ran responded with a light-hearted smile, skillfully deflecting the teasing remarks while avoiding the overly flattering compliments from others. Let's go. They'll take you to see the director, Su Yu said warmly. The academy always placed extra emphasis on nurturing talents like him. As for the flaws in his beast, they could always replace it with a better one in the future. Not far away, Zhang Quan clenched his fists, his face dark with anger. Cheating. It has to be cheating, he fumed internally. That's just a broken angel. How could it possibly outperform my battle ape? I went through so much trouble to get that angel beast. If it were really that strong, why would I have given it up in the first place? It's nothing special, just luck and a bit of hard work, Fang Ran said modestly. Luck? Luck doesn't get you a perfect score under Su Yu's supervision. The surrounding students were even more astonished. Fang Ran replied softly. I was fortunate that someone sold it to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to afford the angel in the first place. Honestly, I didn't do much, I just let her train. Fang Ran's words made Xiao Tian feel a bit embarrassed, but she maintained her cold, divine demeanor in front of others. The surrounding crowd cast envious glances, marveling at the astonishing learning ability of this seemingly disabled angel. Could it be that this is actually a high-ranking angel, just overlooked? Someone whispered in speculation. That makes sense. Only the legendary high-ranking angels possess such learning abilities. Another person chimed in. Amid the murmurs, Zhang Quan's expression turned sour as he overheard the discussion. He couldn't believe he might have discarded a high-ranking angel. Internally, he raged, impossible. That's just a low-ranking angel. Otherwise, how could it be incomplete? However, the fact that the beast he had abandoned had now mastered the evolution method left him in turmoil. Fang Ran glanced at Zhang Quan and smirked inwardly, thinking, what a clown. He paid no further attention and followed Su Yu toward the Funga Academy building. On the way, Su Yu curiously asked, how did you train? How did you manage to master the basic training method so quickly? Fang Ran gave a mysterious smile and replied, hard work. My beast worked very hard. Su Yu said nothing in response, but inwardly she thought, this isn't just about hard work. Without talent, no amount of effort would be enough. The exclusive evolution method for the angel race costs at least 5 or 6 million. How could he have obtained it? If the principal finds out, he'll be furious. The exclusive evolution methods he prepares for top talents have a maximum budget of 5 million. A few minutes later, Su Yu led Fang Ran to a room in the middle of the second floor. Inside, a few beastmasters were already present. Leading them was Shun Yun, dressed in sportswear, while the others were a mix of men and women. Many of their beasts were left outside the room. Fang Ran glanced at Su Yu and said, her eyesight isn't great, so I'll keep her by my side. Su Yu nodded in agreement. That's fine. She was always accommodating toward geniuses. As soon as Fang Ran entered, he drew the attention of many, especially with Xiao Tian at his side. The crowd showed hints of confusion on their faces, but quickly looked away. Everyone in this room was a genius, many from families with significant influence in Yu City. Still, they hadn't expected to see a sparsely feathered member of the angel race. Xinyan took a deliberate look at Fang Ran and Xiao Tian, thinking, and this one got first place? It seems this group really lacks quality. The young chairperson of Funga Academy, it looks like no one else, but her is getting that title. At that moment, a man with a sharp, handsome face dressed in black sat comfortably in a chair, his gaze sweeping across the room. He nodded slightly and smiled as he spoke. Welcome to the world of Beastmasters. My name is Xiejian, and I am your director and the vice principal of Fungo Academy. The fact that you're here means you possess both luck and strength. In the future, when you become famous, don't forget the Academy's support. And if you get into trouble, try not to mention the Academy's name, at least, don't mention mine. He paused for a moment before continuing. Report the species of your beasts. Within a week, I will help you acquire the most suitable exclusive evolution methods for them. Exclusive evolution method. Fang Ran's eyes sparkled, his heart pounding with excitement. This was the opportunity he had always dreamed of. On his own, he could never have accessed an evolution method. It wasn't just a matter of cost, he wouldn't even know where to begin looking for it. The world of Beast Tamers was entirely separate from that of ordinary people. It wasn't as simple as going grocery shopping. But the Academy had paved the way for them, offering top-tier resources. This privilege stemmed not only from their status as Beast Tamers, but also because they were the elite among elites. Around him, fellow students surged forward excitedly, each announcing the species of their beasts. Fang Ran stood quietly, listening. Every beast mentioned was far more expensive than Zhang Quan's red-furred battle ape. These were the children of Yuqing's wealthy families. If not for Fang Ran's god-tier talent, he wouldn't have had a chance to step into this circle. Principal Xiejun, when will the freshman rankings be announced? Shun Yun asked gracefully as she stepped forward, her confident demeanor enhancing her natural charm. On her, confidence was not arrogance, it was captivating. Xiejun smiled. Since everyone is here, why don't we announce the scores now and determine the top student? My fiery butterfly, 92 points. Shin Yun declared first, drawing gasps of amazement. That score was unprecedented in the history of Funga Academy. The other students followed. Thunder Bear, 87 points. Storm Hawk, 82 points. Shin Yun waited calmly, her thoughts drifting to her grandfather's upcoming birthday. Becoming the top student would not only prove her strength, but also serve as the perfect gift for him. Just then, a familiar figure stepped forward, accompanied by an angel with sparse wings, who looked timid and fragile. That lucky guy? Xinyan muttered under her breath. What's your name? Xiejun asked. Fang Ran. Xiejun glanced at the angel behind Fang Ran, a trace of pity in his eyes. A damaged body, difficult to repair. But passing the test is already impressive. With proper training, it might even evolve to a high-tier beast and repair itself. The chances are slim, but not impossible, Xinyan added, knowing full well that restoring the angel's divine eye would cost at least hundreds of millions. Suddenly, Xiejun's expression changed as if realizing something. An angel? That would require the celestial tribe's evolution method. That costs 5 or 6 million. He turned sharply to Su Yu, who simply nodded with a small smile. Fang Ran, Xiejun said through gritted teeth. Have you considered switching to a different beast? The academy could subsidize you with 2 million, more than enough to ensure you won't lose out. The room erupted in shock. 2 million for a beast was more than most of their beasts were worth. But given the rarity of the celestial tribe's evolution method, the proposal seemed reasonable. Xiao Tian, the angel, listened to the discussions around her, bitterness welling up inside. She had been sold to Fang Ran for just over 200,000. Now, someone was willing to pay 10 times that amount. She didn't dare hope that Fang Ran would reject such a tempting offer for the sake of a crippled beast. But then, a calm voice cut through her thoughts. No. Those two simple words filled Xiao Tian with an unprecedented sense of security. Fang Ran's reasoning was straightforward. With his cheat-like ability, even a pig could be trained into the marshal of the heavenly reeds, let alone an angel. As someone from Earth in his past life, how could he pass up the chance to command a celestial being? Besides, one should never abandon a loyal partner. The others thought Fang Ran was being overly sentimental, but Shun Yun was reminded of her grandfather's words. A Beast Tamer's first beast is their life-bound companion, irreplaceable and invaluable. I was too hasty, Xiejun admitted, turning back to Su Yu. How many points did you give him? It's coming from the principal's fund anyway, so a little loss is fine. 100 points, Fang Ran said calmly. The score left both Xiejun and Shun Yun stunned. Xiejun stared at Fang Ran and Su Yu, trying to discern any hidden connection between them. Su Yu, are you trying to keep him all to yourself? Is this your secret boyfriend? A few examiners teased. Shut up, Su Yu snapped. I have no relation to him. His beast simply demonstrated exceptional mastery of the basic evolution method. All eyes turned to Fang Ran. For Su Yu to speak so highly of him, he must have extraordinary potential. You might have to wait a long time, Xiejun said tactfully. The evolution method for celestial beings is very expensive. Not just expensive, ridiculously expensive. Take your time, Fang Ran said with a confident smile. As long as I get it, it's not a loss. If he were to do it himself, who knows how many years it would take her if he could even manage it at all. And what about the title of Academy's top student? Shen Yun asked, glancing at Fang Ran from the corner of her eye, silently calculating. With her scores, she wasn't entirely sure she could outperform the young man standing before her. This matter will be entirely decided by the principal, Xiejun said with a smile, pulling a large but surprisingly lightweight notebook from his desk. The cover read, Funga Academy Beastmaster Skills Compendium. But the higher your Beastmaster talent, the greater your chances of being chosen. The moment the notebook appeared, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Beastmaster skills were the dream of every contractor, the defining line between them and wild beasts. I heard that mastering an rank skill to perfection lets you instantly defeat a beast of the same level. Don't get ahead of yourself. Rank skills are extremely rare. I heard someone took 5 whole years just to get started. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with longing. One of the examiners chuckled, interrupting their fantasies. A rank? You're dreaming. Funga Academy only offers crank and drank skills. If you want higher ranks, you have to be the top student. And don't underestimate drank skills. Some students luck out and choose a crank skill, only to realize half a year later they can't even get started. They end up switching back to drank. The other examiners laughed in agreement. Such stories were all too common over the years. Many people overestimated their own abilities and those of their beasts. Xiejun spoke at just the right moment. You are the elites, so naturally, you have priority in choosing. There are plenty of others waiting outside. We'll proceed in order of exam scores, starting with the highest. All eyes immediately turned to Fang Ran. Xinyan clenched her teeth silently. This should have been her privilege. Fang Ran stepped forward and carefully examined the skill list. Crank skills. Earthquake Slam market price, 300,000. Iron Wall market price, 790,000. Thunder Claw market price, 2 million. Thunder Claw is suitable for lightning-type beasts with claw-based attacks. Don't just focus on the price, Xiejian kindly advised. Fang Ran continued flipping through the drank skills. Divine Bow of Guidance market price, 1 million. Strength Amplification market price, 300,000. Jump Strike market price, 700,000. Divine Attribute. Fang Ran's eyes lit up, and he decisively chose the Divine Bow of Guidance. The examiners shook their heads in unison. Su Yu gently reminded him, that's the signature skill of the Goddess of War, capable of taking down enemies from 1,000 miles away. But it's incredibly hard to master. Most people can't even get started after months of practice. She was being polite. In reality, some had practiced for a year without making any progress. This difficulty was precisely why the skill was downgraded to drank. Are you sure? The top student selection is only a month away, Xiejian reminded him. If Fang Ran failed to master the skill by then, he would lose the chance to claim the title. This is the one. Fang Ran's tone was firm. Xiejian sighed. Young people, so impulsive. Well, perhaps this will temper his arrogance. Who knows? He might even be willing to change his beast afterward. Xinyan let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had genuinely been worried Fang Ran would pick an easier skill. The Divine Bow of Guidance had taken even the Goddess of War a month to learn, let alone Fang Ran, whose beast had its own flaws. No matter how talented he was, mastering it within a month seemed nearly impossible. Am I actually relieved? Xinyan was startled by her own thoughts. No, I won't lose to Fang Ran's beast in a direct confrontation. While Xinyan browsed the skill options, other students approached Fang Ran, attempting to establish connections. Many of them had businesses in Yu City and were valuable networking opportunities. Fang Ran responded to each one courteously. A few minutes later, at the training grounds, the students were engrossed in practicing their newly acquired skills. This was their first lesson upon entering the academy mastering Beastmaster skills. Suddenly, a panel appeared before Fang Ran. Would you like to advance Divine Bow of Guidance? Fang Ran smiled and called out to Xiao Tian. Give me your hand. Xiao Tian obediently extended her hand, which Fang Ran completely enveloped in his palm. Her skin felt soft and delicate, truly befitting the body of a celestial being, though this was likely just Fang Ran's subjective impression. As Fang Ran's touch lingered, Xiao Tian's heart raced, but she knew that each time this happened, it brought her closer to a breakthrough. Let me pass on this divine skill to you, Fang Ran murmured, selecting the advance option. The system notification appeared. Advancing Divine Bow of Guidance. Remaining debt. Condense Divine Bow of Guidance 10 times. Divine Bow of Guidance Beginner. You have gained basic mastery of the Divine Bow of Guidance. You can now use divine energy to form a bow and fire arrows with a burning effect. These insights flooded Xiao Tian's mind, as if she had practiced countless times with Fang Ran, her body instinctively remembering every movement. Go ahead, give it a try, Fang Ran said, releasing her soft hand. Xiao Tian nodded. She shaped one hand into a bow and drew back an imaginary string with the other, as though holding a real longbow. She instinctively channeled divine energy, and radiant light began to coalesce in her palm. Not far away, Su Yu and Xiejian leaned against the wall, watching the clumsy practices of the other beasts. A massive bear shouted, "Earthquake Slam," but only managed to bruise its own paw. Do they think yelling louder will make the skill work? Trying to brute force their way through. Su Yu shook her head in exasperation. Xiejian chuckled. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. Weren't you like this once? True. It's only been an hour. If anyone can master a skill in a day, that would already be impressive. There's no way anyone could get it this quickly. Who do you think will be the first to succeed? Probably Xinyan. She picked a fire-based skill that suits her beast well. I thought so too. Xiejian's voice trailed off as a sudden realization struck him. He turned to the training grounds, his pupils contracting sharply. Su Yu turned her head upon hearing this and looked in the direction where Fang Ran was. She saw Fang Ran's beast companion standing there, its figure slim but upright, maintaining a poised bow-drawing stance. His expression was focused and solemn, exuding an air of expertise. Xiejian was initially startled, but then revealed a knowing smile. Oh, so he's just posing. If he had actually mastered it this quickly, that would be absurd. With his level talent, there's a clear limit to what he can achieve. How could it be possible? Meanwhile, Xinyan, off to the side, was fully immersed in her own training. The clever skill she had chosen, flame art, had already started to take form. Her beast companion manipulated fire elements that coalesced into butterfly shapes in midair, each flutter of their wings trailing streaks of flames. Although these flames dissipated quickly after forming, such progress was already remarkable for a fire element beast. Fire butterfly again. Xinyan wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, while keeping an eye on Fang Ran. His beast companion remained motionless, as if caught in some profound state. Suddenly, several rays of pure light seemed to respond to a call, converging in Fang Ran's hands. However, the fragile holy bow that formed cracked almost instantly and shattered into pieces. Panting, Xiao Tian looked at Fang Ran with a hint of guilt. "I'm sorry, master. My holy power is too weak to sustain such a powerful skill." "It's all right, take your time," Fang Ran reassured her. "This skill isn't easy to master." Encouraged by his words, Xiao Tian regained her determination, fully aware of the importance of accumulating holy power for an angel. Xin Yun, noticing that Fang Ran had already managed to form a rudimentary holy bow, felt a flicker of shock in her heart. His progress is so fast that's already caught up to my fire butterfly. I need to accelerate my pace, or he might actually take the top student position. But Fang Ran changed his approach. "Let's focus on practicing the basic evolution method for now," he decided, prioritizing the accumulation of holy power. It was said that when mastered to the extreme, the evolution method could operate automatically. If Xiao Tian could master multiple evolution methods simultaneously, wouldn't she be able to passively accumulate holy power? Xiao Tian immediately dove into training, her body shimmering with fleeting flashes of light. In just a few hours, she completed nearly 40 rounds of proficient-level evolution method practice. Fang Ran checked her progress. Tier 1, 31.9. Remaining debt, 57100. The speed made his heart race. At this rate, the debt could be repaid within a day, and she might break through to Tier 2 in 3 days. After 50 cycles, noticeable changes began to appear in Xiao Tian. New feathers sprouted on her tail wings, and her body emitted a faint holy glow. Nearby students, seeing Fang Ran abandon skill training to focus on the evolution method, were perplexed. Is he giving up on the top student position? But being the top student comes with a chance to meet the Valkyrie. In the distance, a few invigilators gathered together, their gazes unconsciously falling on Fang Ran. Among the crowd tirelessly honing their skills on the training grounds, Fang Ran's choice stood out was fully immersed in practicing the evolution method, maintaining this focused state for hours without moving an inch. "This kid is something else," one of the teachers murmured. "How do you know he's been practicing for so long?" Another teacher teased, glancing at Su Yu with a mischievous glint in their eyes. "Could it be that you've been watching him all this time?" Su Yu's cheeks flushed slightly at the remark. She cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. "Of course not," she replied, though her tone betrayed her admiration. "But I have to admit, Fang Ran truly is a genius. He's been running the basic evolution method for hours with hardly a single mistake." Xiejin nodded in agreement. Everyone has their strengths. Instead of obsessing over mastering the most challenging level skills, it's smarter to focus on raising the rank of one's beast companion first. This kid seems to understand that knows the importance of taking things step by step. "It's time to assign students," a senior teacher interjected. "Who's taking the lead? If someone produces a top student, there's a $10,000 bonus on the line." "I want Fang Ran," Su Yu declared without hesitation. The other teachers immediately voiced their discontent. Even if he might not become the top student, he's still the first to enter Fingo Academy with a perfect score. Why should you get to choose first? Despite Fang Ran's apparent shortcomings with his beast companion, his natural talent and perfect entrance score made him highly sought after by the teachers. Su Yu maintained a calm demeanor. "I'm as familiar with the basic evolution method as he is. I'm the most suitable person to guide him. If anyone has objections, we can settle it on the training platform." Her statement silenced the room. Among those present, Su Yu's Sanyue Wolf had already reached the late stage of the high rank, nearing the lord level. Her strength was unmatched. If it came to a duel, their defeat would be inevitable. "Then you can't pick Xin Yun as well," someone quickly added, attempting to level the playing field. "Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair." "Deal." Su Yu's eyes lit up as she readily agreed. Internally, she was thrilled. Winning the right to mentor Fang Ran had been easier than expected. Her sharp intuition had allowed her to recognize Fang Ran's extraordinary talent in the basic evolution method, something only someone at her level could discern. Su Yu approached Fang Ran, her simple attire and clean, confident demeanor giving her an approachable yet commanding presence that naturally drew the admiration of students. "Fang Ran, I'm Su Yu, and starting today, I'll be your instructor," she said with a smile. Jealous glances from nearby students immediately followed. Being mentored by Su Yu was an opportunity many dreamed of. Fang Ran snapped out of his focused state and quickly responded with respect. "Teacher Su, please let me know how I can help." "No need to be so formal, just call me Su Yu," she replied, her spirits lifted by his polite demeanor. She continued, "You've been practicing for so long. You must be tired. Actually, I have a small favor to ask." "A favor?" Fang Ran was puzzled. He couldn't understand what a high-ranking beast master like Su Yu could possibly need from him. Su Yu was direct. "I was hoping your beast could guide my Sanyue Wolf in the basic evolution method." Fang Ran froze in disbelief. "You want me to guide you? Who's the teacher here, and who's the student?" Seeing Fang Ran's reaction, Su Yu worried that he might refuse, so she quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't let you teach for free. You can use my training room without charge, and of course, I'll also pay you accordingly." Su Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The basic evolution technique, as the cornerstone of all evolution methods, was something even the most powerful beast tamers would never underestimate. Beast tamers who mastered this technique were incredibly rare, and even a few tips from them could cost a fortune. "That sounds reasonable, but I need to check with Xiao Tian first," Fang Ran replied. Xiao Tian had never refused his requests before, so he was confident of her agreement. "That's great," Su Yu said excitedly. "You can stay at the academy for the next few days. I'll inform your family." At the academy, beast tamers could access the most advanced knowledge and facilities. No one would pass up such an opportunity. The two made their way to Su Yu's training room, with Su Yu leading the way. As one of the privileges of being a faculty member, every teacher had their own private training room, which was one of the reasons many high-level beast tamers chose to stay at the academy. As they walked by, some veteran beast tamers whispered among themselves, "Look, a new student is going into teacher Su Yu's training room." "Are you serious? I've never even been inside her training room." "It's true, and it's just the two of them in there." "Ugh, I'm so jealous I could scream." "I heard it's Fang Ran, the one who scored 100 points in the exam." Inside the training room, equipment specifically designed for the Tsanyua wolf was neatly arranged: treadmills, stretching devices, and more. In the corner, there were also exercise machines tailored for beast tamers. The faint scent of sweat lingered in the air, indicating that Su Yu had recently finished her own training. Without hesitation, Su Yu summoned the Tsanyua wolf and asked eagerly, "Can you demonstrate it for me?" Xiao Tian nodded in agreement and began to showcase the basic evolution technique. Su Yu watched every detail intently. "Control your Bodhi cells to generate holy energy," Xiao Tian explained while demonstrating. Su Yu listened carefully, like a dedicated student eager to learn. Afterward, Su Yu couldn't wait to have the Tsanyua wolf try it out, while Xiao Tian continued to demonstrate and explain. It wasn't until nightfall that Su Yu approached Fang Ran again. "I'll arrange your accommodation and pay you 200 for each lesson. That's the market rate." Fang Ran couldn't help but think to himself, is earning money as a beast tamer really this easy? Does this count as being kept? Still, he accepted Su Yu's offer, knowing it would allow Xiao Tian to train indoors. After all, he wanted to keep Xiao Tian's graceful execution of the evolution technique all to himself. On the first day at Fungar Academy, Xiao Tian spent 7 hours running the basic evolution technique 50 times in a row, finally clearing her debt. A notification appeared in Fang Ran's mind. Rank, Tier 176.9. Remaining debt, Basic Evolution Technique Proficiency 100,100. Advanced credit available. This progress far exceeded Fang Ran's expectations. Even though Xiao Tian was drenched in sweat, her golden hair sticking to her pale forehead, she was far from satisfied. She remembered seeing a bear in the training grounds perform dozens of earth splits in a row. She couldn't allow herself to fall short and let her master down. After Su Yu left, Fang Ran fell into deep thought. The existence of beast tamers signified the constant threat of wild beasts and even celestial beings, and beast tamers were the core force in resisting these dangers. He frowned as he pondered. How could a ferocious beast breach the city? Could there be a flaw in Ucity's defenses? The image of the female war goddess flashed through his mind. Her strength as a beast tamer of Ucity was undeniable. "Forget it, it's not something I should worry about," Fang Ran muttered, shaking his head and refocusing on his training. In the days that followed, Xiao Tian maintained a strict training regimen. Every morning, she would exhaust her holy energy, repeatedly summoning the sacred bow 3 times. The rest of her time was entirely devoted to repaying the debt from mastering the basic evolution technique. Time flew by, and in the monotony of training, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A system notification suddenly appeared. Debt for Sacred Bow Mastery cleared. Debt for Basic Evolution Technique Proficiency cleared. You may pre-advance again. Fang Ran's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to advance both skills. The system promptly provided feedback. Acquired Basic Evolution Technique Subtle Mastery. Your understanding of the Basic Evolution Technique has reached its peak, with efficiency improved several times over. Remaining debt, 0-100. Acquired Sacred Bow Proficiency. Sacred arrows can now burn opponents and are powerful enough to instantly kill most latest-stage ferocious beasts. Remaining debt, 0-10. In the training room, Xiao Tian demonstrated her newly mastered skills. She conjured a massive sacred light bow with both hands, and a blazing arrow appeared between her slender fingers. With ease, she drew the bowstring fully, her graceful posture captivating Fang Ran. "Shall I shoot?" Xiao Tian asked earnestly. Fang Ran stepped forward, gently guiding her arm to aim the arrow at a nearby iron post. "Yes, right there. Let it go." Before his words had fully settled, Xiao Tian released the string. The searing arrow shot out like a laser, piercing through the 50-centimeter-thick iron post and continuing to blast through the wall behind it. This power surpasses even cannons. Fang Ran marveled inwardly. already envisioning the spectacular sight of a volley of sacred arrows. Sensing Fang Ran's delight, Xiao Tian exhaled in relief. I'm glad I didn't let Master down. You've done an excellent job, Xiao Tian. You should take a break now, Fang Ran said, his heart aching at the sight of Xiao Tian, who had been tirelessly training day and night like a workhorse. I'm not tired. Xiao Tian stubbornly shook her head. Without talent, I have to work twice as hard. Compared to the seniors at the Beast Taming Academy, I'm still far behind. Even if you're not tired, you still need to replenish your energy. As soon as Fang Ran finished speaking, Xiao Tian's stomach growled audibly. Glancing around at the wrecked training room, Fang Ran thought to himself, I'll explain to Su Yu when she gets back. Worst case, I'll pay for the damages. As they left the training room, several resting Beast Tamers took notice of them. Fang Ran, training this late again? You're such a hard worker. You're making the rest of us feel guilty for slacking off. Zhu Wenjia, a former classmate of Fang Ran's, teased. Fang Ran replied with a faint smile. Wenjia, the credit goes to my beast, not me. At that moment, someone whispered, I heard Xinyun's beast has already mastered the crank skill, fire flame technique. Everyone's counting on you now. You're the only one with a real shot at beating her. A few teammates gathered around Fang Ran, their eyes filled with anticipation. They were eager to extract some intel from this mysterious classmate who spent all his time secluded in Mr. Su's exclusive training room. Not a big deal, it's second nature by now, Fang Ran replied calmly. But barely had the words left his mouth when doubt appeared on the faces of those around him. Yeah right. Everyone knows how hard that skill is to master. It wasn't until Fang Ran left that the group noticed something peculiar and began whispering among themselves. Did you guys notice? His beast taming aura has changed a lot. Definitely. Compared to before, when he seemed timid, now he looks much more confident. At the cafeteria, Fang Ran's beast, Xiao Tian, ate gracefully but took an unusually long time to finish its meal. It didn't stop until its belly was slightly rounded. Watching this, Fang Ran frowned. Ordinary food seemed insufficient to meet the massive energy demands brought on by the evolution technique. I can't let Xiao Tian turn into a chubby little celestial ball, Fang Ran thought to himself. I need to figure out a way to earn money for specialized ingredients. Otherwise, will every meal take 7 days and 7 nights? Suddenly, an idea struck him. My understanding of basic evolution techniques is probably one of the best in U City. Why not become a teacher? No sooner had the thought occurred than Fang Ran took action. He quickly registered an account on the Beast Tamer forum, setting his rate at 200 dragon coins per hour and highlighting that he could teach all levels. Instead of lowering the price to attract customers, he raised it to emphasize his expertise. Waiting for my esteemed clients, Fang Ran thought with anticipation. Just then, his phone rang. It was his aunt. Xiao Ran, come home quickly. Your uncle. What happened? Fang Ran and Xiao Tian both tensed up. He hurt his leg. Hurry back. Just as Fang Ran was about to reassure her that he would return immediately, his uncle's voice came through the phone. Let me talk to him. Xiao Ran, whatever you do, don't go through Doffing Square. It's under lockdown right now. There's a ferocious beast there, with a bounty of 500,000. A lot of people have ended up in the hospital. It's even on the news, his uncle said anxiously, worried that his newly minted beast-taming nephew might risk his life for the reward. Xiao Tian's little arms and legs are no match for it. Our Fang family finally has a beast tamer. We can't afford to lose you now. Don't worry, I won't go that way. Fang Ran hung up the phone and took a deep breath. The 500,000 bounty was tempting, but he knew very well that while Xiao Tian's sacred guiding divine bow could instantly take down ordinary latest-stage beasts, its effectiveness against high-tier beasts was untested. Better keep my distance and head home first, Fang Ran decided prudently. After leaving the academy, Fang Ran hailed a taxi to head to the Western District. We'll have to take a detour. The fare might be a bit higher, the driver said as he maneuvered the car. He chatted enthusiastically with Fang Ran about the road closures. That monster is vicious. Even the military can't handle it. The bounty's up to 500,000 now. Lots of beast tamers are trying their luck. The driver clicked his tongue in amazement. That's no small sum. I'd have to drive for years to save up that much. But no way I'd risk my life. That's a high-level beast that doesn't even fear firearms. No wonder several teachers left the academy, Fang Ran murmured thoughtfully. They must be eyeing that bounty. Teaching's probably just a side gig for them now. Stop here, Fang Ran instructed as they approached the cordoned-off zone, signaling for the driver to pull over. Be careful, you two. Ordinary folks wouldn't stand a chance against that thing. It'd eat you alive. The driver floored the gas pedal and sped off, as if afraid the beast might appear at any moment. It's nearby, Xiao Tian suddenly said. What? Fang Ran asked, puzzled. That beast is close. I can sense it, Xiao Tian replied, pointing in a direction. In her vision, apart from the faint blue aura surrounding Fang Ran, there was a mass of dark energy rapidly expanding and closing in. Let's get to the rooftop and scout it out. We'll shoot an arrow at it and run if we have to. Leveraging their status as beast tamers, the two quickly found a vantage point that offered a clear view of the surrounding streets. How did you figure out where it is? Fang Ran asked, still curious as they waited. Since yesterday, I've been able to see a strange aura, Xiao Tian explained. Fang Ran's expression grew thoughtful. Xiao Tian had just advanced to the second tier yesterday. Could this be a sign that her vision was recovering? It's here. Xiao Tian suddenly tensed, summoning a blazing longbow in her hands. Her golden ponytail fluttered in the wind as 3 fiery arrows materialized, ready to strike. The next moment, a figure burst around the corner. Fang Ran's eyes widened. It was teacher Suyu. She was riding her Sanyue wolf at full speed. The wolf's once pristine white fur was now streaked with congealed blood. Xiao Tian didn't recognize Suyu. All she saw was the shadowy figure chasing her. As a chilling gust swept through the air, a nearly 2-meter-tall black silhouette emerged like a ghost, relentlessly pursuing Suyu. Its claws were mere inches from her back. Sanyue, turn. Suyu commanded, her brows furrowed. She knew the shadow demon was of the dark attribute, making her Sanyue wolf ineffective against it. But she had already inflicted significant damage on it. All she needed to do was hold out until reinforcements arrived. On the rooftop, Xiao Tian's hands trembled, worried she might accidentally hit Suyu. Fang Ran quickly stepped forward to steady her hands, helping her keep the bowstring taut. As Beast Tamers, their physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, and their aim was precise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows streaked through the air simultaneously, piercing through the shadow demon's body with unerring accuracy. Grah! The shadowy figure let out a piercing wail as 3 smoldering holes appeared in its form. The burning effect of the arrows began to ignite its body. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's holy power was completely drained. Wait, Sangyu. Suyu turned around, hearing a heart-wrenching scream behind her. The dark shadowy beast writhed and twisted painfully under the moonlight. Her red lips parted slightly, and Sangyu immediately understood, darting forward like a silver lightning bolt. Sangyu claw. 3 arcs of moonlight streaked gracefully across the air, and the shadowy beast instantly disintegrated, leaving only a black bone that fell to the ground. Suyu took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart. Which Beastmaster helped me? We can discuss the spoils, she called out loudly, scanning her surroundings. That attack, just now, was incredibly powerful enough to seriously injure the shadowy beast in an instant. It was definitely not the work of an ordinary Beastmaster. At least someone on her level, or even stronger. Teacher Suyu. A familiar voice came from above. Suyu looked up to see Fang Ran waving from the rooftop. She frowned slightly, puzzled as to why this student, who should have been in training, was here. As Fang Ran descended to the ground, Suyu immediately began to scold him. Why aren't you practicing your skills? What are you doing here? This area is under lockdown, it's dangerous. Though her tone was stern, the joy of successfully defeating the shadowy beast softened her intentions, and she had no real intention of punishing him. I've finished practicing, Fang Ran replied calmly. I'm not talking about basic evolution methods. I mean the sacred Suyu's words were cut short, her pupils dilating in shock. She suddenly realized that the deadly light arrow from earlier had unmistakably been the sacred guiding bow. And it had been fired from above. Could it have been Fang Ran? She stared at the young man in front of her in disbelief, then glanced at the small beast beside him, feeling her mouth go dry. You killed that shadowy beast? That was a high-level vicious creature. Even if I severely injured it, it's not something a student could handle. No, I just weakened it a bit. That attack probably just tickled it, Fang Ran said, looking down at the black bone on the ground, indirectly admitting it was his doing. Tickled it. Suyu was momentarily speechless, then burst into laughter. You nearly killed it. And you call that a tickle? She couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the shadowy beast it had been tickled to death. But Fang Ran's talent left her deeply impressed. In just a week, he had already managed to defeat a high-level vicious beast, while other students were still struggling to master basic skills. Let's get out of here before the paparazzi show up. Suyu picked up the black bone and quickly led Fang Ran away. Becoming famous too early might not be a good thing for him. What they didn't realize was that not far away, a photographer was excitedly reviewing the photos on his camera. This is big news. Absolutely groundbreaking. I'm going to be famous. In the photos, the overlapping figures of a man and a woman stood out, with the enormous sacred bow in their hands particularly striking. Though the images were slightly blurry, the dramatic scene of the ghostly beast being slain was still vividly clear. Suyu brought Fang Ran to a brightly lit high-rise building. The lobby was bustling with beastmasters, both men and women, including several teachers from Fenggu Academy. Fang Ran quickly realized that nearly everyone present was a beastmaster. My Sangyu wolf is slightly injured. We'll have it treated first. Suyu handed Sangyu over to a few staff members dressed in white. Suyu, did you get it? Chenwei went to support you and hasn't returned yet. That ghostly thing didn't escape, did it? Concerned expressions appeared on the faces of those around her. Suyu smiled faintly, holding up the black bone in her hand. Well done, as expected from Suyu. A group of beast tamers quickly gathered around, their eyes gleaming with admiration and envy. Word has it that your Yu wolf is about to advance to the Lord level. This black bone worth 500,000 should be enough to complete the materials for its advancement, right? Their gazes then shifted to the young man standing beside Suyu. A few male instructors immediately frowned, their tone stern. Fang Ran, what are you doing here? As a student, shouldn't you be at school? What are you doing meddling here? They finally had a chance to reprimand this kid who was always hanging around Suyu. After all, Suyu was a future Lord-level Beast Tamer, admired by countless people. These male instructors had long been harboring jealousy. A student. The crowd suddenly understood and began scrutinizing Fang Ran's handsome face. No wonder he looked so young. We almost thought he was Suyu's boyfriend. This time, I have to thank Fang Ran for making things so much easier, Suyu said, patting Fang Ran on the shoulder. Her words left everyone stunned. What do you mean by thanks to Fang Ran? What use could a newly enrolled Beast Tamer possibly have? The crowd exchanged looks and quickly drew a conclusion. Oh, we get it. You probably used him as a meat shield to distract the ghostly creature. That's such a bold move. For a moment, their gazes towards Fang Ran were filled with pity. I'm planning to share some of the profits with him, Suyu said, signaling Fang Ran to follow her. The two walked through the crowd's curious stares and headed deeper into the building. Behind a massive counter, a lazy-looking girl with messy hair lit up as soon as she saw Suyu. Suyu, did you get the prey? Here. Suyu pulled out the black bone. Nice. I'll transfer 500,000 to your account right away. The girl quickly took the item. You're giving Fang Ran 250,000? He contributed too. Suyu turned to Fang Ran, motioning for him to take out his bank card. Fang Ran looked a bit surprised. You're giving me 250,000. Glancing at the injuries on the Yu wolf, he realized that the battle must have been a tough one. Why give him 250,000? The lazy girl grew anxious. Isn't your Yu wolf just one material away from advancing? The moon essence is rare and hard to come by. Even if I have the money, I'll need to wait for someone to auction it off, Suyu shrugged. Besides, I've already waited 3 years. I'm not in a rush anymore. She sighed, her gaze landing on Xiao Tian behind Fang Ran. Xiao Tian stood quietly, his expression calm like a recluse, though his hand gripped Fang Ran tightly. It was then that Fang Ran realized an important issue: beast advancement materials were so scarce that even someone like Suyu had to wait 3 years. At Xiao Tian's current rate of advancement, he would soon reach the early advanced stage. Without money, he wouldn't even be able to afford the materials for evolution. Suyu, stop making excuses, the lazy girl muttered, casting a glance at Fang Ran. What could a student like him possibly help you with? She murmured to herself. Sure, this guy was good-looking, but plenty of handsome men were chasing after Suyu. There was no way she'd take a liking to this penniless Fang Ran. Fang Ran handed over his bank card, and not long after, a crisp notification sound came from his phone. He glanced down to see a text message. The account ending in had just received 250,000 yuan. The neat row of zeros made Fang Ran's eyes widen in disbelief as he repeatedly confirmed the astonishing number. Don't forget to return to the academy early, Suyu said with a radiant smile. Not only had she gained an excellent student, but she could also count on receiving the academy's bonus. In her mind, there was no doubt that Fang Ran would secure the top spot this time. As soon as Fang Ran left, a swarm of reporters carrying cameras and microphones surrounded Suyu. Meanwhile, a different kind of excitement was brewing at Fang Ran's home. Neighbors flocked in to offer their congratulations, each chiming in with their praises. Fang Ran is really something, isn't he? Absolutely. So young and already an official Beastmaster's future is limitless. I always knew that kid was extraordinary. I even held him when he was a baby. Becoming a Beastmaster meant that life would no longer be as financially strained, but the profession was an expensive one, and further progress wouldn't come easy. After the guests had left, Fang Qihua, Fang Ran's uncle, sat on the sofa, looking at his bandaged leg with a mix of pain and satisfaction. All the years of effort had finally paid off. Fang Ran had become a Beastmaster. What comforted him even more was that Xiao Tian had been working tirelessly, training day and night. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, the door creaked open, and Fang Ran returned. His aunt and uncle's faces lit up with smiles as they hurried to invite him to sit. Fang Ran noticed his uncle's injury and asked with concern, "What happened to your leg?" "Don't even get me started," his uncle exclaimed, recounting the harrowing incident with vivid detail. His aunt, listening beside him, turned pale. "Xiao Ran, if you ever encounter creatures like that, stay far away," she warned. "Exactly. Those things are beyond what humans can handle." Both of them were still visibly shaken. "I'll protect Fang Ran no matter what," Xiao Tian declared stubbornly. Fang Qihua shook his head at the remark. "Xiao Tian might manage someday, but right now? With that little frame of yours, you'd barely make a snack for those monsters." To them, Xiao Tian, being an incomplete beast, was far from capable of handling true ferocious beasts. They only hoped this master and companion duo could live a stable life as ordinary beastmasters. The television was broadcasting related news. On screen, Suyu's figure stood against the backdrop of a massive shadowy creature. The camera then cut to an interview with Suyu, who smiled gracefully and said, "This hunting operation wouldn't have been possible without the help of one of my students." It was an excellent promotional moment for Fungo Academy. A student? Fang Ran's aunt and uncle marveled. There are others his age who can hunt ferocious beasts? Incredible. Before their amazement could settle, the television suddenly displayed a field photo. In stunning 4K clarity, the image showed Fang Ran holding Xiao Tian, loosing an arrow in a heroic pose. The caption at the bottom read, "Yuqing prodigy injures high-level beast with ease." The room fell into a stunned silence, broken only by the looping audio from the TV. Fang Ran's aunt and uncle sat frozen in shock, their eyes glued to the screen. Finally, Sang Shualan broke the silence, her voice trembling. That's Xiao Tian, isn't it?" Fang Shihua was so overwhelmed that his legs began to shake, leaving him unable to form words. The figures that appeared on the TV screen made the uncle and aunt hold their breath instantly. Wasn't that Fang Ran and his beast? Their eyes darted between the television and Xiao Tian, lingering especially on those broken wings. There was no doubt about it, this was Xiao Tian. Those unique, damaged wings were unmistakable proof. After all, only their foolish nephew would contract with an angel with broken wings. Xiao Tian can actually hunt ferocious beasts now. The shock on their faces was palpable. This news hit them as hard as the day Fang Ran officially became a beastmaster. The uncle had even gone out of his way to treat his co-workers to a meal that day. As expected of a celestial being even with broken wings, she's incredible. The two of them excitedly circled around Xiao Tian, carefully examining the beast that made them so proud. Fang Ran, seeing their reaction, quickly explained, "I was just helping teacher Su Yu with a small task and happened to earn a 250,000 reward." 250,000. The uncle and aunt froze in place. Although they had spent tens of thousands of their life savings and borrowed money from relatives to help Fang Ran buy a beast, this amount had taken years to accumulate. And now, Fang Ran had earned so much in just one day. "I'm planning to hand the money over to Annie to manage, so we can improve our lives," Fang Ran said. "No way." The two spoke in unison, firmly opposing the idea. "You just became a beastmaster, and Xiao Tian needs nourishment and care. This money should be for you too." Seeing how protective they were of Xiao Tian, Fang Ran could only laugh helplessly, especially when Xiao Tian respectfully addressed him as master. Their expressions instantly darkened. "Master? Fang Ran, do you think you're some kind of big shot now?" Uncle glared at him. "Xiao Tian, just call him Fang Ran from now on." "Well, then I'll go train for now. I still have tasks to complete today," Xiao Tian said softly. "No way." The uncle and aunt immediately stopped her. "You must rest today. With us here, no one will dare to push you around." Their accusatory glares toward Fang Ran were full of reproach, as if they had already envisioned him mercilessly whipping Xiao Tian. Left with no choice, Fang Ran reluctantly accepted his new title as the cruel boss. As night fell, Xiao Tian insisted on continuing her daily training. With her unique, breathing rhythm, sacred energy from the void constantly merged into her body. Watching her focused and diligent practice, the uncle and aunt became even more convinced that Fang Ran was mistreating his beast. They pulled him aside and earnestly lectured him about treating Xiao Tian well. No matter how much Fang Ran tried to explain, they refused to relent until he finally nodded in exasperation. Only then did this family meeting come to an end. The next day, Fang Ran's story made the front page of the local newspaper. As soon as the news aired, it caused quite a stir in the community. In just one day, Fang Ran's home was flooded with visitors, as relatives, beaming with joy, arrived in droves to take pictures with the young prodigy. What was even more surprising was the visit from the CEO of his uncle's workplace. The CEO personally came to their home, carrying an elegant gift and wearing a warm smile. "Chihua," the CEO said, patting his uncle on the shoulder, "you've been working at the grassroots level for too long. With a nephew as outstanding as this beast master, it would be a shame for you to remain in an ordinary position. How about managing the warehouse for now?" His uncle was initially stunned but quickly lit up with excitement. Managing the beast supplies warehouse was a cushy job with plenty of perks. It was clear the CEO was offering him a promotion. "Xiao Ran." The CEO then turned to Fang Ran, speaking kindly, "When you graduate, you must consider joining our company. You know, all major corporations rely on the protection of beastmasters." It was evident he was paving the way for Fang Ran's future. "Thank you, sir," Fang Ran responded politely. "I've been researching the fundamentals of evolution techniques recently." "Evolution techniques?" The CEO's eyes gleamed with interest. "You should check out the Beastmaster forums. There's plenty of valuable information being exchanged there." After seeing off the endless stream of visitors, the house was left with piles of gifts. Fang Ran's aunt and uncle looked at him with even more affection, fully aware that all these influential people had come because of him. As night fell, Fang Ran opened his phone and browsed the Beastmaster forums. The first post that caught his eye was titled 100 high-quality 4K images of exotic species. Upon clicking it, his screen was filled with glamorous images of popular celebrity beasts like the red dragon Lingling and the cat girl Chainer. There were even members of the celestial race, the same race as Xiao Tian, though their exaggerated physiques were startling. These aren't battle images, they're clearly fan service shots. Fang Ran chuckled helplessly. Who knew beast masters could make money like this? He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Tian, who was currently practicing evolution techniques. Deep down, he thought that while Xiao Tian had great potential, her current rank was too low to compete with those high-tier beasts built on wealth. Besides, he regarded Xiao Tian as a daughter and would never consider involving her in such things. Shifting his focus, he entered the skill-sharing forum and confidently penned a post titled 50 Years of Research on Fundamental Evolution Techniques, claiming to be peerless in the realm of transcendence. It wasn't long before he received a single, blunt reply: liar. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Yu. Fang Ran, come to the academy tomorrow. The principal has already purchased a personalized evolution technique for you. Fang Ran replied with a simple okay, but couldn't help feeling a little skeptical. Xiao Tian had just made the news, and now the principal had conveniently acquired a specialized evolution technique. Was it really just a coincidence? On second thought, given how rare angel-specific evolution techniques were, perhaps it was indeed a stroke of luck. Deciding not to overthink the principal's intentions, he let it go. The next morning, Fang Ran hailed a taxi. As soon as he mentioned Funga Academy as his destination, the driver immediately recognized him with a look of surprise. Young man, it's you again? The driver's eyes flashed with astonishment. It was the same driver who had helped Fang Ran bypass the restricted zone the night before. Glancing over Fang Ran's beast companion, he exclaimed sincerely, if only my son were as accomplished as you. Not only is your beast powerful, but it's also stunningly beautiful. This rides on me no charge. Arriving at the gates of Funga Academy, Fang Ran and Xiao Tian walked into the campus one after the other. Xiao Tian, with her flawless complexion and cold, serene demeanor, quietly followed behind him. Despite the imperfection in her figure, the contrast between her ethereal presence and Fang Ran's striking features made them appear like a perfect pair, immediately drawing the attention of nearby students. That's Fang Ran, the freshman from yesterday's news. I heard he helped teacher Su Yu kill a high-level shadow fiend. He's only been here a week and already has the skills to injure a high-level beast? No way. It's true, there's photographic evidence. Our academy actually has someone this impressive. The murmurs spread like wildfire. Some were in awe, others skeptical, but most simply couldn't believe it. Many speculated that Xiao Tian had to be an extraordinary beast companion. Otherwise, how could she have mastered such abilities so quickly? When Fang Ran entered the classroom, the attention only intensified. The girls whispered among themselves, while the boys cast envious, jealous glances his way. Among them was Zhang Quan, who looked especially frustrated. His face and body bore clear signs of a recent fight. He stormed over to Fang Ran. Fang Ran. Zhang Quan growled through gritted teeth. I heard the principal wants to replace your beast companion. I'll pay you to sell her to me. With your talent, you'd have a much brighter future with a stronger beast. Fang Ran was about to respond with a mocking retort when Xiao Tian, her face icy, stepped forward. Holy energy coalesced in her hands, and an overwhelming sense of pressure bore down on Zhang Quan. His red-furred ape, trembling under the weight of her aura, cowered in fear. Forcing himself to remain composed, Zhang Quan continued, Fang Ran, you have no idea where she comes from. She's going to bring disaster upon you sooner or later. Before he could finish, Xiao Tian took another step forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Zhang Quan clutched his swelling cheek, staring in disbelief at the angelic beast companion before him. In the end, he had no choice but to turn and leave in humiliation. In this ruthless, survival-of-the-fittest world, he no longer posed a threat to Fang Ran. Fang Ran glanced at Xiao Tian in surprise. Through their mental connection, he could sense that she had truly harbored killing intent just moments earlier. In class, Xiao Tian acted as though nothing had happened, diligently practicing the foundational evolution methods. However, her focus was even more intense than usual, as if afraid that Fang Ran might abandon her at any moment. Xiao Tian, Fang Ran suddenly asked, do you remember anything about your past? Your eyes. Xiao Tian shook her head. I don't remember. Her memories held no trace of those events. Fang Ran fell into deep thought. Angelic beings were already incredibly rare, let alone in a place like Yuqing. How had Zhang Quan come across an angel? The school bell rang, and the classroom instantly buzzed with activity. A group of girls swarmed around Fang Ran, surrounding him and eagerly asking for tips on mastering certain skills. Many of them had already been practicing for days, but still couldn't grasp the key points. Fang Ran patiently answered each question. Although Xiao Tian couldn't see what was happening around her, she could sense the scene of her master being surrounded by so many girls. It made her frown slightly, a hint of displeasure surfacing in her heart. Fortunately, the situation didn't last long, as teacher Su Yu soon called Fang Ran away. It's teacher Su Yu. Someone exclaimed in awe. She's getting more and more beautiful. That's the benefit of Beastmaster feedback. It improves the Beastmaster's physique. I'm so jealous of Fang Ran and the others. They've already received the Academy's exclusive evolution method. We're still stuck using the basic evolution method. But wasn't Teacher Suyu also using the basic method? And she's about to advance to the Lord rank. That's true. There's no such thing as a useless evolution method. Only a useless Beastmaster. This discussion reignited everyone's confidence, and they began practicing the basic evolution method once more. As they adjusted their breathing rhythm, the cells within their beasts became active, continuously absorbing nutrients and evolving. A short while later, Fang Ran, along with other teachers and students, arrived outside the principal's office. The hallway was already crowded with top-performing students, who greeted Fang Ran warmly upon seeing him. At that moment, Xin Yun approached him with a blank expression and pulled him into a quiet corner. Today, Xin Yun was dressed simply, but it couldn't hide her graceful figure, especially her surprisingly mature curves for her age. She pulled a black card out of her pocket and shoved it into Fang Ran's hand. 200,000. What's this? Trying to keep me as a sugar baby? Sis, I'm not for sale, Fang Ran teased. What? I'm asking you to give up your spot as the top student. Xin Yun frowned. She had already looked into Fang Ran's family background and knew that this amount of money would be a tempting offer for him. Though she didn't like resorting to this, Fang Ran had gained too much attention recently, and her chances of taking the top spot were slipping away. Hearing this, Fang Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. He joked, and here I thought this would be my ticket to the top of the world. Then, his tone turned serious. I'm not that kind of person. Being the top student isn't just a title for mites, a rare honor. Besides, this is something Xiao Tian and I worked tirelessly for, day and night. He glanced over at Xiao Tian, who was waiting anxiously not far away. Is that so? Xin Yun looked at Fang Ran in surprise, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. You'd rather sell yourself than sell out your honor. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. She reached out to take back the black card, but Fang Ran held onto it tightly. However, for Xiao Tian's sake, you'll need to pay more. Fang Ran grinned slyly. At the very least, the skills that come with being the top student should go to me. That's negotiable. To Xin Yun, skills could always be bought with money. She just hadn't expected Fang Ran to turn the table so quickly. Pleasure doing business. Fang Ran added with a smirk. If you ever need help with skill training, feel free to come to me. I also tutor people on skills. All right, they'll think about it. Xin Yun finally relaxed. As long as Fang Ran gave up the top student title, the position would naturally fall to her. It would be perfect for her grandfather's birthday banquet. From a distance, Xiao Tian had been watching Fang Ran's faintly blue silhouette the entire time, feeling uneasy. It wasn't until she saw him walking back toward her that she finally felt at ease. Fang Ran had just returned, and although a few top students were curious about his conversation with Xin Yun, none dared to ask. Everyone present was well aware that Xin Yun's abilities far surpassed theirs. Come on, let's go see the principal. Teacher Suyu called out, poking her head out from the room to summon them. For the students present, meeting the principal of Fenggu Academy was undoubtedly an immense honor. As they stepped into the office, they were greeted by the sight of shelves filled with books and a refined wooden desk behind which an elder sat. Who is Fang Ran? The elder asked directly. Fang Ran stepped out from the group, and the elder's gaze immediately locked onto him. A kind smile spread across his face. Ah, impressive. Outstanding. Truly worthy of being one of Fenggu Academy's top students, the elder said with satisfaction, nodding. It was worth spending an hour last night finding an evolution method for you. An hour? Fang Ran thought to himself, incredulous. So it was a last-minute search after all. The principal seemed to realize he had misspoken and quickly added, actually, I spent many days searching for a suitable angel evolution method, but none met my standards. Last night, I specifically contacted one of our distinguished alumni, and she lent me the Sacred Flame evolution method she used back in her day. The students erupted in excitement at these words. Principal, are you talking about that genius girl from Yuqing? The one who was recruited by the Imperial Capital Academy after just 1 year as Fenggu Academy's top student. Imperial Capital Academy. She's the only one from Yuqing to get in over the past few years. Fang Ran's curiosity was piqued by their reactions. Is it her, he asked. Yes. The principal nodded emphatically. Really her? Of course. Can you tell me her name? Fang Ran asked, unfamiliar with Fenggu Academy's alumni. Stroking his beard proudly, the principal said, Lin Xinghuan. She's back in Yuqing to train students capable of getting into the 5 great academies. When I mentioned you, she immediately lent me her evolution method. The students looked at Fang Ran with envy, marveling at his good fortune. But Fang Ran caught the word lent and asked cautiously, what do you mean by lent? Haha. The principal chuckled. It's nothing really. It just means you'll need to pay for it at market price later. Only 30 million in absolute bargain for the Sacred Flame evolution method. Fang Ran was stunned on the spot. 30 million? Are you kidding me? However, the reactions of those around him took him by surprise. Only 30 million? The Sacred Flame evolution method would cost at least 50 million if bought outright. You're saving 20 million. Fang Ran, that's enough to buy 10 of my exclusive evolution methods. At this price, it must be at least in a grade evolution method. Seeing the envious looks from everyone, especially Shun Yun's calm and indifferent expression, Fang Ran finally realized he was the poorest one here. For the others, tens of millions were not an unbearable sum. Principal, can I choose a different evolution method? Fang Ran asked helplessly. Why? This is already the most suitable evolution method for angels. The principal looked at him in confusion, as if to say, and it's not even coming out of your pocket. Fang Ran stared at the exorbitant $30 million evolution method, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Just then, Lin Qinghuan's voice broke the silence. If you can get into one of the 5 great academies, the cost will be waived, he said, fixing Fang Ran with a meaningful gaze. Fang Ran fell into contemplation. The national entrance exams were fast approaching, and with the evolution method's enhancement, Xiao Tian's strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. But was getting into the 5 great academies really that easy? Over the years, only Senior Lin from Yuqing managed to get into the Imperial Academy, Shen Yun remarked with a hint of helplessness. Everyone present knew the harsh reality among Yuqing's millions of residents and hundreds of thousands of Beast Tamers. Only one had succeeded. The odds were dishearteningly low. If it weren't for Su Yu exceeding the age limit, she might have had a chance too. A teacher suddenly chimed in. Wait, teacher Su Yu only graduated recently? Fang Ran turned to her in surprise. Su Yu shot the talkative teacher a glare before explaining. The 5 great academies only admit students under the age of 20. The next exam is just a few months away, so you probably won't make it in time. You'll have to wait until next year. What if I can't pass and can't pay back the money? Fang Ran asked nervously. The principal gave him a cryptic smile. Well, then you'll be in for it. Lin Qinghuan said if you can't repay the debt, you'll have to work as a teacher at Fengge Academy for 3 years to settle it. Fang Ran glanced around at the teachers in the room, noting their evasive expressions. He quickly pieced it together. Most of them probably owed Lin Qinghuan money and ended up teaching here as a result. The principal then opened an exquisite box and ceremoniously distributed the evolution methods. These are your personalized evolution methods, including Shun Yun's blazing fire evolution method. Remember, you only have an hour to memorize them. They cannot be taken out. Fang Ran received a thin sheet titled the Sacred Flame Evolution Method. As he held it, an image appeared on the Pajia figure with angelic grace, harboring divine power within. The principal shook his head slightly. It's a pity his beast can't see the energy patterns, he muttered. Then he instructed, give him a few extra hours. He'll need to explain it to his beast. Suddenly, a prompt flashed before Fang Ran's eyes. Would you like to pre-activate the Sacred Flame evolution method? Without hesitation, Fang Ran chose pre-activate. The system notification immediately updated. Sacred Flame evolution method activated. Absorb divine energy, cultivate a sacred body, and enhance the power of skills through amplified divine force. Remaining debt. Successfully operate the Sacred Flame evolution method 100 times. It was a specialized evolution method designed to amplify offensive power. In an instant, Xiao Tian seemed to experience countless rounds of practice, fully mastering the operation of the Sacred Flame evolution method. While everyone else was still engrossed in studying the skill book, Fang Ran had already returned it to the principal. Principal Zhang Rui raised an eyebrow in mild surprise and asked, so quickly? Don't you want to spend more time familiarizing yourself with it? Fang Ran gave a faint smile and thought to himself, there's no need. I've already memorized it. Or rather, I've already mastered it. Of course, he couldn't say this out loud, as it would undoubtedly stir up a great commotion. Shen Yun glanced at Fang Ran, then lowered her head and focused on the skill book again. Her page-turning speed was noticeably faster than before. The principal stroked his beard, scrutinizing Fang Ran thoughtfully. With such remarkable memory, I really feel like recommending you to Lin Xiaoyu for some training. Su Yu was startled upon hearing this. Principal Zhang Rui, has Lin Qinghuan already arrived in Yuqing? Yes, Zhang Rui nodded and explained. She came with a task from the Imperial Capital Academy to select a few talented individuals under the age of 20 for focused training. The only requirement is to have a proficient level of mastery in the exclusive evolution method for beast taming, as well as a proficient grasp of the basic evolution method. Quite a few beast tamers from nearby counties have already gone to take the test. Su Yu's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. Principal Zhang, Fang Ran's basic evolution method is also at a proficient level. Zhang Rui abruptly turned to Fang Ran, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Proficient level? But hasn't he only just started learning the basic evolution method? He sighed shortly after. What a pity. To gain Lin Xiaoyu's guidance, one must also master the exclusive evolution method to a proficient level. You're a promising talent, but unfortunately, you enrolled too late and missed this opportunity. Hearing this, many of the students present showed expressions of disappointment. To receive guidance from the legendary female war goddess was a dream come true for countless beast tamers. After leaving the principal's office, Fang ran past by the martial training grounds, where numerous beast tamers were diligently practicing the basic evolution method. They resembled a group of fervent fans willing to do anything for their idol. Without lingering, Fang Ran headed to Su Yu's training room with Xiao Tian. Once there, he said to Xiao Tian, "Try running the Sacred Flame evolution method." Xiao Tian sat on the couch in the training room, adjusted its breathing as instructed, and began circulating the sacred energy. Unlike the basic evolution method, the Sacred Flame evolution method was incredibly volatile. The sacred energy surged through Xiao Tian's body, relentlessly battering its limbs and core as if trying to tear it apart. The sacred energy rampaged within Xiao Tian's body like a wild beast breaking free from its cage, surging through every uncharted meridian with reckless force. Beads of sweat formed on her pale forehead, her expression focused and resolute. Half an hour later, with a loud boom, a thin strand of sacred flame finally emerged. This flame, formed purely from sacred energy, lacked heat but radiated a divine glow. The system immediately displayed Sacred Flame Evolution Method Beginner Level Progress, 1100, rank upgraded to Tier 2.3. High-level evolution methods are truly extraordinary, Fang Ran thought to himself. Though the difficulty of learning had increased significantly, the efficiency was remarkable. Every half-hour session resulted in approximately a 0.5 rank increase. Even at the beginner level, it had already matched the progress of the foundational evolution method at the mastery stage. More importantly, he noticed a key factor. An angel's rank was closely tied to the upper limit of their sacred energy, and the sacred energy nurtured by the Sacred Flame evolution method was evidently more formidable. At this moment, Xiao Tian's eyes were stinging unbearably, as if scorched by flames. The system displayed Divine Light Eyes Progress, 13. Can this skill really heal her eyes? Fang Ran wondered with anticipation. He decided to first elevate the foundational evolution method to the next level. Compared to the challenging Sacred Flame evolution method, the progress of the foundational evolution method was much quicker, requiring only a single day to complete an upgrade. Additionally, Fang Ran was optimistic about its automation feature. Xiao Tian began operating the foundational evolution method with fluid and precise movements. Every 5 minutes, she completed a cycle, and within just a few hours, she had fulfilled all the required repetitions. The system indicated that the foundational evolution method had reached its limit and could now be advanced further. Without hesitation, Fang Ran chose to advance it. The system then displayed Foundational Evolution Method Microscopic Level, Mastery reached. The body can now operate it autonomously. Current progress, 0-100. As soon as the advancement was successful, the sacred energy within Xiao Tian's body began to circulate slowly and independently. Though the speed was not fast, it required no conscious effort and continuously nourished her physique. Fang Ran instructed Xiao Tian to rest while he focused on monitoring the system data. Xiao Tian could feel his gaze. At first, she was slightly uneasy, but she quickly grew accustomed to it. Half an hour later, the data changed. Foundational Evolution Method Microscopic Level Progress, 1100, rank increased by 0.1. The sacred energy required for Tier 2 is significantly greater than Tier 1, Fang Ran calculated quickly. This means the sacred energy can now grow automatically by 2.4 every day, resulting in over a 60 increase in a month. That speed is already remarkable. Coupled with the boost from the exclusive evolution method, she should be able to release the sacred arrow of divinity at least 5 times a day and level up the skill in just 2 days. Just as he was about to focus on advancing the Sacred Flame evolution method to the proficient level, his phone suddenly buzzed with a series of notification sounds. Looks like someone wants to learn the foundational evolution method, Fang Ran thought to himself. Overnight, Fang Ran's life underwent a dramatic transformation. He stared at the incessantly flashing 99 notification on his phone screen and couldn't help but marvel at the power of fame. In this world, true celebrities were not traditional entertainers, but the extraordinary beastmasters and their beasts. Lin Qinghuan was undoubtedly one such star beastmaster. Upon arriving in Yuqing, she sparked a frenzy among the beastmaster community to study the basic evolution method. This wave of enthusiasm even reached Fang Ran himself, as his phone was inundated with countless requests for lessons. "Master, could you teach me the basic evolution method? I'm a student, and the price is negotiable. I'll pay any amount as long as you can teach me to reach proficiency within 7 days." Most of these eager learners were beastmasters from various academies. Fang Ran glanced at the latest message on his phone. 7 days from now, Lin Qinghuan would be hosting a selection event in Yuqing for beastmasters under the age of 20, aiming directly at the 5 great academies. The news made his heart race. This would undoubtedly attract the brightest talents from every academy, leading to fierce competition. No wonder people were so desperate, with one even offering 100,000 to secure his time for a week to reach proficiency. 7 days is just enough time to practice the Sacred Flame evolution method to proficiency and earn some extra cash teaching in the meantime, Fang Ran calculated to himself. Xiaotian, let's head back first. His beast, Xiaotian, nodded and followed him out of the training room. Just as they stepped outside, a petite and lively figure blocked their way. It was Xinyun. Fang Ran, can you teach me the basic evolution method? I'll pay the market rate. How about 300 per hour? Xinyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She knew all too well that Fang Ran's mastery of the basic evolution method was exceptional, earning even teacher Su Yu's high praise. For him to have reached proficiency in such a short time, he must have unique insights. Not far away, a group of male students noticed the scene, and their expressions instantly darkened. They finally understood why Xinyun had been waiting here for hours. Shen Goddess is waiting for Fang Ran? What does this guy have that we don't? Jealousy drove them to pull out their phones, eager to capture the moment. How about it? If it's not enough, I can pay more. Xinyun quickly added when Fang Ran remained silent. All right, but my training schedule is quite tight, Fang Ran replied. Xinyun's eyes lit up. Then come to my house. You can stay for about 7 days, and I'll arrange everything, including accommodation. A loud click echoed in the distance as one of the phones nearly slipped from trembling hands. The group of male students were thunderstruck. Not only was he going to her house, but had also be staying for 7 days? My grandpa's birthday is coming up soon. You can attend the banquet while you're there, Xinyun added casually. Fang Ran still seemed hesitant, which nearly drove the nearby onlookers mad with frustration. He finally said, all right, but I'll need a quiet training room. Deal. Xinyun agreed immediately. Under the envious glares of the crowd, the two left the academy together. One male student suddenly clasped his hands as if in enlightenment, his face glowing with realization. I get it now. If you focus on training, the goddess will come to you. The story shifted to the Grand Shen estate. Xinyun led Fang Ran into a top-tier training room. Under the bright lights, an array of advanced training equipment was neatly arranged. Just as the two were about to begin training, Xinyun's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, she frowned slightly and said, wait here a moment, my grandfather is calling me. With that, she quickly left the training room. Left alone, Fang Ran began examining the equipment in the room. His eyes fell on a machine labeled Beast Detection Device. He walked over and lightly tapped the activation button. A blue beam of light scanned Xiaotian's body, and a data panel immediately appeared in midair. Species, Angel. Holy Power, 9.3. Fang Ran raised an eyebrow in surprise. It can display holy power in real time? Its accuracy is even better than my system. He turned to look at Xiaotian's attribute panel and noticed that the same value had been added to it. Holy Power, 9.3. Could it be that the data only updates after detection? As he pondered, the door to the training room swung open, and a handsome coach strode in. Upon seeing Fang Ran, the man's eyes flashed with obvious hostility. In a haughty tone, he said, who are you? Another coach teaching basic evolution techniques? Do you even know who I am? I suggest you leave now to save yourself the embarrassment later. Fang Ran, unfazed by the provocation, didn't respond. Instead, he gestured for Xiaotian to begin practicing the basic evolution techniques. Meanwhile, Xinyun arrived at the guest pavilion in the courtyard. Inside, two people were seated, a spirited white-haired elder and a tall, stunning woman with short hair. The woman's beauty was so striking that even Xinyun couldn't help but pause for a moment. She's gorgeous. Xinyun is here. Come and meet your senior Lin, the elder said warmly. Senior Lin. Xinyun greeted respectfully, immediately recognizing the woman as Lin Qinghuan, the renowned war goddess of Yu City. Yes, Lin Qinghuan replied expressionlessly. Are you a student at Fang Academy? How are your grades? I've been enrolled for a week. I've already mastered the entry-level basic evolution techniques and just started learning my exclusive evolution method. Xinyun answered truthfully. The white-haired elder smiled in satisfaction at her words, and Lin Qinghuan gave a slight nod. It's a pity you enrolled so late. Otherwise, I might have been able to teach you myself. Why not take the chance today to give my granddaughter some guidance? The elder suggested eagerly. Despite his status as a monarch-level beastmaster, he treated this promising junior with great respect, almost as if engaging in a conversation among equals. I've already arranged for a coach to train her, Lin Qinghuan said calmly. He's the top performer in Yu City, having taught hundreds of beastmasters to master the basic evolution techniques. What? But I've already found a classmate to teach me. Xinyun exclaimed in surprise, clearly unaware of this arrangement. Cancel it. No one in Yu City can teach better than him, Lin Qinghuan said firmly, her gaze as cold and unyielding as a mirror of ice. Exactly. A student's experience can't compare to that of a seasoned beastmaster, the elder chimed in. At that moment, a figure stumbled into the pavilion. Everyone turned to look as the man staggered toward Lin Qinghuan. His voice trembled as he spoke. Senior Lin, I quit. He'll resign and take down my sign immediately. His eyes were filled with defeat. After witnessing the new coach's execution of the basic evolution techniques, My confidence is completely shattered. But before I leave, I must know who is that coach. Hearing this, everyone present exchanged puzzled glances, their confusion deepening. What coach? I only came to you. Lin Qinghuan's words were firm and decisive, leaving the coach momentarily stunned. He's my classmate. His name is Fang Ran, she added. The elderly man with white hair seemed to fall into contemplation upon hearing this, while Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly, her mind swirling with questions. A senior high school student? If he had been in school for 2 or 3 years, it would make sense. After all, her main intention this time was to find a graduating beast tamer. The coach's expression darkened further, as if another sharp blow had landed. Was he really inferior to a student? No, he entered the school with me, Shenyun quickly clarified. Those words hit like a thunderclap, leaving the coach frozen in place. A freshman? That's impossible. His mastery of the fundamental evolution method has clearly surpassed the proficient level. I can even sense the energy flowing naturally within him. It's likely he's already reached the mastery stage. Take me to meet your classmate immediately. I'll come too. The two prominent figures stood up at once, and Shun Yun hastily led the way. The coach followed behind in a daze, muttering incessantly under his breath. How is this possible? How is this even possible? Inside the training room, Xiao Tian sat upright. With each breath, her cells continuously extracted holy power, and faint creaks came from her bones as they subtly shifted. Behind her, white wings fluttered softly, now grown to half their full size. Just then, several figures entered the room. At the forefront was Shen Yun, followed by the dignified elderly man with white hair. Despite his age, he stood tall and exuded authority. Behind him was a tall girl with short hair. Her icy gaze and stunning beauty made Fang Ran steal a few extra glances. Even more beautiful than my teacher in my past life, Fang Ran marveled inwardly. Her looks were striking, but it was her unique aura, calm and poised like someone accustomed to power, that truly set her apart. Fang Ran, this is my grandfather, and this is Senior Lin. Xinyan introduced them. Hello, grandfather. Hello, Senior Lin. Fang Ran greeted them quickly. A king-level beast tamer was akin to an emperor in Yu City. So you're Fang Ran? And that's your beast? The elderly man asked kindly. An angelic species. Lin Qinghuan quickly identified the issue. Her holy power is insufficient to sustain the operation of her dual pupils. She's using my sacred flame evolution method. Sacred flame evolution method? Xinyan exclaimed in surprise. We only just received the original text of that method today. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. This speed was astonishing. She hadn't even started practicing yet, but Fang Ran had already mastered it. Just received it? How far have you gotten with it? The elderly man asked curiously. I haven't started yet, Xinyun admitted, slightly embarrassed. I recall you always ranked at the top in the academy, didn't you? Yes, I've consistently been first among the freshmen. Hearing this exchange, the two elders looked at Xiao Tian with even more admiration. Mastering the sacred flame evolution method in just 1 day. How long did it take you back then? The elderly man asked Lin Qinghuan, turning to her. Half a day, she replied, her red lips parting slightly. Her tone was calm, as if she were stating the most mundane fact. Shun Yun gazed at the scene before her, feeling a deeper sense of disappointment. Lin Qinghuan had mastered the skill in just half a day, showcasing extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Fang Ran's beast companion, Xiao Tian, was hindered by blindness in her twin pupils. If only her vision could be restored, she might stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Qinghuan. The old man observed all of this with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He knew that if these two young people could learn from each other, they would surely progress together. His attitude spoke volumes without the need for words. I can help her open her eyes, Lin Qinghuan suddenly said in a calm tone. Really? Fang Ran asked excitedly, though a trace of caution crept into his voice. You're not going to make me owe you another debt, are you? It's a simple favor, just a bit of holy power, Lin Qinghuan replied nonchalantly. Thank you, Senior Lin. Fang Ran expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The next moment, Lin Qinghuan closed her eyes briefly, and a sacred portal slowly unfolded in the air. From it emerged a six-winged angel draped in light silks, her pure and radiant visage causing Fang Ran's blood to stir. She was a stark contrast to the fully armored image often seen on posters. Beast space, Xinyun exclaimed enviously. When will I be able to unlock my own beast space? The old man explained. You'll need to wait until your beast companion advances to a higher rank. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle it. His gaze lingered on Lin Qinghuan's angel, and he couldn't help but marvel at its strength, which was already on the verge of surpassing his own. The six-winged angel descended gracefully, standing behind Xiao Tian. A sacred halo enveloped her. Sanctuary. The holy flame evolution technique within Xiao Tian began to activate. Her eyes shimmered with heat as holy power surged into her pupils. Minutes passed, and her face contorted in pain, struggling to endure. Is it not over yet? Fang Ran asked, his heart aching for her. Even Lin Qinghuan seemed surprised. Ordinarily, just a bit of holy power would have sufficed. Perhaps her ocular power is of a higher rank, the old man said gravely. The angelic race's ocular powers are divided into several levels. Lin Qinghuan's angel has S-level ocular power, which allows her to easily master skills and see through opponents. But the highest, divine-level ocular power is something even I've never witnessed. Xiao Tian let out a muffled groan as the sanctuary effect dissipated. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and the world bloomed into vibrant colors before her. She turned urgently, searching for the familiar blue aura, and only when she saw Fang Ran did she feel at ease. Lin Qinghuan stared at Xiao Tian's pale gold eyes, now shimmering with golden holy power, and was finally moved. S-level ocular power? It's on par with my beast companions. In such a small town, an angel with S-level ocular power has appeared. Meanwhile, a system notification suddenly popped up in Fang Ran's vision. Divine Eye of Light can evolve. Effect: photographic memory, enhanced control of holy power, ability to discern illusions. Required materials: 10 genetic points. Would you like to advance now? Fang Ran's heart skipped a beat. Ocular power could evolve. Did that mean it could ascend to even higher levels? But where would he obtain genetic points? As if responding to his doubts, a voice echoed in his mind. You can gain genetic points by killing other creatures. Fang Ran instantly understood. There was no rush to evolve now, especially since he didn't even have a single genetic point. Last time, the opportunity to hunt a ghostly soul had been snatched away by Su Yu. S-level ocular power. The old man's curiosity about the angelic race was piqued. Can she bring the holy flame evolution technique to a proficient level within a week? Unlikely, Lin Qinghuan replied coolly. It took me over half a month to reach proficiency back then. Such an achievement would be unparalleled in Yu City. Upon hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, the old man furrowed his brows tightly and nodded heavily. That's true. Many of those senior beast tamers have already advanced to higher levels. If it's just the ordinary level, it's hard to gain an advantage in the competition. The old man fixed his sharp gaze on Fang Ran. Advancing your beast to a higher level is a necessary condition for entering university academies. The most critical factor is the advancement materials for your beast. He asked with a hint of implication. No wonder you're working as a coterie, saving up for evolution materials, aren't you? In truth, Fang Ran was simply short on money. But he still replied with a deliberate seriousness. Yes, I want to choose the best evolution path for Xiao Tian. My special training class does have materials for angelic advancement, Lin Qinghuan said, a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes. But I'm afraid you're running out of time. To master the sacred flame evolution method within a week is practically impossible. She paused for a moment. Even if you do manage to learn it, how can you gather all the evolution materials in such a short time? You're not like Xin Yun, who has the backing of her family. For her, evolution materials are just a matter of asking. As soon as she finished speaking, the six-winged angel beside Lin Qinghuan disappeared in an instant. She turned and left, with the old man following her out of the training room. Before leaving, he thoughtfully closed the door behind him. What do you think? Xin Yun asked Fang Ran, her gaze fixed on him. She's beautiful, even more so than in the posters. Fang Ran replied without hesitation. What? That's not what I meant. Xin Yun exclaimed indignantly. Beside them, Xiao Tian had been quietly staring at Fang Ran's face. Only when their eyes met did she finally avert her gaze. Are you having trouble adjusting to the light? Should I get you a pair of sunglasses? Fang Ran asked with concern. Sunglasses? What are those? Xiao Tian tilted her head in confusion. There's something that can block out light. All right, enough chit-chat. Teach me the evolution method already. Xin Yun demanded, hands on her hips. I'm paying you, remember? All right, but my training is pretty strict. You'll need to follow my instructions, Fang Ran warned her in advance. Over the next 7 days, Fang Ran stayed in the guest room at Xin Yun's house. During the day, he focused on helping Xiao Tian practice the sacred flame evolution method, while also working on upgrading the sacred guiding divine bow. He only spared less than an hour each evening to correct Xin Yun's mistakes. However, due to the vast gap in their beast taming abilities, her fire butterfly seemed to grow increasingly dispirited after a few sessions. Fang Ran, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. Ever since Xiao Tian's eyesight had been restored, her progress had been nothing short of remarkable. Without needing to overdraw her potential, her proficiency in the sacred flame evolution method had already far surpassed her previous rate of improvement. By the 6th day, Xiao Tian had reached a bottleneck in the sacred flame evolution method, and the sacred guiding divine bow had even leveled up twice. At this point, Xiao Tian had grown into a remarkably powerful angel for her tier. Angel tier. Tier 2, 73.2. Level, ordinary late stage. Skills. Sacred guiding divine bow proficient. Arrows never miss. Inflict continuous burn damage. Reduce healing effects. Significantly conserve sacred power, and deal substantial damage to high-tier beasts. Sacred Flame Evolution Method skilled. Rapidly accumulates sacred power. Slightly enhances skill potency. Basic Evolution Method proficient. Evolution paths. Oracle Angel. Holy Light Angel. Healing Angel. War Angel. The most exciting part was that Xiao Tian had already reached the peak of the ordinary level and could break through to a higher level at any moment. Fang Ran's eyes widened as he stared at the evolution roadmap that had suddenly appeared before him. Oracle Angel, Holy Light Angel, Healing Angel, War Angel. Each name made his heart race. Especially the War Angel path, whose required advancement materials made him gasp. Slaughter Stone, Bloodheart of the Fierce Tiger, Purifying Herb. Fang Ran silently counted the items on the list. While some of the materials were exorbitantly priced, ranging from millions to tens of millions, he figured they were still manageable with some effort. But what on earth was this Slaughter Stone? Despite all his years in the beast taming world, he'd never even heard of it. This isn't just evolving an angel. It's practically creating an Athena. Fang Ran muttered with a wry smile, shaking his head. Just then, the system's notification rang out. Would you like to prepay for the advancement materials? You must repay within 1 month after advancing, or your rank will be revoked. What? Even advancement materials can be prepaid? Fang Ran's eyes widened as he carefully reviewed the notification. The harshest consequence was simply losing the rank. This was practically a zero-interest loan. After a brief moment of hesitation, Fang Ran gritted his teeth. Whatever, I'll go with War Angel. It's the strongest evolution path. With that, he decisively clicked the prepay button. This time, the prepayment process seemed unusually long. It was early morning, and Xiao Tian was still sound asleep in bed. Although Xin Yun had prepared 2 separate rooms for them, Xiao Tian insisted on staying by Fang Ran's side. Unable to change his mind, Fang Ran had no choice but to sleep on the couch. It wasn't that Xiao Tian wouldn't let him use the bed, but Fang Ran was worried that his aunt's clairvoyant eyes might catch him. It wasn't until Xiao Tian woke up that the prepayment finally completed. The system immediately displayed a prompt. Would you like to retrieve the prepaid items? Not yet, Fang Ran decided firmly. They'll wait until we're back home. If I advance here, and Xin Yun suddenly walks in, that'd be way too awkward. What am I supposed to say? Alright, no more pretending. Hey, race the truth. My beast is actually possessed by an empress, which is why she's naturally proficient in all kinds of techniques. Yeah, no thanks. With that thought in mind, Fang Ran went to bid farewell to Xin Yun. You taught well. My fire butterfly is progressing quickly, though her emotions are still a bit off, Xin Yun said casually. She then transferred 7 days' worth of wages to his account, a total of 50,000 yuan. 50 grand for just teaching 1 hour a day? Fang Ran was a little stunned. Let's just say I've hired you exclusively, Xin Yun replied with a smile. The way she said it sounded oddly like a sponsorship. Fang Ran quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. Before he left, Xin Yun even arranged a car to send him home. Upon entering the house, Fang Ran immediately noticed that his uncle and aunt seemed to be in much better spirits. They were especially overjoyed to see Xiao Tian's eyes had fully recovered, and they enthusiastically began planning a feast to nourish him. At the dinner table, his uncle suddenly remarked, Fang Ran, I heard that advancement materials for beasts can be really expensive. Yeah, it's true. A lot of people get stuck at higher levels because they can't afford to advance. Some beasts can't even reach the advanced tier, his aunt chimed in, sighing as if she were Xiao Tian's actual beast tamer and Fang Ran was merely a caretaker. Today, I overheard our neighbor saying that his son took out a beast loan worth several million just to evolve his beast, his aunt added, giving Xiao Tian a meaningful look. But he said it was all worth it. If you choose the right evolution path, you can easily earn back millions in the future. Fang Ran noticed the way his aunt was eyeing Xiao Tian. Clearly, she was already entertaining the idea of taking out a loan. Xiao Tian is not ready yet. Why the rush to advance? Fang Zhihua frowned as he looked at his wife, Sang Xuelan, his tone filled with doubt. Not urgent. Sang Xuelan exclaimed anxiously. The whole city's beast tamers are preparing for the imperial capital's special training program. The lady next door said you need at least an advanced beast to even qualify. Fang Ran stood nearby, listening to his uncle and aunt's conversation. Only then did he realize his aunt's intention. She wanted him and Xiao Tian to try out for the special training program. Advanced beast. Fang Zhihua couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you think your nephew is a war god? Fang Ran just started as a beast tamer. The ones participating are all second-year or third-year students. Forget the rank requirements. He hasn't even mastered the basic skills yet. As someone who frequently browsed beast tamer forums and kept up with insider news, Fang Zhihua clearly had a good understanding of the field. If we don't fight for it now, what if there's no chance later? We'd miss out again. Sang Xuelan argued back, unwilling to back down. Angel advancement materials. The cheapest healing angel alone costs 3 million. Where are we going to get that kind of money? Fang Zhihua bluntly pointed out the harsh reality. Sang Xuelan was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting the advancement requirements to be so steep. Seeing his uncle and aunt worrying about him, Fang Ran felt a warm surge in his heart. Don't worry about me. I'll figure it out myself. They'll just give tomorrow's selection a try. Fang Zhihua sighed inwardly, thinking it might not be a bad idea to let him try. At least it would silence his wife for a while. so she wouldn't keep pressuring Fang Ran with unrealistic expectations. Night fell, and in Fang Ran's room, he laid out the advancement materials he had painstakingly gathered. Xiao Tian stared in awe at the extraordinary items radiating immense vitality, particularly the black gold stone at the center. Its sharp, overwhelming energy seemed as if it might burst forth at any moment. Yes, I've prepared everything for you. Fang Ran gestured for Xiao Tian to begin. Xiao Tian consumed the cooked tiger heart first, and a surge of immense energy coursed through its body. It then took the calming herb to neutralize the tiger heart's ferocity, followed by a series of rare ingredients and medicinal herbs. Suddenly, the sound of bones reshaping echoed through the room. Xiao Tian writhed on the floor in pain as the black gold stone seemed to come alive, melting and fusing into its body, forming intricate patterns. A pair of pure white wings rapidly grew from its back, their surface etched with black markings. They didn't look like ordinary wings, but resembled razor-sharp blades. Minutes later, the transformation was complete. A War Angel, level 2 at 83. It had mastered skills such as War Sword Beginner, Steel Physique Beginner, Divine Bow of Light Proficient, Basic Evolution Method Proficient, Sacred Flame Evolution Method Skilled, and Divine Eye of Light. This was a legendary being designed to punish traitors, renowned for its unparalleled combat prowess. At that moment, the War Angel stood tall, its metallic wings spread wide, gripping a plain yet broad iron sword. Its gaze held only a faint trace of compassion and cold resolve except when it looked at Fang Ran. Only then did a different emotion flicker in its eyes. I've become stronger. She loosened her palm, and the iron sword condensed at her fingertips dissolved into streams of holy power, fading into the air. The wings on her back retracted as well, as if they had never existed. Here, put these on first. Fang Ran handed over a fresh set of clothes. Xiao Tian took them without a word, her expression unmoved. She dressed herself with natural ease, showing no concern for the fact that Fang Ran had seen her just moments ago. Why does it feel like the higher her advancement, the more divine she becomes? Fang Ran mused silently. Still, it was a good sign. It meant his contracted beast was growing stronger, capable of achieving even more. He turned his attention to the two new skills he had just acquired. War Sword Beginner allows the user to condense holy power into sharp, long-range slashes, dealing double damage to dark-type creatures. Steel Physique Beginner strengthens the body to the hardness of steel, effectively resisting attacks from ordinary cold weapons. Fang Ran conducted a quick test of the Steel Physique skill. A light graze from a kitchen knife left no mark, and even a forceful chop would likely dull the blade. Yet, when he touched his skin, he could still feel its elasticity and warmth. Do I need to attend the recruitment tomorrow? Xiao Tian's clear, mirror-like eyes fixed on Fang Ran, her tone carrying a hint of reliance on him. Yes, we should give it a try, Fang Ran said decisively. Although he would be up against senior contract Beast Masters from the second and third years, he had preemptively gained strength equivalent to their level. More importantly, Lin Qinghuan had mentioned that the special training camp had the materials Xiao Tian needed for her next advancement. Once she advances, they'll have to repay the materials I borrowed, Fang Ran thought to himself. But with my high-level Beast Master abilities, collecting those shouldn't be too difficult. The next day, the recruitment event was held in a massive arena. Outside, the place was packed with people. On one side were fans eager to catch a glimpse of Lin Qinghuan, and on the other was the area for entry qualification testing. The requirements were clear: proficiency in basic evolution techniques, and at least one exclusive evolution technique at the same level. Fang Ran arrived at the testing area with Xiao Tian. Her fair complexion and golden hair immediately drew the attention of those around them. Wow, what a gorgeous girl. She's not foreign. She looks local to me. Is she a beast master from Yuqing? Why is there a guy with her? The crowd buzzed with chatter. A fellow candidate walked up to Fang Ran. Hey, man, which city are you from? Are you local? You're not from Yuqing? Nope, I'm from a neighboring city, the man replied enthusiastically. I heard the goddess Lin herself will be teaching, so I had to come. Just seeing her once would make my life complete. Seeing the man's infatuation, Fang Ran couldn't help but smile. What difference would it make to see her? He had even spoken with her. Still, it was surprising to see how many fans Lin Qinghuan had outside of Yuqing. This also meant the competition would be even fiercer. Over the next several minutes, Fang Ran observed numerous beast masters who met the qualifications. Their contracted beasts were all of high rank, with some even reaching mid-high rank. This level of skill far exceeded the average in Yuqing, making it clear that the competitors this time weren't limited to locals. A sudden commotion broke out in the crowd. Look, it's Lu Yong, someone whispered in awe. A striking young man with an imposing presence strode forward, his beast, the formidable demon ox beast, renowned for its incredible strength. He was one of the top 3 elites of Fengge Academy. Following closely behind was Jiang Yuhuan, a prodigy beast tamer from a neighboring city. Why are all these big shots in Yuqing? And why are we grouped with them? Murmured the surrounding beast tamers, their voices a mix of excitement and apprehension. With the test imminent, Everyone understood this could be their one chance to change their destiny. A burly beast tamer walked up to Fang Ran, eyeing him and the petite girl beside him. You look unfamiliar. Local. His gaze lingered on the girl for a moment longer. Your girlfriend's quite the beautiful foreigner, no less. No wonder you seem so nervous. I'm just here to try my luck, Fang Ran replied modestly. The man chuckled knowingly. This test has gathered the best talents from all over the city's top-notch skills and abilities. But for me, as long as I don't mess up, passing is a piece of cake. He gave Fang Ran a hearty pat on the shoulder. Keep at it, young man. Even if you miss this chance, there'll be other opportunities down the road. The test officially began. One after another, the participants summoned their beasts and began utilizing basic evolution techniques or other specialized methods. When the burly man urged Fang Ran to summon his beast, Fang Ran simply pointed to the girl beside him. She's already here. A humanoid beast? The man's eyes widened in shock. His gaze toward Fang Ran suddenly filled with a mix of disbelief and wariness. Clearly, he was reminded of the controversial rumors about beast tamers and their beasts. Stop the chatter and begin the test. The examiner's voice interrupted his thoughts. Without delay, the girl, Xiao Tian, started using her evolution technique, completing the entire test in just 20 minutes. All done. Not bad, your speed ranks third, the examiner said warmly. You're quite the talent. Only then did Fang Ran notice that the two prodigies had already left. The sacred flame evolution technique does take more time. My basic evolution technique is more practiced, he remarked, turning to the burly man. Good luck, big brother. The man's jaw dropped. Third place, right behind the top talents of Feng Academy? Who was this mysterious expert who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Fang Ran entered the main hall. Lu Yong immediately recognized him. Hey, aren't you a sophomore at Feng Academy? Didn't expect you to pass too. So what if he passed? Jiang Yuhuan interjected disdainfully. You people from Feng will never match us from Tianlong Academy. I'm the one most deserving of being taught by Goddess Lin. Just as tensions were about to erupt, a cool, commanding voice cut through the air. Silence. Lin Qinghuan appeared. Her icy gaze swept across the room, pausing briefly on Fang Ran. She was inwardly astonished. She hadn't expected him to not only show up, but also master the sacred flame evolution technique to a proficient level within a week, with his beast advancing to a higher tier. However, when she realized he might have chosen the healing angel path, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. This fleeting moment didn't escape Jiang Yuhuan's sharp observation. Goddess Lin is looking at me, he thought, elated. Meanwhile, Lu Yong smirked smugly. Clearly, my aura is exceptional. Lin Qinghuan proceeded to announce the rules for the first lesson. Those who failed to complete the task would be eliminated. She had also brought a batch of prototype mechanical beasts for the students to challenge. The top 5 performers would earn her personal guidance. Jiang Yuhuan wasted no time mocking the beast tamers of Yuqing again and volunteered to go first. Lin Qinghuan nodded in agreement and explained the rules. The mechanical beasts were placed in separate rooms, and the task was to render them inoperable to pass. The participants entered the testing rooms one by one, leaving Lin Qinghuan alone in the venue. A short while later, the headmaster of Feng Academy, Jiang Rue, approached her. Alumna Lin, how many of our students do you think will pass? 7 or 8, perhaps. That few? Can't you go easy on them? The mechanical beasts are preset at the late advanced level. This is already a concession. As Fang Ran stepped into the room, a colossal figure immediately caught his eye. A 2-meter-tall mechanical werewolf stood motionless before him, its entire body crafted from intricate mechanical components. Embedded in its chest was a core device reminiscent of Iron Man's arc reactor, pulsating with a blue glow. The glaringly exposed weak point seemed almost like something straight out of a video game design. Training mode activated. Target, Fang Ran. Current level, advanced mid-tier. With the mechanical voice echoing, the werewolf's massive frame began to move, emitting a chilling series of clanking sounds. Instantly, Xiao Tian teleported in front of Fang Ran, a steel sword materializing in her hand as she vigilantly shielded her master. Fang Ran quickly assessed the situation. Advanced mid-tier. That alloy defense is probably no joke. Let's test its strength with the Sword of War. Following his command, Xiao Tian raised her longsword, her graceful arm carving a flawless arc through the air. As the blade descended, a wave of holy energy surged forth with a deafening roar. The mechanical werewolf sprang into action, its speed abruptly soaring to 120 miles per hour. The sheer intensity of its charge would have left an ordinary person paralyzed with fear. Yet, in the blink of an eye, as the sword wave struck, a crisp crack echoed through the room. One of the werewolf's mechanical arms was severed cleanly, and its massive body was forced to halt under the impact. Is that all it's got? Fang Ran frowned. This is supposed to be advanced mid-tier? It's as fragile as tofu. It's not even capable of testing Xiao Tian's true strength. Can we crank it up to advanced late tier? Beep beep. Authorization granted. Combat mode activated. Level upgraded to advanced late tier. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical adjustments, the werewolf's form began to transform. 3 sharp blades extended from its palms. Layers of reinforced mechanical armor enveloped its body, and its once pale blue eyes turned a menacing crimson, shifting from Iron Man to Wolverine. Now this is more like it, Fang Ran said with a satisfied nod. Xiao Tian, test your movement techniques. Don't go too hard on it. Understood, Xiao Tian replied calmly. To her, the mechanical werewolf's movements were as slow as a snail's. Even in close combat, it posed no real threat. Nonetheless, for safety, Fang Ran decided to preemptively activate 2 skills: Preload Sword of War and Steel Physique Proficiency. The system immediately responded. Acquired proficiency in Sword of War. Cuts through steel effortlessly. Featherlight handling. Capable of storing holy energy for range slashes. Acquired proficiency in Steel Physique. Expends holy energy to partially absorb physical damage. Xiao Tian's figure began to glow, streaks of light radiating from her body. The once plain iron sword in her hand now shimmered with intricate patterns etched across its surface. Sword of War. Execute 100 slashes. Steel Physique. Withstand 100 hits by expending holy energy. Wait, Xiao Tian, don't rush to end it just yet. Fang Ran shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, the situation for the other examinees was starkly different. Within a mere minute, several students emerged from their rooms, dejected and frustrated. That mechanical beast is way beyond advanced mid-tier. I had to use 3 skills just to break through its defense. What kind of insane alloy is that? It's only 1 tier above me, but its defense is ridiculous. Who can even pass this? Eliminating half of us on the first lesson? This training is brutal. Amid the chorus of complaints, Jiang Rui couldn't help but wonder aloud. What in the world are these mechanical beasts made of? The use of adamant steel as the material for these mechanical beasts left the principal gasping in surprise. This is a military-grade resource, a rare metal originally used to craft defensive armor for Beast Tamers, with a strength capable of withstanding 10 fierce attacks from high-level beasts. And now, it's being used to create mechanical beasts? The defensive power must be astonishing. The value of this batch of adamant steel alone is astronomical. The core of the mechanical beasts is crafted personally by mechanical beast tamers, granting them an overall strength equivalent to mid-high levels, comparable to the early high-level standard of regular beast tamers. With this level of strength, it should be enough to handle ordinary beast tamers, right? Ordinary beast tamers? Jiang Rui suddenly interjected. Are you referring to the beast tamers from the Imperial Academy? Lin Qinghuan froze for a moment at his words, her reaction saying it all. A wave of disbelief surged through Jiang Rui's mind. They're actually using the standards of the Imperial Academy to train these students? As time passed, more and more students were eliminated, and Jiang Rui's expression grew increasingly grave. 5 full minutes later, someone finally broke through the challenge: Xiaohong, the top-scoring student from Feng Ran Academy. Although he didn't appear to pass with ease, the realization that he was the first to succeed brought a look of relief to his face. This meant he now qualified to receive guidance from Senior Lin. Xiaohong, you've done Feng Ran Academy proud. The principal finally showed a pleased smile. 5 minutes barely a pass, Lin Qinghuan remarked indifferently. Her words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Xiaohong. In this senior's eyes, the achievement he had been so proud of was merely considered barely adequate. Though momentarily disheartened, Xiaohong quickly adjusted his mindset. In this region of Yuqing, no one else had surpassed him yet. With that thought, he regained his confidence. Take your beast for treatment, there's more training coming up, Lin Qinghuan instructed. Understood. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Xiaohong led his injured beast to the medical room. Time continued to pass, and after a few more minutes, the number of students passing the test steadily increased. The examination venue was filled with outstanding students from various academies. Among them were Lu Yong, ranked in the top 3 of Feng Ran Academy, and Zhang Yuhuan from Tianlong Academy, as well as several other elite students who were also in the top 10. Heh, Lu Yong, looks like you got lucky this time, Zhang Yuhuan said with a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yong, who had completed the test before him. However, Jiang wasn't too disappointed, as he himself had secured the 5th position. Lu Yong merely glanced at him indifferently and shook his head without saying a word. To him, this kind of competitive attitude seemed rather childish. The top 5 have been confirmed, correct? Principal Jiang asked the examiner. Yes, I'll review the battle records of the mechanical beasts shortly to finalize the selection of the 5, the examiner replied. This method of selection makes sense. Real combat reveals true talent, Jiang Rui remarked thoughtfully. He had seen many beastmasters with innate talent falter during real battles, while others with average talent excelled under pressure. Lin Qinghuan's gaze lingered on a closed door. Fang Ran was inside, along with a few other students. It's been almost 10 minutes, and he's still not out. Could he have fainted in there? Jiang Rui joked lightly. No need to worry. This isn't a real combat mode. Even if a candidate loses consciousness, the mechanical beast will automatically send an alert, Lin Qinghuan explained. though a slight furrow appeared on her brow. She hadn't expected Fang Ran to last this long. By all accounts, with the capabilities of a healing-type beast, he shouldn't even be able to break through the mechanical beast's defenses. Could he have discovered some special technique? Lin Qinghuan murmured to herself. He's only mastered my holy guiding divine bow, and even at a proficient level, it shouldn't be enough to pierce through Vajra steel. Despite her doubts, she had to admit that Fang Ran's performance had far exceeded expectations. For a newly advanced senior beastmaster to hold his own against a mid-level mechanical beast for this long was truly remarkable. As long as he lasts 10 minutes without being defeated, he'll pass, Lin Qinghuan decided internally. After all, healing-type beasts have limited combat capabilities. He'll likely end up battered and bruised before being forced out. But considering how recently he became a beastmaster, reaching this level of performance is a sign of extraordinary talent worth nurturing. With that thought, she turned to a nearby staff member and instructed in a low voice, "Prepare some healing medicine." Roar. Inside the room stood a towering 2-meter-tall mechanical werewolf, its metallic blades slicing through the air to form a dense web, enclosing Xiao Tian within. Facing this storm of steel, Xiao Tian's iron sword danced like a butterfly, clashing against the incoming strikes with sharp metallic clangs. Each collision sent golden sparks flying, illuminating the entire room. The mechanical werewolf, though missing an arm, remained ferocious and relentless. Yet, in Xiao Tian's eyes, the massive creature was nothing but a clumsy toy. Every attack from it was effortlessly neutralized by a faint, glowing holy shield. With a swift horizontal slash of Xiao Tian's longsword, the mastery level of his warblade skill finally reached 100100, unlocking the ability to use it again. At that moment, the mechanical werewolf spasmed a few times, the red glow in its eyes flickering before extinguishing completely. It broke already? Fang Ran stared at the lifeless mechanical beast, disappointment evident in his tone. I just finished repaying the warblade debt, and I didn't even get to use the steel physique yet. Xiao Tian nodded silently, his blade dissolving into specks of holy light and merging back into his body. Outside the room, the waiting crowd was growing impatient. Still not out? Isn't this guy from your Funga Academy? Is he hiding in there like a turtle? It's been half an hour. Jiang Yahuan's voice was particularly grating. The tense crowd murmured among themselves, with only Qiao Hong, Funga Academy's top student, remaining silent. Half an hour waste. How's the goddess supposed to guide us now? Jiang Yuhuan mocked, his eyes subtly sizing up Lu Yong, the third-ranked student of Fungo Academy. Principal Jiang frowned in thought. Who's still in there? Lasting this long? It's Fang Ran. Which Fang Ran? The freshman. His contracted beast just advanced to a higher tier. Don't tell me he took out alone? Jiang Rue exclaimed in shock. For Funga Academy's most promising freshman to risk his future by borrowing resources to enhance his beast level just for Lin Qinghuan's guidance sight was unthinkable. He managed to elevate his exclusive evolution technique to mastery within a week, evolving into a healing angel, Jiang Rue muttered, his expression twisted with mixed emotions. At that moment, the door finally creaked open. All eyes turned toward it, only to see a golden-haired woman stepping out gracefully. Her expression was cold, her eyes devoid of emotion, and an air of nobility surrounded her. The crowd instantly realized this was a contracted beast. Before anyone could comment on her striking appearance, Fang Ran emerged from behind her. Lin Qinghuan quickly approached. They'll go check the battle records. Wait here. She scrutinized Xiao Tian carefully, astonished to find him entirely unharmed, without a single trace of battle on him. You passed. Fang Ran nodded. Half an hour? Don't tell me you just ran laps until its battery died? Jiang Yuhuan sneered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Lin Qinghuan began leading the group to inspect the rooms of those who had passed. Jiang Yuhuan's ice prison crab had successfully frozen the mechanical gorilla's core using a pinning strategy. Lu Yong's demon bull had overpowered its opponent with sheer brute force, pinning it against the wall. When they finally arrived at Fang Ran's room, the sight before them left everyone stunned. Scattered mechanical debris littered the room, with dismembered arms and chunks of iron armor strewn everywhere. It looked like the aftermath of a mechanical massacre. Get the recording device, now. Jiang Rue demanded, unable to believe his eyes. When the footage was played, the crowd watched as Xiao Tian, wielding his iron sword, severed the mechanical werewolf's arm in a single strike. What kind of skill is that? Jiang Rue turned to Lin Qinghuan in shock, only to find her equally baffled. Just then, a calm and measured voice broke the silence. Can we push the tier to latest stage advanced? Can the rank be raised to late advanced stage? This sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding in Principal Jiang Rue's ears. He instinctively shook his head, thinking this kid must be crazy. However, a trace of calmness quickly returned to his face. There was no way the mechanical beast would comply with Fang Ran's request, as he didn't have the required authority. But in the next moment, the change on the screen made his pupils contract sharply. The mechanical werewolf's eyes suddenly glowed blood red, and 3 razor-sharp blades extended from its arms in an instant. Its entire body was covered in a chilling layer of iron armor. It had entered combat mode, undoubtedly combat mode. This is a serious teaching accident, Zhang Rue exclaimed in shock. During a sparring session, the mechanical beast had activated its combat mode. This meant it would go all out, its strength skyrocketing to the late advanced stage. If anything happened to Fang Ran, as the principal, he would be held accountable. He urgently turned to Lin Qinghuan, wanting to stop this disaster, only to realize that she was frowning deeply, saying nothing. It was then that he understood this was merely a recording, not a live feed. In other words, Fang Ran had already successfully dealt with the out-of-control mechanical werewolf. How is this possible? Zhang Rue's mind raced with countless possibilities. Did he give the beast some kind of forbidden drug? Or is it his beast? Lin Qinghuan's voice trembled noticeably. Is neither on the healing angel nor the oracle angel evolution path. This is something I've never seen before. Her words only deepened Zhang Rue's doubts. Some special evolution paths required formulas that cost a fortune. Had Fang Ran really taken such a risk? Had he resorted to borrowing money from the black market? What could he possibly have used as collateral? As the recording continued, their expressions grew increasingly intense. When they saw Fang Ran commanding his beast to fight the mechanical werewolf, Zhang Rue could no longer sit still. The mechanical werewolf's attacks landed on Xiaotian, but they couldn't even break through the most basic defenses. It completely defied his understanding. If he goes all out, he could probably defeat the mechanical werewolf in less than half a minute, Lin Qinghuan said in a steady tone. With this level of strength, he could already rival top-tier talents. With proper training, he has a real chance of entering one of the 5 top academies. Her words sent a wave of excitement through Zhang Rue. After so many years, they finally had another student capable of competing for a spot in one of the 5 elite academies. When the recording ended, the two of them remained silent for a long time, unable to calm down. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 60 or so surviving candidates had gathered, waiting for the final results. A proctor, holding a list in hand, began announcing the rankings. 5th place, Ma Weiwei. As soon as the words were spoken, a young girl clenched her hands in excitement. Everyone present knew she was a top student from a renowned beast taming academy. 4th place, Lu Yong. 3rd place, Zhang Wei. The announcement of 2 names from the Funga Academy drew sighs and wry smiles from the other candidates. Lu Yong, looks like I beat you this time, Zhang Yuhuan said with a smug grin. Lu Yong's face betrayed a flicker of surprise. He never expected Zhang Yuhuan to rank higher than him. Standing in the crowd, Lu Yong furrowed his brows. Could it be that my combat style is too rough, lacking finesse? He pondered, reflecting deeply. Based on previous years' patterns, the 2nd place should undoubtedly belong to Zhang Yuhuan, while the top spot would naturally go to Qiao Hong from Fungo Academy. As the son of the mayor of Yu City, Qiao Hong not only possessed a top-tier battle beast, but had also secured the #1 spot for 2 consecutive years. To lose to such a Padawan player is not surprising, Lu Yong sighed inwardly. Meanwhile, Qiao Hong maintained his usual calm and composed demeanor. Every assessment followed the same routine. He would arrive with effortless grace and claim the 1st place with equal ease. The surrounding students, watching his seemingly indifferent attitude, couldn't help but grumble internally. Isn't there anyone who can make this unshakable guy show even a hint of emotion? 2nd place, Qiao Hong. The announcement of the results caused an uproar among the crowd. Qiao Hong abruptly looked up, staring at the Beast Master on stage in disbelief. Did you make a mistake? I completed the task in the shortest time, and even Senior Lin gave me high praise. There's no mistake. These results were personally written by Senior Lin, the Beastmaster replied firmly. Qiao Hong clenched his teeth. This was the first time in Yu City that someone had surpassed him. The feeling was unbearable, yet it ignited a fierce curiosity about the identity of the 1st place winner. Ha! Zhang Yuhuan's face lit up with exhilaration. I knew it. Senior Lin can truly see my talent. He was already imagining the sensation this achievement would cause back at Tianlong Academy. The Beastmaster on stage observed Zhang Yuhuan's excitement with a peculiar smile. The room fell silent in anticipation, and all eyes turned toward the stage. Zhang Yuhuan, brimming with confidence, stepped forward expectantly. 1st place Fang Ran. The announcement of this name plunged the room into stunned silence. Whispers broke out among the crowd. Who's Fang Ran? Oh, I remember now. He's the one who took nearly half an hour to finish. Does getting beaten up count as a talent? I think he has an angelic battle beast. Could it be favoritism for appearance? All eyes turned toward Fang Ran and his angelic battle beast. Zhang Yuhuan's expression darkened instantly. Then what's my rank? He demanded. 6th. The response hit Zhang Yuhuan like a sledgehammer. Leaving him breathless. 6th place meant he didn't even qualify. The frustration boiled over in an instant. His massive frost prison crab materialized out of nowhere, its enormous pincers charging toward Fang Ran like bulldozers. The crowd scattered in panic, but Fang Ran's angelic battle beast, Xiaotian, remained calm. It instantly stepped in front of its master, a giant sword inscribed with mysterious patterns appearing in its hands. The frost prison crab's assault came to an abrupt halt. Jiang Yuhuan followed closely behind, gritting his teeth. I'm the third-ranked student at Tianlong Academy. Fang Ran, do you dare to duel me? If you lose, you must give up your spot. Fang Ran chuckled lightly at the challenge. What if I just refuse to accept the duel? If you win, they'll give you any one piece of Lord-level evolution material. Hearing this offer, Fang Ran's expression turned serious. Lord-level advancement materials? A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. Jiang Yuhuan actually has access to something like that? Just one piece costs millions, and considering that Angel isn't a ranked beast, advancement materials for it would be even more expensive. A confident smirk curved on Jiang Yuhuan's lips. To him, it was certain that Fang Ran wouldn't dare accept this challenge. Even if he did, how could someone who struggled so long against a mechanical beast possibly be his match? Where did you get Lord-level materials? Fang Ran asked directly. Jiang Yuhuan chuckled lightly. As one of the top 3 students at Tianlong Academy, I receive a piece of Lord-level material as a reward every year. Do I even need to explain? The reactions of those around them confirmed his words. A flicker of thought crossed Fang Ran's eyes. So, the Academy rankings have such perks. If you're scared, just give up your spot now. Jiang Yuhuan declared, voicing what the crowd was likely thinking. What doesn't belong to you will never truly be yours. Indeed, many couldn't understand why Fang Ran had managed to claim the top rank. Even though Lin Xinghuan had personally endorsed him, they suspected something was amiss. After all, Fang Ran had been an unknown in the circle of geniuses, then suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere, stepping over everyone to claim the top spot. How could the other prodigies accept this? Xiao Tian's expression grew frostier, her fingers unconsciously tightening into fists. So what do you say? Lord-level materials, plus a personal lesson from Senior Lindoisant, this wager seemed fair. Jiang Yuhuan taunted. I agree, Fang Ran responded calmly. But don't blame me if someone gets hurt. Jiang Yuhuan froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Hurt? This guy was actually worried that his ice prison crab might get injured? What an insult. He resolved to teach Fang Ran and his beast a harsh lesson. Ice prison crab, don't hold back. The crowd quickly cleared a space. Xiao Tian strode forward with her head held high, facing the massive, menacing beast that was several times her size. Despite the size disparity, the aura radiating from her was enough to send chills down everyone's spine. Her stance alone exuded an intimidating strength. Roar! The ice prison crab charged like a runaway truck, unleashing its full force as it lunged at Xiao Tian. In a flash, a complexly etched iron sword materialized in Xiao Tian's hand. With a swift slash, a wave of holy energy erupted from the blade, slicing through the air. Ice armor! Jiang Yuhuan quickly commanded. The ice prison crab immediately curled into a defensive position, its body encased in a thick layer of frost. Boom! The sword wave collided with the ice armor, the impact forcing the ice prison crab to stagger backward. But the battle was far from over. Another sword wave was already roaring toward it. Crack! The second wave struck a gap in the ice armor, severing one of the ice prison crab's claws in a single blow. A clean hit. Jiang Yuhuan clutched his shoulder, grimacing in pain from the mental feedback of his beast's injury. But more than the physical agony, he was utterly shocked. The ice armor, which had reached a proficient level, couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. Just what level were this angel's skills? So tough, Fang Ran couldn't help but marvel. No wonder mechanical beasts couldn't gain widespread use. Their inability to wield skills alone meant they were destined to be outclassed by real beasts. If it had been a mechanical beast, Xiao Tian would have sliced it apart with a single strike. To the crowd, however, Fang Ran's comment sounded like blatant ridicule. So tough? You call that tough? Someone couldn't help but shout angrily. What? Does it have to be sliced in half with one blow for you to be satisfied? A figure bathed in holy light hovered above the ice prison crab, an iron sword in hand gleaming with a cold brilliance, poised to strike the giant crab's head. Xiao Tian's expression was emotionless, her eyes chillingly cold, showing no trace of mercy for her Suntabeslan opponent. Any being that dared to challenge her master's authority deserved to pay the price with their life. The iron sword sliced through the air, but just as it was about to land, a force deflected it. Lin Xinghuan had appeared beside Xiao Tian at some point, her voice calm as she said, "That's enough. Let it end here. Jiang Yuhuan, remember your promise." Jiang Yuhuan nodded with a pale face, his clothes already drenched in cold sweat. Regret filled his heart. Had the ice prison crab truly been slain, it would have severely damaged his mental strength and crushed his chances of entering the top 5 academies. Losing a hand was a minor issue with modern medical advancements, and while the materials from his Lord-tier beast pained him to forfeit, it was still far better than losing his life-bound beast. What a pity, Xiao Tian muttered under her breath. Only by making an example can we keep those fools from getting too close to my master. The onlookers were stunned, their whispers buzzing in the air. Did you see how she made her move? The angel race is known to be top tier among humanoid beasts. I always thought angels were all looks and no power from those cosplay streams. Even one of the top 3 students from Tianren Academy was taken down instantly. Since when did Fungo Academy have someone this powerful? Have they been hiding her all along? The students from Fungo Academy, in particular, looked at Fang Ran with newfound reverence, their earlier playful attitudes replaced by awe. Xiao Hong stared at Fang Ran, noticing that his fingers trembled slightly against his will. He denied it inwardly. This can't be fear, it must be the thrill of encountering a worthy rival. As the top student of Fungo Academy, how could I possibly be afraid of anyone? Lu Yong, who had met Fang Ran before, approached with a warm demeanor. Brother Fang, how come I've never seen you around the academy before? I just transferred to Fungo Academy, Fang Ran replied simply. Ah, a transfer student, that explains it, Lu Yong said in realization, then asked, how did you train your angel to have such incredible power? She worked hard on her own, Fang Ran replied with a faint smile. Beside him, Xiao Tian lowered her gaze, her expression calm. Lu Yong couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly worthy of the angel race, there's an inherent nobility in every move. Still, each has its pros and cons. At least I don't have to worry about being controlled by an angel. He recalled rumors of some angel beasts turning the tables on their masters, especially the celebrity angels who reportedly reduced their handlers to obedient servants. Given Xiao Tian's displayed power, Lu Yong couldn't help but imagine Fang Ran being slapped into submission. But the next exchange completely overturned his assumptions. Xiao Tian, try not to go overboard next time, Fang Ran said helplessly. Auntie, if you'd actually gone through with it, I wouldn't be able to afford the consequences even if I sold myself. Can't I just kill him? Xiao Tian asked. No, you can't, Fang Ran replied. Fine, I understand. I won't do it next time, Xiao Tian said, obediently admitting her mistake. Her docile demeanor left Lu Yong utterly astonished. This seemed completely at odds with the reputation of the angel race. Could Fang Ran have some unique method of taming beasts? Did he possess some special trait that allowed him to dominate an angel? The thought made Lu Yong look at Fang Ran with even greater respect. Moments later, Fang Ran and his group of 5 were led to stand before Lin Qinghuan. The imposing aura of this senior figure instinctively made everyone tense up. Fang Ran, why haven't you recalled your beast back to its beast space? Lu Yong asked, his tone tinged with confusion. Off to the side, Xiao Hong frowned and sneered. Are you showing off? Contracting a rare angelic beast? Too bad, me beast is also in a great species. Fang Ran was baffled. Show off. He didn't even have a beast space, so what was there to show off? If he had the chance to open a beast space, he would jump at it without hesitation. As the group quietly observed each other, Lin Qinghuan spoke in a low, commanding voice, summon all your beasts. The moment her words fell, 4 flashes of light erupted, followed by deafening roars. 4 ferocious beasts appeared one after another. Though Fang Ran's beast was small in size, its performance in the previous battle had left everyone present with no choice but to take it seriously. Lin Qinghuan's gaze fell on Fang Ran. I almost forgot you haven't opened a beast space yet, have you? That's right, Fang Ran admitted with a nod. You haven't opened a beast space yet. The others turned to Fang Ran in surprise, but quickly dismissed their shock. After all, many present hadn't opened a beast space either. However, as advanced beast tamers, most would find a way to create one sooner or later. Perfect timing, Lin Qinghuan said as she turned sharply, moving with lightning speed. Before we proceed, let me help you open your beast space. In the blink of an eye, she returned with a device resembling a wristband. Let me put this on for you, she said, stepping closer to Fang Ran and fastening the wristband around his wrist. This brief moment of contact sparked envy in the eyes of the others, who wished they could trade places with Fang Ran. All set, Lin Qinghuan said, taking a few steps back. Activate your innate ability. The divine stone inside the wristband will assist you in creating your beast space. Fang Ran stared at the wristband, then closed his eyes to concentrate. Preload. Preload mastery of the Sword of War. As his ability activated, an unexpected transformation occurred. Mastery of the Sacred Flame, Great Sword. Consuming 20 of sacred energy, the sword's blade became imbued with sacred flames, dramatically amplifying its power. The Great Sword could now unleash 100 attacks enhanced by sacred fire. This was the first time a skill's name had changed, and Fang Ran was taken aback. However, the new effect was undeniably exciting. His skill proficiency had already surpassed that of all his peers. While others were astonished to reach the proficient level, he had achieved mastery. In Xiao Tian's eyes, sacred flames danced, and memories of wielding the sword surged within her. Through repeated use of the Sword of War, she had unlocked the secret of sacred flame infusion, mastering a brand new ability, the Sacred Flame Greatsword. As Fang Ran channeled his innate ability, the wristband trembled violently. Within his mental realm, a brand new space was forming at an astonishing speed, almost without any resistance. What level do you think Fang Ran's beast space will be? Someone whispered. Huh. Xiao Hong scoffed arrogantly. The size of a beast space is naturally tied to one's talent level. With my grade talent, I created an grade beast space. An grade beast space? Zhang Wei, a long-haired beast tamer with considerable skill, exclaimed in surprise. Despite his unremarkable name, his reaction betrayed his amazement. An grade beast space was roughly the size of a football field and could expand further with level progression. More importantly, operating evolution techniques within an grade space could yield over twice the efficiency. The title Funga Academy's #1 Zhang Wei was widely known throughout the campus. A bespectacled girl named Ma Weiwei was explaining the differences in the levels of beast taming spaces. My beast taming space is only B level, while the admission threshold for the 5 grade academies requires at least an A level space. This means the evolution speed of beasts can be nearly tripled. There was a hint of longing in her voice. The strength of the beast taming space almost determines the upper limit of a beast tamer's potential. Even the most advanced S-level evolution method only doubles the capability compared to a level 1. But in S-level beast taming space can create a disparity of about 5 times compared to a level space. An expert's words echoed in everyone's minds. For this reason, many beast tamers choose to delay opening their beast taming space for a significant period after forming a contract with their beasts. This approach allows them to accumulate strength and increase the likelihood of developing a more powerful space. Lu Yong gazed at Fang Ran with eyes full of anticipation. Fang Ran's earlier performance had already proven his extraordinary talent so much so that even Jiang Yuhuan, who possessed an A-level beast taming space, paled in comparison. The larger the beast, the larger the corresponding beast taming space tends to be. As soon as this was said, Xiao Tian immediately perked up his ears, his light golden eyes filled with worry, fearing that his size might affect the level of the space Fang Ran could create. With 2 beeps, the mechanical device on Fang Ran's wrist emitted a sound, and a faint purple glow began to spread. Level space. Lin Qinghuan's lips curved slightly, thinking to herself, with Fang Ran's level physical endurance talent, opening a level space has already exceeded expectations. Even if restricted by this level, with Xiao Tian's talent and hard work, the future still holds great potential. At that moment, Fang Ran closed his eyes and focused entirely, immersed in his mental world. The other talented students showed surprise on their faces, as their spaces were all at least level. Suddenly, a golden light flashed level space appeared. Lu Yong was just about to praise Fang Ran when an orange glow abruptly burst forth. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, especially Xiao Hong. This glow was all too familiar to him. It was the mark of an A-level beast taming space. Recalling his own achievement of an A-level space, standing out among dozens of siblings and earning his father's full support, Xiao Hong understood this was the hallmark of a true prodigy. His beast had leveraged this advantage to reach the advanced mid-stage, nearing the late stage, all within just 2 years, allowing him to retain his title as Funga Academy's top student for years. A level. The crowd gasped in unison. This is the first A-level beast taming space in Funga Academy's history. However, just as everyone was reeling from the shock, the glow on Fang Ran's wrist changed once again. At this moment, Fang Ran's soul was floating within his spiritual world. Before him stretched a vast expanse of pure white space, far exceeding anything he had anticipated. He recalled Xiao Hong once mentioning that a grade beast taming space was only as large as a soccer field. Yet, the space in front of him seemed boundless, so vast that it continued to expand endlessly. Is this meant for beasts to play soccer? A bizarre image popped into Fang Ran's mind. Ferocious beasts dressed in sportswear, kicking soccer balls that exploded on impact. He then imagined Xiao Tian and the exotic beast girls in sporty outfits, which unexpectedly sparked his interest in soccer. On second thought, these beasts were inherently monsters capable of leaping 10 stories high, so having a larger field seemed perfectly reasonable. After several minutes, the space finally stopped expanding. The light from the pocket watch on Fang Ran's wrist grew increasingly intense. At the same time, his backup development wristband emitted a series of urgent alarms. Beep, beep. Device limit reached. This wristband, which could measure up to grade beast taming space fluctuations, now displayed an evolution speed amplification equivalent to 4 to 5 times the normal rate. Grade space. Lin Qinghuan's voice was filled with astonishment. It wasn't just the level of the space that shocked her, it was the fact that someone like Fang Ran, who was thought to have weak innate talent, could develop in grade beast taming space. This completely shattered the long-standing belief that a beast taming space was inherently tied to one's talent. What? Grade space. Lu Yong was utterly dumbfounded. He had been worried that Fang Ran's grade space wouldn't keep up with the pace, but now, he found himself being left far behind. How is this possible? Even Xiao Hong couldn't hide his disbelief as he spoke. In all my years in Yuqing, this is the second case since Lin Qinghuan's grade. You have to understand, Lin Qinghuan was admitted to the Imperial Academy on special terms because of her space. She became the top student within a month. Fang Ran opened his eyes to find the people around him staring in shock. He lowered his gaze to see that all the slots on his wristband had lit up, and he immediately understood the situation. It's great. That might even be an understatement. This space likely surpassed all known levels. The wristband only displayed Scrade because it had reached its detection limit. All of this was thanks to his newly acquired innate ability. Fang Ran, what was your talent level before? How did you manage to develop in Scrade space? The other prodigies bombarded him with questions, relieved that they hadn't offended someone with such limitless potential. Forming a connection with a talent like Fang Ran could only be beneficial for their futures. Finally, Xiao Hong set aside his pride and spoke up. Fang Ran, let's spar sometime if you're free. In the face of such talent, pride became meaningless. Over time, the disparity in innate abilities would inevitably manifest fully through their beasts. Lin Qinghuan gazed at Fang Ran, her eyes carrying a hint of approval. As fellow angel tribe Beast Tamers living in the same city, this rare connection made her feel a bit closer to him. In a few days, they'll report your situation, she said with a smile. If all goes well, the Imperial capital might provide you with some resource support. Of course, the prerequisite is that you aim to enroll in the Imperial Academy. As soon as she said this, envy flashed in the eyes of those around them. Being included in the reporting list almost guaranteed a reserved spot. Although S-level talent wasn't as sought after as an S by prestigious academies, this kind of early preferential treatment was already enviable. Senior Lin, how much can S-level talent improve the evolution speed? Fang Ran couldn't help but ask. S-level? Someone chimed in. I heard it's around 7 times faster. All eyes turned to Lin Qinghuan, clearly filled with curiosity about this question. S-level provides about 5 times the acceleration, and it won't exceed 10 times at the maximum, Lin Qinghuan said calmly. My beast space was rated as S because it offers a 10-fold enhancement. 10 times. Everyone gasped in astonishment. However, evolution consumes cellular energy within the beast. The faster the evolution, the greater the energy consumption, Lin Qinghuan added. Otherwise, if everyone could just stay in their beast space all the time, there'd be no need to compete for resources. How large is your beast space? Fang Ran blurted out. The question made those around them tense up. It was an unspoken taboo to ask about such things. However, Lin Qinghuan, in good spirits after discovering such a talented student, answered candidly. About 10,000 square meters. Fang Ran's heart raced. His own beast space was several times that size. All right, Lin Qinghuan shifted the topic. You are all students I've taken special interest in, so I'll arrange for someone to create a level diets tailored to your beasts. As she spoke, she jotted down the types of beasts each of them had. A level diets. Xiao Hong secretly swallowed hard. Even the diet his father had customized for him was only level. A level diets not only required strict ingredients, but could provide nourishment lasting months, with prices that were staggeringly high. Soon, several specialists arrived with equipment to measure the weight and preferences of everyone's beasts. As for Fang Ran, Lin Qinghuan personally took charge. Though the others were envious, they didn't voice any complaints after all. Both of them were Angel Tribe Beast Tamers. You can use the same formula as mine, Lin Qinghuan said. The Celestial Tribe needs high-energy food the most. Snowflake, dew paired with white forest venison, one meal costs 300,000 and can sustain a beast in its space for a month without eating. Fang Ran silently nodded. 300,000 was just within his budget, and in Yuqing, it was nearly impossible to acquire such high-grade ingredients without special connections. It'll help you procure the ingredients, Lin Qinghuan concluded. Make sure to elevate your beast to late high level as soon as possible. In the Shun family residence, Shun Yun was attentively listening to her grandfather's advice. Remember to absorb the fire spirit stone. It will greatly benefit your beast taming abilities, the elder said earnestly. Understood, Grandpa, Shun Yun replied with a solemn nod. She was well aware that each fire spirit stone was worth about 100,000, but it was merely a necessary resource for her daily beast taming training. I heard that Lin Xiaoyu has already completed the selection process and picked 5 promising candidates for focused training, the elder mentioned. Although Shun Yun already had a latest-stage king-level beast tamer as her mentor, she couldn't help but feel a spark of competitiveness upon hearing this. How does Senior Lin plan to train them? Probably by improving their diet first, then gradually building up their abilities, the elder speculated. Improving their diet? Shun Yun was a bit taken aback. Her beasts had always been fed with specially customized ingredients since they were young, so she had never given it much thought. Only now did she realize how meticulous the dietary planning for beasts could be. Just as she was about to inquire further about the names of those who passed the selection, the elder's phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. His expression shifted dramatically as he read the message. At first, his brows furrowed, but then his face lit up with exhilaration. A genius, an absolute genius, the elder exclaimed, standing up in excitement. Another prodigy has opened in shrank beast space. The sudden change startled Shin Yun. It had been a long time since she had seen her grandfather so animated. Normally, he remained calm and composed no matter the situation. And shrank beast space? Someone has actually opened and shrank beast space. Yun's pupils dilated in shock. As someone who only possessed an A-rank beast space, this news was nothing short of astonishing. The elder sat back down and explained, yes, and this person happens to be one of the 5 students from Fungo Academy. However, Lin Xinghuan has chosen to keep their identity confidential for now, planning to report it to the Imperial Capital Academy, first to prevent any competition from arising. One of our academy's students? Yun was stunned, and shrank beast space signified a far superior evolution speed compared to others. She consoled herself, thinking that this individual was likely a 2nd or 3rd year beast tamer and not in the same league as her. For now, her primary focus was on surpassing Fang Ran. A few days later, Lin Xinghuan addressed the remaining dozens of students, saying, within 1 week, I will train you in real combat to become true beast tamers. Of course, you're free to quit if you wish. However, what awaited them was grueling, devil-like training. Not only did they have to train their beasts, but they also had to endure daily cross-country runs, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the materials Fang Ran needed had finally been prepared. After a long day of training, he returned home drenched in sweat. He quickly ate a few bites of food before heading to his room with Xiao Tian. On the desk lay carefully wrapped top-grade ingredients, and just the aroma alone made every cell in his body tingle with excitement. Master, aren't you going to eat? Xiao Tian, now much more developed and no longer in its pitiful former state, chirped with newfound liveliness. I'm not hungry, Fang Ran replied with a smile. Eat. At this point, he felt like even one more bite might make him burst. The energy contained here was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Fang Ran watched Xiao Tian intently as she consumed the ingredients bite by bite. As she ate, waves of warmth began coursing through her body, and her temperature gradually rose. When Fang Ran reached out to touch her forehead, the scorching heat forced him to pull his hand back instantly. Yet, at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to notice Xiao Tian's sacred power growing at a rapid pace. Stay in the beast space, Fang Ran thought to himself, bringing Xiao Tian into the beast space with a single thought. Despite being in an unfamiliar environment, Xiao Tian quickly calmed down with Fang Ran by her side and focused on practicing the evolution method. Within just a few hours, Xiao Tian's sacred power exhibited a staggering growth rate. Fang Ran was secretly astonished the increase was at least 20 times faster than before, even surpassing Lin Xinghuan's beast space speed by a factor of 2. This meant that 1 day of training here equaled 20 days of progress in the outside world. Good thing I gave her the 11 meal set, Fang Ran thought to himself. Ordinary ingredients wouldn't have been able to support such immense energy consumption. Time flew by, and 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In just 1 day of training, Xiao Tian's rank advanced from Tier 3, 1 to Tier 3, 21, officially ascending to a Tier 3 angel. Her sacred power had more than doubled, allowing her to unleash over 20 attacks per day, greatly enhancing her combat endurance. When they stepped out of the beast space, Xiao Tian unfurled the wings on her back. Her pristine white wings spread out, spanning 2 meters in length. Her pupils shimmered with a fiery sacred glow, and her body radiated a powerful, offensive sacred energy. Fang Ran stepped forward and gently stroked her white wings. The texture was surprisingly smooth, entirely unlike the feathers of ordinary birds. Feeling Fang Ran's touch, Xiao Tian's body trembled slightly, and her wings instinctively retracted. Does it feel uncomfortable? Fang Ran quickly withdrew his hand. No, Xiao Tian denied hastily. Yet when Fang Ran pulled his hand away, a faint sense of disappointment welled up in her heart. She thought to herself, actually, I wouldn't mind if Master was a bit bolder. Fang Ran pondered. Advancing in rank isn't just about increasing the upper limit of sacred power. While he recognized this subtle change, he couldn't quite pinpoint its exact nature. As night fell, Fang Ran's uncle and aunt returned home. The moment they saw Fang Ran, smiles instantly lit up their faces. Xiao Ran, you're back so early? How was the exam? His uncle asked casually, assuming that Fang Ran hadn't passed. Earlier that day, he had heard from colleagues that the exam participants included high school juniors and seniors, as well as prodigies from other districts who had been training for 2 or 3 years longer in overwhelming advantage. I passed, Fang Ran replied calmly. All right, don't be discouraged. After all, you passed? Fang Qihua's eyes widened in shock. Beside him, his aunt walked over with a grin. I told you my nephew is a genius and would definitely pass. You never believed me. Good thing I suggested Xiao Tian accompany Fang Ran for the exam. Sang Xuelan shot her husband a playful glare, leaving him looking embarrassed. Really? He actually passed. Fang Qihua was shaken. Could it be that my nephew is truly a once-in-a-century beast master prodigy? The thought of Fang Ran having interacted with Lin Xinghuan, someone he'd only ever seen on TV, filled him with a surreal sense of disbelief. Where's Xiao Tian? His aunt asked curiously. She's in the beast space, Fang Ran replied honestly. As long as the evolution method isn't used, no energy will be siphoned in the beast space. A beast taming space. Fang Xihua had only ever heard of such a thing from stories about incredibly powerful beast tamers. Those high-level tamers always carried themselves with an air of arrogance, even in front of their superiors, while he could only watch from a distance. To him and his companions, this was nothing short of a divine, mythical ability. As night fell, Fang Ran lay in bed, staring at the angel poster on the wall. The angel in the poster spread 3 pairs of enormous wings, appearing like a deity descending to earth. Suddenly, a pair of warm, soft wings gently draped over him. Startled, Fang Ran turned his head and met Xiao Tian's delicate face. "Why did you come out?" Fang Ran asked. "I was worried someone might attack you." "This way, it's safer," Xiao Tian replied as her wings gradually tightened, fully enclosing Fang Ran. The sensation was softer and more soothing than any blanket in the world. Fang Ran felt like a chick being forcefully tucked under a mother hen's wings. Unable to resist, he said, "Could you loosen up a bit? It's a lawful society, now there's no danger." However, Xiao Tian had already fallen asleep, her eyes gently closed as she leaned against him. Even through his clothes, he could feel the softness of her body. Late at night, a figure crept along the rundown streets and stopped outside the house, where another person was waiting. "How's it looking?" "No doubt about it, it's the angel you sold. Should we just barge in, grab her, and make a run for it? The thing inside that angel hasn't been extracted yet. If you hadn't sold her, we wouldn't have to take this risk." The leader in black scolded angrily. "I was broke, okay." The person behind scratched his head, looking helpless. "We're working on something big. How does chasing after some girl fit into that?" "She's a cat girl, not just some girl." The two fell into a heavy silence. Mentioning Lin Xinghuan sent a chill through the entire organization. "Prepare for the operation in 7 days. Remember, only capture the beast, no harming anyone. If things go south, we're all done for." The two nodded firmly before vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, Fang Ran was fast asleep, but Xiao Tian's pale golden eyes were wide open, calmly watching over him. Only after she was sure the intruder's presence was gone did she close her eyes again. Over the next 6 days, Fang Ran took Xiao Tian to Lin Xinghuan every morning for grueling training. With the support of an ranked diet plan, Xiao Tian's evolution progressed at an astonishing pace. Her 3 abilities underwent remarkable improvements. Her Sacred Flame Greatsword and Divine Steel physique reached perfection, while her Sacred Flame evolution technique remained at the refined level, just 1 step away from perfection. Sacred Flame Greatsword perfect. After relentless practice, Xiao Tian could now wield this skill flawlessly, transforming the blade into sacred flames and significantly boosting its attack power. Divine Steel physique perfect. Her sacred energy could now operate autonomously, rendering her body impervious to any harm. Sacred Flame evolution technique refined. Xiao Tian's understanding of this technique had reached the level of its creator. The Sacred Flame evolution technique could now function on its own. These 2 evolution techniques operated within Xiao Tian's body autonomously. Although the efficiency was only 1/10 of before, it required no additional effort or energy. Xiao Yan's rank as a war angel was skyrocketing at an astonishing pace, even without her doing anything. At this moment, she had already reached Tier 3 at 27 progress, mastering a series of advanced early-stage skills. The Holy Flame Greatsword and the Steel Physique had been perfected, while the Divine Guidance Bow, Basic Evolution Method, and Holy Flame Evolution Method had reached a meticulous level of proficiency. As a war angel, legendary for punishing the betrayers, her individual combat strength had reached an exceptionally high standard. Swish! Xiao Tian gently raised her arm, and a great sword engulfed in holy flames materialized out of thin air. Her entire body was adorned with intricate holy flame patterns. Her golden ponytail swayed in the wind, and her light golden eyes emitted a stern, unyielding aura. From a distance, she resembled a majestic goddess of war. Unlike her previously frail appearance, her figure had begun to show a hint of fullness. Only when she was alone with Fang Ran did her eyes reveal a trace of human warmth. "Impressive. With your strength, you wouldn't even flinch in the face of a Lord-level opponent," Fang Ran praised sincerely. Xiao Tian smiled as she withdrew the holy flames surrounding her, standing quietly by Fang Ran's side. Yet deep inside, she held immense reverence for Fang Ran's astonishing talent. Within just a week, he had elevated her skills to such an unimaginable level. Today was the practical combat training day. A flicker of excitement passed through Fang Ran's eyes as he recalled the system's requirement for upgrade material gene points, a rare resource obtainable only by hunting ferocious beasts. With Senior Lin supervising, there shouldn't be any major incidents. A few minutes later, Fang Ran sent Xiao Tian back into the beast space and headed to the training site. The other beast tamers had already gathered ahead of time. Compared to before, they appeared noticeably more composed, and many had even tanned significantly. "Fang Ran, you're finally here." Lu Yong greeted him warmly, and the other beast tamers also expressed their friendliness. As someone specifically looked after by Lin Xinghuan, no one wanted to miss the chance to get on good terms with Fang Ran. Once everyone had arrived, Lin Qinghuan finally made her appearance. Today, we're heading to the Beast Hunting Mountain Range. He'll be recording everyone's performance. Those who excel will receive a nomination from the Imperial Capital, and the top performers will even get Lord-level evolution materials provided by the capital. She emphasized that this time, the rewards far surpassed previous ones, as the Imperial Capital recognized Yuqing's potential. Hearing this, many beast tamers from humble backgrounds looked at Fang Ran with gratitude in their eyes. However, they also understood that earning the rewards depended on their own outstanding performance. Meanwhile, Fang Ran was considering whether he could exchange the Lord-level materials for higher-grade materials, as repaying the high-grade materials was his immediate priority. Lord-level materials could wait for future opportunities. Let's move. Lin Qinghuan led the group onto a designated bus, which began its journey along the mountain roads to the outskirts of Yuqing. The atmosphere on the bus was tense, with most people maintaining a nervous silence. Only a few beast tamers seemed excited about the upcoming hunt. After all, ferocious beasts were valuable, and even hunting one could yield substantial rewards. A few hours later, the convoy stopped outside a reception area at the foot of a mountain. Looking up, the bold characters of Beast Hunting Mountain Range stood prominently in view. Senior Lin. As soon as the vehicle came to a stop, several staff members in matching uniforms quickly approached, clearly informed of Lin Qinghuan's impending arrival. One of them respectfully introduced, "Everything is ready for you. The strongest beasts in the hunting manor are only at the advanced late stage." Hearing this, Fang Ran couldn't help but mutter, "Is this place a zoo or something?" His whisper was caught by Jiang Yuhuan nearby, whose injuries had already healed. In a cold tone, Jiang explained, "This is a hunting ground managed by the Yuqing military. Any beasts that exceed the designated levels are promptly dealt with by beast tamers. We're heading to the advanced hunting ground this time, and entering requires a fee." "I get it," Fang Ran nodded. As someone who often went fishing, he was quite familiar with such pay-to-play venues. "You didn't actually think we were going into the wild to hunt beasts, did you?" Jiang Yuhuan initially wanted to show a mocking smile, but quickly suppressed it, remembering the arm Fang Ran had once injured. "So, the beasts here are more challenging?" Fang Ran asked with a doubtful expression. "Huh, quite the opposite," Jiang Yuhuan explained as they walked. "In the wild, advanced beasts are usually under the command of a lord beast. If you recklessly hunt their subordinates, do you think the lord beast will let it slide? These lords not only govern numerous advanced beasts, but can also lead them in coordinated attacks." Before they realized it, the group had already passed through the gates. Jiang Yuhuan continued, "Here, killing 3 advanced beasts solo is enough to break even. But with our level as students, that's obviously out of reach." Fang Ran's gaze shifted toward the distant figure of the hunting ground owner, who was chatting animatedly with Lin Qinghuan. The portly man wore an ingratiating smile, his excitement evident, as though he'd just encountered a walking fortune. Moments later, Lin Qinghuan returned to the group and delivered concise instructions. "There are very few beast tamers in the advanced hunting ground. Each of you is tasked with taking down one advanced beast. Your wristbands will record the number and your vital signs. If you're in danger, press the button immediately. I can reach you within 5 seconds. 5 seconds? Is she using some kind of teleportation technique?" Fang Ran wondered in amazement. "And remember, do not cross the mountain range," Lin Qinghuan added as a final warning. As soon as she finished speaking, the beast tamers began forming teams. Everyone understood that cooperation would greatly increase their chances of success. After all, while the strength of a beast tamer's companion might match that of a wild beast, their combat experience often fell short, making solo battles nearly impossible to win. "Fang Ran, want to team up?" "Brother Fang, can I join your team? My beast has support abilities." One by one, the others extended invitations to Fang Ran. The strength of his beast was well known. Teaming up with him would undoubtedly make things much easier. However, Fang Ran declined each invitation with polite refusals. "Team up? That means splitting the spoils, doesn't it?" Fang Ran thought to himself. After signing the hunting grounds liability waiver, Fang Ran crossed the boundary line alone. Watching his solitary figure disappear into the distance, the others couldn't help but marvel. Is this the confidence of a genius? As he ventured deeper into the forest, Fang Ran found himself completely alone, with only the distant roars of beasts echoing through the air. "Xiao Tian!" Fang Ran called softly. A radiant figure appeared beside him instantly. Xiao Tian furrowed her delicate brows, scanning the surroundings warily. "This place is dangerous," she warned, sensing an ominous presence. And sure enough, the very next moment, a white wolf clad in skeletal armor emerged from the forest, its fangs bared and crimson eyes locked excitedly on Fang Ran and his companion. This skeletal wolf king, an early-stage high-level beast, was encased in a sturdy bone structure, offering both remarkable defense and agility. Roar! The Wolf King's furious howl materialized into a tangible sound wave, reverberating around Fang Ran. With a sudden burst of power from its hind legs, it shattered the ground beneath and launched itself like a cannonball toward him. "Holy sword!" Xiao Tian murmured softly. In an instant, A massive sword of holy fire materialized in his hand. With a casual swing, accompanied by a sharp swoosh, the charging skeletal wolf king was cleaved into two. Blood splattered on either side of Fang Ran, yet not a single drop touched him. Gene Point 1. A notification, crisp and unfamiliar, echoed in the air. Gene Point. Fang Ran muttered, unsurprised by the swift resolution of the battle. Though the skeletal wolf king was on the same level as Xiao Tian, the latter's skills were nearly flawless, making such a one-strike victory against a beast of equal strength entirely expected. Meanwhile, the reception area's display screen updated in real time, reflecting the hunting data. Fang Ran's position, number 3, now showed a 1. Someone succeeded already? The hunting ground owner chuckled, mentally calculating the profit from this multi-million-dollar endeavor. He marveled at Lin Xinghuan's immense wealth willing to invest such a fortune to train students. After all, even professional teams often suffered heavy losses here. Number 3. It's Fang Ran. Lin Xinghuan murmured, feeling vindicated in her choice. As she pondered whether Fang Ran was acting alone or in a group, a familiar figure appeared outside the hunting ground, escorted by a crowd. Why is she here? Lin Xinghuan wondered aloud, noticing an elderly man following closely behind the figure. Lin Xiaoyu, you're here too? The elderly man expressed mild surprise. Senior Lin. Shen Yan stepped forward to greet him. The hunting ground manager, recognizing these two figures capable of shaking Yuchinga king-level beastmaster and a future king-level beastmaster, could only maintain a polite smile. I bring Shen Yan here daily for training. Real combat is the best test, the elderly man explained. And you? What brings you here? I'm here to train a group of second and third-year students, Lin Xinghuan replied honestly. The elder glanced at the scoreboard, noting that only contestant number 3 had scored so far. Is that the prodigy with the scrayed beastmaster space? That's right, Lin Xinghuan confirmed with a nod. Overhearing their conversation, Shen Yan also looked up at the scoreboard, her eyes gleaming with a competitive spirit. Her sights were no longer set on her peers, but on even stronger beastmasters. Number 3. Even if my beasts are a year or two behind in evolution, I can still catch up to you, Shen Yan declared. Donning her top-tier equipment worth millions, she strode resolutely into the hunting ground. The hunting ground manager, watching her adorned in gear worth a fortune, felt his face twitch. His eyes widened in disbelief. Using such high-end equipment against advanced beasts was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. An hour had passed. In the beast hunting mountain range, the battle's outcome was beginning to take shape. Many trainees had successfully achieved their first kills, but some were eliminated during their initial encounters with the fierce beasts. Additionally, a few beast tamers, due to negligence, were ambushed by the beasts, resulting in their companion beasts being severely injured. Fortunately, no human casualties occurred. On the large screen, the data was constantly updating. The most striking performance was from contestant number 3. Within just an hour, the number of high-level beasts he had slain skyrocketed from 1 to 3. This astonishing efficiency made the owner of the hunting grounds exclaim, "Is this really the level of a student? Even a professional hunting squad would struggle to match this speed." Meanwhile, contestant number 13, representing Shen Yan, had also taken down a high-level beast. Lin Xinghuan's eyes glimmered with approval. Not bad, quite efficient. However, she quickly added, but this is merely the baseline for a high-level beast tamer. In those top-tier cities, every beast-taming prodigy can achieve this pace. Fang Ran is still young and hasn't been a beast tamer for long. The fact that he can break even is already impressive. It gives him a shot at competing for the 5 elite academies, commented Elder Shun. The hunting grounds manager, patting his chest in relief, added, fortunately, it's just breaking even. Most students are still losing money. Relying on contestant number 3 alone won't be enough to offset everyone's losses. At the same time, Fang Ran had ventured deep into the mountain range. In a concealed hollow, he spotted several high-level skeletal wolves prowling. These beasts seemed to have realized that any Lord-level beast appearing in the area would be swiftly eliminated by a mysterious force. Thus, they had chosen this predator-free zone as their habitat and even formed a collective to act together. Xiao Tian, take out the 2 sentries first, Fang Ran instructed in a low voice. Xiao Tian nodded in understanding, swiftly finding cover and readying his bow. The scorching holy flame arrow flew through the air, piercing the skulls of the 2 skeletal wolves with precision. A system notification immediately appeared, Gene Point 1, Gene Point 1.3. But this was just the beginning. Fang Ran and Xiao Tian continued to stealthily advance deeper into the hollow, soon alerting the lurking beasts. Shrill howls erupted from all directions as Xiao Tian spread his wings and stood guard in front of Fang Ran, wielding his holy sword. Suddenly, several sharp spikes shot out from the bushes, and a figure dove down from above. Fang Ran quickly scanned the situation, and 2 sets of data appeared before him. A mid-level high-grade stone-spiked porcupine with a body as hard as rock, and a mid-level high-grade venomous flying serpent capable of flight. 2 mid-level high-grade beasts. Fang Ran's heart raced. If he hadn't discovered their lair, These two beasts could have likely survived until they evolved to the advanced stage, or even the Lord level. Too bad your plan to hide and ascend to greatness ends here. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, and the holy flame on his sword burned even brighter. His pristine wings spread wide, deflecting all the incoming spikes. The battle was about to erupt. High above, a winged serpent dove down swiftly, its long tail whipping toward Fang Ran like a deadly lash. At the critical moment, a flash of cold light streaked through the air as a sharp sword sliced through the sky. The serpent's tail was severed instantly, and holy fire burned the wound. Hiss! A piercing screech erupted as the serpent writhed in agony, spewing a torrent of venom in a desperate attempt to drown Fang Ran. Sensing the imminent danger, two other ferocious beasts tried to flee, but how could they escape Xiao Tian's pursuit? 3 scorching arrows tore through the air, striking the serpent with unwavering precision. Gene points 2. As the stone-armored porcupine attempted to flee, Xiao Tian appeared like a phantom, her holy sword mercilessly cutting down her target. Another system notification followed. Gene points 2. Crimson blood splattered onto her wings, but Xiao Tian paid no heed, quickly returning to Fang Ran's side. There are still many young ones inside, she reminded him. The two stepped into the cavern, and the sight before them made Fang Ran gasp in shock. Amidst a floor littered with bones, over a dozen beastly creatures, each the size of a lion or tiger, were gnawing on carcasses. Among them, one unfortunate prey still writhed in agony, clinging to life. You call these young ones? These things could crush me with a single bite. Fang Ran exclaimed. Xiao Tian, send them to their reunion. The angelic warrior hesitated briefly before stepping forward. Her holy sword showed no mercy as it harvested life after life. However, the so-called young ones yielded barely a single gene point in total for Fang Ran. Standing guard at the entrance of the hollow, Fang Ran reflected on the principle of eliminating the root of the problem. Surely, these beasts were not the only ones lurking here. While waiting, he began examining the usage of his gene points, his gaze falling on Xiao Tian's skill panel. Basic evolution method, micro-level, eligible for advancement. Holy guided bow, micro-level, eligible for advancement. Both skills had reached their proficiency limit. Fang Ran's heart raced as he immediately selected the basic evolution method. The system prompt appeared. Spend 10,000 gene points to advance the basic evolution method? 10,000 points. Fang Ran gasped, glancing at his mere 11 gene points. He quickly checked the other skill. Spend 10 gene points to advance the Holy Guided Bow. Upgrade. Fang Ran confirmed without hesitation. The Holy Guided Bow transformed instantly, evolving into a new skill. Storm Bow Proficient. Consumes a significant amount of holy energy to unleash powerful storm arrows. This was none other than the great skill worth millions. Fang Ran was ecstatic, especially upon discovering that the new skill retained the original proficiency level. The only drawback was the debt that came with it. Storm Bow 010. Xiao Tian, try out the new skill. Before Fang Ran could finish speaking, Xiao Tian felt forbidden knowledge flood into her mind. She drew her bow again, now a completely different weapon in her hands. As the bowstring stretched, the arrow transformed into the eye of a storm, greedily absorbing Xiao Tian's holy energy and everything around it. Leaves and stones were swept up, swirling around the arrow. Even Xiao Tian's golden ponytail danced wildly in the gale, making her resemble a valkyrie at the heart of a tempest. 2 more added. The Beast Masters from Funga Academy stood on the sidelines, watching the numbers on the scoreboard jump, unable to suppress their astonishment. Outside the arena, a few resting Beast Masters, overhearing the details, couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Is he really just a student? The number of beasts he's taken down alone surpasses what my partner and I manage in an entire day. Are students nowadays all this skilled? His level is almost on par with the geniuses from major cities. As expected of Lin's student, his abilities are truly first class. It seems Yuqing is about to produce another Beastmaster capable of getting into one of the top 5 academies. Listening to the waves of admiration around her, Lin Xinghuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Although Fang Ran was only her student in name, his accomplishments still filled her with genuine pride. Who's number 3? Old Master Shen asked, turning his head, his thick white brows furrowing slightly. Fang Ran, came the reply. The name visibly startled Old Master Shen. His fingers subconsciously stroked his beard. Didn't he just enroll? His progress, it's already comparable to Shen Yun's. He mused. And Shen Yun, mind you, was personally mentored by me, with the full support of her family's resource on par with the resources available to prodigies at prestigious academies. But Fang Ran, from what I've investigated, he's dirt poor. The fact that he even became a Beastmaster is a miracle. Old Master Shen suddenly narrowed his eyes. Could he be your younger brother? Are you secretly supporting him? Lin Xinghuan's expression darkened. No. However, his contracted beast might be connected to that trafficking organization. You came to Yuqing to investigate them, didn't you? Old Master Shen cut straight to the point. He finally understood Lin Xinghuan's return wasn't just to teach students, but also to dismantle the organization operating in Yuqing's shadows. These criminals secretly sold highly aggressive beasts, even going as far as imprisoning beasts and harvesting their vital organs for profit, heinous acts that blatantly violated the Beastmaster Association's regulations. Yes, but this time, I volunteered, Lin Xinghuan said, her voice carrying a hint of frost. Because among the victimized beasts was one from the angelic clan. As a beastmaster, she had to consider the feelings of her own contracted beasts. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help, Old Master Shin immediately offered. In moments like this, his stance was clear. 13 points. The exclamation from the hunting field manager interrupted their conversation. He stared at the scoreboard in anguish. How is this kid so good at this? In less than an hour, he went from 3 to 13. Are these beasts lining up to die? He shook his head in disbelief. These are wild beasts, ferocious by nature. They usually hide at the mere sight of a strong beastmaster. How is he finding them so easily? Father, can you please stop him from hunting more? The plump man's face twisted in agony. While it wasn't exactly a loss, for someone as miserly as him, even losing a single point felt like torture. Fang Ran's rampage had already cost them millions. And what was scarier was that this might just be the beginning. So you're saying Fang Ran's contracted beast was also acquired through the black market? Old Master Shin asked thoughtfully. Most likely, Lin Xinghuan replied calmly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain an angelic beast. In the capital, publicly traded angelic beasts are not only exorbitantly priced, but also require the angel's own consent. She paused. The trading of beasts has always been a massive market. In the hunting field, everything was ready, waiting for the storm to arrive. In the wilderness, a chilling scene was unfolding. A massive pangolin, covered in thick, armored scales and towering nearly 3 meters high, was pinned to the ground. On its back, a ferocious storm lion held it firmly with its enormous claws, rendering the high-tier latest-stage beast completely immobile. Not far away stood 2 figures clad in black, their expressions cold and unyielding. The leader strode forward and roughly forced a glass vial containing an unknown liquid into the pangolin's mouth. Drink, he commanded in a low, menacing voice, as the potion flowed down the pangolin's throat. Done. The leader smirked sinisterly. A berserk high-tier latest-stage beast killing the Beast Tamers of the hunting grounds and devouring an angel wouldn't raise suspicion, right? He turned to his companion and gave a stern reminder. Don't forget to take the eyes. The boss said they're premium goods. Losing them would cost billions, and we can't afford that. As soon as he finished speaking, the storm lion lifted its restraining paw. The pangolin, as if granted a reprieve, immediately turned into a blur and darted away. The 2 men in black followed closely, their eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a successful scheme. They knew full well that with the power of a high-tier latest-stage beast, slaughtering a group of students would be effortless. More importantly, it would perfectly appear as an accident, leaving Lin Xinghuan none the wiser. Before long, the potion began to take effect. The pangolin's eyes turned bloodshot, and an aura of unrestrained fury started to spread. Roar! A thunderous bellow echoed through the wilderness, instantly drawing the attention of all the nearby students. There's a sound, Jiang Yuhuan exclaimed excitedly, leading a group of classmates as they hurried toward the source. Let's check it out. Judging by that roar, it's at least a mid-tier high-grade beast. If I can take it down, my ranking will skyrocket. The earth-shaking roar traveled far, even catching Shun Yun's attention. Fire Butterfly, let's go take a look too. Her eyes lit up as she rushed toward the source of the sound. Moments later, everyone converged on the area where the pangolin stood. Its colossal form loomed over them, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance that caused every summoned beast present to tremble involuntarily. What's wrong, Ice Prison Crab? Jiang Yuhuan noticed his beast's unusual behavior, a flicker of unease rising in his heart. Little did he know, a meticulously planned conspiracy was about to unfold. That monster seems to be on the verge of breaking through to the Lord tier, far surpassing the strength of our beasts. A steady voice came from behind. Jiang Huanyu turned around to see Lu Yongjing seated firmly atop a massive iron bull. The sight left Jiang Huanyu astonished his beast could remain so composed and unshaken. Of course, my iron bull has mid-high tier strength, Lu Yongjing said with a calm smile, his gaze sweeping across the crowd's envious expressions. Yet only he knew the truth. If not for the mental link enforcing his command, the iron bull would have already bolted in fear. Jiang Huanyu glanced down at his own trembling ice crab before looking again at Lu Yongjing's composed iron bull. A trace of admiration rose within him. Lu Yongjing, are you planning to hunt that monster? Relax, I'm not that foolish, Lu Yongjing shook his head. Joking aside, with just my mid-high tier beast, there's no way I could win unless I had the support of 3 beasts of the same tier. Before his words could settle, a mocking voice interrupted abruptly. Lu Yongjing, since when did you become so cowardly? The speaker was Xiao Hong, standing beside a serpent-headed dragon lion that let out a soul-shaking roar. And you call yourselves the geniuses of Funga Academy? He sneered. As the crowd glared at him in anger, a graceful figure appeared before them. Beside her, a flaming butterfly danced elegantly in the air, radiating dazzling light. What a beautiful girl, someone in the crowd exclaimed in awe. But wow, her words really sting. When did Funga Academy get someone like her? I recognize her. She's a freshman, the eldest daughter of the Shun family. Another person chimed in. That suit she's wearing is a 3.0 generation skeletal soft armor worth tens of millions. And that bracelet? It's a VIP model with built-in protective functions. Unfazed by the crowd's amazement, Shen Yun remained indifferent, as if entirely accustomed to such reactions. Even Xiao Hong, known for his extravagance, couldn't help but secretly marvel. No wonder she's the granddaughter of a king-tier beast tamer. Her wealth was beyond his reach. A freshman, and her beast is already at such a high level? Xiao Hong couldn't help but ask, his tone tinged with envy. Who's number 3? Shen Yun scanned the crowd, her graceful figure drawing the attention of many beast tamers. Her question left everyone exchanging puzzled glances, each trying to figure out who the lucky person acquainted with this junior might be. Yet, no one's wristband displayed the number 3. If no one knows, then forget it, Shen Yun said with a charming smile. After taking down this fierce beast, no one's score will be higher than mine. In the hunting grounds, killing a high-level, latest-stage fierce beast earned 10 points and impossible feat against ordinary beasts. Before her words faded, the ferocious pangolin charged at the group with bloodshot eyes. Each step it took left deep craters in the ground. Firefly, use flame spear, Xinyan commanded. A scorching flame shot forward like a spinning lance. The skill, executed with practiced precision by a freshman, impressed Lu Yong, who exclaimed, this talent, it's almost on par with Fang Ran's. With a deafening crash, the flame spear left only a charred dent on the pangolin's thick scales. The minor injury enraged the already furious beast. It roared, its scales bristling, claws growing sharper, and in an instant, it burrowed underground, transforming into a moving mound of earth charging toward the group. Faced with the sudden attack, everyone scrambled to respond. Zhang Yuhuan commanded his ice prison crab to erect a massive ice wall, providing cover for the other beast tamers. The others unleashed an array of abilities. Flames, water bubbles, and earth spikes filled the air, but they left only faint marks on the pangolin's scales. Damn, how is it this tough? This is a latest stage high-level beast. Unless your skill is at a practice level, it won't do any real damage. Aim for the weak spot, where the junior broke through its defenses. Only a few among the group had skills at a practice level, as most of their focus had been on evolutionary techniques. Even with the relentless barrage of attacks, they could only slightly slow the pangolin's advance. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, 2 individuals were anxiously searching for the angel. Still no sign. Maybe your eyesight's bad? Impossible. That guy's too handsome to miss. They were fully aware of the consequences of crossing Lin Qinghuan. Even as Lord-class beast tamers working together, they couldn't match Lin Qinghuan's strength. The pangolin soon shattered the ice wall with ease, breaking through the defenses. Aside from the damage inflicted by Shen Yun and a few top students, the other attacks proved ineffective. Some unlucky beast tamers nearly lost their bonded beasts, finally grasping the vast power gap between high-level fierce beasts. Flame burst bomb. Shen Yun's firefly flapped its wings, releasing a massive fireball. Though this rank skill was still at the beginner level, its power was enough to make the pangolin stagger. The group thought that if it were at the practice level, it might have seriously injured the beast. Seeing her efforts fall short, Shen Yun bit her lip. Just then, Lu Yong, who had been holding back, suddenly laughed and said, at this point, Iron Bull, not even I can hold you back. The others looked at him expectantly, assuming he was about to reveal a hidden power. Instead, he turned and rode his Iron Bull away without hesitation. With the alliance broken, the others quickly followed suit, retreating on their beasts. The massive pangolin, however, locked its focus on Shen Yun, relentlessly pursuing her as if fixated on the one who had hurt it. While fleeing, Shen Yun glanced at the watch on her wrist and dismissed the idea of calling for backup. However, as she passed through a forested area, the pangolin abruptly stopped chasing her and instead charged wildly into the woods. What's going on? Shen Yun hesitated for a moment before following it. The other observing beast tamers trailed behind her, while those with injured beasts chose to stay behind. Deeper in the forest, the ground in front of Xiao Tian resembled a battlefield hit by mortar shells. A long trench and shattered trees stretched out before her. Her right hand trembled slightly as she marveled inwardly. Such incredible power, is this my master's strength? How's the holy energy in your body? Fang Ran asked. I've used up about 1/5, Xiao Tian replied quickly. This meant that within 2 days, Fang Ran could enhance her skill proficiency again. With the support of dual evolutionary techniques, Xiao Tian's holy energy recovery was astonishingly fast. Too bad the shot was slightly off. My proficiency still isn't high enough to control the direction properly, Fang Ran mused. For now, It's best used as a close-range skill for maximum impact and to avoid being dodged. Suddenly, violent tremors echoed from afar. A massive pangolin charged toward them, seemingly driven into a frenzy by some aura emanating from Fang Ran. It's finally here, Fang Ran grinned. Xiao Tian was already prepared. A storm bow materialized on her wrist, and holy energy flowed like water into the bowstring, instantly altering the surrounding winds and clouds. Meanwhile, the pangolin, now utterly irrational, caught the scent of blood and went completely berserk, charging straight at Fang Ran without hesitation. Boom! A massive pangolin burrowed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it charged rapidly toward Fang Ran. In an instant, a data panel appeared before his eyes. Spiked pangolin. Level, advanced late stage. Skills. Description, the king of this mountain range, with extraordinary burrowing abilities. Advanced late stage? Fang Ran frowned slightly. Can Xiaoyan's arrow take it down? As Xiaotian began gathering her strength, two shadowy figures hidden in the darkness noticed Fang Ran's presence. Boss, it's him. One of them whispered, lowering his voice. He managed to heal his eyes in such a short, Timino wonder Lin Qinghuan took an interest in him. Indeed, his beast-taming energy is remarkable, the other agreed with a nod. Even as master-level beast tamers themselves, they had to admit Fang Ran's talent. But this only proves the value of that angel. Talent in beast taming is just the foundation. It takes a suitably powerful beast to maximize it. Once the pangolin injures the angel, well, strike immediately. The two prepared themselves, their eyes gleaming with danger. Meanwhile, the mound of earth raised by the pangolin surged forward like a speeding truck, barreling toward Fang Ran. Release the arrow. Fang Ran commanded. Xiaotian instantly drew her arrow, aimed at the ground, and fired decisively. With a deafening boom, the recoil thrust her backward. She quickly spread her two pairs of wings to stabilize herself, while the earthen mound exploded violently upon impact. The enormous pangolin was forced out of the ground, a grotesque spiral wound torn into its abdomen as if ripped apart by a hurricane. The beast let out a piercing screech, swinging its sharp claws down toward Fang Ran's heedingly to be blocked by a holy sword. Clang! A crisp metallic collision rang out, and the pangolin's claws fell limp. Gene points 3. As the ferocious beast collapsed, Fang Ran's score increased by 10 points. Not far away, a group of people who had been tracking the moving mound heard the explosion and the pangolin's anguished cry. When they arrived, they saw the massive beast's lifeless body lying on the ground. Who could it be? Another beast tamer? Lu Yong swallowed hard. The commotion had already drawn the attention of several beast tamers hoping to hunt the advanced stage creature, but someone else had beaten them to it. Judging by the power of that skill, this is no ordinary person. Jiang Yuhuan and the others arrived shortly after. What a shame, someone got to it first. Lu Yong sneered inwardly. You were the first to run and stayed motionless on your iron ox. What a hypocrite. Let's go check it out, Shenyan said, unwilling to give up. But when she got a clear look at the figure standing there, she froze. Fang Ran. What's he doing here? Shenyan quickly pieced it together. He must be here to make some quick money under pressure from debt collectors. This is far too reckless. Even if he just broke into the advanced stage, he shouldn't be this impulsive. If he's that desperate for money, he could have just borrowed some from me instead of risking his life. She hurried forward with her fire butterfly. Fang Ran. Is it really you? Fang Ran raised an eyebrow, surprised to encounter someone he knew here. But when he noticed the exquisite, obviously expensive gear Shen Yun was wearing, a sudden realization struck him. What are you doing here? Shen Yun asked in surprise upon seeing Fang Ran's figure. I'm here to hunt ferocious beasts, Fang Ran replied calmly, gesturing toward the enormous creature on the ground. Are you blind? Can't you see this giant pangolin lying here? Shen Yun was momentarily stunned by his words. The scene before her was so absurd that she found it hard to believe her own judgment. After hesitating for a moment, she cautiously said, If you're really short on money, I can ask my grandfather to lend you some for the time being. Fang Ran's mind stirred. It was indeed a tempting offer was, after all, quite short on money. His thoughts began to race. If he could borrow a few billion, he could feed Xiao Tian an SS-grade diet for every meal. Maybe it would accelerate its evolution into a divine beast, and then it could help him dominate the world. Just as he was lost in this pleasant fantasy, Shen Yun's voice snapped him back to reality. By the way, where's the person who killed this beast earlier? Did you see them? She suspected that the person was likely number 3, whose beast-taming prowess had to be at least at the advanced late stage to demonstrate such incredible combat power. At that moment, several beast tamers arrived in haste. Upon seeing Fang Ran and the massive carcass of the ferocious beast, their faces filled with shock. So it was you, one of them exclaimed. How much more are you hiding, kid? Isn't your beast only at the advanced early stage? What skill was that? Level? It must at least be at the proficient level to have such power, right? Faced with their astonishment, Fang Ran merely gave a faint smile. Just a stroke of luck. His understated response, however, came across as somewhat arrogant to the others. Yet, Being able to single-handedly kill an advanced latest-stage ferocious beast did give him the right to be a little smug. The group was inwardly shaken, struggling to believe what they were seeing. This was a beast they couldn't even scratch when working together, and Fang Ran had taken it down with ease. Jiang Yuhuan muttered to himself. So he was holding back all along. His beast could kill me without breaking a sweat. This realization cleared his gaze, and any resentment he held dissolved completely. Xiao Hong, on the other hand, was inwardly screaming. This monster must be Lin Qinghuan's illegitimate son. There's no other explanation for him being this strong. You know Fang Ran? Xin Yun was utterly dumbfounded. She looked at Fang Ran in disbelief, then noticed Xiao Tian panting nearby. Suddenly, a shocking realization struck her. This ferocious beast had been slain by Xiao Tian. How is that possible? Xin Yun, who had prided herself on being able to rival senior Beast Tamers, was in disbelief that someone in her own year could be such a towering figure. You know each other? Fang Ran asked. Lu Yong explained. Fang Ran is a student from Senior Lin's special training camp. He entered the wilderness with us a few days ago. Special training camp? Xin Yun felt as if she'd been hit by a heavy blow. Your sacred flame evolution technique has reached the proficient level 2. At last, she understood the legendary genius everyone spoke of was Fang Ran. In just 1 week, without any external assistance, he had elevated the sacred flame evolution technique to the proficient level. While she had also achieved this, it had required significant resources and mentorship. What the group didn't know, however, was that for Fang Ran, the so-called proficient level was merely a starting point. Had already reached the realm of mastery. Fang Ran just became a beast tamer, didn't he? That angel I sold hasn't even been gone for a month. The lean man spoke urgently, his sharp, chiseled face looking particularly pale from agitation. Standing next to him was a muscular, buzz-cut man, with a massive tiger crouched obediently at his feet. Defeating a high-level latest-stage beast in such a short time, the buzz-cut man narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Fang Ran. He's got real potential. It'd be great if we could recruit him. A glint of calculation flickered in his eyes. Wait for him to be alone before making a move. We can't act in public. This place is full of Yuqing's top beast tamers. If anything goes wrong, we're as good as dead. So, you two know each other? Siblings. Lu Yong raised an eyebrow as he asked. Siblings. Xin Yun frowned as she glanced around at the group, debating whether to reveal that Fang Ran was actually a freshman. But after a moment's thought, she decided to remain silent, not wanting to dampen their spirits. Suddenly, everyone's wristbands emitted a sharp alert. The hunting ground's time limit had expired. They needed to leave immediately. Sigh. I spent all that time chasing that high-level latest-stage beast and only managed to kill one, several people lamented. Lu Yong, however, smirked with pride. I already completed my task of taking down 3 high-level beasts. Among the group, few could match his performance, as most had wasted too much time pursuing that elusive beast. The group walked together as they left, with Shun Yun trailing behind Fang Ran, stealing glances at Xiao Tian from time to time. She recalled that Xiao Tian had eye issues before, but now they seemed completely healed. Could it be that Xiao Tian possesses top-tier ocular powers? Otherwise, how could she be so strong? She wondered to herself, biting her lip. Fang Ran must have struck gold. Rumor had it that angels with top-tier eyes could learn skills with incredible ease. By comparison, her fire butterfly, though an elemental-type beast, could only learn fire-based skills. Fang Ran, how do you train your beast? Xin Yun couldn't help but ask. Train? Fang Ran chuckled lightly. I just let her learn on her own. Hearing this, Xin Yun felt a pang of bitterness. She had exhausted every effort trying to teach her fire butterfly, yet Fang Ran's beast could learn skills effortlessly on its own. Wasn't this the epitome of a lucky break? That's not true. Master has taught me so much, Xiao Tian humbly interjected. Oh, what exactly has he taught you? Well, he's helped me recite the evolution method many times, Xiao Tian said after a moment of thought. In truth, the skills seemed intrinsic to her, as if they were embedded in her muscle memory. But she knew better than to reveal her master's abilities recklessly. Just reciting the evolution method? Xin Yun felt a tightness in her chest, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, 2 figures dressed in black suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Fang Ran. Xiao Tian immediately stepped in front of her master, her expression tense. Ever since gaining the divine light eye, she could clearly recall the aura of anyone who had spied on the man. This was the same aura as the one who had watched Fang Ran that night. Are you interested in joining our divine beast society? The muscular man asked straightforwardly. With your talent, you shouldn't be confined to Yuqing. Both Fang Ran and Xiao Tian froze in surprise at his words. Divine beast society? Xin Yun looked at Fang Ran in confusion. Do you know them? Fang Ran shook his head, though he truly didn't recognize these individuals. Fang Ran keenly sensed that the 2 people before him were no ordinary high-level beast tamers, but powerful Lord-level experts. This realization left him puzzled. What were Lord-level experts doing in a high-level hunting zone? What intrigued him even more was the name Hunter's God Guild. which carried a distinctively dramatic tone that felt oddly familiar. If I join, can I become the guild leader? Fang Ran asked bluntly. This unexpected question left the two Lord-level experts momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, one of them replied, probably. With your talent, becoming a vice leader should be possible. But joining the guild comes with a price, just some small things. Want to hear about it? What price? Fang Ran asked, playing along. Seeing Fang Ran take the bait, the leader stopped beating around the bush. Hand over the eyes of your beast, and I might consider taking you to meet the guild leader. That's it. I thought you'd be asking for something like Sharingan, Fang Ran said, feigning exaggerated surprise. Xiao Tian, sensing that his master remained calm, relaxed from his initial tension. Stop wasting time with this kid. Capture his beast now. The other person barked sharply, noticing something was off. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Lord-level tiger had already moved like a flash of lightning, appearing directly in front of Fang Ran and Xiao Tian. Its speed was astonishing as it struck at Xiao Tian with its deadly claws. Bang! Xiao Tian was sent flying by the blow, and the sacred energy within him was instantly depleted. Damn it! Fang Ran cursed inwardly. Thankfully, Xiao Tian possessed a perfect grade divine physique. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces by the tiger's claws. The leader's heart was shaken by the scene. He knew his beast had held nothing back. That was a full-force strike from a late-stage Lord-level beast. It should have easily crushed a high-level early-stage beast like Xiao Tian. Yet Xiao Tian had somehow managed to withstand it. Her sacred energy is depleted. Finish her off with another strike. We're running out of time, the sinister and wiry man urged urgently. The tiger charged at Xiao Tian again, but Shun Yun stepped in to block its path. The tiger's master noticed Shun Yun's expensive equipment, his brow twitching violently. As expected, the tiger's attack was instantly stopped by a protective barrier of light. Having been tangled up with two high-level beast tamers for so long, the tiger's master was now furious. Black Tiger, use Storm Claw. The tiger roared and slashed through the air with its claws, sending 3 pitch-black claw marks hurtling toward Xiao Tian with the force to split mountains. At that moment, a golden holy light descended from the sky. Revere. Boom. The holy light crashed onto the tiger like a mountain, yet it felt like a gentle breeze to Fang Ran and Shun Yun, who stood within it. Fang Ran looked up to see a 6-winged angel draped in light silks, holding a book of holy light. As she flipped its pages, mountains formed from pure light rained down on the black tiger, causing the ground to crumble under the impact. At the same time, an elder appeared near Xiao Tian. A massive beast claw materialized out of thin air, effortlessly blocking the black tiger's attack. The enormous, mysterious creature vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only awe in its wake. This breathtaking sequence of events unfolded in mere seconds. In no time at all, the two Lord-level beast tamers were completely subdued. The divine order. It really is them. Lin Xinghuan swiftly tied up the two assailants and found the insignia of the divine order on them. Nearby, old Shin wore a look of lingering fear, though it wasn't Xin Yun's safety he was worried about. With her equipment, even he couldn't have ended the fight in under 5 seconds. What truly concerned him was Fang Ran and his contracted beast, as Fang Ran was clearly their real target. So it's this girl. The leading beast tamer squinted at Xin Yun, scrutinizing her. No wonder you showed up so quickly. Old Shin smirked confidently. Well, caught by us. Are you planning to take your own lives? Take our own lives? What a joke. The two assailants chuckled dismissively. For that kind of pay? Not worth dying for. A few days in custody, and that's it. Their tone was laced with indifference, as if this was routine for them. Why did you capture the angel? Lin Xinghuan pressed them for answers. Would telling you earn us a pardon? The leader barely finished his sentence before the other man interrupted eagerly. Let me say it. It's the president of the divine order. He's collecting the angel's eyes. Before he could finish, he suddenly coughed up blood, and a grotesque insect crawled out of his throat. Sacred flames descended instantly, reducing the creature to ash. The other man turned pale as a sheet, swallowing hard and trembling, not daring to speak another word. It was an insidious beast-controlling parasite, one that would tear through the host's throat if certain keywords were spoken. Lin Xinghuan continued her questioning. Are they still in Yuqing? But the weakened beast tamer clamped his mouth shut, refusing to speak. Old Shun, can we remove the parasite from his body? Let's take him back to the Beast Tamer Guild in Yuqing to deal with it. Old Shun replied with a shake of his head. Lin Xinghuan had no choice but to turn her attention to Fang Ran. At that moment, Fang Ran was carefully examining Xiao Tian's injuries, checking her from head to toe, including her wings. Are you really okay? Fang Ran asked, his voice filled with concern. Yeah, just some discomfort in my abdomen, Xiao Tian replied, pointing to her stomach. Fang Ran gently ran his hand over the area. Her skin was supple and resilient, showing no visible signs of injury. A little lower, Xiao Tian said, her wings fluttering lightly as she gazed at him expectantly. Ahem, Lin Xinghuan interrupted. That's enough. A vet will check her soon. Now, tell me what had exactly happened. Xin Yun immediately explained. We were about to head back when these two appeared. They said they wanted to recruit Fang Ran into the Divine Order. As soon as I heard the name, I pressed the alarm, but they had already attacked Xiao Tian. Luckily, their first strike wasn't fatal. I used a level 3 energy shield to block the second attack, and then you arrived. Lin Qinghuan's pupils contracted sharply. That black tiger was a latest-stage Lord-level beast. Its strength far outmatched Xiao Tian's. Yet she had managed to withstand a direct hit unscathed. It's a perfect grade celestial physique, said the six-winged angel standing behind them. Her voice was as melodious as a heavenly choir, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. Perfect grade. Lin Qinghuan asked urgently. What's your celestial physique grade? The same. The six-winged angel replied calmly. Those two simple words sent waves of shock rippling through Lin Qinghuan's heart. Fang Ran was astonished to discover that Xiao Tian possessed a perfect divine physique without any training. Not only that, but she was also born with top-tier angel's eyes, marking her as a true high-ranking angel. Such innate talent meant her future achievements would never fall short of his. Will her evolution path be the same as yours? Lin Qinghuan turned to her angel beast and asked. However, the angel remained silent, offering no response. Lin Qinghuan sighed helplessly, realizing once again that her relationship with her beast was far from a simple master-servant dynamic. When their opinions clashed, the angel often acted on her own accord. In this regard, Lin couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy toward Fang Ran. As long as everything's all right, Fang Ran breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had always urged Xiao Tian to train diligently. Otherwise, this situation could have ended disastrously. He turned to Shun Yun and sincerely said, "Thank you. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask." If it weren't for Shun Yun's timely intervention, Xiao Tian might not have survived. It's nothing really. Just a level 3 shield, only a few million, Shun Yun replied, flustered by Fang Ran's sudden gratitude. Her casual remark left Fang Ran inwardly stunned. Spending millions seemed trivial to her, while his hard-earned perfect skill appeared ordinary in her eyes. Even so, this encounter gave him a new understanding of Xiao Tian's capabilities. Her perfect divine physique could withstand a full force attack from a Lord-tier beast, equivalent to the defense of a level 3 shield, though it would completely deplete her holy power afterward. You two head back first. Shun Lao and I will follow shortly, Lin Qinghuan said to Fang Ran. Remember to communicate more, Shun Lao added. Not far away, the massive corpse of a pangolin lay silently. Lin Qinghuan and Shun Lao examined the ferocious wounds on the beast, silently marveling at them. Whether in defense or attack, Xiao Tian had already reached the level of a prodigy. I never expected you to encounter such a genius. Yes, I've already recommended him to the Imperial Capital's admissions office. And what did they say? Shun Lao raised an eyebrow. They said he's acceptable. Just acceptable? Shun Lao was slightly surprised. At the time of registration, he hadn't yet demonstrated his full potential. However, I need to continue investigating the Divine Beast Society. My beast is furious about their actions. For now, let's leave Fang Ran's matter as is. Hearing this, Shun Lao nodded in understanding. At times, they indeed had to consider the feelings of their beasts, as they were more like companions than subordinates. Meanwhile, Lu Yong, riding on his black bull, was brimming with excitement. He was already imagining the glorious moment when his name would rank second on the leaderboard as he stepped through the gates. By then, the admiration from his juniors would be inevitable. As for first place, that spot naturally belonged to Fang Ran after all. Defeating a high-tier beast in its later stage was an achievement that could single-handedly surpass all others. How many points do you think Fang Ran will get? Jiang Yuhuan asked curiously. Him? Probably over a dozen points, Lu Yong speculated. Such a score, even for a professional Beastmaster team, would require extraordinary luck. To see it achieved by a student was utterly unbelievable. Just as they approached the gates, they heard exclamations from outside. Who is this Fang Ran? That score must have broken the record for the advanced beast hunting grounds. Could he have hired a Beastmaster team to let him take all the points? Impossible, it's not a Beastmaster team. Didn't you see the hunting ground owner? He looks like he's about to cry. Haha, serves him right for always rushing people out on time. It's about time a true expert put him in his place. What kind of expert? Fang Ran. Lu Yong quickly stepped out of the beast hunting arena, his gaze landing on the large electronic scoreboard. It clearly displayed number 323 points. He was stunned. One high-level feral beast was worth 1 million, and 23 of them amounted to a staggering 23 million. If Fang Ran came to hunt beasts here every day, the arena might just go bankrupt. Lu Yong couldn't help but marvel at how narrow his perspective had been. Fang Ran's beast-taming talent had already far surpassed the limits of ordinary people. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Jiang Yuhuan saw Lu Yong frozen in place and followed his gaze. Instantly, his eyes widened in shock. In the scoreboard, Fang Ran was far ahead, with a group of seasoned professional beast tamers trailing behind him. These tamers were all experts at the advanced stage, capable of hunting feral beasts with ease on a normal day. Yet today, their highest scores barely reached double digits. Boss, time to settle up. The crowd stepped forward one by one, handing over their wristbands. The plump owner of the arena grew visibly more distressed with each transaction, the wrinkles on his face deepening as though every payout was cutting into his flesh. By the way, I heard there were quite a few students here hunting today. You mean the group, led by Lin Qinghuan? Yeah, they came with her for field training. Well, that's unfortunate. All the high-level beasts were taken by number 3. They probably didn't even get a chance. Exactly, we barely came across any feral beasts ourselves. Boss, why didn't you release more? The crowd grumbled in dissatisfaction. As regular customers, paying the fee but encountering so few beasts left them feeling cheated. That's nonsense. The plump owner rolled his eyes. All the beasts here are wild. Where would I get more to release? With so many people around, of course the beasts are going to hide. If he had the capability to breed and release beasts, he wouldn't need to run this hunting arena. Most of the money he earned had to be handed over to the Lord's Beast Tamers, leaving him with very little in the end. As the crowd continued their complaints, Fang Ran emerged from the arena with Xiao Tian, handing his wristband to the owner. The surrounding Beast Tamers scrutinized the young man curiously. An angel? He looks like a student. Students hunting here are bound to lose money. The plump owner took the wristband and inserted it into the scanner. The data for number 3 disappeared from the screen, along with the money in his pocket. It made his heart ache. Meanwhile, the other beast tamers stared in disbelief. This student had managed to hunt 23 feral beasts in just 6 hours. The owner gritted his teeth and continued settling scores for the other students. Unsurprisingly, Fang Ran was far ahead of everyone else. As this unfolded, Lin Qinghuan walked alongside Fang Ran as they left the arena. Fang Ran, your beast has already reached the Lord level. Have you decided on its evolution path? Lin Qinghuan asked the clear victor. Fang Ran received a rare Lord-level material as a reward, something considered extremely valuable even among the angel-type beastmasters. While the surrounding beastmasters were envious, they all agreed that this reward was well-deserved by Fang Ran. Can I exchange it for something else? Fang Ran asked. You can, but it can't be exchanged for money. Lin Qinghuan responded immediately. Old Master Shun, standing nearby, remarked meaningfully. Money isn't important for someone like you right now. You need to understand that some evolution materials can only be obtained through top-tier academies. This is the fundamental difference between the Beastmasters of the 5 great academies and ordinary Beastmasters. He elaborated further. A beast on its great evolution path can take on a fierce beast of the same level unknown, whereas a beast on a great evolution path would require 3 people to barely hold their ground. Certain critical materials can't be bought, no matter how much money you have. I understand. I just want to exchange it for slightly lower-grade materials, Fang Ran said as he revealed his choice. Clear heart grass, blood heart of the savage tiger, and the stone of slaughter. This statement left Old Master Shin visibly surprised, and Lin Qinghuan's pupils contracted sharply. These were all top-tier materials used in the evolution of advanced beasts. You've come to the right place, Old Master Shin said slowly. The stone of slaughter is a forbidden material, only available in the imperial capital. This type of dark element material significantly increases a beast's ferocity, so it must be used under strict control. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinghuan agreed. All right, but these materials are extremely expensive, so you can't make any additional requests. Although she didn't know why Fang Ran needed these materials, she decided to help since he had asked. No problem. Fang Ran sighed in relief. To avoid drawing too much attention, he had deliberately chosen materials of a slightly lower grade, solely to ensure that Xiao Tian's rank wouldn't drop. Fang Ran, Lin Qinghuan suddenly said, I'd like to teach you a grade skill. What skill? Fang Ran's interest was immediately piqued. It's a movement skill called Light Feather Phantom Step. Lin Qinghuan's words instantly ignited jealousy among the surrounding beastmasters. A grade skill, given away, just like that? It's a skill I used to practice, and it suits your angel perfectly. Once mastered, your beast can instantly disengage from battle, with light feathers appearing behind it, like a phantom. However, it requires a lot of practice. Fang Ran couldn't help but secretly complain. It sounds difficult, but at least I get to learn it. If I had money, I'd have bought 1,000 skills and maxed them all out already. Don't feel pressured. Just think of it as something I'm giving you with the money you helped me save, Lin Qinghuan said gently, clearly not wanting Fang Ran to feel indebted. They then moved to a quiet area. Lin Qinghuan used her holy power to project the skill's trajectory diagram in front of Fang Ran. It was a figure, both real and illusory, seemingly motionless, but exuding a subtle sense of flow. With just one glance, Xiao Tian memorized the technique completely. Light Feather Phantom Step beginner level acquired. The foundational memories of the light feather flicker technique surged into Xiao Tian's mind like a tide. She immediately followed the pathway diagram to channel her holy power. A faint layer of sacred energy enveloped her feet, and as she lightly tapped the ground, her figure transformed into a streak of light, her speed more than doubling in an instant. You've picked up the essentials this quickly? Lin Qinghuan observed from the side. But you'll still need to refine it further. Xiao Tian possesses top-tier vision abilities, so mastering the basics isn't surprising, she explained. However, movement techniques are notoriously difficult to perfect. For most people, even reaching a proficient level demands months of grueling practice. Especially with the light feather flicker mastering, it is exceedingly challenging. But once perfected, it allows for deceptive afterimages to confuse enemies during combat. At that moment, Fang Ran silently activated his ability. Advanced Proficiency. A system notification followed. Advancing Proficiency for Light Feather Flicker. Proficiency level achieved. Proficient. Remaining dead. Must use Proficient level Light Feather Flicker to evade attacks for 90 minutes daily, for 1 week. In an instant, countless memories flooded Xiao Tian's mind and body like sparks igniting a flame. It felt as though she had practiced the Light Feather Flicker thousands of times over countless days, embedding it into her muscle memory, ready to execute it flawlessly at any moment. Master is secretly helping again, Xiao Tian thought with delight, though she kept her expression neutral. Why did you stop? Lin Qinghuan offered an encouraging smile. This technique is indeed difficult, but with your abilities, you should be able to reach a proficient level within half a month. Even this estimate was an optimistic one. Typically, it would take at least a month to bring a brank skill to a proficient level. This movement technique is different from most, Lin Qinghuan patiently instructed. It focuses more on deceiving opponents than simply enhancing your speed. Grasping this concept will make your progress much smoother. At that moment, she felt the satisfaction of being a teacher. Xiao Tian nodded quietly and sprang into action. Her figure vanished from Lin Qinghuan's sight in an instant, reappearing behind her a moment later. Along her path, several ethereal afterimages formed from holy energy lingered in the era hallmark of achieving proficiency in the light feather flicker. How is this possible? Lin Qinghuan momentarily lost her composure, blinking in disbelief. Her usually calm expression gave way to shock. She was certain she had just witnessed a proficient-level execution of the light feather flicker. Could her guidance truly have been this effective? Though she had heard of rare cases where certain beasts or individuals displayed exceptional compatibility with specific skills, achieving a proficient level upon first learning was unheard of and typically only resulted in a single burst of brilliance. This technique does seem to complement angels remarkably well, Lin Qinghuan mused. But if she truly reached proficiency upon first learning it, that's extraordinary. Such skill comprehension is considered exceptional, even in the imperial capital. Unaware of Lin Qinghuan's inner astonishment, Xiao Tian was lost in the joy of her newfound fluidity, like a fledgling bird discovering its wings and the vast sky beyond. I'll report your exceptional talent to the imperial capital and request additional training resources for you, Lin Qinghuan said. For now, let's return to Yuqing. I still need to interrogate those people. The group boarded the bus and quickly returned to Yuqing. Fang Ran immediately took Xiao Tian to rent a training room. 3,131 gene points. Fang Ran stared at the interface before him. There are quite a few skills I can upgrade. The interface displayed. War Angel. Rank. Tier 3, 47. Level. Advanced, early stage. Skills. Sacred Flame Greatsword Perfect. Divine Physique Perfect. Storm Bow Proficient. Basic Evolution Method Meticulous. Sacred Flame Evolution Method Meticulous. Divine Light Vision. Description. A powerful angelic entity, said to be created to punish betrayers. With a burst of golden light, Fang Ran decisively invested 100 gene points to enhance the Sacred Flame Evolution method. Following that, he allocated 10 gene points each to Divine Light Eye, Sacred Flame Greatsword, and Divine Physique. Although the sacred power within him grew substantially, the gene points consumed by the evolution method were so immense that he had no choice but to focus on improving his skills instead. Advanced Divine Light Eye, Sacred Flame Greatsword, and Divine Physique, Fang Ran declared in a deep voice. As the gene points were infused, the brilliance of the three skills intensified, instantly propelling them to new levels. The Divine Light Eye advanced to level 2, gaining the ability to not only perceive the flow of an opponent's aura, but also control sacred power with pinpoint precision. The Sacred Flame Greatsword, after breaking through, saw a significant boost in power, enabling Fang Ran to summon a mighty sword with just a portion of his sacred energy. The Divine Physique also evolved, enhancing the recovery speed of sacred power and allowing him to form a sacred energy shield to block fatal attacks. This level of breakthrough far surpassed the limits of ordinary mastery, reaching a realm beyond the grasp of most experts. However, the price of such advancement soon became evident too. Of the breakthrough skills required 10 uses to fully master, with only the eye skill being exempt from any cost. Over the next half-month, Xiao Tian tirelessly participated in intensive training while repeatedly utilizing Storm Bow, Sacred Flame Greatsword, and Divine Physique until the proficiency of the breakthrough skills was perfected. During her remaining time, she focused on deepening her mastery of the Storm Bow. Though the evolution method continued to operate within her, The lack of access to top-tier ingredients limited the progression of her evolutionary rank. The other trainees in the camp watched Xiao Tian's relentless dedication with a mix of awe and regret over their own choices of companion beasts. How can such a hard-working beast exist in this world? They murmured. Xiao Tian, do you want to take a break? Fang Ran asked with concern. No need. I still have so much to learn, Xiao Tian replied, shaking her head, immersed in the exhilaration of constant breakthroughs. Besides, my master has sacrificed far more than I have. Fang Ran, how on earth do you train her? Lu Yong couldn't help but ask. She's practically obsessed with training. At that moment, Lin Qinghuan appeared, her short hair neatly styled, and her tailored uniform, making her look sharp and professional. Fang Ran, there's news from the imperial capital, Lin Qinghuan said without preamble. They're prepared to increase your benefits a set of grade skills, along with 3 months of a grade-level companion beast dietary allowances. Her statement immediately drew the attention of the surrounding students. Grade skills were incredibly valuable, often unattainable even with vast wealth, let alone the additional dietary funding worth billions. The crowd couldn't help but feel envious, wishing they could accept the offer in Fang Ran's place. However, Lin Qinghuan added with a cryptic smile, there's a condition you must apply to the Imperial Academy and cannot choose any other school. This stipulation left everyone stunned. The fact that one of the 5 prestigious academies would go out of its way to extend such an offer was nothing short of miraculous, like an unattainable goddess fervently pursuing Fang Ran. What if I don't pass? I wouldn't have to repay the debt, right? Fang Ran's voice carried a hint of worry. His greatest fear was failing to get into the Imperial Academy. After all, little Tian had only just begun evolving, and catching up to those prodigies who had been trained since childhood in such a short time seemed nearly impossible. Lin Qinghuan smiled faintly. You don't need to worry about that. The academy will test your aptitude in advance. As long as you meet the standard, you'll be fine. Only then did Fang Ran let out a sigh of relief. But Lin Qinghuan's next words made his expression tense. We've caught members of the Divine Beast Society. I might not have time to train you all for the next few days, Lin Qinghuan said, her tone serious. The Divine Beast Society? Fang Ran asked. They're a group of ruthless criminals who specialize in capturing beasts, Lin Qinghuan explained. Not only do they force the beasts into servitude, but they also keep them in captivity to harvest and sell their organs for profit. Even worse, they secretly trade in forbidden materials. Many beast tamers have died from backlash after using beasts they've acquired from them. Fang Ran drew in a sharp breath. Forbidden material, trading, no wonder these people dared to take such risks. Certain beast organs were invaluable as evolution materials. He couldn't even bear to imagine what would happen if little Tian fell into their hands. To those people, every part of little Tian's body would likely have a price tag. Don't worry, Lin Qinghuan said calmly, as if discussing stepping on an ant. In a few days, I'll team up with the Yuqing Beast Tamer Association to completely eradicate them. You're coming with me. I can go. Fang Ran's heart skipped a beat. You already have the strength to take on latest-stage high-level fierce beasts, stronger than most beast tamers, Lin Qinghuan said nonchalantly. In truth, her main reason for bringing Fang Ran along was little to only by witnessing the destruction of the organization that had imprisoned it could the angel's advancement remain unaffected. Several days later, inside the training room, little Tian hovered in the air, its wings spread wide, radiating a faint holy power. Fang ran continuously through darts, but they always narrowly missed little Tian. This wasn't intentional. Little Tian's radiant feather mirage had already reached a subtle level of mastery. Its wings refracted light, disrupting the enemy's vision and significantly reducing their accuracy. Mastering radiant feather mirage at a subtle level in just a few days. Fang Ran thought to himself, thrilled. For most people, such a feat would take years of arduous practice, but with his ability, mastering skills had become effortless. As Fang Ran basked in his excitement, Lu Yong entered the training room with a face full of resentment. Fang Ran, Senior Lin is looking for you. Clearly, he was unhappy about Lin Qinghuan always giving Fang Ran exclusive guidance. Fang Ran immediately summoned little Tian back into the beast space and hurried to Lin Qinghuan's office. As soon as he entered, Lin Qinghuan's eyes lit up, though she maintained a composed demeanor. You're here? How's your practice with Radiant Feather Mirage coming along? Little Tian is a perfect match for this movement technique and has already mastered it completely. Mastered, huh? Not bad. Lin Qinghuan replied with a calm exterior, though internally, she was astonished. Mastery in such a short time? That was unheard of. Although Fang Ran had noticed Xiao Tian's relentless effort, this progress was simply too fast. Staring at the scene before him, Fang Ran couldn't help but feel astonished. This wasn't just mastery, it was complete and absolute mastery. However, judging by Senior Lin's calm and accustomed expression, it seemed she didn't find this surprising at all. Swallowing the words that had been on the tip of his tongue, Fang Ran decided to remain silent. The reply from the Imperial capital has arrived, Lin Qinghuan said as she pulled a bank transfer receipt from her pocket. They've given you the most universal rank skill. I've already transferred the money for the recipe to your account, remember? It can only be used to buy beast feed. I've received it, Fang Ran confirmed with a nod, then eagerly asked, what about the rank skill? His eyes sparkled with anticipation, had never seen an rank skill before in U City. Lin Qinghuan retrieved a rolled-up scroll from behind her. As she unfurled it, its surface gleamed with an ancient luster. A rank skill Dragon Soul Forging, she announced, her tone carrying a hint of apology. I'm sorry, you're not a student of the Imperial capital yet, so it's understandable that they're being cautious. She continued, this Dragon Soul Forging skill is extraordinarily valuable. Its price once soared into the billions. But few have ever succeeded in mastering it, as it requires dragon blood to enhance. The Imperial capital likely chose this skill, knowing no one could actually learn it. This way, they keep their promise without truly giving it away. Once you're officially a student there, they'll naturally provide you with a new rank skill. Seeing Lin Qinghuan's slightly apologetic expression, Fang Ran's heart warmed. Although they hadn't known each other for long compared to her time in the Imperial capital, her care and support, simply because they were from the same hometown, touched him deeply. It's all right, Senior Lin, it's the thought that counts, Fang Ran reassured her. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly opened the Dragon Soul Forging scroll. At its center was a shadowy dragon figure, resembling the Death Wing, surrounded by cryptic and intricate text. A powerful aura immediately emanated from the scroll, far surpassing that of any rank skill. A system prompt appeared before him. Would you like to advance to the introductory stage of Dragon Soul Forging? Fang Ran was stunned. Could Xiaotian, his companion, actually learn a dragon skill? Suppressing his excitement, his shoulders trembled involuntarily. This skill, worth billions, had fallen into his hands as if by a stroke of fate. Noticing Fang Ran's reaction, Lin Qinghuan gently patted his head, silently blaming the Imperial capital for being so unfair and causing him such distress. She resolved to find a way to make it up to him. Advance, Fang Ran whispered without hesitation. To learn Dragon Soul Forging, high-quality dragon blood must be infused into your being. Would you like to advance with dragon blood? Give me the highest grade dragon blood, Fang Ran declared without a second thought. Pure Black Dragon King's essence blood has been advanced. Remaining debt, 1 drop of pure dragon blood. A single drop of crimson dragon blood, gleaming like a gemstone, appeared in Fang Ran's consciousness, ready for use at any moment. Just then, Lin Qinghuan's phone rang. It's ready? All right, I'll head over now, she said urgently, before swiftly leaving the training camp. It seemed she had pressing matters related to the Divine Council. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Ran grabbed the scroll and headed straight for the training room. The diagram appeared before Fang Ran's eyes. He took a deep breath and decisively commanded, advance the proficiency of Dragon Soul Forging. As soon as he spoke, the system notification rang out. Dragon Soul Forging initiated. Deck confirmed. Execute Dragon Soul Forging 10 times. Without hesitation, Fang Ran gave his next order. Consume pure dragon blood. The system promptly responded. Deck confirmed. Pure dragon blood consumed. A drop of crystal-clear dragon blood materialized out of thin air and slowly merged into Xiaotian's forehead. In an instant, a formidable surge of energy coursed through Xiaotian's entire body, visibly strengthening her physique. This was an attire skill designed to enhance physical strength, granting beasts a body as powerful as that of a dragon. Xiaotian closed her eyes and began channeling the forging technique, rapidly consuming the dragon blood within her. At the same time, Fang Ran felt its effects as well as own physical attributes improved significantly, and he could sense unprecedented strength when clenching his fists. Dragon Soul Forging, 110, Fang Ran murmured, his gaze fixed on Xiaotian's eyes, which now glowed with a molten, lava-like hue. Every movement she made exuded an indescribable aura of majesty, entirely unlike ordinary attire skills. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Day after day, Xiaotian continued practicing Dragon Soul Forging while consuming rare ingredients from the attire recipe to evolve within the beast space. Finally, on the 7th day, she completely exhausted the dragon blood within her. Debt cleared. Dragon Soul Forging 1010. The system notification rang out. Even at the entry level, Xiaotian's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. With the added benefits of the attire recipe evolution method, her rank had also advanced. Xiaotian, the War Angel, had now reached Tier 4, 11, at the high intermediate stage. Her skill panel proudly displayed Holy Flame Greatsword Perfect, Divine Physique Perfect, Dragon Soul Forging Entry, Radiant Feather Dash Proficient, Storm Bow Proficient, Basic Evolution Method Subtle, Sacred Flame Evolution Method Subtle, and Divine Light Eyes. With her rank advancement, Xiaotian's skin became even more flawless and delicate. However, unlike ordinary Tier 4 angels who would grow an additional pair of wings, her existing wings had instead become larger and sharper. When she activated her divine power, metallic-like veins appeared across her soft body, becoming increasingly pronounced. Is this the power of a war angel? Fang Ran asked curiously, gently tracing the faint veins on her body. Xiao Tian softly explained. These veins allow me to channel divine power to fully enhance my body. They're merely a manifestation of the divine power and don't physically exist. I see. I thought they were meant for defense, Fang Ran said with a sudden realization. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's cheeks flushed slightly. Under the glow of divine power, her golden hair appeared even more radiant and pure, like that of a true deity, exuding an aura of untouchable sanctity. As her wings retracted, the markings on her body faded away. As night fell, Fang Ran returned home. In the living room, his aunt was helping his uncle straighten out a crisp black suit. What's the occasion? Fang Ran asked, puzzled. Fang Qihua raised an eyebrow smugly. The company is holding a meeting, and the boss asked me to represent our department to report on our progress. Progress report? You. Fang Ran's face was filled with skepticism. He knew his uncle's capabilities all too well, and this was certainly perplexing. He's quite good at discussing current affairs, but the moment you ask him about work, he just shuts down. Fang Ran thought to himself as he observed his uncle's animated demeanor. Recently, the company's leadership had been visiting their home frequently, under the guise of home visits, clearly trying to gather information about him. Their intentions couldn't have been more obvious. They were determined to win him over from every angle. Do you know what my latest PPT is about? Fang Qihua turned to Fang Ran, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Fang Ran had no interest at all, but he responded casually. What? Don't tell me it's about your genius Beast Tamer nephew. Close enough, Fang Qihua chuckled, nodding. Specifically, it's about the relationship between beast taming and work. Seeing the joy on his uncle's face, Fang Ran chose not to say much. He understood the reality behind all this all too well. This so-called admiration was purely based on his potential. Advanced beast tamers weren't exactly rare in Yuqing, but what this mid-sized company truly valued was his chance of getting into one of the 5 great academies. If he succeeded, countless opportunities would come flooding in. If he failed, today's attention would vanish just as quickly. After all, the core positions in such companies were always reserved for graduates of prestigious schools. Where's Xiaotian? His aunt suddenly interjected, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Why do you always keep her locked up in the beast space? Fang Ran's lips twitched slightly. What do you mean, locked up? Before he could finish, a radiant, holy light descended into the living room. Xiaotian's figure emerged, leaving his uncle and aunt momentarily stunned. Xiaotian had undergone a complete transformation. Every gesture and movement exuded an extraordinary aura, as if she had stepped straight out of a mythological tale. She's stunning, even more dazzling than the celebrities on TV. Sang Xuelon couldn't help but step closer to take a better look. And she's grown taller too. Is this some kind of effect from beast evolution? Meanwhile, in an interrogation room elsewhere in Yuqing, a starkly different scene was unfolding. I'm begging you, don't let me go. Lock me up in the Beast Tamer prison. I've told you everything I know. A haggard-looking man was shouting desperately, his unusual plea leaving the interrogators visibly puzzled. Senior Lin, let's honor his request, one of them suggested. All right, Lin Qinghuan replied. The man instantly let out a sigh of relief, grateful that he had confessed about the Beast Tamer lady in time. At least now, he would be somewhere safe. Lin Qinghuan paid him no further attention and turned to address the group beside her. You're all advanced level Beast Tamers, right? Handling 2 Lord level Beast Tamers should be a breeze. The main reason you're here is to prevent their escape. Yes, we're all instructors from Fungo Academy, Suyu responded. This is a government mission. There's a chance we might earn some advancement materials. Good. I only trust people from Fungo Academy. Lin Qinghuan nodded in agreement, given that she herself was an alumna of the academy. Shall we head out now? Suyu asked. Not yet. We need to pick someone up first. Pick someone up? Suyu frowned in confusion, unable to think of anyone else in Yuqing who could be a reliable addition. In front of the Funga Academy gates, as Fang Ran's figure appeared, it immediately drew countless gazes like a magnet. He scanned the surroundings, but saw no sign of Lin Qinghuan, who had asked him to meet her. A trace of helplessness surfaced in his heart. Being stood up was undeniably unpleasant. With no other choice, Fang Ran decided to head back to his class. On his way past the training grounds, a group of beast tamers from the same cohort immediately recognized him. After over a month of rigorous training, most of them had already mastered the intricacies of their exclusive evolution techniques. Fang Ran. A few of the top students in the class enthusiastically surrounded him. It's been so long. We thought you'd gone missing. Now even the top student spot has been taken by Shun Yun. Their attitudes toward Fang Ran were entirely different from before. The beast tamer instructor in charge of the class also approached, his expression serious. Fang Ran, isolating yourself won't work. You need to interact with your classmates more. Apologies, teacher. I've been so busy with training lately that I haven't had the time, Fang Ran replied tactfully. He didn't mention that he had joined the special training camp after all. Lin Qinghuan wasn't a teacher at Fungo Academy, so there was no need to elaborate. The teacher's expression softened slightly. Just make sure to notify us if you won't be attending in the future. This lenient attitude made the other Beast Tamers inwardly groan. They struggled even to get sick leave approved, yet for Fang Ran, it seemed so easy. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance of the training grounds. A large group of female students rushed in, their excited chatter filling the air. It's Senior Lu Yong. He's one of Funga Academy's top 3 geniuses year after year. I heard Lin Qinghuan even took him to the special training camp. Amid the crowd's adoration, Lu Yong wore a confident smile, as though regaining the self-assurance he had once lost in Fang Ran's presence. However, when he turned and spotted Fang Ran, his expression froze for a moment before he walked over. Fang Ran, what are you doing here? Lu Yong's greeting left everyone around them stunned. Senior Lu, you know Fang Ran? A curious student asked. Of course I do, Lu Yong replied, looking at Fang Ran with a puzzled expression. Are you teaching the new students here? This exchange only made the atmosphere more peculiar. When Lu Yong learned that Fang Ran was actually a first-year student who had entered with a perfect score, he looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. As a third-year student with 2.5 years of experience, the realization hit him hard. As the crowd reeled in shock, a crisp voice suddenly called out from behind Fang Ran. Fang Ran. Turning around, he saw a figure wrapped up tightly in a mask and sunglasses. It was Lin Qinghuan. Though her face was fully concealed, her striking figure was impossible to hide. Do you really need to cover up so much? Fang Ran silently complained to himself. However, recalling Lu Yong's earlier expression of extreme caution, he had to admit that such vigilance was indeed necessary. After all, Lin Qinghuan was a household name in Yuqing, and her fame even reached the capital. Her Ragstorage's story of becoming the capital's top beastmaster was the kind of inspirational tale that could easily be packaged to motivate anyone. As soon as Fang Ran left, the scene erupted into chaos. Why did they take Fang Ran away? Who was that person? Someone asked in confusion. All covered up like that. They don't seem like a good person, another voice chimed in. But their figure is pretty good. It's Senior Lin, I'm sure of it, Lu Yong responded firmly. I just don't know what she wants with Fang Ran. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the atmosphere around him turned strangely silent. Meanwhile, on a sleek bus sat several high-level beastmasters, representing the backbone of Yuqing's forces. Suyu, could Lin Qinghuan be going to find old Zhang? Someone speculated. No, old Zhang is only mid-level and wouldn't be of much use, Suyu dismissed the idea. Then maybe old Zhao? Not him either's on sick leave and not at the academy. Then who? Who could it be? The group debated back and forth, but Suyu was just as uncertain. Who at Fungo Academy could be reliable and strong enough? Regardless, if this mission succeeded, she was certain to advance to Lordovland if luck was on her side. She might even aim for king level. However, everything hinged on whether this ally was up to the task. If they turned out to be a burden, she wouldn't hesitate to leave them behind during the battle. This mission was dangerous, with the risk of losing one's primary beast, which could shatter any hope of future advancement. They're here. The Beastmasters craned their necks to look out the window. Lin Qinghuan was accompanied by a young, handsome Beastmaster, whose familiar face left Suyu momentarily stunned. The others stretched their necks and began whispering. Suyu, isn't that your student? Yeah. Is Lin Qinghuan really asking us to take a student to chase after the Beast God Society? I heard rumors at the academy that Fang Ran is Lin Qinghuan's younger brother. Could it be true? Are we just taking him along to give him some experience and make his future easier? If he really is her brother, no wonder he got into the special training camp at such a young age. The group murmured among themselves. Earlier, in their teacher's group chat, they had heard that Fang Ran had joined the special training camp. They had doubted it at the time, but now it seemed entirely possible. Suyu, when they come over, just reject them outright. Yeah, we should all refuse. Lin Qinghuan wouldn't force him on us. For these teachers, risking their lives on a mission was no time to babysit an unfamiliar student. After all, he wasn't their own child, and losing their primary beast because of him would ruin their chances of ever advancing again. He got into the special training camp? Was it through connections? Suyu frowned, watching the young man closely. She didn't think so. Among everyone present, she was the only one who had seen his beast, Xiao Tian, in action. In such a short time, he had mastered the highly challenging crank skill, sacred guiding bow, something no mere connected student could achieve. As soon as Lin Qinghuan boarded the bus, a dissatisfied beastmaster spoke up. Senior Lin, I believe this student has only just enrolled, hasn't he? Lin Qinghuan smiled and replied. You all taught me before, just call me Qinghuan. As for Fang Ran, he'll eventually apply to the Imperial Academy, where he'll inevitably encounter the Beast God Society. This is a good opportunity for him to gain some experience. Besides, his beast is connected to this mission, and not bringing him along could hinder her future advancement. Oh, how convenient. You've even prepared an excuse, someone sneered. Beastmasters are judged by their strength. If you're strong, you're a senior. Does anyone want to take Fang Ran under their wing and look after him? Lin Qinghuan scanned the group, only to see many avoiding her gaze. They'll do it, Suyu said calmly. Her words shocked everyone. who turned to stare at her in disbelief. Teacher Suyu? Fang Ran was surprised to see her among the group. Suyu responded with a composed expression. Stay behind me when the time comes, and don't let Xiaotian come out. You've only just become a beast. Masterial combat is far more complicated than you think. Taking the opportunity, Fang Ran sat down next to Suyu as the vehicle began to move. Don't worry, they'll just stay at a distance and shoot. I won't get close, Fang Ran said softly. Fine. Suyu reluctantly agreed. Those people were ruthless, and if things got dangerous, they could always let them go to avoid trouble. Suyu's words made it clear she wanted Fang Ran to avoid danger as much as possible. Her concern for him was evident, much to the frustration of the male teachers behind them, who gritted their teeth in envy. This kid had barely arrived and was already sitting so close to Suyu. They hadn't dared to sit next to her for years. These are all teachers from Fungo Academy. If you need help, just ask them. Suyu introduced Fang Ran to the others. The slightly chubby one was Yang Zian, in charge of culinary classes. The tall one was the physical education teacher, Tanzei, and another, whom Fang Ran had seen before, was Jiang Yao, the examiner who had spoken to Suyu during his enrollment. Hearing Suyu shift responsibility onto them, the teachers forced polite smiles. Fang Ran could sense they would rather throw him out the bus window if they could. Unfortunately for them, this was a specialized vehicle designed to withstand beast attacks, and the windows couldn't be opened. After a long drive, the bus arrived at a bustling district and parked by the roadside. They waited until nightfall, when the area became lively with lights and activity. Everyone follow me to break through. There might be 2 Lord-level Beastmasters inside, not to mention several high-level ones. Fang Ran, you and Suyu head to the east side and intercept anyone trying to escape. Lin Qinghuan issued her final instructions. Following her orders, the group disembarked. It was clear that the task of breaking through was the most dangerous, while Fang Ran and Suyu only needed to guard the escape route. Fu and Yuqing could escape Lin Qinghuan's clutches, and even if someone did, they could always let them go. After all, he was her brother, they understood. Some of the teachers couldn't help but regret not bringing Fang Ran along themselves. If they had, they'd be the ones reaping the benefits now. They glanced enviously at Suyu, who led Fang Ran to the east side of the street. Fang Ran quickly summoned Xiaotian. The advantage of humanoid beasts was that they weren't easily recognized. Suyu, meanwhile, kept her beast hidden in her beast space, ready to summon it at the first sign of trouble. Watching the figures moving in and out of the club's eastern gate, Fang Ran couldn't help but feel a chill in the night breeze. When Lin Qinghuan goes in, will she make them all kneel with their hands on their heads? He suddenly asked. We're here to intercept, not break through. That's Lin Qinghuan's job, Suyu replied, fully focused. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the street ahead and the eastern gate became chaotic. Clearly, the battle inside had begun. These desperate criminals, knowing they'd face grim consequences if caught by the Beast God Society, were putting up a fierce resistance. In just a few moments, 3 or 4 figures began fleeing through the only available gap. Quick, run. The boss is holding them off for us, shouted a group of Beast Tamers in panic. Dressed in ordinary clothes, they summoned their tiger and wolf beasts and fled desperately. High above the skies, a 6-winged angel hovered, holding a massive holy book and chanting solemnly. The overwhelming pressure it emitted kept everyone at bay. At the epicenter of the radiant holy light stood a towering skeletal giant, 3 stories high and made of blackened bones, struggling against the impact of the sacred energy. This was a Shegu beast, a creature only contracted by the Divine Beast Guild. Fang Ran, focus ahead. Suyu called out urgently. Before her voice faded, several beast tamers riding their summoned beasts had already closed in on the 2 of them. Sanyue Wolf, Suyu commanded in a low voice. With a piercing wolf howl, a silver-white wolf materialized from thin air. The fleeing tamers immediately noticed their presence. Just a woman and a kid, and they chose this path to run, one of them scoffed. Suyu, I know her. She's only at the advanced late stage. The 2 of us can hold her off. Lao Zhang, you go take care of that student, another quickly instructed. Make it fast. The 3 of us at advanced mid-stage can easily handle her advanced latest strength. The 3 beast tamers split up. One, accompanied by a purple mink beast, and another, with an iron claw bear, charged at Suyu. The 3rd pursued Fang Ran. The Sanyue wolf swiped its claws at the iron claw bear, but the bear crossed its massive arms in defense. Thud. The attack only left faint scratch marks on the bear's thick limbs. Its formidable defense made Suyu frown deeply. Fang Ran, remember what I've told you. Suyu shouted. But to her surprise, Fang Ran had already started sprinting away. A pang of worry struck her heart, but she thought to herself, perhaps this is the right choice after all. The beast tamer chasing Fang Ran panted heavily. Kid, stop running. With your beast, how far do you think you can go? He muttered, puzzled. The humanoid beast Fang Ran had summoned was somehow faster than his blade leopard. Fang Ran came to a halt at an open factory site. Suddenly, the angel turned its gaze, unwavering, as it began gathering holy energy. In its hands, a colossal storm bow materialized, surrounded by spiraling, terrifying winds. The sheer force of the storm made the pursuer shudder with unease. Aren't you just a student? A pushover? What the hell is this skill? The pursuer swallowed nervously. Blade Leopard, stop her from firing. But it was too late. The expertly executed storm bow fired instantly. The pursuer felt a gust of wind slam into him, and his vision went dark as he lost consciousness. Gene points 2. Fang Ran murmured to himself, sparing only a glance at the fallen Beast Tamer before dashing back in Suyu's direction. He knew the storm bow was immensely powerful, but using it in densely constructed areas could lead to catastrophic damages, and compensating for it would bankrupt him. With Xiaoyan's feedback, Fang Ran moved like a gust of wind. He swiftly returned to the previous battleground with Xiaotian, his eyes gleaming with confidence. At that moment, the remaining 2 Beast Tamers saw Fang Ran, and their faces instantly turned pale with fear. You're back? Did you take care of old Zhang that quickly? Suyu asked in astonishment, admiration evident in her eyes. Fang Ran nodded slightly without saying much. Old Zhang's defeat was a testament to his growing strength, which now exerted immense pressure on the remaining 2. Useless fool, couldn't even become a proper member. One of them cursed angrily, clearly dissatisfied with old Zhang's performance. Attack! Charge at him! The other shouted, as the 2 simultaneously commanded their beasts to charge toward Fang Ran. However, Suyu's Sanyue Wolf stood like an unyielding shield in front of Fang Ran. The enemy's attempt to approach him was nothing short of a futile dream. Holy guiding bow! Xiaotian called out sharply, gathering sacred power to unleash a luminous arrow. The arrow, imbued with sacred flames, pierced through the black bear's arm in an instant. The holy fire burned relentlessly at the wound, causing the black bear to spiral into a frenzied rage from the pain. This power, could it be a mastery-level skill? The 2 Beast Tamers' pupils constricted as they looked on in disbelief. Xiaotian didn't stop, firing several more luminous arrows that struck the enemy's limbs with pinpoint accuracy. The sheer penetrating power left Suyu stunned, as even her Sanyue Wolf had struggled to break through such defenses, yet Fang Ran achieved it with such ease. No, this has already reached a micro-level of precision. Suyu muttered in shock. Sensing the dire situation, the 2 Beast Tamers quickly retrieved their beasts into their respective spaces, fearing the loss of their life-bound companions. We surrender! We surrender! They shouted, raising their hands in utter fear. Fang Ran felt a tinge of disappointment, having hoped to earn more gene points, only to find his opponents so weak and easily subdued. Suyu stepped forward to securely bind the 2, then glanced at Fang Ran with a mix of complexity and awe. In such a short span of time, Fang Ran's growth had left her utterly astonished. While she had heard of a few young mid-level beast tamers before, a micro-level holy guiding bow was something completely unheard of. I underestimated you, Suyu admitted with an awkward smile. I originally thought of having you hide, but now it seems it's the Hunters Guild that should be hiding instead. At that moment, both their phones rang simultaneously. This time, it wasn't a message from Lin Qinghuan, but rather a bounty notice from the Beast Tamer Association. The notice offered clear rewards for capturing fugitives from the Divine Beast Guild, including one severely injured latest-stage Lord-level Beast Tamer. Fang Ran's eyes lit up, as if he could see stacks of money waving at him. However, Xiaotian's gaze pierced through the city, locking onto several dark energy trails. There are 3 of them, Xiaotian suddenly said, pointing in different directions across the city. Clearly, other members of the Divine Beast Guild had split up and taken various escape routes, but their lingering aura could not escape Xiaotian's sharp senses. Let's go catch them, Fang Ran proposed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Suyu nodded in agreement. Following Xiaotian's guidance, they quickly located 3 individuals disguised as ordinary citizens. Since the targets were trying to hide their identities, they offered little resistance and were easily subdued by Fang Ran and Suyu. They're really here, Suyu thought in astonishment. Does the Angel Clan have such abilities? She glanced at Xiaotian with a mix of curiosity and reverence in her eyes. At the center of the Yushin Society's headquarters, 2 Beastmaster Lords were tied together, severely injured yet still wearing disdainful expressions. They sneered. Lin Qinghuan, so what if you've captured us? The goods have already been sent out. Do you really think you can round up all our members? As long as there's profit, there will always be people raising beasts in captivity. The surrounding Beastmasters, hearing this, showed irritation on their faces. Nearby, a scantily clad cat girl and a mutated beast huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. These were merely the society's surface dealings, meant to mislead outsiders. In truth, Yushin Society secretly bred beasts in captivity, slaughtering them for organ trade upon maturity, and even selling ferocious, untamable beasts to beastmasters. The gruesome scenes in the basement still haunted everyone's minds. How are Su Yu and the others? Someone asked in a low voice. She won't run into trouble with Fang Ran, will she? They should be fine, another person replied. Our top priority now is to hunt down the remaining members of the society. We might make a nice profit from this, someone said with a hint of glee. Though it's a shame about Su Yu. Several people sighed. With Fang Ran in tow, so you might not be able to fully dedicate herself to tracking down the Yushin Society. If her performance fell short, obtaining the materials needed for her promotion to a Beastmaster Lord would be even harder. Lin Xinghuan frowned and said with a hint of regret, "It's just a shame we let one of the leaders escape." She hadn't expected there to be 3 Beastmaster Lords present and had been caught off guard, allowing one of them to slip away. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but feel awkward, taking on 3 Beastmaster Lords at once and severely injuring all of them. Yet she still blamed herself? What did that make them? They usually relied on group attacks just to capture someone. That Beastmaster Lord, how strong is he? Someone asked tentatively. If we all work together, do we stand a chance? Yeah, wasn't he severely injured by Senior Lin? Another chimed in, mentally calculating the reward of 1 million. More importantly, this could be a stepping stone to joining the Beastmasters Guild. Only by joining the guild could they avoid relying on auctions or black markets for rare materials and steer clear of the Yushin Society's dealings. Lin Xinghuan saw through their thoughts and warned, "Even though I injured him, he's not someone lower-level Beastmasters can handle. His beast was enhanced using forbidden materials, making him far more powerful than most." Her words immediately extinguished their ambitions. No one was willing to risk their lives, especially against someone of a much higher rank. Instead of chasing that million, why not focus on capturing more of the Yushin Society's followers? Lin Xinghuan reminded them. Meanwhile, on a certain street. What? I'm just studying with teacher Suyu. Fang Ran argued over the phone. Studying this late? Where exactly are you studying? The voice on the other end questioned suspiciously. You've probably taken Xiaotian out to mess around, haven't you? Teacher Suyu is right next to me. Don't believe me? Hear for yourself. Fang Ran said, handing the phone to Suyu. Taking the phone, Suyu's face instantly softened into a warm smile. Yes, I'm helping Fang Ran with his studies. Don't worry. If it gets too late, he can stay at my place. It's no trouble at all. After finishing, she hung up, her smile vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Fang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher. Suyu shook her head and sighed, thinking, Fang Ran just started school, and here I am, already dragging him into side gigs. If his family finds out, they'll be furious. Still, ever since he joined, I've been earning a lot more. In just 2 short hours, over a dozen members of the Yushin Society had been captured, almost wiping them out completely. Standing by the roadside, Suyu's gaze swept over the bound figures. Her eyes, imbued with extraordinary vision, easily pierced through the disguises of these Beast Tamers, who had evolved through dark arts. Xiao Tian's ranged combat abilities had already surpassed the melee strength of the Zhongyue wolf. Her only apparent weakness seemed to be close-quarters combat. One of the cultists cast a furtive glance at the nearby Xiao Tian, hoping to find a chance to escape. However, the moment his eyes met her pale golden pupils, he froze as if struck by lightning. Those eyes seemed to bridge the gap between species, even between mortals and gods, instantly crushing his will to resist. Xiao Tian, can you find anyone else? Fang Ran asked. At his words, Xiao Tian lifted her gaze to the sky. Not far away, dark energy churned and surged upward, triggering fragmented memories buried deep within her. Faint voices echoed in her mind. They were the voices of her kind, who had comforted her when she was first captured in the darkness. But their solace was short-lived. Soon, those voices vanished forever. Until one day, someone came to the cell and said, "What bad luck, they actually took their own life. Take the body down, we can still sell it for some money to make up for the loss." The memory caused Xiao Tian's fingers to tremble involuntarily. She wanted to investigate, but the thought of Fang Ran, an ordinary human, facing danger gave her pause. Sensing her hesitation, Fang Ran seemed to understand. You found him, didn't you? He asked. Xiao Tian gave a slight nod. It's the Lord-level Beast Tamer. Fang Ran took a deep breath, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. A walking million. This is Yuching. Even if I catch him, he's probably too wanted to go all out here. And with his injuries, if we can't beat him, we can still run. Let's go take me damn. It's dangerous, Xiao Tian warned, concerned for Fang Ran's safety. Don't worry, he'll keep my distance. I trust you, my Beast Tamer. Fang Ran reassured her with a pat on her shoulder. Bolstered by his trust, Xiao Tian gave a slight nod. Under the cover of night, Fang Ran found an excuse to slip away and followed Xiao Tian in search of their target. After crossing several streets, they finally spotted the man near a 24-hour convenience store. He was unshaven and gaunt. To Xiao Tian's eyes, the dark energy surrounding him was so dense it seemed almost tangible, though it writhed and twisted due to his injuries. It's you, the man exclaimed, recognizing Xiao Tian from across the street. His eyes blazed with fervor. Ha, the divine light eyes. Our masterpiece was just missing you. And here you are, delivering yourself to me. He could no longer contain his excitement. The punishment he had endured for losing the divine light eyes, the deprivation of forbidden materials needed for his advancement, all his resentment erupted in this moment. Fang Ran whispered excitedly to himself. What are you talking about? All I see is my walking million. His gaze locked onto the man, as if he were staring at a mountain of gold. A walking million? The man paused upon hearing this, his face gradually twisting into a sinister grin. Although he couldn't grasp the deeper meaning behind Fang Ran's words, he detected the sarcasm in them. What agitated him even more was Fang Ran's greedy gaze, as if he were eyeing a prey ready for slaughter. You think just because I'm injured, you can take me down easily? He said coldly, fixing his gaze on Fang Ran before shifting it to Xiao Tian. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. I was going to give up, but you delivered yourself to me. Capture her, and the leader will surely forgive Memabe, even let the demonic bone beast advance further. Before he could finish speaking, the angel at Xiao Tian's side raised a sacred bow, releasing 3 arrows engulfed in holy flames. Almost simultaneously, a massive, grotesque skeletal arm appeared, shielding the man. The arrows struck the arm, unleashing an intense burst of holy fire that rapidly spread and burned. Hiding behind the demonic bone beast's arm, the man was startled, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. The holy fire's evolutionary ability was highly effective against his beast, and combined with the high-tier skill, even he felt the numbing impact through the arm. Charge forward and capture her now, he barked, eager to end the battle quickly. The demonic bone beast's arm, as wide as a shield, surged toward Fang Ran, blocking every holy arrow shot at it. However, the sacred fire left behind continued to burn through the blackened bones. Xiao Tian, meanwhile, used her light feather step to create distance, all while concentrating her power into the storm bow. Though the gap was closing, it gave her enough time to gather her holy energy. The storm bow, resembling a swirling tornado, shot toward the blackened bones, carrying traces of burning holy fire that erupted into an overwhelming blaze. Boom! A thunderous collision echoed through the area. Residents in the surrounding high-rises were terrified. Most dared not even open their windows, fearing retaliation from the Beast Tamers. Yet, a few brave ones discreetly picked up their phones to record the scene below. Crack! The sound of fracturing bones rang out. The man's face darkened as he noticed a crack in the skeletal arm. Though it was just a small fracture, the power of Xiao Tian's skill far exceeded his expectations. No more delays. That commotion has already drawn attention. Demonic bone beast, charge at her with all your might, he commanded. If she's skilled at long-range attacks, her close combat abilities must be weak. There's no creature in this world that's strong at both, not even dragons. With a guttural roar, a dense black mist spread as the demonic bone beast emerged in full form. Towering as high as a 3-story building, its body was severely damaged, with nearly half of its torso gone. Holy energy burned at the jagged edges of its wounds, leaving it with only a single right arm. Yet, its terrifying presence made nearby residents tremble in fear. Boom, boom. The demonic bone beast charged toward Xiao Tian, each step causing the ground to quake beneath its massive weight. A few steps down, the evil bone beast instantly closed the distance between itself and Xiao Tian, almost within arm's reach. Its right hand struck out like lightning toward Xiao Tian, but in her eyes, the movement seemed sluggish, like a snail's pace. She could clearly predict the trajectory of its attack. Swish! A flash of light streaked through the air, and the evil bone beast's claws grasped nothing but empty space. Impossible! The cult leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared. I could have sworn I caught her just now. That's Lin Qinghuan's skill. He silently berated himself. How could he have been entangled in a fight with a high-level beast tamer for so long? If word got out, had surely become the laughingstock of his peers, maybe even a permanent mark of disgrace. End this in 3 minutes. Launch a full-scale attack, the cult leader barked. The evil bone beast's hands suddenly sprouted sharp bone spikes, which it fired toward Xiao Tian like a torrential rain. At the same time, a faint shimmering barrier appeared around Xiao Tian's body, her divine form at the boundary-breaking level. Behind her, faint dragon shadows began to emerge, and her golden eyes shone as if molten lava swirled within them. Though her dragon soul infusion was only at the beginner level, it granted her the endurance and strength comparable to a dragon. Combined with multiple buffs, Xiao Tian's power had grown exponentially. From a distant rooftop, Fang Ran silently observed the battle. From the moment the fight started, he had found a place to hide. If the enemy discovered him and Xiao Tian lacked the skills to protect him, he could easily become a liability. Hey, you're watching the show too? A voice suddenly came from behind Fang Ran. He turned to see a middle-aged man with a rugged face, holding up a phone to record the scene below. The man muttered excitedly. This is intense. A battle between Beast Tamers, both of them, must be at least Lord level. This is rare footage. You'd have to pay thousands online to get something like this. For ordinary people, Lord level is practically at the level of deities, the man remarked with a sigh. Too bad I didn't become a Beast Tamer back in the day. You're still young, couldn't waste your potential. Aren't you worried? What if they spot you? Fang Ran couldn't help but warn him. What's there to be afraid of? This is a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Even if I die, it'd be worth it. The man replied nonchalantly. Seeing how stubborn he was, Fang Ran decided not to bother persuading him further and refocused his attention on the battle below. Swish, swish. Black spikes shot toward Xiaotian like a rain of arrows, but most missed their mark, landing around her. The few that did hit were absorbed by the divine shield surrounding her. Meanwhile, her divine form, coupled with two natural evolutionary techniques, slowly replenished her sacred energy, much like health potions or the strength of a celestial dragon in a game. In the midst of the battle, Xiaotian moved with agility and precision, dodging most of the attacks with ease. The divine form, capable of withstanding fatal blows, emboldened her movements. While evading, she brought her sacred flame greatsword down repeatedly, leaving deep gashes on the evil bone beast's sole remaining arm. The vitality of a lord-level creature is incredible. Fang Ran couldn't help but exclaim. The middle-aged expert beside him commented, "That angel's at lord level 2, right? But her attack power is still a bit lacking." Even with the advantage of countering dark creatures, the fight's dragging on. Her attacks should be dealing at least 1.5 times more damage. Clearly, this expert had a wealth of knowledge, perhaps even more than many beast tamers. Damn it, is your sacred energy endless? The gaunt man's cult leader screamed, his bloodshot eyes filled with fury. His chest tightened, and a bitter taste rose in his throat, threatening to choke him. He felt as if he wasn't just battling a high-level beast tamer, but another lord-level opponent. By all logic, even in his injured state, he should have been able to crush a high-level beast tamer effortlessly. Yet the reality before him was a far cry from his expectations. In close combat, the evil bone beast showed no signs of fear. In just a few minutes, its massive body was covered in wounds of varying sizes, each burning with an inextinguishable holy power, like a curse that clung to its very bones. In contrast, Xiaotian remained completely unharmed, her agility leaving everyone in awe. The cult leader was secretly alarmed. He had encountered many agile beast tamers before, but never one who could evade the attacks of the evil bone beast so effortlessly. What shocked him even more was the holy sword in Xiaotian's hand. It seemed to be a natural nemesis of the beast. Every swing of the blade left a mark on the creature. Though the wounds were not deep, they were perfectly calculated to sap the beast's strength. Evil bone beast, stop holding back. Use your full power, the cult leader ordered through gritted teeth. He had initially been cautious about harming the beast's precious eyes, but now it was clear that unless he went all out, he might end up as the real loser. Bone prison. At the cult leader's command, the evil bone beast's skeleton plunged into the ground. In an instant, countless black bones erupted from beneath the earth, forming a circular cage that trapped Xiaotian inside. A level confinement skill, and I've already mastered it. Let's see how you escape now. The cult leader smirked, confident in his victory. However, Xiaotian remained calm, her expression unchanged. She spoke softly, "No need to run if I can't escape. This is a good opportunity to test my saint sword at the breakthrough level." She released her grip on the original holy sword, which slowly dissipated. Bringing her hands together, her cool voice resonated, "Sacred flame greatsword." In an instant, the holy power within her surged into the sky like a swarm of bees. Within moments, a colossal sword of radiant light materialized, hovering above the evil bone beast's head. The sword was immense, radiating overwhelming holy energy, with flames of eternal sanctity blazing along its blade. The evil bone beast merely glanced upward, and its body began to tremble uncontrollably. The suppressive effect of holy power on evil entities was undeniable. At this moment, the cage it had created became its own tomb. How is this possible? Is this ins-level skill? The cult leader stammered, his entire body trembling in disbelief. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, a man recording the scene stared at the floating holy sword, swallowing hard. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I knew beast tamers were like gods. How else could they summon a weapon like that out of thin air?" The cult leader descended into madness. He couldn't accept the idea of losing to a high-level beast tamer. Even on the brink of death, he refused to let this be the end. He couldn't bear the thought of becoming a cautionary tale, etched into history as a failure. You can't escape either. When that sword falls, we'll both meet the same fate. He screamed hysterically. Xiaotian recalled her time in captivity and, without hesitation, brought her hand down. At that moment, the holy power within her was nearly depleted, leaving only a thin veil of light protecting her body. The massive holy sword descended in response, severing the evil bone beast's only remaining right arm in an instant. The sword then exploded, unleashing an overwhelming surge of holy energy that completely engulfed the creature. Under this immense power, the three-metertal evil bone beast was obliterated in an instant. Gene Points 19. A system notification chimed. The protective barrier around Xiaotian shattered as well, but it absorbed most of the impact. The cult leader collapsed to his knees, watching in despair as the beast he had meticulously nurtured turned to ash. The abrupt severing of their spiritual link left him severely injured, but his gaze seemed to regain a trace of clarity. Meanwhile, not far away, Suyu, who had been waiting to claim the spoils of battle, looked up at the sky. There, a colossal holy sword floated high above, its radiant light piercing through the darkness of the night. Given the proximity of the battle to Su Yu's location, the scene was impossible to ignore. Is this an A-level or S-level skill? Did someone capture the cult leader? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, her pupils contracting sharply. She had only ever seen such a powerful skill from a Lord-level Beastmaster. Her mind flashed to the direction Fang Ran had left, and she made a swift decision. Song Yu Wolf, let's go check it out, she commanded decisively, pulling out her phone and dialing a colleague's number. Cover for me. It's an emergency. It wasn't until her colleague Jiang Yao arrived hurriedly that Su Yu felt assured enough to leave. She leapt onto the back of the Song Yu Wolf and sped off in the direction Fang Ran had gone. Jiang Yao glanced at the dozen or so people tied up together, then at Su Yu's retreating figure, his brows furrowing. Su Yu, don't lose your mind and pin this on innocent bystanders. Lin Qinghuan has the list cross-checking it with the Yushin Society will tell us if they're involved. He calculated silently. How could Su Yu have captured so many members of the Yushin Society on her own? These people were hidden among the masses, practically impossible to identify. Not to mention, she had Fang Ran with her, which would only make her actions more cumbersome. Meanwhile, on a rooftop nearby, whoa, big news. The cult leader of the Hunter God Society has been captured. An excited male voice exclaimed beside Fang Ran, followed by the sound of a phone camera clicking. This is breaking news. Selling this to Beastmaster News will make a fortune. The man turned to Fang Ran, his eyes gleaming with amazement. Did you see that skill earlier? It must be a Lord-level Beastmaster. I've never seen such a powerful skill before. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze. The angel had looked up in their direction, its golden eyes flecked with molten red. A pair of enormous white wings spread from its back as it carried the dazed cult leader and flew straight toward the rooftop. Holy, I wasn't taking unauthorized photos. It's not going to silence us, is it? The man panicked, dropping his phone, which clattered to the ground. However, the divine-like figure ignored him, landing directly in front of Fang Ran and folding its wings. It casually tossed the broken-down cult leader onto the ground with a heavy thud. Fang Ran ignored the stunned man beside him, stepping forward to search the cult leader's pockets. A lighter, a pack of cat-blazed chewing gum, and a tattered piece of cloth inscribed with bizarre symbols. This was all he found. What were you planning to do with Xiao Tian? Fang Ran tried to question him, but the cult leader only twitched blankly, offering no response. After some thorough dialogue, Fang Ran realized the cult leader had truly lost his mind. Although he had captured the man, he still had no leads on the angel's whereabouts. Still, with the thought of a 1 million yuan reward and bonus gene points, the trip wasn't a total loss. Are you a Beastmaster? A trembling voice interrupted from the side. The man looked at Fang Ran with excitement, pulling out his phone again. Can I take a picture? Sure. Fang Ran replied with a faint smile. With permission granted, the man immediately dashed over to the stoic Xiao Tian and snapped a selfie. Then he moved to the bewildered cult leader, grabbing his neck and striking a righteous pose for another photo. After he finished, the man gave Fang Ran a nod of thanks with a smile and walked away. Fang Ran's smile froze on his face. Let's go. Downstairs, Fang Ran muttered to Xiao Tian. While getting up had been tricky, going down was much easier. With Xiao Tian's dragon-like physique, carrying one person in each hand was effortless. As soon as they landed, a wolf's howl echoed from the distance. Fang Ran looked up to see Su Yu riding the Song Yu Wolf, speeding toward them at full tilt. Su Yu approached and leapt off the back of the Song Yu Wolf. The street was in ruins, littered with rubble and debris. A man, battered and bruised all over, lay on the ground in a pitiful state. Is this the leader of Yu City's Yushin Society? Su Yu frowned as she scrutinized the swollen, pig-like face of the man. I saw he was severely injured, so I grabbed him on my way, Fang Ran replied in an indifferent tone, as if it were a trivial matter. Su Yu furrowed her brows slightly. The intelligence had indeed mentioned that Lin Qinghuan had gravely injured the leader, which explained the situation before her. However, the holy sword suspended in midair was clearly not Lin Qinghuan's doing. Could it be that Fang Ran had secretly mastered some new skill? Fang Ran, even if he's badly injured, he's still a Lord-level Beastmaster. You can't be so reckless next time. Su Yu reprimanded sternly. You've only just become an advanced Beastmaster, and yet you dared to capture someone of Lord-level strength. If he had been at full power, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Despite her harsh words, Su Yu couldn't help but feel a flicker of delight in her heart. Fang Ran's performance had already surpassed the limits of what most people could comprehend. Could he really have a chance to get into one of the 5 great academies? The thought startled even herself. After all, those who made it into the 5 great academies were almost always from influential families. Fang Ran's humble origins made him incomparable to those prodigies who had been personally trained by king-level beastmasters from a young age. Currently, the gap wasn't too wide, as the resources needed for low-rank beastmaster advancement were still manageable. But once the ranks increased, The astronomical cost of advancement materials would become a daunting barrier. Even for her, she could only take on missions from the Beastmaster Guild to earn the funds she needed. Meanwhile, in the center of U City stood a towering blue and white building. The ground floor housed a spacious hall. This was the headquarters of the Beastmaster Guild, responsible for mediating disputes between Beastmasters and issuing bounty missions. Zhang Yao, where did you find so many people? Don't tell me you just rounded up some random folks to make up the numbers. This time, the targets are clearly listed on the bounty. A staff member questioned suspiciously. These are all people from the list, Zhang Yao replied, basking in the envious gazes of his colleagues. He turned to a patroller and said, go verify their bounties. The patroller eagerly stepped forward to check the photos. Chunwei Zhaofeng. A total of 11 individuals, 3 mid-advanced level, 7 early advanced level, and 1 late advanced level. Total bounty, 390,000, plus 30 honor points. You captured all the fugitives? Do you have X-ray vision or something? The patroller was astonished. He even briefly suspected this might be a prearranged surrender with the Yushin Society to split the profits. But considering the consequences of Yushin Society members being caught, he quickly dismissed the idea. Haha, I'm a detective extraordinaire. Evil can't escape my discerning eyes. Zhang Yao laughed smugly, soaking in the admiring glances from the female colleagues around him. Then he cleared his throat. Actually, it was Suyu who caught them. I just helped keep an eye on them. At these words, everyone rolled their eyes. Of course, Suyu is a late advanced level beastmaster. Taking down these low-level Yushin Society members is a piece of cake for her. 30 honor points. Suyu should have enough points now to buy materials for Lord-level advancement, right? So, she's about to become a Lord-level beastmaster soon? Why does it feel like the gap between us and her is only growing wider? The crowd buzzed with chatter, filled with admiration for Su Yu's accomplishments. With these accrued honor points, her path to becoming a lord was now within reach. A lord status meant a completely different level of treatment. Countless companies would extend invitations, and merely holding a title could bring in generous compensation. The captured member of the Yushin Society sneered. Both of us are at the advanced stage. You think she could catch me? If it weren't for that damned angelic light arrow that never misses, I would have disappeared without a trace. Oh, listen to him. Still so defiant, huh? Do you even have the right to speak here? Mocking jeers erupted from those around him. The man, however, remained unfazed and grew even more arrogant. Even if you tied all of you pigs together, you wouldn't be able to catch me, Shui Shangfei. Don't tarnish my name. His brazen arrogance drew laughter from the crowd. Couldn't catch you? Then why are you tied up here now? 2 against 1. That's all. He snorted dismissively. 2 against 1. Someone suddenly recalled something. Wasn't Suyu with a student who just enrolled? As soon as this was said, the expressions of the Yushin Society members froze instantly. Had they really been subdued by a student? A wave of shame swept through their hearts. Take them away for interrogation. Lin Qinghuan stepped forward and gave the order. A few subordinates immediately approached, escorting the group to the interrogation room, where professional interrogators were already waiting. But the unease on everyone's faces was unmistakable. Lin Qinghuan had returned empty-handed, which meant the cult leader had escaped. If we let him go, he'll eventually rebuild the Yushin Society in Yuqing. As long as there's profit involved, organizations like this are hard to eradicate. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Qinghuan's eyes. Search the entire city for him. He can't have gone far. Capturing countless members is worthless compared to taking down the cult leader. Only he knows the true purpose behind the Yushin Society's abduction of angels. This is a mission assigned to me by the Imperial Academy. If I don't capture the cult leader, I won't even get in a grade evaluation. I'm afraid it's too late, someone said, shaking their head. While there are quite a few Lord-level beast masters in the city, most of them are bound by contracts with corporations and can't act freely. Plus, who would willingly provoke the Yushin Society without a good reason? No one wants to mess with a cornered Lord-level beast master. And honestly, the bounty of a mere million means nothing to someone at the Lord level. As for us advanced beast masters, even an injured Lord-level master could easily wipe us out in an instant. Suyu is back, Zhang Yao suddenly shouted. Everyone turned toward the voice, seeing Suyu walking side by side with Fang Ran. Beside them was a hunched figure, tightly restrained. As the figure drew closer, everyone gasped in shock. Isn't that the cult leader? Many on-site recognized the cult leader's face and couldn't hide their astonishment. The leader of the Yushin Society was actually captured by Suyu. Suyu, you're incredible. You've struck gold tonight. Colleagues swarmed forward to congratulate her. This was an achievement worthy of personal commendation from the president, perhaps even a skill reward. Promotion to Lord-level Beast Master seemed all but guaranteed. Standing at the back of the crowd, Lin Qinghuan finally let her furrowed brows relax. She never would have imagined that Suyu would actually bring the cult leader back. The crowd cast approving glances at Suyu, their words filled with flattery. Suyu, however, responded with only a faint smile and shifted her gaze to Fang Ran. No, this time I owe it to Fang Ran for helping me. As soon as she said this, a look of disbelief spread across everyone's faces. To them, Fang Ran was just a student, someone who wouldn't even have been part of the group if Lin Qinghuan hadn't insisted on bringing him along. Su Yu's statement seemed like a polite nod to Fang Ran, giving him a share of the credit out of courtesy. Su Yu, you're at a critical juncture for your promotion to Lord level, one colleague said urgently. Exactly. You've been waiting 3 years for this. Now's not the time to be concerned about others, another chimed in. Focus on advancing to Lord level, first everything else can wait. The group spoke one after another, clearly worried that Su Yu might actually share the credit with Fang Ran, potentially jeopardizing her own promotion. Su Yu blinked at their reactions, both amused and exasperated. I'm telling the truth. Even the cult leader was captured thanks to Fang Ran. It really had nothing to do with me. Seeing that they still looked skeptical, she added. Besides, you don't need to worry. Catching just 1 or 2 is already enough for my honor points. Turning back to Fang Ran, Su Yu said sincerely, Fang Ran, out of the 11 targets this time, they'll claim credit for 3, and the cult leader will be attributed to you. Does that sound fair? Fang Ran hesitated. In his mind, the success of this mission was entirely due to Su Yu leading the way and tracking those ferocious beasts, while he had merely stayed in the back, shooting arrows. This division is completely reasonable, Su Yu said earnestly. You should start accumulating honor points now to exchange for Lord-level materials. That way, your pet beast's advancement won't be delayed. There was a touch of wistfulness in her tone as she spoke, recalling how her own delay in accumulating honor points had cost her 2 or 3 years before she could afford the materials needed for her promotion. The surrounding colleagues looked displeased. In their eyes, all the achievements belonged to Su Yu. Why should any of it go to an outsider? After all, neither honor points nor money could ever be considered excessive. Just then, Lin Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, Fang Ran, is it true that you captured the cult leader? As someone who had been present, she was well aware of the cult leader's strength. Even with his power halved, he wasn't someone an ordinary high-level beast tamer could handle. Before anyone could press further, a sudden exclamation interrupted their conversation. Guys, check out the most viewed video on the Beast Taming Network right now. A beast tamer shouted, holding up his phone. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted. The video showed a massive bone demon beast standing in the middle of a street. The person filming from a high-rise building exclaimed excitedly, Whoa, the ground's shaking. Can you feel the screen trembling? Since the Beast Taming Network automatically recommended trending videos from nearby locations, this footage of a battle in Yuqing quickly went viral. After all, battles between beast tamers were a rare sight and always drew large crowds. Is that little Tian? Lin Qinghuan snatched the phone and stared intently at the screen. No doubt about it, that's the bone demon beast and little Tian. At this point, the teachers present all turned to Fang Ran in astonishment. In the footage, apart from the agile movements of little Tian, there was only the towering figure of the bone demon beast. Little Tian evaded the bone demon beast's attacks with nimble maneuvers, leaving Su Yu on edge as she watched. One wrong move could have been disastrous. It looks like the bone demon beast was seriously injured, someone speculated. It missed several chances to hit Fang Ran's beast. Such a close distance, yet we kept brushing past each other, Lin Qinghuan thought as her gaze remained fixed on the battle footage. Her sharp eyes caught details that others missed. What appeared to be a disoriented state was, in fact, Xiao Tian executing the advanced light feather shadow step technique with remarkable skill. It amazed her that Xiao Tian had reached such a level in such a short time since she taught him this level technique. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared on the screen. The person filming began to tremble, and the camera froze on a stunning scene, a sacred sword suspended in midair above the city. The sight left everyone present in silent awe. It wasn't until Fang Ran completed his reward exchange that the mentors snapped out of their shock and immediately began vying for his attention. Fang Ran, if you have any questions in the future, just come to me directly, one mentor said eagerly. No need to bother teacher Su Yu, who's about to leave the academy. I'm here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'll personally guide you. You, another mentor scoffed. Your beast taming techniques are hardly suitable for Fang Ran. When it comes to theoretical knowledge, I'm the most qualified. The mentors argued back and forth, their eyes gleaming with determination. Such talent was too precious to ignore. If they could nurture Fang Ran to success, their status in Yuqing would undoubtedly rise, and the influx of talented students in the future would be guaranteed. Who said I'm leaving the academy? Su Yu interjected with a mysterious smile. Aren't you about to advance to the Lord level? Someone asked in confusion. I can juggle both, Su Yu said smugly. Seeing Su Yu's confident demeanor, the other mentors were filled with regret. If only they had recruited Fang Ran earlier, knowing he had such potential. Compared to Fang Ran's combat prowess, they were practically dead weight. If he got accepted into one of the 5 great academies, their own reputations would soar along with his. Meanwhile, Fang Ran checked his account balance and saw 1.3 million had been deposited. The hefty sum made him feel like a rich man in an instant, and he figured it would be enough to purchase a Lord-level material. Suyu handed Fang Ran the training room key and reminded him, I'm going to exchange for Lord-level materials, so don't come looking for me during this time. With that, she followed the Beast Tamer Association staff toward the elevator, her excitement at advancing to Lord-level evident. At the same time, Lin Qinghuan took Fang Ran to the office of the Beast Tamer Association president in Yuqing. The president appeared to be in his early 30s, with jet black hair and an extraordinary demeanor. Did you capture him? The president asked. Yes, but it was thanks to Senior Lin injuring him, Fang Ran replied honestly. The president chuckled at his humility and turned to Lin Qinghuan. He's a modest kid. Then his tone shifted. In a few months, the unified entrance exams for the major academies will take place, and Yuqing has been selected as one of the exam locations. Talented students from neighboring cities will come here early to acclimate. So soon? Lin Qinghuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the president replied, his tone tinged with helplessness. I just hope the senior Beast Tamers from Fungo Academy don't embarrass us. If it weren't for your role as the top student in the imperial capital, our humble city wouldn't have been chosen as an exam site. He turned to Fang Ran and spoke solemnly. Fang Ran, I plan to publicly commend you. Whether it was luck or skill, defeating an opponent of a higher tier is an achievement. As a reward, you can choose AB level evolution method. Consider it my gift to you. AB level evolution method. Fang Ran's heart leapt with joy. This was exactly what he needed. Thank you, President. No need to thank, might's well deserved. The president said with a smile. You're far better than those students from Fungo Academy. With time, getting into one of the 5 great academies is within reach. Just don't forget about us in Yuqing, and especially not me, your president. The president had already made up his mind would do everything he could to nurture Fang Ran's rare talent before it fully blossomed. Qinghuan, take him to the Beast Tamer Guild skill library and let him choose 8B level evolution method, the guild leader said with a warm smile, his gaze resting on Fang Ran. Lin Qinghuan nodded slightly, signaling Fang Ran to follow her. Passing through several corridors, the two arrived at the skill library of the Beast Tamer Guild. Before them was a massive electronic screen, displaying all the evolution methods currently available in the guild. Search for B-level evolution methods, Lin Qinghuan instructed. The screen flickered rapidly, narrowing down to just a few options. How much do these evolution methods cost? Fang Ran couldn't help but ask. At least a few million. The more expensive ones can go up to tens of millions, Lin Qinghuan replied. Fang Ran frowned as he examined the information on the screen. These evolution methods don't seem as good as the Sacred Flame evolution method. That one not only significantly boosts skill power, but also adds a burning effect to attacks. These just seem to enhance physical attributes. You might not know this, but the Sacred Flame evolution method is an A-level offensive evolution method, Lin Qinghuan explained. All angelic evolution methods are at least a level, and Yuqing only has B-level evolution methods. A-level methods are extremely rare and not affordable for most people. I had to go through quite a bit of trouble to acquire the Sacred Flame evolution method at the Imperial Academy. She glanced at Fang Ran with a teasing look. I didn't expect you to start looking down on B-level methods already. I see, Fang Ran replied with an awkward smile before turning his gaze back to the screen. Then I'll choose the Serpent evolution method. The screen immediately displayed the detailed information for the Serpent evolution method. It accelerates evolution speed, enhances reflexes, and boosts agility skills. The other 2 options were the Thunderstorm evolution method, which increases lightning resistance, and the Iron Wall evolution method, which enhances defense by hardening the skin. I'd recommend that choice too. Lin Qinghuan agreed with a nod. Though Thunderstorm and Iron Wall have broader applications, the Serpent evolution method is better suited for Xiaotian. The evolution method manual was soon delivered to Fang Ran through a transmission channel. As he opened the manual, a green serpent's shadow appeared. Fang Ran summoned Xiaotian, and a system prompt popped up. Would you like to pre-study the Serpent evolution method? Not yet, Fang Ran replied, allowing Xiaotian to learn it on her own. Thanks to her proficiency with basic evolution methods, it took only a dozen minutes for her to fully grasp it. Her astonishing learning speed left Lin Qinghuan quietly impressed. Pre-study, Fang Ran commanded. The system immediately activated. Pre-study Serpent evolution method proficiency. Serpent evolution method proficiency acquired. Remaining dead. Operate Serpent evolution method proficiently 100 times. A surge of memories flooded Xiaotian's mind, as if she had used the evolution method hundreds of times. Her movements became increasingly fluid, faintly exuding the grace of a serpent. After leaving the skill library and bidding farewell to the instructors, Fang Ran returned home. His uncle and aunt were already asleep. Xiaotian began focusing on practicing the serpent evolution method. As sacred energy flowed through her, a translucent serpent shadow flickered faintly behind her mark of reaching proficiency with the evolution method. 5 minutes later, Xiaotian completed her first operation. Fang Ran silently calculated. 4th stage, 39.3. While not as effective as the Sacred Flame evolution method, it's better than the basic one. and it can be mastered to the highest level. The next morning, the video from the previous night went viral across Yuching. Coupled with the public commendation from the Beast Tamer Guild leader, Fang Ran gained some local fame. However, most of the attention remained on Lin Qinghuan. After all, this operation was led by her. The dining table was laden with fragrant dishes, specially prepared by her uncle and aunt on their rare day off. Fang Ran, you went along to capture the criminal gang this time? Fang Qihua asked solemnly, while serving Fang Ran some food. Sang Shualan put down her chopsticks, her face filled with displeasure. You said on the phone last night that you were tutoring, but instead, you took my nephew to such a dangerous place. Fang Ran quickly explained. It was Senior Lin who asked me to go. He said it would be a good experience for me, and I'd be well protected. There was nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Fang Qihua's eyes lit up as if he'd had an epiphany. He was secretly delighted. That's my nephew exceptionally gifted. Lin must have taken notice of him. Otherwise, why not choose someone else to gain experience? He had a strong hunch that tomorrow at work, he'd be rewarded with a promotion or a raise because of this. After all, the operation had made the news, and even the neighbors came asking about it earlier that morning. Even so, it's not okay. Sang Shualan's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. What if something happened? If something went wrong with you as a beast tamer, wouldn't Xiaotian get dragged into trouble too? Fang Ran put down his chopsticks, finally realizing the core of his aunt's worries. Actually, I got an award from the Beast Tamer Association this time, along with a bonus. At these words, both his uncle and aunt froze, turning to stare at Fang Ran in unison. A bonus? You got rewarded by the Beast Tamer Association just for observing? How much? A few thousand? Maybe tens of thousands. They pressed on, thinking Fang Ran was still a student, so it couldn't be much, maybe a few thousand, at most 10,000. 1.3 million, Fang Ran said calmly. 1.3 million. Both of them were dumbfounded. It wasn't until Fang Ran took out his phone and showed them the transaction details that they believed him. Fang Qihua stood frozen in place. This was several times what he had saved over the years. Sang Shualan was so shocked, she couldn't even speak. Why would the Beast Tamer Association reward you with so much money? To reassure them, Fang Ran casually made up an explanation. The president of the Beast Tamer Association values my potential. He said I have a chance to get into one of the top 5 academies in the future and wanted to support me. This statement was like a thunderclap in their ears. The president of the Beast Tamer Association? That was someone they'd never even dreamed of meeting. In an instant, Fang Ran's image in their minds grew towering and impressive, even surpassing Xiaoyan's. They felt fortunate that they had firmly supported their nephew's choices back then. After dinner, Fang Ran had to insist repeatedly before his uncle and aunt reluctantly accepted a few tens of thousands of yuan, refusing to take any more no matter what he said. While Fang Ran was helping Xiaotian with his training, so you called. Come to the academy. Principal Zhang has invited beast tamers from other academies to Fengge Academy for some friendly sparring, and he specifically asked for you to represent us. Other academies? Are they here to challenge us? It's just an exchange and sparring. Suyu replied casually, clearly in a good mood after obtaining her promotion materials. Though injuries are inevitable. Besides, you're only in your first year. You won't need to participate, but these are your future competitors for the college entrance exams. It won't hurt to observe and get a head start. They'll head over now. Without hesitation, Fang Ran got up and made his way to Fengge Academy. In front of Fengge Academy, Fang Ran had just stepped through the gates when he immediately attracted the eager attention of several fellow beast tamers from his year. They quickly gathered around him, their faces alight with excitement. Fangge, you're just in time. There's a sparring match happening at the training grounds, one student said excitedly. Those geniuses are insanely strong. They're using skills I've never even seen before. Well, what did you expect? Only the top talents from all the prestigious schools are here, another chimed in. It's a rare chance to witness something this impressive. Hearing this, Fang Ran promptly followed the group toward the training grounds. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the sight of a dense crowd of students from various schools. On one side of the grounds, Principal Zhang Rui stood alongside the teachers sent from other academies. Fang Ran's eyes quickly landed on a familiar figure, Jiang Yuhuan. He recalled that this individual was from Tianlong Academy. As if sensing Fang Ran's gaze, Jiang Yuhuan turned to glance at him briefly before looking away, feigning indifference. Internally, he felt a wave of relief. Fang Ran might be a student of Fengge Academy, but thankfully, he was just a freshman and not someone he'd have to face in a match. Yet, he immediately felt ashamed of his own thoughts. A top-tier genius ranked among the top 3 of the Celestials, feeling even a shred of apprehension toward a mere first-year beast tamer. Don't worry. For the joint entrance exams in 2 months, I've already arranged accommodations for everyone. Principal Jiang Rui laughed heartily. This is a perfect opportunity for some beast tamers to stay at our Fengge Academy and boost the morale of our students. The surrounding teachers had mixed reactions. Some nodded in agreement, while others remained expressionless. To them, Fengge Academy was merely a third-rate institution. If not for the joint exams being held here, they wouldn't have bothered to visit. At that moment, Jiang Rui seemed to notice Fang Ran for the first time, his eyes lighting up. Fang Ran, why are you standing there? Come over and greet these teachers. He waved enthusiastically and then introduced Fang Ran to the others. This is Fang Ran, one of our academy's students. Just a few days ago, he worked alongside alumnus Lin to take down a stronghold of the Divine Beast Society. He scored full marks in the entrance exam and even received a commendation from the president of Yuqing's branch of the Divine Beast Society. Several teachers finally turned their attention to Fang Ran, giving him a once-over. A promising talent indeed. We've already heard about you, one teacher remarked politely. It seems Principal Jiang has done an excellent job. Still, Fang Ran is just a freshman, isn't he? Letting him observe the sparring matches of senior Beast Tamers could be a good learning experience. It was clear that these teachers were unimpressed by Fang Ran's involvement in dismantling the Divine Beast Society's stronghold. To them, it seemed like little more than a resume padding exercise for a student. Even if he's a freshman, he can still gain some valuable experience through sparring. Jiang Rui suggested with a smile. A female teacher wearing glasses spoke coldly. Who's the top student in your academy? Why not have them spar, so we can see for ourselves? She completely ignored Fang Ran, clearly dismissing the idea that even the most talented freshman could ever amount to much in the long run. Jiang Rui gestured toward the Funga Academy contingent. Xiaohong, a student stepped forward from the crowd, moving to the center of the training grounds. Jiang Rui introduced him. Xiaohong has been our academy's top student for several months in a row and is about to break through to the mid-advanced stage. Li Ming, the female teacher said indifferently. He's the second-ranked student at Iron Tower Academy and is currently at the late advanced stage. Apologies, but the students I brought are all bound for the 5 great academies, so I couldn't find anyone at a lower level. As soon as the female teacher finished speaking, a well-built young man strode confidently toward Xiaohong. His tone carried an unmistakable arrogance, causing the surrounding crowd to collectively gasp. Advanced stage progression is indeed the minimum requirement for admission into the 5 great academies, someone in the crowd murmured. This kind of evolutionary speed is terrifying, almost as if fueled by genetic enhancement drugs. The Iron Tower Academy, ranked among the top 10 schools, sends students to the 5 great academies every year. Qingtian Academy is even more impressive, with dozens of its students entering elite academies annually. Someone mentioned Wang Yan, the top prodigy of Iron Tower Academy, who had already reached the advanced stage by his sophomore year. Principal Jiang Rui observed the scene before him, a wave of regret washing over him. These prodigies were like monsters, undoubtedly raised on a class nutritional regimens for their beast companions from a young age. How else could they have evolved so rapidly? The battle was imminent. Xiaohong summoned his 2 beast companions, a steel barrel grizzly and a venom fang scorpion lion. However, the fight ended almost instantly. The grizzly took a few quick strides, grabbed the scorpion lion's tail, and, ignoring its retaliatory strikes, flung it out of the martial arena. The scorpion lion had no chance to fight back. Xiaohong's face turned pale. He had anticipated defeat, but had not expected it to be so swift and decisive. Don't lose heart. At least you could rank in the top 30 at our Iron Tower Academy, Li Ming offered politely. Yet, these words felt more like a blow than consolation, leaving Xiaohong bitter. Once self-proclaimed as a genius and always at the top, this was the second time after losing to Fang Ran that he had felt such a stark gap in ability. Lu Yong, you're up next. Jiang Rui called out. Lu Yong pointed at himself, reluctant but compelled to step onto the martial stage. He summoned his prized beast, the demon bull. Unfortunately, against the grizzly's raw strength, the demon bull was like a mountain trying to move another utterly outmatched. Although Lu Yong was known for his resilience, and his demon bull was both powerful and agile, it managed to dodge the grizzly's attacks several times, causing Li Ming to frown. Eventually, the grizzly seized an opportunity, delivering a heavy punch to the demon bull, followed by another blow that sent it crashing off the stage. The consecutive strikes fractured several of the demon bull's ribs, leaving it unable to recover without at least a week of rest. Lu Yong himself was shaken, feeling a tightness in his chest that made him want to vomit. This isn't a sparring match. It's a brutal beatdown, someone muttered under their breath. After defeating Lu Yong, Li Ming turned his gaze to Fang Ran. Junior Fang, I heard you defeated a Lord-level beast tamer despite being at a lower rank. How about letting me give you a few pointers? His words sparked an uproar among the crowd. Defeated a Lord-level beast tamer? Even if the opponent was severely injured, that's still unbelievable. Let's not. Jiang Rui quickly interjected. Fang Ran just returned from a mission and is already exhausted. A first year fighting a third year barely stands a chance. I'm merely at the advanced stage, and it's just a friendly spar, Li Ming replied with a seemingly harmless smile, though jealousy burned within him. To him, Fang Ran was nothing more than a so-called genius from a small town, receiving undue attention simply because he hailed from the same hometown as Lin, the goddess-like figure. Li Ming was determined to use this chance to show Fang Ran the true gap in strength. It's just a senior giving some guidance to a junior. Principal Jiang, you wouldn't refuse such a request, would you? The bespectacled teacher smiled meaningfully. Jiang Rui's facial muscles visibly stiffened for a moment. This was clearly an attempt to overshadow them. But given the circumstances, he had no choice but to suppress his displeasure and respond. Since we're in the same place, it's only right to help each other improve. Fang Ran, let the senior guide you. Fang Ran nodded at the words without hesitation and opened his beast-taming space. In an instant, beams of holy light erupted from the space, and an angel, appearing no different from a human, gracefully emerged. The crowd held their breath, stunned by this unexpected display of beauty. What a stunning angel, someone exclaimed from the crowd. Who would have thought that in a place like Yuqing, someone could form a contract with such a beast? It's just like Senior Lin's beast, Li Ming murmured to himself, a look of admiration flickering in his eyes. No wonder he values him so much. But unfortunately, Senior Lin chose the wrong person to teach. Yuqing is full of beast tamers with no talent. They wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from him. Determination gleamed in his gaze. Senior Lin, once I get into the imperial capital, he'll be sure to catch up to you. While Li Ming muttered to himself, Fang Ran had already stepped into the center of the arena. So, how do you plan to guide me? Li Ming refocused, a confident smile tugging at his lips. He'll let you make the first move. Show me the strength of your beast's attacks. Before his words even settled, his ironhide bear had assumed a defensive stance, its skin instantly taking on a metallic sheen. Looks tough. Lu Yong couldn't help but exclaim. On the Iron Tower Academy's side, a stout yet commanding beast tamer chuckled lightly. A level defensive skill, and Li Ming has already mastered it. It's this very skill that secures his position in T2. He's our academy's most promising candidate for admission to one of the 5 great academies. Come on, give it your best shot. If I so much as take a step back, it'll count it as my loss, Li Ming said, spreading his arms wide with a provocative grin. Fang Ran thought to himself, a mastered defensive skill, huh? My storm bow is only at the proficient level, and with the gap in our levels, breaking through his defense will be tough. Yet, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. However, my storm bow has already cleared its debts. Advance the proficiency of the storm bow. Fang Ran silently commanded in his mind. A system prompt followed, advancing storm bow proficiency. Storm bow mastery achieved. Remaining debt, 10 uses of the mastered storm bow. Xiao Tian's eyes shimmered with an unusual light as she sensed the energy swirling in the air. With a delicate lift of her wrist, a far more intricate storm bow materialized in midair, its swirling patterns far more complex than before. The once still training ground suddenly shifted. Gentle breezes appeared seemingly out of nowhere, converging toward Xiao Tian. Unlike the wild and chaotic energy of the proficient level, the mastered storm bow exuded a restrained intensity that sent a chill down spines. Chun, a teacher from Iron Tower Academy, felt a cold sweat forming on the back of his neck, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Principal Jiang Rui, on the other hand, was visibly shaken, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. This was clearly not the clever sacred guiding divine bow he had given Fang Ran. What exactly was this skill? Meanwhile, the other students in the audience remained immersed in their anticipation for the battle, completely unaware of the extraordinary event that was about to unfold. When he saw the bow and arrow formed by sacred energy, his interest faded instantly. Everyone knew that the Iron Tower Academy prioritized defense above all else. Li Ming thought to himself that even if a volley of arrows were unleashed, they would likely be ineffective. After all, his opponent was just a first-year student. Expecting him to overcome a 2-level gap was unreasonable. However, when that bow and arrow were aimed directly at him, Li Ming felt an unusual sense of unease. His hair stood on end, and his body instinctively wanted to dodge and escape. Relax, he's just a freshman with a mid-level beast-taming ability. Li Ming reassured himself repeatedly, dismissing it as an illusion. But his slightly trembling fingers betrayed the anxiety he was trying to suppress. Whoosh! An arrow, spinning like a whirlwind, tore through the air, heading straight for the iron barrel grizzly. Boom! A deafening thud exploded across the field, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The nearby beast tamers staggered backward under the impact, nearly losing their footing. The sacred energy arrow pierced through with unstoppable force, dragging the massive iron barrel grizzly along the stone floor and carving a deep trench in its wake. At this moment, Li Ming's arm had gone completely numb. His face was a mix of disbelief and lingering fear. Thankfully, he had activated a trump card at the last moment, adding an additional layer of skill-based protection. Otherwise, the arrow would not only have pierced through his arm, but might have gone straight through his grizzly as well. The astonishing scene left the crowd in stunned silence. No wonder they call it the Iron Tower Academy. Its defenses are thicker than a pig's hide, Fang Ran remarked casually, his comment landing squarely in the ears of the Iron Tower students, causing their faces to twitch. Senior, is it your turn to make a move now? Fang Ran asked with a smile. From a distance, Li Ming's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. No need. You've already demonstrated excellent skills, Junior. I should go train now. We'll spar again another time. Besides, since my grizzly was pushed back, let's call it your win. The so-called training was just an excuse. The truth was, the grizzly's arm bone had already been fractured. A mastered level skill, combined with the defensive skill he had secretly activated, still hadn't fully blocked that arrow. Li Ming couldn't help but wonder if Fang Ran had just used a level skill. He regretted his earlier decision. Why had he spoken up and given his opponent the chance to strike first? All right, I was hoping for a few more rounds, Fang Ran said, looking disappointed. What a perfect punching bag. Li Ming's pupils contracted sharply. More rounds? Was he kidding? All right, let's leave it at that. Jiang Rui was the happiest of all. Fang Ran had won, and Li Ming had backed off at the right time. It was the best possible outcome. Jiang Rui had been worried that if the sparring continued, Fang Ran might struggle to withstand the pressure due to his beast's lack of defensive strength. Your skill is quite powerful. Your school must have invested heavily in you. It's impressive, Teacher Chen commented. But you need more practice. One day, you might reach the same level as your senior. Seeing that Fenggu Academy also had talented students, Teacher Chen's attitude noticeably softened. Of course, let's spar more often when we have the chance, Jiang Rui said, patting Li Ming on the shoulder. Li Ming's face turned pale instantly. He forced a smile, suppressing the twitching in his expression, and said, I really need to go train now. Though it wasn't his arm that was broken, he could almost feel the pain as if it were his own. Are you okay? Feeling unwell? Jiang Rui asked, puzzled. Then, as if realizing something, his expression changed. I get it. You're eager to train, right? That dedication truly worthy of a top-tier academy student. With that, he gave Li Ming's shoulder 2 hearty pats. After a moment, Li Ming returned to Iron Tower Academy with heavy steps. His face so dark it seemed like a storm was brewing. Not satisfied, Wang Yan, a short-statured student nearby, spoke calmly. Well, it's not surprising, considering our goals are completely different. They're aiming for one of the top 5 academies. As for Fenggu Academy, producing even a handful of students who make it into first-tier academies would already be a miracle. Senior Wang Yan is absolutely right. The surrounding students chimed in. Our real competitors should be the geniuses from other prestigious schools. Take Lei Tianren from Tianren Academy, for example. I heard his beast mastery has already reached the proficiency level of the exclusive evolution method. Senior Wang Yan isn't far behind either. Your armor dragon's evolution method is also at the same level. Despite the flattery, Wang Yan maintained a modest demeanor, though secretly pleased. There's always someone better out there. Lin, our senior, had already honed his evolution method to the micro level when he went to the imperial capital. We still have a long way to go. This conversation sounded like pure fantasy to the students of Fenggu Academy. Proficiency level? Micro level? Those terms were typically reserved for Lord-level Beast Tamers. Most students at Fenggu Academy only managed to reach the skilled level in their exclusive evolution methods. While they might be just a step away from proficiency, that threshold was insurmountable without exceptional insight. The root of the disparity was clear. Students from prestigious schools had a grade beasts paired with the most suitable evolution methods, a combination that cost tens of millions. Once such a gap was established, it took years of effort to even attempt to close it, and the difference only grew wider over time. No wonder the top 5 academies prioritized the level of evolution methods in their admissions. It was both the foundation of a beast's survival and a key indicator of its potential. Li Ming, why have you been so quiet? Wang Yan noticed his friend's unusual silence. Don't tell me you're still upset about losing to Fang Ran. He reached out to pat Li Ming on the shoulder, but Li Ming quickly stepped back, his face pale. Don't touch me. It's broken. Broken? Wang Yan froze in shock. Suppressing his pain, Li Ming explained, find me a beast doctor. My iron barrel grizzly broke a few bones in its paw. It needs to recover by tomorrow. I can't afford to delay training. The news stunned Wang Yan. Fang Ran's beast was only at a high intermediate level, so how could it injure Li Ming, whose grade defensive skill had reached the proficiency level? Having sparred with Li Ming often, Wang Yan knew just how formidable his defense was. Even Li Ming himself couldn't figure it out. He had used every trick up his sleeve, yet still ended up injured. Looks like I underestimated him, Wang Yan said, his eyes locking onto Fang Ran in the distance with a fiery intensity. To have this level of skill as a first year. In his mind, Fang Ran was now on par with the geniuses from Qing Tian Academy. Over the next week, students from various academies engaged in exchanges and sparring at Fenggu Academy. The strength displayed by the Beast Tamers from prestigious schools left the Fenggu students feeling utterly inferior. Notably, Lei Tianren from Tianren Academy and Wang Yan from Iron Tower Academy stood out. One was renowned for the overwhelming offensive power of his lightning attribute beast, while the other's defense seemed nearly impenetrable. As time went on, more elite students from other academies arrived early in Yuqing to acclimate to the environment. Every one of them was a top talent from their respective schools. The competitive atmosphere within the academy grew increasingly intense, with sparring and challenges becoming a daily routine. As universities engaged in intense competition, Fang Ran chose a different path. He focused on guiding Xiao Tian in mastering the newly acquired Green Serpent Evolution method, achieving remarkable progress daily advancing by a level in just a day or two. At the same time, he diligently continued his training with the Storm Bow, tirelessly depleting his holy power to repay his accumulated debt. A week passed swiftly, yielding impressive results. The Green Serpent Evolution method had reached the subtle mastery level, and the Storm Bow had also completed its debt repayment, attaining the same level. Both abilities demonstrated astonishing power. The Storm Bow could harness the force of storms, firing 3 arrows at once and triggering massive tornadoes, while the Green Serpent Evolution method had become as natural as breathing, operating on its own. However, as these 3 evolution methods operated within Xiao Tian's body, Fang Ran keenly noticed their mutual interference, disrupting their individual pathways. While contemplating how to resolve this issue, the system suddenly prompted him. Would he like to preemptively acquire a new fusion evolution method? This would require 50 gene points, as well as the subtle mastery level Holy Fire Evolution Method and Spirit Serpent Evolution Method. The timing of the prompt was perfect. Fang Ran happened to have 50 gene points, all earned from hunting Lord-level bone beasts, and their followers' one bone beast alone had provided 19 points. Without hesitation, he chose to proceed with the fusion. The system began preloading fusion experience, and soon, an exhilarating announcement followed. Through his profound understanding of the 2 evolution methods, Fang Ran had created a brand new A-level evolution method, Holy Spirit Evolution Method. It was very close to the pinnacle's level. The Holy Spirit Evolution Method not only significantly enhanced movement speed, but also allowed for the temporary burning of holy power to amplify attacks. Through practice, Fang Ran discovered that while this new evolution method did not dramatically increase raw power, it brought unexpected benefits. It freed up space to learn additional evolution methods without causing conflicts and introduced the ability to burn holy power. Most importantly, it removed the proficiency cap, allowing progress beyond the subtle mastery level. However, this advancement came with a new challenge: he needed to execute the fused evolution method 100 times to repay the fusion debt. Holy power no longer conflicts, and I'm about to break through to the advanced late stage. Xiao Tian exclaimed with excitement. This progress was largely attributed to the A-level recipes from the Imperial Capital Academy, combined with Fang Ran's top-tier beast space, enabling Xiao Tian to achieve in just over a month what would take others a year. At this rate, within 3 to 5 months, Xiao Tian could rival the top high school seniors. The national entrance exams are just a few months away. No matter what, I have to give it a shot, Fang Ran thought to himself. Before then, I must ensure Xiao Tian reaches the advanced late stage. He understood that only by entering a top-tier academy could he gain access to stronger skills, advanced materials, and even rare dragon blood. While Fang Ran focused on repaying his debts, Feng Academy had become a training ground for geniuses from other schools, with even the martial arenas divided into separate zones. As the only first-year student, Fang Ran was granted a private training room, a privilege that constantly drew attention. One day, as he stepped out of the training room, he saw Lu Yong hurrying toward him, shouting enthusiastically, "Fang Shun, you're finally out. Fang Shun, can we borrow the training room for a bit?" Lu Yong stood at the door with a few classmates from Feng Academy behind him. Fang Ran recognized them immediately as fellow students who had enrolled the same year. "It's not that I don't want to lend it to you," Fang Ran said, spreading his hands. "But I need Teacher Su Yu's approval before I can agree. The training room isn't mine to lend out." Fang Ran sized up the group of anxious-looking classmates and asked curiously, "Why don't you use the martial arts field? Isn't it equipped with beast training equipment?" "The martial arts field?" Lu Yong gritted his teeth. "It's already been taken over by those so-called geniuses from the prestigious academies." "Taken over? Would Principal Zhang Rui allow something like that?" "Well, not exactly taken over," Lu Yong explained in a lowered voice. "Their supervising teacher said that instead of letting ordinary people like us train there, the space should be reserved for beastmasters who have a real chance of getting into the top 5 academies. They claim only those people can reclaim territory from the fierce beasts." "Ridiculous. That's so unfair," someone muttered angrily. "Who says we can't get into one of the top 5 academies? And even if we don't, does that mean we can't fight the fierce beasts?" "Enough," Lu Yong quickly interrupted. "Don't say anything more, or we'll really get into trouble." Fang Ran finally understood. These classmates weren't just indignant, they were unwilling to accept the situation. With only 2 months left until the exams, who wouldn't want to secure a spot in a good academy? The countdown board on the academy building, with its 100 days to go message, was a constant reminder of how little time remained. The martial arts field had been set up with past assessment projects, and only those with high rankings were allowed to train there. The top spots were almost entirely dominated by beastmasters from elite schools. Even Xiao Hong couldn't secure a ranking and was probably practicing desperately at home. Fang Shun, why not give it a try? The group looked at him with hopeful eyes. Consider it a rehearsal, it won't hurt to try. All right. Fang Ran nodded, then glanced at his beast companion. Xiao Tian, let's give it a shot. Xiao Tian nodded silently. The group quickly made their way to the martial arts field. Inside, students from various prestigious academies were engrossed in their training. The Iron Tower Academy students were testing their endurance. The Qingtian Academy students were focused on evolution techniques, and the Tianren Academy students led by Lei Tianren were testing their beast's attack power. There were also students from a few other academies that Fang Ran couldn't name, all busy with their own exercises. The moment Fang Ran stepped onto the field, he attracted everyone's attention. As a somewhat well-known beastmaster in Yuqing, his presence naturally drew notice. Without waiting for others to react, he headed straight for the Tianren Academy's training area. Jiang Yuhuan, who was training his ice prison crab, twitched slightly at the sight of Fang Ran and deliberately turned away, but it was too late. Fang Ran had already spotted him. What are you doing here? Fang Ran asked. I'm one of the top 3 in Tianren Academy. Where else would I be? Jiang Yuhuan rolled his eyes, clearly not interested in engaging with him. I brought Xiao Tian to test its skill power, Fang Ran said, his attention already shifting to the equipment in front of him. It was a sleek, black wall surrounded by a massive apparatus. In front of the wall stood a thunderstorm beast, its body crackling with electricity. It was about the size of a cross between a grizzly bear and a tiger, radiating an intimidating aura. Thunderstrike, ordered a spiky-haired man with a stoic expression. The thunderstorm beast immediately raised its lightning-charged fist and slammed it into the black wall. The surface rippled like water, absorbing all the lightning and impact flawlessly. 1,138 points. The score flashed on the display above. Only then did Lei Tianren allow a satisfied smile to appear on his face. Lei Tianren's smile, which had just started to form, quickly vanished. He reminded himself inwardly, stay composed. Only a calm, expressionless poker face could truly exude an air of effortless confidence. 1,100 points. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Liege broke another record. The average score for the standard admissions test last year was only around 1030, wasn't it? And there are still a few months left until the actual test might score even higher. If there were a strength test, Liege would totally dominate. Not necessarily. The test questions change every year, and they only get harder. The students of Tianren Academy buzzed with discussion, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Their gazes, almost in unison, settled on the thunderstorm beast standing beside Lei Tianren. This top-tier companion beast, cloaked in purple fur, was ranked as in a class among thunder tribute beasts. Rumor had it that once it advanced to a king-level beast, it could summon a thunderstorm, obliterating vast numbers of ferocious beasts in an instant. Jiang Yuhuan glanced at Lei Tianren's score and couldn't help but puff out his chest slightly, a flicker of smugness crossing his eyes. He turned to Fang Ran. See that? Now that is what a true genius of Tianren Academy looks like. This was last year's test, want to give it a shot. He was eager to see Fang Ran falter. At that moment, Lei Tianren's attention shifted to Fang Ran and the angelic figure standing behind him. The distinctive features of the angelic race immediately revealed Fang Ran's identity. So, you're Fang Ran from Fungo Academy? Lei Tianren asked with a friendly smile. I heard you were already going after the Divine Beast Society back in your first year of high school. It's a shame you're not a beast tamer from Tianren Academy otherwise. I could have given you a few tips. His favorable first impression of Fang Ran was largely due to the positive reputation of the Divine Beast Society in his mind. What do you think? Want to try your hand at one of our past test challenges? Lei Tianren said cheerfully. For someone in their first year, scoring 900 points would already meet the standard for a top-tier academy. When Lei Tianren first entered the Tianren Academy, he had scored just over 900 points. This score was already impressive enough to shock others. It was precisely because Lei Tianren recognized Fang Ran's talent to be on par with his own that he spoke so candidly. Step forward, Fang Ran instructed Xiao Tian succinctly. Not far away, Li Ming, who was training his beast companion, turned his gaze toward them, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Judging by Fang Ran's displayed abilities, he should at least meet the standards of the top 5 academies, right? Fang Ran chose the Storm Bow. This skill was ideal for testing attack power and far safer compared to the Sacred Flame Greatsword. He certainly didn't want to accidentally destroy the testing apparatus and end up having to pay for it. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Tian stepped forward immediately, sacred energy rapidly converging in its hands. Instead of firing 3 sacred arrows as it usually did, it channeled all its power into a single, concentrated shot. With its sacred energy depleting rapidly, the powerful arrow sliced through the air and pierced the testing apparatus in an instant, as though disappearing into the void. The machine began absorbing the sacred energy contained within the arrow. What's the score? Lei Tianren and the other members of Tianren Academy all looked up at the display screen in unison. The numbers climbed rapidly, shooting from 0 to over 900 in the blink of an eye. He's already surpassed my level when I was in my first year. Lei Tianren remarked, his tone tinged with surprise. The score continued to rise gradually before finally stopping at 979. Still below the admission threshold, Fang Ran muttered, shaking his head in mild disappointment. He had assumed that mastering the storm bow would be enough to meet the requirements. He hadn't even instructed Xiao Tian to burn its sacred energy to amplify the attack. If others knew what he was thinking, they'd probably scold him relentlessly. Phew, that's a relief, Jiang Yuhuan said, clutching his chest in exaggerated relief as he saw the score stop shy of 1,000. As long as it's under 1,000, the gap doesn't feel utterly hopeless. Although Lei Tianren maintained his usual stoic expression, he was secretly astonished. A beast companion still in the mid-advanced stage could achieve a score close to 1,000. If it evolved to the late advanced stage, with enhanced physical capabilities and strength, wouldn't it break the historical record for admission scores? With this thought, Lei Tianren made up his mind must establish a good relationship with Fang Ran. Who would have thought that in this so-called dung pit, such a remarkable talent could emerge? Brother Fang, let's exchange numbers on Longxin. Lei Tianren quickly stepped forward, pulling his phone out of his pocket. His towering build and stern face made Fang Ran momentarily think he was about to get hit with the phone. After exchanging contact information, Lei Tianren managed a rare smile. From now on, stop calling me senior. Just call me Lei Tianren. Senior feels too distant. Using my name is more personal. This unusual scene left the surrounding students from Tianren Academy dumbfounded. Normally, wasn't he the type to coldly say no, or not even close? This change in attitude was astonishing. You missed this year's general admissions, but once you evolve to the advanced late stage next year, I'll be waiting for you at the Imperial Academy, Lei Tianren said knowingly. He was well aware of Fang Ran's plans. With Lin Xinghuan, a senior, backing him at the Imperial Academy, it was undoubtedly the best choice. The more they talked, the better they got along, and the rivalry between academies seemed to vanish. When Fang Ran mentioned the issue of training grounds, Lei Tianren generously said, "You can bring your brothers to train at Tianren Academy anytime. I'll make sure you have access." Lu Yong and the others were so touched by this that they almost knelt in gratitude to Fang Ran on the spot. This was the privilege of strength. While they were treated like a nuisance being bounced between academies, Fang Ran was becoming close friends with the top student of Tianren Academy. The students from Funga Academy couldn't help but sigh. This seemingly cold-faced senior was surprisingly approachable. Meanwhile, the people from Tieta Academy, despite their outward enthusiasm, were secretly tough to deal with. Impossible. Li Ming was stunned when he heard that Fang Ran only scored 970 points. With that score, how could he possibly have broken through my Iron Bear's defense? Should we go talk to him? Wang Yin suggested. No need, Li Ming replied, forcing himself to maintain composure. Our Tieta Academy sends students to the top 5 academies every year. There's no need to lower ourselves. Clearly, he was still holding a grudge about being defeated by Fang Ran. Wang Yin glanced at him, but said no more. It was true that the top 5 academies weren't unattainable. Many Beastmasters showed promise as early as their first year, but then struggled to make progress in the following 2 or 3 years. The real key was understanding and mastering the art of evolution. Skills were secondary. Fang Ran didn't bother testing other areas. She already had a clear plan. His goal wasn't just to enter the top 5 academies, but to secure the top spot in the general admissions. As long as Xiao Tian evolved to the advanced late stage, this goal wasn't out of reach. Half a month flew by. Xiao Tian diligently practiced the Holy Spirit evolution method every day. Her internal holy energy steadily increased, quickly approaching the threshold of the 5th stage. Although this a grade evolution method was exhausting to perform, its effectiveness was several times greater than before. I'm ready to start evolving, Xiao Tian said, her beautiful eyes shimmering. But it will take some time. She worried that Fang Ran might encounter danger during this period. After the incident with the Divine Beast Society, Fang Ran had grown more cautious about the world. Moreover, news of him capturing the society's leader had spread to neighboring cities, increasing the risk of being targeted. Maybe we should wait until Teacher Suyu advances to the Lord level before you proceed, Fang Ran suggested thoughtfully. A few days later, Suyu's call finally came through. Xiao Ran, I've advanced to the Lord level. Come over to my place when you have time to celebrate. Suyu's voice was filled with an undeniable joy and confidence. After 2 or 3 years of hard work, she had finally broken through to the Lord level. This happiness was something she wanted to share with Fang Ran first. Fang Ran's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. The next day, he, along with other invited Beast Tamers, arrived at Suyu's home. As the residence of a Lord-level Beast Tamer, it was naturally spacious and grand, easily accommodating the high-ranking Beast Tamers present, as well as several Lord-level peers who had come specifically to gift beast-related treasures. After a few rounds of drinks, the guests began to loosen up and chat more freely. Suyu, now that you've made it big, don't forget about us. To reach the Lord level in your early 20s won't reaching the King level be just a matter of time. Come on, show us what a Lord level beast looks like. Amid the playful coaxing, Suyu had no choice but to summon her Azure Moon Wolf. A long, resonant wolf howl echoed through the room as a massive wolf with fur as radiant as moonlight appeared out of thin air. Its mere presence sobered up several slightly tipsy guests instantly. Such was the aura of a lord-level beast it commanded respect even without any malice. When the Azure Moon Wolf spotted Fang Ran, it affectionately approached him, nudging against him. Seeing this, Suyu introduced him to the crowd. "This is my student, Fang Ran." Thanks to him, the Azure Moon Wolf was able to advance so quickly. "Hello, esteemed teachers. I'm Fang Ran from Fungo Academy." Fang Ran greeted everyone respectfully. Though their levels might not be as high, these individuals were the backbone of various industries in Yuqing. As the evening progressed and the drinks flowed, Suyu's cheeks turned rosy, making her even more radiant. Many of the guests glanced at Fang Ran with a mix of envy and resignation. Several of Suyu's admirers were present, but with the widening gap in ability, future interactions with her seemed increasingly unlikely. After the guests departed, Fang Ran stayed behind. Watching the slightly tipsy Suyu, he hesitated to find the right words. "What is it? Are you planning to stay and keep me company tonight?" Suyu asked with a teasing smile, her gaze dreamy as she walked over and draped her arm around his shoulders. "Help me to my room." The faint scent of alcohol in her breath brushed against Fang Ran's face, leaving him momentarily flustered. But before he could respond, a figure appeared suddenly and supported Suyu. "I'll do it," Xiao Tian said, her face expressionless. She had finally stepped out from the beast's space, unable to bear watching any longer. The moment Suyu touched Xiao Tian, her eyes cleared up instantly. Standing upright, she asked, "Do you have something to say?" Fang Ran chose not to expose her act of feigned drunkenness. After all, how could a lord-level beast tamer get drunk so easily? He said, "Xiao Tian is about to advance to the late high level, but she needs to undergo nirvana." Nirvana? Suyu's expression turned serious, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. "Are you saying your angel is about to ascend to the late high level? I want to participate in this year's unified admissions exam." As soon as Fang Ran spoke, Suyu's pupils contracted sharply. She knew exactly what this meant. Fang Ran would be up against beast masters far beyond his current ability. "Are you sure about this?" Suyu's voice trembled slightly. "With your talent, if you wait another year, the 5 prestigious academies will definitely scramble to recruit you." Before she could finish, she realized something else. "But if you actually succeed, you'd be the first high school freshman in Yuqing's history to enter one of the 5 academies as a beast master." Fang Ran remained calm. "I've made up my mind. It's just that Xiao Tian is in the middle of advancing, so he'll be a bit weak during this time." His composure made Suyu's heart race. She glanced at Xiao Tian nearby and suddenly found him a bit of an eyesore. "All right, he'll clear out the training room and have the moonlit wolf guard it." Inside the training room, Xiao Tian was fully enveloped by wings formed of sacred energy. Suyu's summoned moonlit wolf stood vigilantly nearby, while Fang Ran temporarily stayed at Suyu's house. The next day, beast masters arrived one after another to offer their congratulations. Even Lin Qinghuan came to Suyu's house and seemed slightly surprised to see Fang Ran. "In a few days, he'll be returning to the Imperial Capital Academy to report," Lin Qinghuan said, glancing around. "Fang Ran, I've obtained some important information about Xiao Tian from the church leader." Once Fang Ran summoned the 6-winged angel, she elaborated further. "They capture angels to extract their eyes, which they intend to deliver to a client in the Imperial Capital." "A client?" Fang Ran frowned, recalling the saying from his past life, "No demand, no harm." Lin Qinghuan shook her head. "To the client, Xiao Tian is invaluable. Her eyes are one of a kind. Angel eyes can be used for beast evolution and to resist phantoms." Fang Ran suddenly remembered something and pulled out a piece of cloth from his pocket. "I found this on the church leader. Almost forgot to give it to you. Keep the church leader's token for yourself," Lin Qinghuan said directly, getting to the point. "I have another important favor to ask. Can you participate in this year's unified admissions exam?" That church leader, after being beaten senseless by you, kept mumbling about it. She intended to leave no loose ends. "He'll compensate you. All you need to do is observe. If things get dangerous, you can immediately withdraw and then report back to me." "Sounds like a good deal," Fang Ran agreed readily. After all, he was planning to take the admissions exam anyway. Helping her out along the way was no trouble at all. "Sorry for asking so much of you," Lin Qinghuan said softly. "When you come to the Imperial Capital in 2 years, we'll make sure to repay you." After Lin Qinghuan left, Fang Ran felt a sense of relief. Everything was going according to plan. Before even stepping foot in the Imperial Capital Academy, had already secured a powerful ally. Wasn't this like becoming the Academy's crown prince? Over the next month, time flew by. During this period, Fang Ran barely rested, dedicating himself to basic physical training in the training room. He joked to himself, "At the very least, I need to make sure my meat is tender enough to be worth chewing on." Suddenly, a crisp crack resounded as the sacred energy wings encasing Xiao Tian began to fracture. Fang Ran quickly stepped forward and even the moonlit wolf craned its neck to get a better look. With another sharp sound, the shell shattered completely. Xiao Tian's pale arm emerged first, followed by her flawless body, encircled by massive wings. She turned to Fang Ran, her cold expression softening slightly. Master, do you want to inspect me? She began to spread her wings, revealing glimpses of her toned abdomen. Fang Ran quickly stopped her. No need. I'm not a veterinarian. In his mind, he pictured his aunt chasing him with a shoe. Really? Xiao Tian looked disappointed. If I can't be completely honest with my master, I'm not a qualified beast. Here, put this on. Fang Ran handed her clothing designed specifically for angels. Reluctantly, Xiao Tian dressed, casting an envious glance at the moonlit wolf frolicking freely. The special admissions exam is just a few days away. I was worried you'd sleep for too long, Fang Ran said with a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't have to bring an egg to the exam. Otherwise, the proctor might have asked, what are you even doing here? Meanwhile, in a sealed room in the imperial capital, a man knelt on one knee. On the desk, a video call displayed the faint outline of a woman. Grandmaster, Lin Qinghuan is still in Yuqing, and the church leader has been captured by her. She's already left. I've appointed a new church leader, came the woman's magnetic voice from the other end. The man was overjoyed. How can I contact the new church leader? He holds the church leader's credentials. You'll know when the time comes. Thank you, Grandmaster. When will I have the chance to advance again? After a long silence, the voice responded. Once this matter is resolved, it'll help your demonic beast ascend to the king level. Success or failure depends on your own efforts. The man trembled with excitement, bowing low. He recalled his life-changing encounter with the Grandmaster of the Divine Beast Society years ago, from an ordinary person to a Beastmaster, and now a Lord-level Beastmaster. The disdain he once faced had turned into reverence. This meteoric rise was intoxicating. As for the cost, just killing a few beasts and causing some chaos. Although this time, lives might be lost, wasn't it worth it to nurture a future king-level Beastmaster? His moral boundaries had long since crumbled without him realizing it. Go now? Head to Yuqing immediately. Delay will only bring complications. The woman's lips curled into a faint smile. Once they've tasted the thrill of surging power, they'll never stop. Even if ordered to kill directly, they likely wouldn't refuse. A few days later, the unified enrollment exam day arrived. Fang Ran, just perform as you usually do, his uncle said gently. The most important thing in the big exam is your mindset. As long as you stay calm and perform normally, you'll at least meet the passing score for unified enrollment. After everything that had happened, Fang Qihua and Zhang Xuelan had developed a special confidence in their nephew. Although Fang Ran was only a first-year student, they firmly believed he could cross the threshold of the unified enrollment requirements. Go take the exam without worry. Even if the ranking isn't ideal, we can pay more next year if needed, Fang Qihua said with a smile, stroking his stubble with pride. With Xiao Ran's talent, he should set his sights on a top-tier academy. A Beastmaster from a top-tier academy. This honor had Fang Qihua already imagining the future book he would write. My nephew at a top-tier academy. Though he wouldn't start writing for another 2 years, he was already envisioning the pride he'd feel showing off to relatives and friends. In contrast, Zhang Xuelan's hopes were much simpler. She just wanted Fang Ran to give it his best shot. I'm off, Fang Ran said, holding his admission ticket as he arrived at the Yuqing Unified Exam Venue's spacious gymnasium. The streets outside were packed with Beastmasters waiting to enter. In the front area, a large space had been cleared, occupied by elite Beastmasters. Among them, one girl stood out, Xinyun. It was said she had become the top Beastmaster of Funga Academy shortly after enrolling, and had recently advanced to the mid-high level. The top Beastmaster? Didn't she enroll at the same time as Fang Ran? Yeah, with a king-level Beastmaster mentoring her, her strength will only keep growing. Don't count Fang Ran out. Reportedly defeated a Lord-level Beastmaster Hedon. Hard to say if that's true, but both of them are destined for the 5 great academies. The murmurs around them continued. Xinyun's presence put immense pressure on the uninformed examinees. Standing near her were other top talents from prestigious academies, such as Lei Tianren, Li Ming, and Wang Yin. Fang Ran's here, someone suddenly shouted. Xinyun and the others turned simultaneously to see Fang Ran approaching. Humph, so you came after all, Xinyun said with a slight smirk, secretly determined to surpass him in this exam. Fang, over here. Lei Tianren waved, and the crowd parted to let Fang Ran join them. Fang, coming to the unified exam at the mid-high level? That's some courage, Wang Yin said with a laugh. Although Iron Tower Academy didn't see Fang Ran as a rival, Wang Yin still chose not to offend this potential prodigy. After a brief exchange of words between Xinyun and Fang Ran, the exam hall doors opened. A man in black stood at the doorway, smiling. I am your chief examiner for this test. You can call me Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong is a legend, Xinyun whispered to Fang Ran. He only became a Beastmaster at 30, but reached Lord-level midstage in just a few years. He's known in the capital as the epitome of late bloomers. The examinees passed through security checks one by one. Even Lei Tianren's metallic underwear was detected, causing the crowd to stifle their laughter. When it was Fang Ran's turn, the machine beeped again. What's in your pocket? Qin Xiong asked with a frown. Fang Ran pulled out a piece of black cloth. Sorry, I forgot about this. It was an item Lin Xinghuan had returned to him, which he had unintentionally brought along. Qin Xiong's breath visibly hitched when he saw the symbol on the cloth, but he quickly composed himself. Student, don't let this happen again. Put it away. As he watched Fang Ran enter the exam hall, Qin Xiong's gaze turned contemplative. So this is the new headmaster? One look, and you can tell, he thought to himself, feeling a surge of excitement. If his plan succeeded, he could enter the inner circle and gain the opportunity to advance to king level. Once all the examinees were inside, Qin Xiong picked up the microphone and announced, this test consists of 3 parts, each worth 1,000 points, for a total of 3,000 points. The first test is on the proficiency of the basic evolution method. The hall instantly buzzed with discussion. This was an unprecedented test. You'll have 60 minutes. The more cycles completed, the better your score. Attach the monitoring device to your beast, and it will record the number of cycles. Begin now. Qin Xiong signaled to Master Wang Long, an expert in the basic evolution method with decades of experience. Though only at the Lord level, Wang Long was often consulted by king-level beastmasters. Xiao Tian, keep the score in check, Fang Ran reminded his beast, worried about drawing too much attention. Don't worry, I'll stop at the maximum score, Xiao Tian replied with its eyes closed. Fang Ran attached the sensor to Xiao Tian, and its mastery of the basic evolution method began to show. The process was so refined that no visible signs appeared, with the sacred energy seamlessly absorbed by Xiao Tian. In other areas of the hall, several beasts emitted radiant glows. The outward glow of divine energy. This indicates enhanced vitality and suggests they've achieved a proficient level in the basic evolution method, Wang Long observed, nodding in approval. What are the requirements for a perfect score? Qin Xiong asked, looking at Master Wang Long with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Wang Long let out a soft sigh, his gaze tinged with regret. Performing the technique 10 times within an hour counts as a perfect score. This foundational evolution method was originally created by Imperial Beastmasters, but nowadays, few are willing to delve into it. He glanced around the room, his tone filled with emotion. Out of the thousands of Beastmasters here for the assessment, only a few hundred have reached a proficient level. 10 times in an hour? Doesn't that require mastery? Qin Xiong was startled. Though he had chosen an unconventional path with his pet beasts and knew little about the evolution method, he was well aware of how high the bar was for mastery. Thinking back to how even the chief instructor's beast failed to perform the technique earlier, he became increasingly convinced that Fang Ran must be the newly appointed chief instructor. Wang Long, however, shook his head. Not necessarily. Every year, there are quite a few candidates who achieve a perfect score during open recruitment. The potential of top-tier beasts far exceeds your imagination. The examination hall fell silent. Those unfamiliar with the foundational evolution method were already struggling. It took half an hour just to complete one successful cycle. Meanwhile, Lei Tianren from the Tianren Academy had already managed to perform it twice in just over 10 minutes. All thanks to our regular training at Tianren Academy, Lei Tianren said with a confident smile, clearly self-assured about passing this round. The students from the Iron Tower Academy were similarly calm and composed. Some of them had even honed the foundational evolution method to near mastery. While Fire Butterfly was executing the evolution method, Xinyan couldn't help but glance over at Fang Ran. She noticed that Xiao Tian had his eyes shut tightly, as if meditating, with not the slightest trace of holy power emanating from him. Did he forget the foundational evolution method? Xinyan thought, alarmed. Li Ming sneered disdainfully when he saw this. Low-tier academies are just low-tier academies. They can't even handle the basics of the evolution method. Lei Tianren, on the other hand, remained composed. It's not surprising to overlook something like this. With Fang's talent, 2 years would be more than enough to reach mastery. The only question is whether he can catch up in time for the assessment. However, the data on Xiao Tian's arm was rapidly updating, had already achieved 18 cycles in just over half an hour. Wang Long picked up a tablet to check everyone's performance. Lei Tianren, 7 cycles. I didn't expect such a promising candidate from this remote region. His eyes lit up as he moved to the next name. Xin Yun, 5 cycles. She must be old Shen's granddaughter, right? To have such talent as a first-year student, her future is boundless. But when Wang Long sorted the results by cycle count and saw the top performer, his hand trembled slightly. Examiner Qin, are you sure your equipment is functioning correctly? It should be. These are the latest devices we've procured. Then who is this Fang Ran? Hearing Wang Long's question, Qin Xiong felt his heart tighten. He looked down at the data Fang Ran's record showed an astonishing 18 cycles. Big brother, even if you're cheating, you can't cheat like this. Do you take everyone else for fools? Qin Xiong said anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Maybe this beast master's record is 8 attempts, right? He tried to salvage the situation, thinking that even if they couldn't claim first place, at least it wouldn't look too outrageous. But Wang Long ignored his explanation entirely and followed the guidance to stand beside Fang Ran. His towering figure alone was enough to make the surrounding beast masters tense up instinctively. Wang Long's gaze fell on Xiao Tian, observing closely, but he couldn't detect the slightest trace of divine power emanating from her. Time ticked by minute, and after about 10 minutes, Xiao Tian still showed no signs of successfully activating her power. Could something really be wrong? Wang Long wondered to himself, before letting out a low shout and summoning his own beast. A massive deep-sea serpent suddenly appeared, standing silently beside him. The sudden appearance startled the surrounding beast masters, who exchanged uneasy glances, speculating whether Fang Ran had truly been caught cheating. Sea serpent, examine her divine power flow, Wang Long commanded. The deep-sea serpent lazily nodded, its eyes glowing with a faint purple light as it enveloped Xiao Tian. Moments later, the serpent's body began to tremble violently, its tail slamming excitedly against the ground with loud thuds, causing nearby beast masters undergoing their assessments to jump in alarm. Sea serpent, calm down, Wang Long exclaimed, shocked to see his usually composed beast behaving so erratically. But the serpent paid no attention, letting out a long howl before rushing to Fang Ran's side. It lowered its head near him, displaying a clear gesture of submission. From a distance, Qin Xiong watched with growing unease, fearing that Fang Ran's true identity as a leader might be exposed. The sea serpent flicked its tongue, transmitting information to Wang Long. As Wang Long received the message, his expression shifted from disbelief to trembling excitement, his eyes even glistening with tears. Master Wang Long, what's going on? Did you catch him cheating? Qin Xiong hurried over to ask. Wang Long shook his head gently, his voice choked with emotion. No one is cheating. I've just seen something I thought I'd never witness in my lifetime. His words left Qin Xiong even more perplexed. How could an 18-attempt record not be cheating? Could it be that Master Wang Long was also part of the Divine Beast Society? Young friend, after the assessment, may I humbly request the honor of meeting with you? Wang Long asked Fang Ran, his tone carrying a hint of nervousness. If I'm free, of course, Fang Ran replied calmly. Wang Long was overjoyed at his response, bowing deeply in gratitude. The sight left Qin Xiong even more convinced of his suspicions. After all, even the Emperor's beast masters would seek Wang Long's guidance, and as the chief examiner, Qin Xiong himself wouldn't dare to act disrespectfully towards him. Yet here was Wang Long, bowing to a high-level beast master. As expected of the leader, every detail has been carefully planned. Qin Xiong thought to himself. Not only did they have the leader participate in the unified recruitment, but they also won over all the examiners. With 3 wolves controlling the stage, how could they possibly lose? As the first round of the assessment concluded, the examination hall was filled with a heavy sense of frustration. More than half of the students wore grim expressions, grumbling about how unreasonable and tricky the questions were. Shen Yun quickly approached Fang Ran, her brows furrowed with concern. What happened? Were you too nervous? Shen Yun's tone was laced with worry. Well, at least this is just a trial. If something goes wrong in your senior year, you'll lose your chance to get into the 5 great academies. Fang Ran shook his head slightly. Nervous? Maybe a little, but I'm okay. He knew he had done well enough to pass, and wasn't particularly worried. Standing beside him, Xiao Tian remained calm and expressionless, gazing into the distance. The next round can't be like this. You must adjust your mindset. Shen Yun clenched her fists, trying to encourage Fang Ran. Her intimate gesture drew whispered discussions among the surrounding beast tamers. Xiao Tian, standing behind Fang Ran, furrowed her delicate brows slightly, but ultimately chose to remain silent. By the afternoon, all the candidates were called back together. Qin Xiong's voice echoed through the hall. The first test is over. Now the second test begins. The crowd immediately stopped their conversations and focused intently. Qin Xiong took out a sealed bag, cut it open, and pulled out a stack of test papers. The second test is a beast taming culture exam. Each of you will get a test paper, and you have 60 minutes to complete it. Upon hearing that it was merely a cultural test, most of the candidates breathed a sigh of relief. After all, anyone capable of entering a beast taming academy likely had decent academic performance. Only Fang Ran's expression turned sour, thought to himself that getting into the top 10 would already be a success at this point. The candidates were assigned to individual rooms to take their tests. Staring at the test paper, Fang Ran couldn't help but recall some unpleasant memories. He called out to the system in his mind, advanced the beast taming knowledge points. But there was no response. Without textbooks in front of him, he couldn't access advanced knowledge or see any answer options. Left with no other choice, Fang Ran looked at the questions. What is the role of a beast tamer? How should you respond to the temptation of an unidentified exotic species? List 3 different ferocious beasts and their weaknesses. Do they think they can stump me? Fang Ran smirked to himself and began writing furiously. In just 10 minutes, he finished the front of the test paper. The loud sound of him flipping the page in the silent examination room caught everyone's attention. The sudden noise made the other candidates tense up, and the room was soon filled with the frantic scratching of pens on paper. Damn it! How is he solving these so fast? Liu Yongzheng, who was in the same room as Fang Ran, gritted his teeth. As someone who prided himself on being a top-tier student, he hadn't expected to feel so inferior in front of Fang Ran. Other geniuses from different academies were also unwilling to be outdone, clenching their teeth and speeding up their writing. However, just 2 minutes later, Fang Ran stood up and submitted his paper. That was quick, Qin Xiong remarked, raising an eyebrow as he picked up Fang Ran's test. Nearly half the questions were left blank, and the ones answered were all incorrect. Qin Xiong narrowed his eyes. I see. If I fill in the remaining blanks with the correct answers, I can perfectly control his score. If he answered everything correctly, he could probably score around 800 points. Fang Ran was completely unaware that his test paper was being tampered with. An hour later, the other candidates began to trickle out of the examination rooms, looking dazed and defeated as they started comparing answers with one another. Where's Fang Ran? Liu Yong turned to look around the exam hall, asking a fellow beastmaster. Seems like he left. The third test doesn't start until tomorrow. Left? That confident? Liu Yong frowned as he recalled Fang Ran being the first to hand in a blank sheet and leave the exam hall. By this time, Fang Ran had already walked out of the exam venue, his face filled with helplessness. I really need to review my beast mastery knowledge when I get back, or I might mess up again. But with 0 points in this round, it's unlikely I'll meet the cutoff for the 5 great academies, he thought to himself. Fang Ran. A voice suddenly called from behind. Fang Ran turned around to see Qin Xiong approaching quickly. Examiner Qin? Fang Ran's heart tightened. Is this about the blank sheet I submitted? Qin Xiong glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was nearby, before flashing a smile. Chief Fang. Achieving the position of Yuqing's leader at such a young age, you don't need to be so modest. Qin Xiong, sent by the master to assist you. As he spoke, he pulled a red cloth out of his pocket, nearly identical to Fang Ran's. Fang Ran immediately recalled Lin Qinghuan's warning, and his nerves tensed. This was the exclusive identification mark of the Divine Beast Society. They had come to him directly. And how are you so sure I'm the leader? Just because of this cloth. Fang Ran deliberately lowered his voice. Qin Xiong smirked confidently. I've been keeping an eye on you for a while. Coming from a humble background, yet ranking among the top at the academy, and even contracting with the angel, the key figure of the ritual. But most importantly, his eyes gleamed. You captured the former leader. This must have been a masterful plan you orchestrated to trick Lin Qinghuan into leaving Yuqing. A mere high-tier intermediate beastmaster couldn't possibly threaten a lord-level being. Sacrificing the former leader to prove your innocence brilliant. If this plan succeeds, both of us might break through to the king's realm. Is that so? Fang Ran feigned excitement. When do we take action? No rush. You'll be informed when the time is right. Qin Xiong replied with a sly smile. No matter how much Fang Ran tried to probe, Qin Xiong skillfully avoided revealing any specifics about the plan, only reminding him that tomorrow's test would take place on the eastern side of Yuqing. After seeing Qin Xiong off, Fang Ran initially wanted to notify Lin Qinghuan immediately, but realized time was running out. The Divine Beast Society had infiltrated every sector, and there was no one he could trust right now. He hurriedly sought out Shen Yun, who was still in the exam hall. Shen Yun, where's your grandfather? I need to speak with him urgently. My grandfather? Shen Yun's face showed a flicker of disappointment, as she had thought Fang Ran might be inviting her to celebrate. But seeing his serious expression, she led him to the Shun family's mountain villa. At that moment, Yuqing's only king-level beastmaster, Old Master Shun, was lounging in the courtyard, scrolling through his phone and watching videos of welfare beasts. Noticing Fang Ran's arrival, he hastily put his phone away and cleared his throat. Ahem, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be taking the exam? Master Shun, Yuqing is in danger. Danger? Old Master Shun seemed unconcerned. With me here, what danger could there possibly be? This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the Demon Cavern Divine Kingdom. Even the fiercest beasts wouldn't bother with us. A few Lord-level Beastmasters are more than enough to handle things, let alone someone like me, a King-level Beastmaster. To him, as the undisputed ruler of Yuqing, no real threat had ever emerged. Qin Xiong's words left everyone present in utter shock. This chief examiner from the Divine Beast Society had mistaken Fang Ran for the head of the Yuqing branch of the society and revealed an astonishing plan. They were going to take action tomorrow, and if successful, both of them would have a chance to ascend to the king-level realm. Shen Yun's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, while Shun Lao's brows furrowed deeply. As the deputy city lord of Yuqing, his position was second only to the Beast Tamer Guild's president, and his authority was unparalleled. If Yuqing were to suffer a terror attack under his jurisdiction, there was no way he could shirk responsibility. Explain in detail, Shun Lao said gravely, his expression stern. Fang Ran recounted the entire series of events, emphasizing Qin Xiong's claim that Xiao Tian is the key sacrificial offering. Knowing he stood no chance against a true lord-level beast tamer, Fang Ran realized he could only seek assistance. Tomorrow is indeed an ideal opportunity, Shen Lao said, his face darkening with anger. Many beast tamers will be preoccupied with the examination and maintaining order. He felt a wave of relief that Fang Ran had stumbled upon this plot. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shen Lao fell into deep thought, contemplating the potential location of their operation. The east, or the opposite direction. He even considered the possibility that this might be a trap set by Qin Xiong to lure him away from Yuqing. But he quickly dismissed the idea there was no way Qin Xiong could have anticipated Fang Ran would gain access to someone of Shen Lao's rank. After all, even Lord-level beast tamers found it nearly impossible to meet him. Reflecting further on Qin Xiong, who had only become a beast tamer at the age of 30 and had been deceived by the Divine Beast Society, Shen Lao concluded that Qin Xiong's talent and intelligence were clearly lacking. Unable to see through the obvious lie about ascending to king level, it was no wonder he had been reduced to a disposable pawn. Tell Qin Xiong to meet you outside Yuqing tonight. Say you're ready to hand over the angel, Shen Lao instructed decisively. As night fell, Fang Ran waited quietly in a forest on the outskirts of Yuqing. Before long, Qin Xiong emerged from behind a tree. Where's the angel? Qin Xiong asked eagerly. Fang Ran summoned Xiao Tian, whose eyes were filled with disdain for Qin Xiong. Wonderful! Qin Xiong exclaimed with excitement. With her, we can control the feral beasts within a 100-mile radius and unleash a beast tide. He was still lost in his delusions of ascending to king level. Follow me. Qin Xiong clasped his hands together, summoning a massive, three-headed skeletal hound the size of an elephant. The two mounted this latest-stage lord-level beast, speeding through the forest at a pace faster than a high-speed train. Soon, they arrived at a hidden ritual pillar. Qin Xiong took out a key and unlocked a concealed underground chamber between the stone pillars. Fang Ran followed him inside, immediately wrinkling his nose at the overpowering stench of blood. Before him was a massive prison cell, housing an enormous creature bound by countless chains. It bore 8 pairs of giant wings, with a central mass of flesh covered in countless terrifying eyes. This was a mind angel, a latest-stage lord-level entity with unknown abilities. It had been created using forbidden materials and methods, making it highly unstable. The moment it saw Xiao Tian, it began to tremble violently. This time, you will be my eyes. A familiar voice echoed as countless arms extended, seemingly trying to pull Xiao Tian into its being. The voice left Xiao Tian frozen in place. A masterpiece, Qin Xiong exclaimed with fanatic zeal. Once it acquires the divine light eye, it will ascend to king level. At that point, the feral beasts within 100 miles will descend into madness. Only the Divine Beast Society can be humanity's hope. How could those rigid beast tamers ever hope to cultivate such a godlike being? Qin Xiong shouted excitedly, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with madness. Quick, let her consume your beast. With this final evolution material, she can ascend to the king tier. Despite Qin Xiong's urging, Fang Ran remained motionless. His heart burned with overwhelming rage if not for a stroke of luck. Would Xiao Tian have ended up as part of these chunks of flesh? Hurry up. What are you doing? Are you betraying the Divine Beast Society? Qin Xiong roared, his voice thunderous. Evil hound, he called out to the guards outside. But the only response was a wave of mental agony and shock. The evil hound had already been slain in a single strike. Fear crept across Qin Xiong's face. Before him, Xiao Tian held a sword of holy light, advancing step by step without an ounce of mercy. She swung the radiant blade down, and blood splattered across the walls and the holy barrier. Moments later, Shun Sen descended the stairs. Even he froze for a moment at the sight of the grotesque creature. The forbidden method of evolution. He murmured. Xiao Tian, put an end to their suffering, Fang Ran commanded. A holy arrow shot forth and pierced the creature's heart with precision. Gene points 21. You did well this time. I'll report this to the Beast Tamer Society, Shun Sen said, patting Fang Ran on the shoulder. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his expression. Upon returning to Yuqing, Lin Qinghuan had just crawled into bed when she received a call from Fang Ran. After hearing the full account, she sat up abruptly, cold sweat running down her back. Good thing you handled it. Losing points is minor, but if they'd succeeded, Yuqing would have been in grave danger. She paused for a moment. But to control the beasts within a 100-mile radius, there doesn't seem to be a king-tier beast near Yuqing, does there? Old Master Shun is a king-tier beast tamer. The Divine Beast Society couldn't have been unaware of this. With him here, what use would a wave of lord-tier beasts be? The next morning, the news of Qin Xiong's death spread throughout Yuqing. The final assessment proceeded as scheduled, though the chief examiner had been replaced by Wang Long. The examination hall buzzed with murmurs. Did you hear? Qin Xiong was part of the Divine Beast Society. No wonder he advanced so quickly, used forbidden methods. Even the chief examiner was infiltrated? Yeah, the Beast Tamer Society's audits have gotten stricter lately. I heard it was a candidate who exposed Qin Xiong's identity. Speculation about the candidate's identity ran wild. but Xun Yun's gaze landed on the calm and composed Fang Ran standing amidst the crowd. Silence. Wang Long's stern voice cut through the chatter. Qin Xiong deserved his fate. Don't let this affect your performance. The room quickly quieted down. After all, the assessment before them was the key to their futures. Each candidate soon received a skill book. This test evaluates your beast's learning abilities. The rank skill is called Illumination. Each level of mastery has distinct characteristics. Passing requires reaching the beginner level within 30 minutes, while mastering, it earns full marks. Illumination technique. Everyone lowered their heads to flip through the manuals in their hands, their brows furrowing unconsciously. Although it was merely an A-level skill, the intricate and densely packed diagrams made their heads spin. Is it even worth learning? Xinyan scoffed. My beast can glow naturally, and it's way better than this. This skill was meticulously designed by one of the examiners over the course of an hour, Wang Long said with a faint smile. Its purpose is to test the learning capabilities of your beasts. Now let's begin. As Wang Long's words fell, the examination hall immediately fell silent. Everyone focused intently on studying the skill. After all, it was just an A-level skill, and most believed they could grasp it within an hour, perhaps even reach proficiency. Skills often shared similarities. The more one mastered, the easier it became to learn new ones. It seems no one has realized the gravity of the situation yet, Wang Long murmured as he observed the relaxed expressions around him. Ordinary A-level skills are indeed simple, but this one is different. It's specifically designed for this test, with numerous obstacles embedded by the examiner. A single misstep in energy flow, and all progress is lost. The difficulty of entry-level mastery is comparable to a level skill. Without precise energy control, achieving proficiency is impossible. Sure enough, within just 10 minutes, many beast tamers in the hall were already drenched in sweat. No matter how they channeled their energy, they kept making critical mistakes. Some even began to suspect there was a flaw in the skill itself. At that moment, a blinding white light suddenly lit up in the corner of the hall. Lei Tianren, with his stern expression, was the first to break through. His thunder beast emitted a faint white glow, signaling entry-level mastery. Wang Long's eyes widened slightly, his pupils shimmering with a faint purple light as he observed Lei Tianren. Using brute force to flood the complex pathways with energy-overwhelming simplicity with raw power, he murmured with a nod. Indeed, this skill can't stop a beast tamer with immense energy reserves. Soon after, more beast tamers began to grasp the trick. Wang Yan, relying on his adept skill usage, became the second to reach entry-level mastery. Xin Yun, with the innate talent of her fire butterfly, steadily crossed the threshold as well. One by one, the prodigies from prestigious schools showcased their extraordinary abilities, achieving breakthroughs in succession. In a quiet corner, Xiao Tian stared intently at the intricate diagrams, her eyes glimmering with determination as she committed every detail to memory. Illumination technique, entry-level mastery, she whispered, snapping her fingers. A faint glow appeared at her fingertips, distinct from the others. Her light burned steadily, like a sacred flame igniting on its own. Borrowing proficiency in the illumination technique, Fang Ran's voice rang out softly. Borrowed proficiency attained. Remaining debt. Perform the proficient level illumination technique 10 more times. For him, this requirement was a trivial task. Within just half an hour, he had repaid the entire debt. The light emanating from his technique at the proficient level shone far brighter than the ordinary versions, making it stand out in the examination hall. This scene immediately caught Wang Long's attention. Proficient level already. He truly has the talent. Wang Long nodded with satisfaction. A beast tamer who can perfect the basic evolution method to its peak would never be stumped by something as minor as the illumination technique. Fang Ran reaching proficiency first was entirely within expectations. It's proof that his mastery of the basic evolution method is fully reliant on his beast's innate talent. Fang Ran. Again so fast, Xin Yun exclaimed in astonishment. This kid has limitless potential. Lei Tianren remarked with genuine admiration. Li Ming gazed at his results with confidence gleaming in his eyes. At this rate of mastering skills, I might just top the rankings in 2 years. 2 or 3 years are more than enough for me to make a difference in the 5 great academies. Meanwhile, Fang Ran was fully engrossed in studying the skill before him. Overdraft, he muttered, attempting to push his limits. A system notification immediately appeared. Skill has reached its limit and cannot be overdraft. Would you like to spend 1 gene point to forcefully overdraft the skill? This option reminded Fang Ran of his experience with the sacred guiding bow, sparking his interest. Force the overdraft. With the consumption of 1 gene point, the system chimed. 1 gene point consumed. Skill overdraft successfully. You have acquired the skill Illumination. Illumination summons a light orb that follows the user, providing continuous lighting. In that instant, the patterns in Xiaoyan's mind underwent a dramatic transformation. All the complex and unnecessary patterns vanished, replaced by the purest form of energy utilization. Her fingers lightly brushed over the illumination manual, and the originally blurry figure transformed into an angelic silhouette. The pattern diagram became entirely renewed. Ding. Time's up. Put down your manuals. They will be collected by designated personnel. Wang Long's voice echoed as he scanned the examination hall. Everyone set down their manuals, understanding they were merely clones and that A-level skills were readily available online, so losing them was inconsequential. As the assessment concluded, the Beast Masters left the examination hall with a sense of relief, engaging in spirited discussions. I didn't perform well this time. As long as I make the cut for a second-tier academy, I'll be satisfied. Second tier is already good enough. I just started learning the basic evolution method, so I'm hopeless. Do you believe him? He said the same thing during the last entrance exam, and yet he ended up in the top 10 of the whole school. These question setters. What kind of person even comes up with such tests? Of all things, they tested basic evolution methods? And we had to learn skills on the spot? Are you kidding me? Outside the venue, the area was bustling with activity. People delivering water, food, and transportation services were everywhere. Hidden among the crowd were several Beastmasters observing from the shadows. Liu Yong hurried over to Fang Ran, looking nervous. Fang Ran, how did it go? Luckily, I managed to grasp the basics of illumination at the last second, or I would have been doomed. Me? Probably not great, Fang Ran sighed. He wasn't being humble. The passing score for the 3 tests combined was around 2,300 points, but he had scored 0 in the second test. Even if he performed perfectly in the other 2, his total would barely reach 2,000 points. Don't lose hope. If anyone's to blame, it's those question setters for being unreasonable. Liu Yong patted Fang Ran's shoulder, but halfway through his comforting words, he remembered that Fang Ran had only just enrolled. His attempt at encouragement suddenly felt unnecessary. After the crowd dispersed, a proctor responsible for collecting the manuals handed one to Wang Long, Senior Wang Long. We discovered that a Beastmaster had scribbled randomly on the pattern diagram. Scribbled on the pattern diagram? Wang Long's initial reaction was indifference. After all, the manuals were just replicas, the test scores were machine-graded, and the patterns wouldn't be evaluated manually, nor were they signed. Cheating seemed impossible. However, out of a sense of responsibility, he said, "Let me take a look." The proctor handed the skill booklet to Wang Long, his gaze questioning. "Examiner Wang Long, what do you think about the Beast Tamers' talent around Yuqing?" Wang Long accepted the booklet with a calm expression. "Talent? Not quite. Lei Tian and the others might have some aptitude compared to ordinary Beast Tamers, but when measured against the children of emperors or those with class talent, what are they worth?" His tone carried the ease of someone accustomed to grander stages. "In the imperial capital, even I, as a lord-level Beast Tamer, wouldn't dare act recklessly." "That's true," the proctor sighed, his eyes drifting into the distance. "I once caught a glimpse of a prodigy from the imperial capital, a young woman whose aura and natural beauty were unforgettable to this day." Wang Long's lips curled into a faint smile. However, to say Yuqing has no top-tier geniuses might not be entirely accurate. A figure of a young man surfaced in his mind. Given time, he will undoubtedly rival those people, perhaps even surpass them in innate talent. He lowered his head to browse through the booklet in his hands, but his brows suddenly furrowed. "Bring me another copy." The proctor quickly handed over a new booklet. Wang Long placed the two side by side and carefully compared them. Though the question appeared identical, the energy flow diagrams were starkly different. "It's changed. Even the pathways have changed." Wang Long's heartbeat quickened as he murmured in disbelief. "To derive a new skill pathway in just an hour? This question assesses energy flow control, yet this diagram directly optimizes the illumination technique. The process is simplified, and the effect is even stronger." "What is it?" the proctor asked nervously, noticing Wang Long's shifting expression. "A genius!" Wang Long exclaimed excitedly. "Whose booklet is this? I must recommend him to the question setters." The proctor was equally shocked. Those who designed the standardized exam questions were all top-tier monarch-level figures from the imperial capital. "I believe it belongs to a beast tamer named Fang Ran." "It's him," Wang Long suddenly realized. No wonder. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building in the imperial capital, 2 men of extraordinary status were engaged in conversation. One was a towering man in black, standing 2 meters tall, while the other wore bone armor, his buzz cut accentuating his sharp, handsome features. The entire hotel had been cleared out for them, and even the cups they used were antiques. "Renting an entire building to secure the 2 of us must have cost a fortune, huh?" The man in bone armor chuckled. "Business is business," the man in black replied calmly. As question setters for the standardized exam, only their voluntary participation warranted such arrangements. "Baoyan, do you think anyone will score full marks this time? With questions I designed, what do you think?" Yu Baoyan smiled confidently. His illumination technique question was far more difficult than in previous years, designed to filter out only the true geniuses. Just then, a notification arrived. The exam results were in. Yu Baoyan checked his phone, and information poured in like a tide. The Bai family's heir scored full marks on the 3rd section, and other prodigies from the imperial capital were close to perfect scores. Hmm? Fang Ran. Yu Baoyan suddenly froze. A beast tamer from a small city improved my illumination technique using a new method. His hand clenched, nearly crushing his phone. I bet he can make it into the top 10. Yu Baoyan declared firmly. Bet it is, then. If he does, I'll personally provide him with resources worth tens of millions. At the same time, in the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Qinghuan anxiously refreshed the results page. Fang Ran, as long as you make it into the top 100, I can ensure you get into the Imperial Capital Academy. Back in Yuqing, Fang Ran was reviewing the results with his uncle and aunt. On the table lay freshly purchased copies of the Encyclopedia of Beast Taming Weaknesses and Geographical Knowledge of Beast Taming. His expression remained stoic, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. The results were finally out. Fang Ran's eyes lit up with excitement, and even Xiao Tian, standing beside him, couldn't help but feel nervous. Fang Qihua immediately got up and leaned closer to the screen, while Sang Shualan clutched the object in her hands tightly, her breathing quickening. On the screen, Fang Ran clicked the refresh button repeatedly. The page flickered a few times before finally revealing the results. However, what appeared was a string of baffling question marks. First item. Second item. Third item. What's going on? Fang Qihua and Sang Shualan exchanged confused glances. Is the website malfunctioning? Suddenly, Fang Qihua froze, as if struck by lightning. Wait, I remember now. The top 10 scores aren't made public. He spun around to face Fang Ran, his voice trembling. Xiao Ran. Did you make it into the top 10? The aunt and uncle were too stunned to speak, their eyes glued to the screen. How could this be possible? Fang Ran had only just started school, and now he was in the top 10? Could he really be a 9 million Beastmaster prodigy? This is amazing. Xiao Tian turned excitedly to Fang Ran, only to see him frowning in deep thought, as if puzzled by the result. Fang Ran's mind was in turmoil. This didn't make sense. He distinctly remembered leaving most of the exam paper blank. Even if luck was on his side and he guessed every answer correctly, there was no way he could rank in the top 10. Unless the intelligence of Beastmasters in this world had collectively plummeted, and he was the only one still functioning normally. Otherwise, he couldn't explain what he was seeing. But the reality was right there in front of him. Apart from the confidential top 10 scores, all other students' results were clearly displayed. The score for 11th place was 2,650 points, which meant Fang Ran's score had to far exceed that number. Meanwhile, at Fungo Academy, Principal Zhang Rui was in his office, reviewing the scores and future placements of the sophomore and junior students. These statistics not only affected the academy's reputation, but also directly impacted his income. Principal, this time we have over 130 students meeting the cutoff for second-tier academies. Several teachers were assisting in organizing the data. 90% of our students have a chance to advance to higher-tier institutions, and many of them could even become lords in the future. That's secondary. Zhang Rui waved his hand dismissively. How many made it into first-tier academies? Lu Yong and Xiao Hong both surpassed the first-tier cutoff. Among our academy's top 10, 7 students met the first-tier standards. Zhang Rui nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly furrowed his brows. Scroll up. Let's see if there are any others from our academy. The teachers in the room froze. In previous years, they only ever checked up to the first-tier results. Anything beyond that, such as the 5 great academies or the top 100 rankings, was uncharted territory. The last time someone from their academy reached that level was when Lin Qinghuan got into the Imperial Capital Academy years ago. Do we really need to, Principal? We've already gone through the senior year results. Exactly. The sophomore year results only had a few students pass the second-tier cutoff. We'll have to wait another year for more. Zhang Rui raised an eyebrow. What about the freshmen? Haven't we looked at them yet? Just as everyone was about to voice their objections, a thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. They hadn't checked the rankings of Fang Ran and the eldest daughter of the Shin family. These two were the rising stars among Yu City's Beast Tamers, especially Fang Ran, who had even received special funding from the Imperial Capital. Eagerly, the teachers moved their mice to search for the names. It didn't take long before a familiar name appeared on the screen. Xin Yun. With an impressive score of 2,580, she ranked 98th, firmly securing a spot among the top 100. This score had already surpassed the admission threshold of the 5 prestigious academies, and to think she was only a first-year high school student. As expected of someone from an imperial lineage, someone marveled. She's been training her pet beasts even before enrolling in school. The resources she has access to are truly extraordinary. For someone her age to achieve this level of accomplishment, she can already stand shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies in the imperial capital. The news caused a stir among the teachers. The 5 prestigious academies. Could it be that Yu City was finally going to have a student enter one of these esteemed institutions? Principal Zhang Rui was thrilled, already contemplating how to leverage this opportunity to boost Funga Academy's reputation. Although Shen Yun rarely appeared on campus, relying instead on private tutors and guidance from a monarch-level beast tamer, she was still officially enrolled under their academy's name. With her demonstrated talent, It's only a matter of time before she ascends to the monarch level. The teachers enthusiastically discussed. When that day comes, as her alma mater will undoubtedly share in the glory. What about Fang Ran? Principal Jiang Rui asked urgently. If Shen Yun made it into the top 100, wouldn't Fang Ran's ranking be even higher? However, after combing through the rankings thoroughly, they couldn't find Fang Ran's name anywhere. That's impossible, Jiang Rui said in disbelief. Could you have missed it? He knew the chances of that were slim. Beast Tamers were known for their keen eyesight, and it was rare for them to overlook anything. But he simply couldn't fathom Fang Ran ranking lower. Principal, we've really gone through the list carefully, and his name isn't there, a teacher responded. Could it be that he's in the top 10? This speculation sent a jolt through Jiang Rui. To break into the top 10 among a group filled with prodigies and heirs of powerful families was a feat he hadn't dared to imagine. By tradition, the top 10 rankings were only revealed after all candidates finalized their school choices. In previous years, this period often saw fierce competition among the academies for the top talents, sometimes even escalating into conflicts involving monarch-level figures. The group began offering words of reassurance. This year's unified exam was particularly challenging. In past years, even the 11th place scorer would have over 2,800 points. This year's exam seems to place more emphasis on talent assessment rather than just evaluating the evolution levels of their beasts. They worried the results might discourage Fang Ran. Talented individuals often held themselves to incredibly high standards, and even a minor setback could shake their confidence. No one wanted to see a promising candidate for the 5 prestigious academies lose their spirit. The next day, after all Beast Tamers had completed their school selections, the eagerly awaited top 10 rankings were finally unveiled on the official website. In the bustling streets of the imperial capital, Yu Baojun and his friend Gao Juqiang stood before the massive screen at the Beastmaster Association's center, waiting for the official rankings to be revealed. As the rankings flashed on the screen, the crowd collectively held their breath. Bai Lingshuang topped the list with 2,910 points, followed closely by an unfamiliar name, Fang Ran, with 2,890 points. The imperial family's Tai Jiuxin secured third place with 2,889 points. Lei Tianren ranked ninth with 2,690 points, and Zhao Zimo rounded out the top 10 with 2,683 points. I won. Yu Baojun crossed his arms triumphantly, glancing smugly at the astonished crowd around him. I told you that kid wasn't ordinary, didn't I? Gao Zhuqiang's mouth fell open in disbelief. You actually guessed right? The crowd erupted into murmurs, astonished by how close the top 3 scores were, all hovering around the 2,900 mark. Who is this Fang Ran? Looked him up from Fungo Academy in Yuqing. What? A talent like this coming from a third-rate academy? Voices of skepticism rippled through the crowd. Yu Baojun chimed in. What's more interesting is that his basic evolution techniques and learning ability tests were both perfect scores, but he only got 890 in the Beastmaster Culture exam. This revelation made Gao Jiuqiang raise an eyebrow. Even Bai Lingshuang's score in basic evolution techniques was only 910. That means if not for the points lost in the culture exam, he could have hit a perfect 3,000. Gao Zhuqiang exclaimed, astonished. His talent might even surpass Bai Lingshuang's. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Academy, Lin Qinghuan stared blankly at the rankings. The plain-faced woman beside her teased. You went to Yuqing and secretly mentored a genius, huh? Lin Qinghuan replied softly. I didn't really teach him much. Her heartbeat quickened as Fang Ran's results far exceeded her expectations. The plain-faced woman noticed Lin Qinghuan's unusual blush and couldn't help but speculate. Back in Yuqing, Fang Qiwa's house was flooded with gifts from all directions. Fang Ran's name dominated headlines in the local newspapers, and even the local beast hunting factory hung his photo at their entrance. The company director offered an enticing deal, a 300-square-meter staff apartment in the imperial capital and double the salary. As Fang Qihua was still digesting this unexpected wave of good fortune, a stretched luxury car pulled up outside his house. Jiang Rui, the principal of Fungo Academy, personally visited, presenting a rare gift and exclusive brank skill, Celestial Spear. When the commotion finally settled, back in his room, Fang Ran murmured to himself. Shen Yun invited me to the imperial capital. There are more advanced paths to becoming a lord-tier beastmaster there. He knew that if he wanted to obtain a second-rank beast companion, he needed to start planning ahead. Inside the imperial capital's beast taming education department, an elderly man with graying hair and glasses was intently reviewing the exam papers of the top 100 beast tamers. 2 young students stood respectfully behind him. Although this elder was not a beast tamer himself, he was an authority in the field of beast taming history and knew everything about beast tamers. Mr. Bai, the family specifically requested that you carefully examine Fang Ran's test paper. I will, of course, review it thoroughly, but I must remain absolutely impartial. Mr. Bai responded sternly, emphasizing the importance of fairness. In his eyes, cheating was utterly unacceptable. Over the years, Almost no cheater had escaped his discerning gaze. Similarly, any attempts to bribe him into falsely accusing an innocent candidate were doomed to fail. Bai Zhengshu's eyes fell on Fang Ran's exam paper. This beast tamer from a remote small town had astonishingly achieved second place. He scrutinized each question closely, not even glancing at the standard answers on the desk for someone like him. His own judgment was likely the most accurate. Bai Zhengshu raised an eyebrow. Only the cultural studies section didn't score full marks? This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation, as most beast tamers excelled in cultural studies. He continued reading, and when he reached Fang Ran's answers, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The first few questions were clearly nonsense, while the later answers, though imitated, revealed subtle differences in handwriting that he instantly noticed. Did he really cheat? Bai Zhengshu's heart wavered. Or was the exam paper tampered with? The clumsy nature of the deception made him hesitant to jump to conclusions. After all, countless eyes were watching this matter, and many were envious of Fang Ran's success. Seal his paper immediately. No one is allowed to access it. Bai Zhengshu ordered decisively. The two students were startled by his grave tone. If this matter were leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once the imperial capital sends out admission notices and the students arrive at school, I will prepare a new test for him, Bai Zhengshu resolved silently. If he truly cheated, he'll face justice. If he's innocent, I will personally apologize. The two students exchanged nervous glances. Will this really work? Mr. Bai's tests are notoriously challenging. Even if he didn't cheat, he might not meet the required scores. A few days later, in Yuqing, Fang Ran had already mastered his newly acquired skill, Heavenly Spear of the Skies. To a meticulous level, each spear could cause a burning effect within its range. At the same time, the admission notice from the imperial capital arrived as expected. Among the students at Fungo Academy, only Xin Yun and Fang Ran were admitted to the top 5 academies, while most of their peers were accepted into first-tier academies. By this point, Fang Ran's home was nearly empty, with only him and little Tian left. His uncle and aunt had eagerly boarded a company vehicle bound for the imperial capital. Just then, Xin Yun sent a message. Fang Ran, the convoy is about to depart. Be at Yuqing's East Gate by 2 p.m. Fang Ran thanked her and rushed to the East Gate, where numerous vehicles were already parked. Among them, a massive black behemoth stood out. Several beast tamers from both the Iron Tower Academy and the Celestial Academy were also waiting to depart. Fang Ran, my friend. I didn't expect you to make it into the top 10. Lei Tianren greeted him with surprise, unable to hide his disbelief. He had never considered Fang Ran a serious competitor, yet the latter had outperformed him. The students from Iron Tower Academy were equally shocked. They had taken the exam in the same hall as Fang Ran and remembered his average performance, yet he had made it into the top 10. Li Ming was devastated upon hearing the news. To get into one of the top 5 academies as a first-year student was a rare talent in their school's history. Well, take care of yourself. Wang Yin could only offer a consoling pat on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Fang Ran found himself surrounded by a group of excited beast tamers. Fang Ran, I'm from Funga Academy, Todo, you remember me? No way, you secretly got into the Imperial Capital's academy? Show us your acceptance letter. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Although Lu Yong felt envious, he was also content with his own achievements. Yet everyone sensed that the gap between them and Fang Ran was widening. Fang Ran, when we get to the battlefield, I'll be your support. Lu Yong said, clenching his fist. Sure, and if things go south, I'll ride your bull and make a run for it. Fang Ran responded with a laugh. After some light-hearted banter, the initial awkwardness among them began to fade. Fang Ran then approached the Shun family's colossal beast vehicle. You're here. Xin Yun's eyes lit up as she made room beside her. Standing outside, Xin Yun's grandfather gave a satisfied smile, while Xin Yun blushed and said, Grandpa, you should head back now. All right, the route will take you to Wine City first, then to the Imperial Capital. It'll take about 2 days. I've made all the arrangements, Xin Yun's grandfather explained, ensuring the journey avoided areas with dangerous beasts. As the vehicle set off, Fang Ran and Xin Yun sat in the back, their close proximity leading to occasional brushes. By the time they reached Wind City, it was already the second night. Thanks to their status as beast tamers from the top 5 academies and Xin Yun's grandfather, a king-level beast tamer, the two received a warm welcome. What do you mean there are no vacant rooms? Could this be my grandfather's doing? Xin Yun gritted her teeth, but felt helpless. Not at all. Please, you must stay here. Wind City is dangerous at night. There are even rumors of ghostly apparitions, the hotel manager quickly explained. Of course, such tales wouldn't scare beast tamers. Fang Ran casually made an excuse and went up to the rooftop. Little Tian spread her wings and wrapped him within them. I don't want you to get cold, Little Tian said nervously, afraid Fang Ran might refuse. It was a flimsy excuse. High-level beast tamers were resistant to cold and could go days without sleep. Besides, was it really necessary for her to drape her hands over him as well? Fang Ran felt like an egg waiting to be hatched. Suddenly, Little Tian tightened her wings. Master, there's dark energy approaching. Her sharp eyes caught a wisp of black mist drifting along the street, a telltale sign of the evil methods used by the Divine Beast Society. Perfect timing. Let's catch him and earn some extra rewards, Fang Ran said calmly. On the street, a tense chase was unfolding. A man dressed in black rode a six-legged beast, relentlessly pursuing a barefoot girl fleeing ahead. Stop running. Quit wasting my time, the man in black barked sharply. The beast beneath him galloped with incredible speed, its six legs a blur as it rapidly closed the gap between predator and prey. Despite her bare feet, the girl displayed astonishing speed. But ultimately, she couldn't escape her fate. The beast suddenly lashed out its long tongue, coiling around the breathtakingly beautiful girl like a venomous snake. The scene reminded Fang Ran of something he had once read in a book. Shoot it, Fang Ran ordered in a low voice. Before his words fully settled, a sacred arrow tore through the air, striking the beast with pinpoint accuracy. The creature disintegrated into ash on the spot, while a system notification popped up. Gene points 3. The Beast Tamer from the Divine Beast Society barely had time to react before the psychic backlash knocked him unconscious. Xiao Tian retrieved her sacred arrow, her wings folding gracefully behind her. At that moment, a new piece of information appeared before Fang Ran. Slime level, late ordinary stage. Skills, mimicry digestion. Evolution paths, lava slime, venomous slime, slime queen. Description, self-proclaimed slime queen with the unique ability to transform into any appearance. Late ordinary stage. Fang Ran mused. Slimes aren't supposed to have evolution capabilities, but she has a unique transformation ability. The Divine Beast Society must have targeted her for this. Still, since the system shows an evolution path. Thank you. The rescued girl stammered, trembling as she eyed Fang Ran warily. Her upbringing had taught her to fear beast tamers as cruel beings who enslaved and tormented her kind. Have you seen anyone like him before? Fang Ran asked, pointing to the unconscious Divine Beast Society member on the ground, his tone calm. The girl's eyes lit up as she thought to herself that this human seemed powerful. Perhaps he could help her rescue her clan leader. Yais, could you take me over there? Just close enough will do. Fang Ran smiled and agreed. Behind him, Xiao Tian appeared eager for action. The Divine Beast Society was the group she hated most. If Fang Ran hadn't been there, she likely would have mercilessly killed them on the spot. In her eyes, they were no longer worthy of being called human. All right. The girl hesitated briefly, relieved that she still appeared in human form. He must be deceived by my appearance. If he knew I was a fierce beast, he'd have attacked me already. Half an hour later, the distant street was filled with the roars of ferocious beasts. The guards of Wind City arrived in response to the commotion, only to find that Fang Ran had already subdued and tied up over a dozen members of the Divine Beast Society, notifying the authorities. The captain of the Wind City guards rushed forward, astonished. Fang Beast Tamer, why didn't you give us a heads up before taking action? Old Zhang, you're with the Divine Beast Society too? One of the guards exclaimed, recognizing a colleague among the captives. He cursed angrily. Damn it. No wonder every time we made a move, they knew in advance. The Beast Tamers present were in shock. They were stunned not only by the revelation that the Divine Beast Society had infiltrated the guard unit, but also by Fang Ran's strength. The organization they had struggled against for years had been dealt a massive blow by Fang Ran in a single day, with most of the wanted members now in custody. Settle everything quickly. They'll be leaving soon, Fang Ran urged. With Xiao Tian's abilities, the lower-ranking members of the Divine Command Society were utterly insignificant in his eyes. Several police officers witnessed everything, rendered speechless in astonishment. They had previously dismissed the geniuses from the 5 great academies as mere sheltered prodigies, delicate flowers of a greenhouse. But at this moment, they realized that perhaps the real sheltered ones were themselves. What truly stood out was Fang Ran's contracted beast. She had long golden hair casually tied into a ponytail, and her slender figure made everyone present instinctively steal a few extra glances. Unlike the typical star-like contracted beasts often seen, she exuded a unique and sharp aura that left an unforgettable impression. The total bounty for these people is 390,000, the captain said, immediately transferring the reward to Fang Ran's account. After Fang Ran left, the guards entered the underground cavern, only to uncover an unexpected scene. All the cages were wide open, and the ferocious beasts that had been imprisoned were nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a few puddles of sticky residue. At the Wind City train station, an extraordinarily beautiful girl turned to a man beside her and asked, "Where's that train headed?" The man, initially intending to ignore her, was captivated by her beauty and eagerly responded, "Miss, you don't know? That's the train to the Imperial Capital, carrying all the geniuses from the academies there." "What is the Imperial Capital Academy?" she asked innocently. "The 5 great academies. The beast masters who can study there are the most brilliant talents in the world, you know?" Upon hearing the phrase, "the most brilliant beast masters," she nervously glanced at the train. The clan leader's words echoed in her mind. The only way for ferocious beasts to survive is to become contracted beasts. But they were just unevolved slimes. Heading to the perilous imperial capital was no different from seeking their own doom. Besides, how could those top-tier geniuses ever choose such weak creatures? Give it up. If you stayed in your original beast form, you would have been dead long ago, a voice from the shadows in the sewer whispered, trying to console her. She was the only one in the entire clan who possessed the ability to take human form. Who's talking? The man beside her looked around warily, but found nothing. At the grand entrance of the Imperial Capital Academy, luxury cars were parked in abundance. This place commanded such respect that even someone on a simple bicycle wouldn't receive a single disdainful glance. A young man anxiously waited, asking, "Has that guy arrived yet?" "Not yet. Brother Bai, are you sure he cheated?" "Of course. Elder Bai himself said so, and even sealed his exam papers." "This is absolutely true. Do you doubt Elder Bai?" The young man spoke with conviction. A nobody from the countryside, managing to rank in the top 3 on the leaderboard, and second only to his sister, Bai Lingshuang? Doesn't that imply he surpassed his genius sister without relying on family resources? I looked into it comes from a poor background and even handed in his exam early. Most importantly, my servant said Elder Bai looked grim at the time and sealed the papers to avoid a scandal, planning to deal with Fang Ran privately. There's no need for Elder Bai to handle it. Leave it to Bai Xiaoyu. As for the scandal, this is the perfect opportunity to showcase the fairness and integrity of our admissions. Moments later, at a station outside the imperial capital, Fang Ran and Xin Yun had just stepped off the train when they were intercepted by several figures. Leading them was an elderly man with snow-white hair, who spoke humbly. "Young friend Fang, I am Bai Zhengshu, the person in charge of scoring and reviewing this round of admissions. Regarding your performance in the second assessment, I have some concerns and hope you can cooperate with us for clarification." Fang Ran's expression suddenly changed, an immediate reaction that was caught by the people behind Bai Zhengshu. "Fang Ran, don't listen to them. I'll call Grandpa right now." Shen Yun angrily pulled out her phone, her eyes flashing with fury. Someone had dared to accuse Fang Ran of cheating, and her first instinct was to summon her strongest ally. The video call connected quickly, and with a trembling voice, Shen Yun explained the situation to her grandfather. From the phone came the commanding voice of Elder Shun, making accusations without evidence. "Do you think Yuqing has no one to stand up to you? What? You came all this way just to bully my granddaughter? So it's you, Xin Junwang. It's been a long time." Bai Zhengshu greeted politely, his words causing those around him to freeze in shock. A king-level beast tamer? Both of these young people had the backing of king-level figures? The crowd's attitude toward Shen Yun shifted instantly. In the capital, king-level beast tamers were as rare as phoenix feathers. With such a background, Shen Yun was naturally deserving of the title Miss Shan. "Bai Zhengshu, is there an issue with my granddaughter?" Elder Shen asked. As a renowned figure in the Ministry of Education, Bai Zhengshu's name was well known to him. "Shen Yun is not the issue. We suspect Fang Ran's results are unusual," Bai Zhengshu replied. Elder Shun was silent for a moment. If it had been about his granddaughter, he would have spoken up more forcefully, but when it came to Fang Ran, he couldn't say much. "Grandpa, Fang Ran would never cheat," Xin Yun exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. "Wouldn't cheat? Then why does he look so nervous?" Someone behind Bai Zhengshu retorted immediately. Everyone saw it when Elder Bai spoke. He clearly panicked. "If Fang Ran's innocence is proven, then what do you plan to do?" Elder Shen asked. "If we have falsely accused him, I will personally apologize," Bai Zhengshu promised solemnly. To uphold a zero-tolerance policy on cheating, he was willing to pay any price. "Xiaoran, what do you think?" Elder Shun turned to Fang Ran, his prospective grandson-in-law. Having a prominent figure like Bai Zhengshu offer a formal apology was already the best possible outcome. The crowd watched Fang Ran closely, speculating about his relationship with the king-level figure. "That's fine," Fang Ran replied calmly. Since the exam ended, he had reviewed all his beast-taming knowledge. At this point, he was like a walking encyclopedia of the subject. Fang Ran was soon taken to a simple room with only a table, a chair, and a test paper. This test was noticeably more challenging than the standard exam, but to Fang Ran, it felt like a simple fill-in-the-blank exercise. Xiao Tian watched over him vigilantly from behind. On the other side of the wall, a group discussed the passing threshold. "This test is scored out of 1,000 points. What score does Fang Ran need to prove his innocence?" "He scored 890 in the standard exam, so let's use that as the benchmark." 890? That's unreasonable, someone objected. Elder Bai personally designed this test. The difficulty isn't even on the same level. Even the top 100 scores from the standard exam might struggle to break 900 points. Besides, Fang Ran's academic scores weren't high, but his practical and beast-taming scores were perfect. In terms of talent, he might not be any worse than Bai Lingshuang. Bai Zhengshu observed Fang Ran answering questions with focus and thought to himself, "Let me see your true abilities." To everyone's surprise, Fang Ran completed the test in just 10 minutes, even intentionally leaving a few questions wrong. This made Bai Zhengshu suspect he was deliberately controlling his score. Finished, Fang Ran said, knocking on the wall. Finished? Sir, it's only been 10 minutes. The proctor was incredulous. He had expected Fang Ran to make an excuse to leave or give up entirely, not to finish so quickly. What are you waiting for? I've completed the test. Elder Shin only asked me to cooperate and take the test, Fang Ran replied calmly. The proctor had no response and had to wake Bai Zhengshu, who had been resting with his eyes closed. Bai Zhengshu reviewed the test carefully, his expression shifting from a frown to one of approval. Even with his critical eye, he couldn't find any flaws. After finishing the front side, he flipped the paper over and quickly scanned the back. Standing up straight, he took a deep breath and said, "Where's Fang Ran? Take me to him immediately." The scene shifted to the front of the Imperial Capital Academy. Luxury cars filled the parking lot, with vehicles under 1 million becoming a rare sight. "Let's park here and head to registration," Shen Yun said cheerfully. The striking appearances of the two immediately drew attention, especially Fang Ran. His photo had already gone viral online, and many recognized him at a glance. That's Fang Ran, the second highest scorer in the capital. He's even better looking in person. He's only in his first year of high school and already ranked second? So young? Does that mean I can call him junior? Second? With his abilities, he could have been first. Really? You think he's better than Bai Lingshuang? Among the over 300 new students, even the lowest ranked had placed in the top 1,000 in the standard exam. But Fang Ran's achievements far surpassed theirs. Coupled with his youth, many senior students found him intriguing, and some were even envious of Shen Yun. Especially Bai Xiaowen, he overheard someone say Fang Ran might be stronger than his sister Bai Lingshuang. His brows furrowed. In the Bai family, his sister was the pride of their lineage, and no one could question her. Even if she slapped him, it would only be because his face wasn't worthy enough. That's him. Bai Xiaoyu, accompanied by several Beast Tamers in Ministry of Education uniforms, stopped Fang Ran. The scene quickly attracted a crowd. Fang Ran, I'm the deputy head of the Beast Taming Education Department's Inspection Division. We suspect you of serious cheating and need you to come with us, the deputy head said, presenting his credentials. Bai Xiaoyu smirked nearby, but as an advanced-level Beast Tamer, he knew his limits and wouldn't dare provoke someone ranked in the top 100. Who are you calling a cheater? Do you want a beating? Xinyun glared at them angrily. If not for the laws of the capital, she would have already acted. At that moment, a Ministry of Education car pulled into the parking lot. Bai Zhengshu stepped out with a group of people in a hurry. Quick, find Fang Ran. As someone committed to eradicating cheating, Bai Zhengshu also couldn't tolerate wrongful accusations. As a researcher of beast taming culture, he had a special appreciation for talents in the field. You think you can just call it cheating? Fang Ran raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. A crowd had already formed around them, whispering among themselves, many with expressions of disbelief. Just then, Lei Tianren pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. As one of the top 10 recruits, his slightly intimidating demeanor made the onlookers instinctively retreat a few steps. Fang Ran couldn't have cheated. I was in the same exam hall as him, and I can vouch for him, he declared firmly. Bai Xiaoyu immediately chimed in. With Professor Bai Zhengshu as a witness, even if you don't believe me, surely you can't doubt the credibility of the beast history and culture master who strikes fear into the hearts of millions of examinees, right? At these words, the surrounding beast tamers exchanged uneasy glances, clearly recalling their own grudging respect for the infamous Professor Bai. Oh, Bai Zhengshu, you say? A glint of understanding flashed in Fang Ran's eyes as a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. He raised a hand to stop Shen Yun, who was about to speak, and gave Bai Xiaoyu a meaningful look, as if saying, "Go on, keep performing." Emboldened by the attention, Bai Xiaoyu grew more smug. I'm willing to stake Bai Lao's reputation on this. It's absolutely true. Stake whose reputation? A furious shout suddenly rang out. Bai Zhengshu stormed onto the scene, his face dark with anger. Without hesitation, he slapped Bai Xiaoyu across the face with a resounding smack. Clutching his reddened cheek, Bai Xiaoyu looked utterly stunned. Grandpa Bai, wasn't it you who said there was something wrong with him? Sensing trouble, the head of the disciplinary committee quickly changed his tune. Professor Bai, I was under the impression this was your directive. He hurried over to Fang Ran and bowed slightly. Fang Ran, I owe you an apology. I failed to discern the truth and allowed myself to be deceived by a scoundrel. Bai Zhengshu glared at Bai Xiaoyu, his voice stern. Fang Ran, tomorrow I'll have him sent to the detention center for a month. How does that sound? Slandering one of the top 10 recruits deserves a public security penalty. Bai Xiaoyu's face turned ashen, as if he had just heard the most terrifying news in the world. Not necessary, Fang Ran replied indifferently, though a hint of guilt flickered in his heart after all. He had indeed submitted a blank exam. Bai Zhengshu's dramatic intervention only served to further cement his innocence. You can't afford to slack off, Fang Ran. You're supposed to rise to an emperor-level beast tamer through sheer hard work, he silently reminded himself. After enrolling, you're about to advance to the lord level soon. am willing to compensate you with 3 level Lord evolution materials. Bai Zhengshu stood in front of Fang Ran, his expression solemn. His voice carried a hint of apology, and his gaze was filled with sincerity. Coming from a small town, Fang Ran had worked tirelessly to gain admission to the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy, a dream he had long pursued. Yet, fate seemed to play tricks on him. No sooner had he arrived than he faced Bai Zhengshu's skepticism and challenges. Even though he cooperated honestly with the investigation, he was blocked twice more by others afterward. Bai Zhengshu knew well that this compensation was far from enough to erase the grievances in Fang Ran's heart. But at the very least, it was a start. In the future, he would need to do much more to heal the wounds this experience had left in Fang Ran's memory. The surrounding Beast Tamers widened their eyes in disbelief as they overheard the conversation. Expressions of shock were written all over their faces. The famously stubborn old man was actually apologizing to a freshman, and the compensation he offered was staggering 3-level Lord materials. The value was jaw-dropping. Even the most basic level materials started at 50 million. Rarer types could easily exceed 1 billion. No wonder the Bai family, backed by an emperor-level beast tamer, is so formidable. Their generosity is on another level, someone whispered in awe. Many other beast tamers looked on with envy. For most of their families, scraping together tens of millions for evolution materials was already a stretch. Some even had to rely on loans to afford them. Noticing the slight furrow in Fang Ran's brow, Bai Zhengshu felt a pang of unease. But then Fang Ran spoke up. It's not that I'm unsatisfied. It's just, I didn't intentionally cheat. But could it be that I unknowingly did something inappropriate? His tone carried a mix of anxiety and guilt. Bai Zhengshu froze for a moment at Fang Ran's words. Could this boy have realized that someone was trying to frame him by tampering with his test papers? Or was he overthinking, believing that simply retaining knowledge in his mind during the exam might count as cheating? Bai Zhengshu couldn't help but sink into contemplation. A genius's way of thinking is truly extraordinary. Bai Zhengshu suppressed the shock in his heart, took a deep breath, and looked directly at Fang Ran. Cheating without subjective intent isn't considered cheating. These words were like a reassurance, instantly easing Fang Ran's tense nerves. Since the master himself said so, it surely wasn't cheating. Not long after, Bai Zhengshu left with a young man whose face was contorted, almost on the verge of tears. The surrounding beast tamers exchanged confused glances, their eyes full of curiosity. What was so special about this beast tamer, said to hail from a small town? Why was Bai Zhengshu treating him with such respect? Meanwhile, in another corner of the Imperial Academy, Fang Ran has already arrived? Lin Qinghuan's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. What's the matter? Qinghuan, aren't you going to find him now? Her friend Du Zuan teased with a playful smile. If you don't act quickly, someone else might snatch up your fresh little sprout. Lin Qinghuan maintained a calm expression but instinctively defended herself. He wouldn't. His preferences are a bit unique. After a brief pause, she added, besides, freshmen have to go through rankings as soon as they enroll. I want to see how far he can go. Realizing something, she quickly clarified. No, I wouldn't be interested in him either. Xiao Ran's only just reached the later high phase, right? That's way too risky, her friend mused thoughtfully. This comment suddenly jolted Lin Qinghuan into awareness. Indeed, Fang Ran had just entered his first year of high school, and his strength had only reached the later high phase. The gap between him and the others was simply too vast. His lower evolution level could easily leave him trailing behind in a competition among so many beast tamers. With over 300 freshmen, do you really think he can stay in the top 10 after a month? Her friend asked skeptically. She elaborated. The Imperial Academy has always prioritized resources for the top 100. The higher the rank, the stronger the strength, and the stronger the strength, the higher the rank. The first month is a critical period for advancing to the Lord level, so rankings are especially important. How could a beast tamer with a lower evolution level possibly compete with those who've already reached the later high phase? Lin Qinghuan bit her lip and made up her mind. Then I'll wait until he can secure a spot within the top 100 before I step in to help him, she thought silently to herself. Without going through trials and tribulations, how could one see the rainbow? Intervening from the start might not necessarily be a good thing for Fang Ran. Within the Imperial Capital Academy, a vast tiered lecture hall stood, spacious and open even with over 100 students seated inside. The seating arrangement formed a peculiar pattern. While the back rows were packed to capacity, the front rows remained conspicuously empty, raising questions among observers. Why not sit up front? Someone whispered softly. Look at their backgrounds. Those people are all descendants of Imperial Beastmasters. Just being near them is nerve-wracking, let alone sitting next to them. A classmate replied in a hushed tone. The seating choices seemed to follow an unspoken hierarchy, as though dictated by an invisible social order. Among them, the most striking figure was Bai Lingshuang. She occupied the center seat in the front row, with several empty seats surrounding her. Her posture was upright, her long, jet black hair casually tied at the ends, and her slender frame exuded an elegant strength. But what captivated everyone most were her eyes, sharp and glinting like polished ice. radiating an intimidating brilliance. I heard that to even talk to her, your family assets need to be in the billions, whispers buzzed through the back rows. At that moment, Fang Ran and Shun Yun entered the lecture hall one after the other. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Fang Ran, stealing the spotlight even from Shun Yun, who would otherwise have drawn attention. Yet, Shin Yun appeared entirely unfazed. It's him, the second-ranked prodigy. They say his talent rivals Bai Ling Shuang's. Impossible. Bai Ling Shuang was personally trained by the emperor and entered the Imperial Capital Academy as a freshman in high school. We'll see when the first-month rankings are out. Regular admission is just the starting line for king-level talents. Bai Ling Shuang cast Fang Ran a fleeting glance. From childhood, she had always stood at the pinnacle, shielded by the emperor's favor, with even her own parents deferring to her wishes. To her, Fang Ran was merely another pursuer, destined to be left far behind. Fang Ran led Shen Yun to seats in the fifth row. Shortly after, an elderly teacher with graying hair ascended the podium. I teach Beast Evolution. Today's lesson, advancing to Lord Tier. The teacher gestured to the screen behind him, which displayed a progression chart from Tier to Steer. Beast advancement is ranked from E to S. The higher the rank, the greater the resource consumption, but the beast's potential increases significantly. After advancing to Lord Tier, I will grade your results based on tier. Steer earns 100 points, which will directly impact next month's rankings. As soon as he finished speaking, students carrying expensive evolution materials eagerly rose from their seats and headed for the training grounds. Within moments, only Fang Ran and Shun Yun remained in the lecture hall. We're still in the midstage of high tier. It'll be another month or two before we can reach the late stage. There's no way we can earn those points right now, Shun Yun said with a resigned smile. Fang Ran summoned Xiao Tian, his gaze falling on her status panel. The aura of the Angel of War rippled faintly in the air. Her power level, at 1.2 of the 5th tier, had already reached the pinnacle of the advanced stage. With formidable skills like the Sacred Flame Greatsword Breakthrough and the Divine Physique Breakthrough, combined with her mastery of Dragon Soul Forging entry level and Light Feather Shadow Step proficient, she was a force to be reckoned with. Add to that her expertise in skills like Storm Bow Refined, Basic Evolution Method Refined, Holy Spirit Evolution Method Refined, Celestial Spear Refined, and the enhancement of the Divine Light Eye, and she had become a true combat elite. As a legendary being tasked with punishing betrayers, her individual combat power had reached its peak, with only a thin barrier separating her from the next breakthrough. 3 days at most, and she'll advance, Fang Ran said softly, his eyes glimmering with confidence. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair walked over to Fang Ran. His sharp gaze was filled with curiosity. Young man, is this your contracted beast? As a professor specializing in evolution studies, handpicked by the Imperial Capital, it was his role to guide young talents on their evolutionary paths. Yet now, he found himself deeply intrigued by Fang Ran's contracted beast. Yes, she's just reached the advanced late stage, Fang Ran replied calmly. A flicker of something unusual passed through the professor's eyes. How did she evolve? Is she an oracle angel? Or a healing angel? I altered some of the materials and took a different path, Fang Ran replied, his words causing the professor's eyes to tremble with intensity. Indeed, certain evolutionary paths can enhance a contracted beast's combat abilities by adjusting the materials used, the professor said, suppressing the excitement in his voice. While conventional evolutionary paths are stable, their results are average. It often takes 3 beasts of the same level to match a single feral beast. He paused briefly, his tone turning somber. But then there's the forbidden evolutionary path. Even with the same materials, it can yield drastically different effects depending on the beast. This path is incredibly dangerous, yet offers unimaginable potential. Each advancement is like a gamble, with the beast potentially veering into uncharted territory. The professor's gaze burned as he locked eyes with Fang Ran. I can tell your contracted beast is walking this forbidden path. Can you share the specific materials you used for her advanced evolution? It was the first time in his life he had encountered someone who had successfully harnessed the forbidden route. Fang Ran fell silent. Could he reveal this secret? Fang Ran hesitated for a moment, his gaze flickering. This evolution path was the system's tailor-made optimal choice for Xiao Tian, but whether it could be controlled by anyone else was still uncertain. However, remaining silent now would only raise suspicion. He took a deep breath and slowly revealed the list of materials needed for Xiao Tian's advancement. The professor's fingers trembled slightly, and a flash of shock appeared in his eyes. A forbidden path. His voice was filled with disbelief. Once you choose the forbidden evolution, there's no turning back. Even the slightest mistake could cause the beast to mutate into an unthinkable monstrosity. Suddenly, everything made sense. The professor had an epiphany. No wonder. No wonder you, despite your ordinary background, managed to outperform the Emperor's heir and rank second in the general admission. The Imperial family has its own inherited path, but for someone like you, without any elder to guide you, what choice did you have but to take the risk of mutation? The professor sighed and shook his head. But the forbidden path comes with a price. Once you embark on it, the conventional evolution routes are completely closed off. Throughout history, only a handful of cases have successfully advanced to higher levels using forbidden materials. While these beasts do possess combat strength far beyond their peers, every step of advancement is fraught with peril. Almost no one has safely reached the Emperor level. The chances of Fang Ran advancing to the Lord level are less than 1 in a million. The professor's tone grew even heavier. Even if he were lucky enough to break through, the beast might not grow stronger. On the contrary, it could lose control and turn on its master. This is precisely why the members of the Divine Beast Guild are relentlessly hunted by the Beast Guild. Xin Yun was startled and urgently asked, "Did you really use forbidden materials on Xiao Tian?" "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Fang Ran replied calmly. With the system at his side, the chances of an accident during advancement were practically non-existent. "Know what you're doing? I'll ask my grandfather to help with the advancement right now. Don't try anything reckless." Xin Yun's face was full of concern, fearing that something might happen to Fang Ran and Xiao Tian. The professor shook his head. "It won't help. Even an Emperor-level Beast Tamer can't deduce the forbidden path." He paused for a moment. "Relying on luck can only take you so far. Fang Ran could easily choose to remain at a high level now, which is already enough to surpass many Beast Tamers of the same rank." Finally, the professor said with a meaningful tone, "But once a gambler tastes the sweetness of victory, they become convinced they can keep winning." After leaving the classroom, Fang Ran followed the address sent by his uncle and quickly arrived at a standalone 2-story house. "You're back," Fang Jihua greeted him warmly. The two had wandered the capital together when they first arrived, and now, seeing each other again, they felt a deep sense of familiarity. Fang Jihua promptly gave Fang Ran a tour of his new residence. A spacious bedroom came into view, twice the size of his previous one, with a bed large enough for 2 people to stretch out comfortably. Even more surprising, there was a training room on the ground floor, capable of accommodating beasts under 5 meters tall. Fang Ran immediately understood this was obviously prepared specifically for him by his uncle. After all, no ordinary employee dormitory would come with such luxurious training facilities. Entering the training room, Fang Ran noticed that the equipment was comprehensive, even more extravagant than what teacher Suyu had. Taking a deep breath, he said to Xiao Tian, "Activate the Holy Spirit evolution technique. Advance to the Lord level in 3 days." Xiao Tian nodded slightly and immediately began cultivating. 3 days flew by. Xiao Tian's rank had nearly reached the upper limit of the advanced stage, and her agility had also evolved. She demonstrated a new skill, Light Feather Phantom, where ethereal wings appeared behind her, boosting her speed to its peak. The system once again displayed its power, presenting Fang Ran with new evolution paths: Blood-Pact Angel, Divine Oracle High Priest, and Judicator Seraphim. Even with the use of forbidden materials, the evolution could revert to more common paths. Among the 3 routes, the Judicator Seraphim was undoubtedly the strongest, but the required materials were several times more than the other 2. The Blood-Pact Angel was the most unique, requiring a baptism in blood, which could potentially alter the beast's personality, making it more violent. Gently stroking Xiao Tian's silky hair, Fang Ran thought, "I can't let Xiao Tian turn into that." Xiao Tian's wings softly fluttered behind her, as if responding to her master's concern. System: Advanced to Judicator Seraphim. Fang Ran decided decisively. A list of required materials appeared: Heart of the Flame Bull, Universal Gold Refining Stone, Jade Dragon Bamboo, and 16 other Lord-level materials, including 13 Scrade and 3 forbidden materials. Request materials in advance. Fang Ran commanded. In an instant, perfect quality materials materialized out of thin air. Intense, overwhelming energy filled the room, especially from the 2 forbidden materials, causing the temperature to soar to around 50 C and continuing to rise. Xiao Tian extended her fair arm, unleashing a surge of holy power to ignite the materials. Within an hour, she had absorbed all of them. "Ah!" Xiao Tian let out a soft groan, curling up on the ground. Fang Ran tried to approach her, but was burned by the searing heat. "Master Fang, don't touch me," Xiao Tian warned in a low voice. Her blood was boiling, and her holy energy was undergoing an extreme transformation. Half an hour later, the pain finally subsided. Xiao Tian opened her eyes, and the world appeared sharper and clearer to her. The evolved holy energy was not only stronger, but also gained the ability to scorch one's spirit. Rising to her feet, Xiao Tian's wings, now formed of sacred flames, burned behind her. A fiery crown hovered above her head, and her body was cloaked in garments of holy fire. Clenching her fist, she felt an unprecedented surge of power. This power far surpassed her previous self, capable of instantly annihilating who she once was. At this moment, Xiao Tian resembled a divine being, her eyes blazing with holy fire that seemed to burn into one's soul. "It's my master's power," Xiao Tian murmured, raising her gaze to Fang Ran, who was equally excited. She grasped his wrist, feeling the fragility of a human body. A peculiar sense of possessiveness stirred within her. Xiaotian, how do you feel? Any signs of mutation? Fang Ran anxiously asked, worried the system might have made a mistake and turned Xiaotian into a monster. He noticed an unusual glint in her eyes before she finally released his hand, leaving a red mark. The system displayed Xiaotian's new status. Judicator Seraphim. Rank, Tier 5, 1.2. Level, Early Lord. Skills, Judgment, Sun Wheel, Unfamiliar. Sacred Flame, Feather, Unfamiliar. Holy Flame, Greatsword Breakthrough. Divine Physique Breakthrough. Dragon Soul Forging Beginner. Light Feather Phantom Proficient. Storm Bow Proficient. Basic Evolution Technique Proficient. Holy Spirit Evolution Technique Proficient. Celestial Spear Proficient. Description: a powerful angelic entity renowned for punishing the faithless. Newly acquired skills. Judgment Sun Wheel Unfamiliar. Creates a holy shield to block attacks, imbued with the Seraphim's judgment power. Sacred Flame Feather Unfamiliar. Burns feathers to temporarily enhance speed and attack power. Fang Ran quietly assessed the situation. These two new skills were clearly superior to Holy Flame Greatsword, likely a grade or even grade abilities. Only skills of such caliber could be elevated to breakthrough levels. Through his contract with Xiaotian, Fang Ran himself had also reached a superhuman level. His mental strength had ascended, granting him the capacity to bear another contract. As a Lord-level Beastmaster, he could now bond with a second beast. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Academy, 3 days had passed. Nearly 90 of the new students had reached the Lord level. The freshman leaderboard was updated in real time on the Academy's screens and forums. First place, by Ling Shuang, 302 points. Second place, Tai Jiuxin, 300 points. During these 3 days, many Beastmasters had completed tasks assigned by professors, earning course scores. However, Fang Ran, the prodigy who had caused a stir upon his arrival, had not appeared at the Academy since attending a single lecture on the first day. His absence sparked widespread speculation. Bai Ling Shuang was equally puzzled. She approached the evolution class professor to inquire. I completed in grade evolution and chose the optimal evolution path. Why haven't I received a special score? Each professor had the authority to award 1 point of special recognition, which could be critical in determining the final rankings. The professor replied indifferently. I will select the most deserving candidate by the end of the month. Unwilling to relent, Bai Ling Shuang pressed further. Do you already have someone else in mind? She refused to believe anyone could surpass the evolution path chosen by an Imperial Beastmaster. In her mind, that single point would undoubtedly be hers by month's end. The next morning, Fang Ran stepped into the Imperial Capital Academy's martial training grounds, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding Beast Tamers. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Fang Ran still hasn't evolved to the Lord level. He's just a high school freshman, it's normal to take some time. Even Bai Ling Shuang was the same. Anyone who can make it to the Imperial capital in less than a year is already a genius. Although they said this, everyone knew that Fang Ran had become a beast tamer in the shortest time possible. Among the crowd, familiar faces like Shen Yun and Lei Tianren quickly approached him. Brother Fang, where have you been these past few days? Lei Tianren asked curiously. Fang Ran, let's spar. Shen Yun said eagerly. Right now, you're the only one at my level. Fang Ran shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid that's not possible. Xiao Tian has already advanced to the Lord level. You cheated, didn't you? Shen Yun's finger trembled. How could Xiao Tian evolve in just a few days? She suddenly realized an invisible gap had now formed between them. What evolution path did you choose for Xiao Tian? Did you gather all the materials? Shen Yun pressed further. The evolution path is crucial, Lei Tianren chimed in. As someone who knew Fang Ran well, he understood that Fang Ran was not ordinary but was temporarily held back by the evolution stage. Today, Fang Ran's ranking was bound to skyrocket. And grade evolution path is far superior to a grade 1. Unless the beast tamer's strength has a huge gap, a grade path is bound to lose. Lei Tianren added. He had chosen a grade path himself's grade materials cost billions, a burden even for families with tens of millions in assets. Sure enough, not long after, a beast tamer let out a muffled sigh and admitted defeat. Zhao Zimo, you win this time. Fang Ran recognized him as Zhao Zimo, the 10th ranked student in the entrance exams. Zhao, tall and lean, nodded silently. This is just the beginning. The higher the level, the bigger the gap between evolution paths. Grade paths have a 50 chance of advancing to the king level, while a grade paths only have about 10. It's probably in a grade path. And grade angel evolution path would cost at least tens of millions, Shen Yun speculated, knowing Fang Ran's financial difficulties. A grade isn't bad either, Lei Tianren consoled. Your beast may be a grade, but with experience, it can still outperform an ordinary grade. Plus, you've already met the standards for the evolution course. He felt relieved that he wasn't the only a grade beast tamer among the top 10. At least Fang Ran was in the same boat. Let's not dwell on this. I still need to pass the 3 assessments. Where's the professor? Fang Ran asked. I'll take you, Shen Yun offered, eager to escape the awkward atmosphere. Hurry back. I'm still waiting to spar with you, Lei Tianren said enthusiastically, eager to test whose beast, his Thunder Beast or Fang Ran's angel, was stronger, both being a great. Fang Ran and Shun Yun visited the professors in charge of the evolution techniques and movement courses. The evolution professor admired Fang Ran's talent, but had already given the one special point to someone else. The movement professor, however, was displeased with Fang Ran for skipping classes and sternly warned him to attend in the future or face deductions. Within just 10 minutes, Fang Ran's new ranking appeared on the leaderboard. 200 points, ranked 279th. This sudden change caused an uproar. The genius from U City has advanced to the Lord level. Where did he get the evolution materials? How is his evolution speed so fast? He's already aced 2 assessments. Could he make it to the top 10? I heard he's taking the Beast evolution test, but at most, that'll give him 100 points. The exclusive points are key to the top 10. The first spot definitely belongs to Goddess Bai. The crowd buzzed with speculation. As a genius from a small city and the second-ranked student in the entrance exams, Fang Ran had already garnered significant attention, especially with Bai Zhengshu's recognition of his knowledge in beast culture. Some even speculated that Fang Ran was deliberately holding back his score to save face for the imperial capital's Beast Tamers. Online discussions were ablaze with debate. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Lin Qinghuan let out a sigh of relief. He's already at the Lord level. Thankfully, his evolution speed is fast enough. He needed to make the top 10, otherwise, Fang Ran would be left far behind. For family Beast Tamers, rankings didn't matter much, but for Fang Ran, it was critical. Only by entering the top 10 could he obtain this great exclusive recipe provided by the capital, which would multiply his evolution speed and save billions in costs. The first place a grade evolution technique was out of reach, but he had to secure this grade recipe and a grade skills within the top 10. At that moment, the evolution professor was reading in his office when he heard a knock at the door. Come in. 2 figures entered. When he adjusted his glasses and saw that it was Fang Ran, his fingers trembled, and he shot to his feet, causing his chair to wobble. You've advanced to the Lord level? Yes, Fang Ran nodded. The professor was speechless, as if struck by lightning. This meant that Fang Ran's beast had become a Lord-level forbidden beast. This far surpassed its grade evolution path, with unparalleled combat power. A moment later, Fang Ran summoned Xiaotian. Her face remained as cold as ever, but now she exuded an aura of inviolability. Simply standing there, she commanded a presence that made others feel the urge to kneel. You actually succeeded. How is this possible? The professor swallowed hard. The truth behind such a low-probability event was something only he, as a professor, could understand. And Fang Ran, this was his second success. 101 points. As soon as the professor finished speaking, Xin Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Having little knowledge of forbidden routes, she only knew that Fang Ran had used forbidden materials, which her grandfather had strictly forbidden her from engaging with. Yet now, Fang Ran had actually achieved a dedicated score. The numbers on the leaderboard began to change rapidly, and Fang Ran's ranking soared from 279th place directly to second. The top 3 scores on the Imperial Capital leaderboard were now neck and neck. Bai Lingshuang with 302 points, Fang Ran with 301 points, and Tai Jiuxin with 300 points. In just half a day, this news caused an uproar in the Imperial Capital. A dedicated evolution route score had been claimed by Fang Ran. Lei Tianren's mouth twitched as he recalled Fang Ran's earlier claim about taking a completely ordinary route. At this moment, he could only feel he had been far too naive. He silently vowed never to believe Fang Ran's nonsense again. Tai Jiuxin stood in front of the leaderboard, the iron strips wrapped around his right hand glinting coldly under the lights. As a descendant of the Imperial Beastmaster family, he had put in far more effort than most, all for the sake of standing shoulder to shoulder with Bai Lingshuang in the Imperial capital and being jointly hailed as the twin stars of the capital. But reality had dealt him a harsh blow first. He was edged out by Fang Ran by 1 point in the general admissions exam, and now he was overtaken in the rankings by another single point. The limelight that should have been his was completely stolen by the rivalry between Bai Lingshuang and Fang Ran. Prepare a beast blood supplement for me, Tai Jiuxin said into the phone, his voice laced with suppressed anger. I'm increasing the intensity of the beast training. Meanwhile, in another training room, Miss Bai, the coach said respectfully, if Fang Ran scores another dedicated point, your first place position might be at risk. Should we increase your training regimen? Bai Lingshuang's expression remained calm, as if she hadn't heard the threat posed by Fang Ran. No need, she replied lightly, though doubts stirred in her heart. She was using an S-grade evolution route optimized by the Imperial Beastmasters, far superior to ordinary grade routes. How had Fang Ran managed to earn a dedicated score? Could it be collusion? But she was not worried. No matter what, the ultimate winner will be me. Just like always, she thought to herself. One day, she would stand beside Senior Lin and become the next top student of the Imperial capital. Half a month flew by. During this time, Fang Ran attended classes with other Beastmasters while guiding Xiao Tian in training two newly acquired abilities. Judgment Sun Wheel Beginner can use Holy Power to block attacks and unleash the judgment of justice. Holy Flame Feather Proficient burns fiery feathers to temporarily enhance speed and attack power. After mastering the Judgment Sun Wheel, Xiao Tian's flame crown was adorned with a small cross-shaped star sword, adding an air of majesty. One day, a typically deserted elective classroom was packed with people. Over 200 Beastmasters had gathered, their eyes all focused on the unique teacher standing at the podium, a striking dragonkin woman. Though dressed conservatively, her alluring figure was impossible to hide. Two pitch-black horns extended forward from her head, and her golden eyes radiated authority. "Why are there so many people?" Fang Ran asked in surprise. "That's a king-level being," Lei Tianren whispered, lowering his voice. "It's rare for the Imperial Academy to host a king-level instructor." Fang Ran noticed that Lei Tianren had used the term being instead of Beastmaster. Looking toward the podium, Fang Ran immediately saw the woman's data. Dragon Blood Knight. Level, Late King Stage. Skills. Description, a dragonkin with dragon lineage, possessing physical strength that reaches the pinnacle of this world. This was indeed an untamed beast. While Fang Ran had heard of humanoid species living in human cities such as welfare beasts or packaged celestial beings, most of them were no higher than lord level. A king-level being allowed to move freely in the city? That was unheard of. "Greetings," the woman said in a crisp voice, though no one dared respond. The overwhelming power difference inspired instinctive reverence among the Beastmasters present. "Examinations are too troublesome," she said, scanning the crowd. "How about this? I'll give you all full marks." "Deal." The room fell silent, the crowd exchanging uncertain glances, but none dared to object. "What about the dedicated score?" Bai Lingshuang asked. "The dedicated score is just 1 point," the dragonkin woman replied thoughtfully. "How about Physical Face-Off Onionon, and whoever wins in the end gets the point?" Bai Lingshuang exhaled quietly in relief. She had been worried the woman might leave outright, letting the point go to waste. "No rewards?" Fang Ran suddenly asked. "Like dragon blood or something?" His dragon soul fusion had been stagnant for a while. "Rewards?" She chuckled softly. "The reward for winning will be the chance to spar with me." Her words caused Bai Lingshuang to frown. Shooting Fang Ran a disapproving look. Why complicate things? Wasn't securing the point enough? A real battle? What a waste of time. "I'm out." "Yeah, we stand no chance against grade evolution routes. Still, it's worth a try. With combat experience and attribute advantages, who knows?" "Do you think you can beat Bai Lingshuang?" "At least we'll get to see Bai Lingshuang's beast in action." Over a dozen Beastmasters left the room in an instant. Among those who stayed, half were eager to see Bai Lingshuang fight, while others were curious about Fang Ran's evolution route. Tai Jiuxin smirked with confidence. Over the past 2 weeks, he had trained relentlessly. When it came to real combat, he might just be able to defeat Bai Lingshuang. "Everyone else, don't waste your time. Just forfeit now," came the cold voice of the dragon maiden. Her thick dragon tail tapped against the ground, sending a wave of intimidation through the room. The Beast Tamers exchanged uneasy glances, their gazes inevitably drifting toward Bai Lingshuang. They knew well that without extraordinary luck, there was no chance of earning the exclusive score. Besides, there was another graded course ahead. Even if someone managed to gain the dragonfolk's approval, they would at best tie for second place. Many of the tamers who had already made it into the top 30 chose to withdraw immediately. For them, having reached their perfect score goal, there was no point in continuing the competition. Ultimately, only 22 participants remained. In the combat area on one side of the tiered classroom, Bai Lingshuang was now surrounded by a dense circle of competitors. Fang Ran's opponent was Zhao Zimo, who ranked 10th in the general admissions list, a tamer who had once defeated in a grade-evolved beast tamer in the martial arena. "Fang Ran, let's see what evolutionary path your beast has taken," Zhao Zimo commanded, summoning a towering 3-meter beast in Inferno Bone Bear. Its limbs blazed with fiery flames, and its claws were as massive as excavators. An A-grade beast, evolved from the class Inferno Bear line. Shun Yun marveled from the audience. As expected, no one who makes it to the Imperial Academy is ordinary. "Xiaotian," Fang Ran called softly. With a radiant glow, Xiaotian appeared in the arena, adorned in a platinum gradient gown that flowed gracefully. Around her waist was a celestial silk sash unique to the Celestial clan, giving her an ethereal and mist-like presence. Her arrival left several beast tamers breathless, awed by her divine aura. "An angelic clan member, same grade as my beast, Zhao Zimo mused to himself. But it doesn't seem to be in class evolutionary path. He had seen several top-tier evolutions of angelic beasts, all of which had white wings, with some even bearing divine halos. Still, he dared not underestimate her. Any evolution path approved by the professors had to be at least class. "Inferno Bone Bear, attack. Don't hold back," Zhao Zimo ordered. The newly promoted Lord-level bear roared with excitement. It had barely enjoyed itself in the martial arena, where its opponents were far too weak. The massive bear charged forward like a truck, screeching to a halt before Xiaotian. It swung its excavator-sized claws in a shattering rock strike, attack. Whoosh! A barrier of light instantly blocked the assault. The bear's arm trembled violently as if it had struck an invisible wall of air, unable to advance no matter how much strength it used. Sensing a minor depletion of her holy power, Xiaotian calmly dispelled the shield. Zhao Zimo's eyes lit up. Angels were notoriously weak in close combat. This was his chance. As long as the bear landed a hit, the outcome would be decided. The Inferno Bone Bear launched a relentless barrage of attacks, its claw marks covering the battlefield like a net. Yet Xiaotian moved with the grace of a shadow, evading every strike. Holy Fire Wings emerged behind her, boosting her speed further with 2 mobility skills. Enhanced by her vision power, her sheer speed left the bear helpless. Why are you just dodging? Are you unable to fight back? Zhao Zimo speculated privately. To him, Xiaotian was like a mirage, weaving around the Inferno Bone Bear and avoiding every attack, though it seemed the bear's strikes simply missed their mark. Minutes passed, and other duels had already concluded, leaving only this stalemate. The Inferno Bone Bear, now standing upright, panted heavily, its tongue lolling out. The chase reminded it of its childhood, when it had been stung by hornets while pursuing them. Exhausted and demoralized, it hadn't even grazed Xiaoshan's clothing. Come on, little bear. Don't rest yet, Xiaotian said emotionlessly, beckoning with her hand. The gesture sent a flicker of fear through the bear's eyes. Can you stop running? How about we settle this with a test of strength? Zhao Zimo said through clenched teeth. He was convinced Fang Ran's beast lacked offensive power. Is there a rule against running? Agility is part of combat too, Fang Ran replied calmly. At that moment, a figure with dragon horns approached the pair. If Fang Ran continued to stall, who knew how much time would be wasted? Hearing this, Zhao Zimo's eyes gleamed with hope. If he could eliminate Fang Ran, the second-ranked competitor, his path forward would be much easier. That's not fair, Professor. Zhao Zimo's beast specializes in strength. Wouldn't Fang Ran be at a disadvantage? Xin Yun protested. Zhao Zimo attacks. Fang Ran defends one move to determine the winner, the Dragon Maiden declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. A crowd of Beast Tamers had already gathered to watch. Begin, she ordered. As soon as the words left her mouth, the Inferno Bone Bear unleashed a full-powered punch. Xiaotian raised her arm to block. Boom. The ground cracked into a web of fissures. That seemingly frail, pale arm had stopped the bear's colossal strike dead in its tracks. In Xiaoshan's molten gold eyes, holy power surged, amplifying her strength. She frowned slightly. The Inferno Bone Bear's strength was indeed formidable. Though her mastery of the Dragon Soul Fusion was still lacking, her celestial physique and holy power provided ample support. If she unleashed an offensive skill, the battle would end in an instant. The scene left everyone stunned. Zhao Zimo murmured, I concede. Not far away, the Dragon Maiden flicked her tail, her interest piqued as she studied Xiaotian. This was an angel unlike any she had seen before, carrying a faint trace of a familiar aura. Bai Lingshuang's eyes glimmered with thought. Completely outclassing the 10th-ranked competitor in both speed and strength, Fang Ran's angel stood out. Could there be something unique about the angelic clan, like Lin Qinghuan's beast? Nearby, Tai Juxin clenched his teeth. The 10th-ranked general admit wasn't on the same level as them. Even he could have won easily. After all, the only test in the admissions related to strength was the Evolution Mastery Assessment. 11 participants remain. Fang Ran, stay behind. The others will compete for the remaining spots, the Dragon Maiden announced. Impressed by Xiaotian, she allowed Fang Ran to proceed without further challenge. After rounds of rigorous selection, only 6 contestants remained standing in the arena. Fang Ran, Bai Lingshuang, Tai Juxin, Lei Tianren, Tong Jun, and Yuan Lingfeng. Among them, Bai Lingshuang and Tai Juxin had the most prestigious backgrounds, both hailing from royal families. As for the other 3, Lei Tianren came from a relatively humble background, while Tong Jun and Yuan Lingfeng's families were prominent players in Longwa's top 500 enterprises. The first match saw Tong Jun's Glass Dark Spirit, the Earth Dragon, face off against Fang Ran's Xiaotian. Despite the Earth Dragon's impressive strength, it was no match for Xiaotian's divine power, which perfectly countered dark attributes. For a full 30 minutes, the Earth Dragon couldn't even graze its opponent's clothing. In the end, the teacher had to declare Fang Ran the winner. Can't we have a proper fight? Tong Jun gritted his teeth, his face filled with frustration. The feeling of being unable to touch an opponent despite having immense power was even worse than being defeated instantly. Your beast only knows how to dodge and defend. Does it even have any offensive capability? If you were on the battlefield, would you plan to exhaust the enemy beasts to death with this tactic? Fang Ran shrugged helplessly. Dodging is part of combat, too. In truth, he had deliberately instructed Xiaotian to stay in a defensive stance, partly to practice its skills, and partly to spare his classmates' dignity. This attitude left the other beastmasters grinding their teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the other two matches had already concluded. Lei Tianren walked over to Fang Ran, his eyebrows still frosted over, but he suppressed the cold with a stoic expression as rigid as a statue. His A-class Thunder Beast had been defeated by Bai Lingshuang, an outcome that was hardly surprising. On the other side, Tai Jiuxin had emerged victorious against Yuan Lingfeng, leaving only Fang Ran, Bai Lingshuang, and Tai Jiuxin in the competition. Tai Jiuxin cautiously observed Fang Ran and the emotionless Bai Lingshuang, silently calculating his strategy. In a three-way battle, the first to make a move would be at a disadvantage. Nearby, a dragon-like humanoid swung her tail, her golden eyes gleaming with excitement. The Beast Masters this year are quite impressive, she remarked, her gaze settling on Xiaotian. She took the initiative to introduce herself. My human name is Long Yu. Her introduction left the Beast Masters present stunned. After all, Long Yu had been captured by humans as a child and later rescued by the headmaster, leaving her with a deep-seated distrust of humans. With her formidable mental strength, no one had ever succeeded in forming a contract with her. Yet now, she had voluntarily introduced herself to Fang Ran, a rarity in the history of the Imperial Academy. Fewer than 10 people had ever earned the privilege of hearing her name. Bai Lingshuang frowned slightly, evidently displeased at being overlooked. However, even as a descendant of royal beastmasters, she could only consider herself a student in the presence of a sovereign-level being. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Until one ascended to the rank of a sovereign, they were merely students. To keep things fair, the three of you will engage in a free-for-all battle, Long Yu declared. Standing at the forefront as a palpable aura of authority seemed to create a vacuum around her. Ill-observed from the sidelines, and the one who performs the best will earn the highest score. Moments later, 3 Beast Tamers gathered on an empty spot in the training ground, forming a triangular formation, surrounded by hundreds of new Beast Tamers from the academy. Bai Lingshuang's beast was the offspring of a royal creature, a descendant of the nine-tailed Ice Crystal Fox King. According to legend, a senior royal had once made a pact with the Fox King, taking one of its offspring for her to form a contract with. Tai Jiuxin's beast, on the other hand, was a dragon-blooded creature, a molten earth dragon, which also required nurturing from its juvenile stage. In contrast, Fang Ran came from a humble background, and his beast was merely one of the common angel species. Although Fang Ran's beast was agile, his previous unknown victories were mostly achieved by stalling for time, leading many to speculate that he would be the first to lose this match. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, questioning the usefulness of speed alone. Teacher Long Yu had often emphasized that performance in real combat was what truly mattered, not just who could stand the longest. Naturally, those who could endure to the end were often strong in actual combat as well. Bai Lingshuang glanced at her beast and said, Ice Fox, can you go all out? I want to eliminate both of them. This point is very important to me. Her beast, with its royal bloodline, had a cold disposition and usually required consultation before taking action. However, its power was immense, and even at half its strength, it could dominate any competition. At that moment, a petite ice-colored fox with 3 crystalline tails swaying behind it spoke indifferently. After all this fighting, I'm tired. Dealing with them doesn't even require me to exert myself. It cast a sidelong glance at the molten earth dragon and the ordinary angel before it, recalling its noble lineage, and raised its chin proudly. Meanwhile, Tai Jiuxin was encouraging his molten earth dragon. Little dragon, give it your best shot. I'll make sure you get all the seafood you can eat afterward. Seeing the dragon finally perk up, Tai Jiuxin let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Bai Lingshuang, noticing that she didn't seem to be in peak condition either, which gave him a bit of comfort. He had heard that angelic creatures were even harder to please. Thinking about this, he turned to look at Fang Ran and froze. The angel was attentively listening to Fang Ran's strategy, nodding as if it were a diligent student. The scene reminded Tai Jiuxin of himself as a child, obediently following the instructions of his molten earth dragon. A pang of bitterness welled up in his chest. That's impossible. It must be because his angel is low in rank and doesn't have any pride yet. Once it grows stronger, it'll end up groveling just like the rest. Tai Jiuxin gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept what he was seeing. Let's begin. Long Yes' voice rang out, and the molten earth dragon made the first move, spewing a blast of scorching flames directly toward Bai Lingshuang. Tai Jiuxin believed that taking Bai Lingshuang out first was the best strategy. Ice Crystal Domain. Bai Lingshuang's command fell, and the temperature around them plummeted instantly. The ice fox's tail swayed rhythmically, as if conjuring a blizzard, exuding an icy chill. The molten flames hadn't even reached Bai Lingshuang before they were mostly extinguished, losing their power. The Thunder Sky spectators instinctively stepped back, the biting cold penetrating to their bones, far beyond the protection of their clothing. Xiao Tian's holy energy activated automatically, resisting the invasive chill. This was no ordinary cold, it was elemental power, akin to the transformative nature of Bai Lingshuang's sacred fire. Her strength had evolved into a bone-piercing frost through advanced techniques. On the ground of the martial arena, frost spread outward visibly, and a biting chill filled the air. On the other side of the field, the molten lava flowing over the hardened body of the lava dragon slayer glowed a fiery red. Though it resisted the cold, its movements had noticeably slowed. Where Xiaotian stood, however, the situation was entirely different. The cold dissipated upon reaching him, neutralized by the faintly glowing divine power above his head. Outside the boundary of the perfect circular domain beneath his feet, the ground was already covered in a thin layer of frost. An rank skill has been mastered, Bai Lingshuang said calmly. Within this domain, no matter how agile one is, their movements will gradually slow. Her companion beast, the three-tailed ice fox, a descendant of the Emperor-class nine-tailed ice fox beast, still retained its ancestors' terrifying ability to turn deserts into icy tundras, even after generations of dilution. We can't drag this out. This skill will erode flesh and severely hinder Fang Ran's beast's movements, Lei Tianren said gravely. Xin Yun expressed her concern. The skill's range is too vast. Fang Ran's beast has lost its advantage. Can he still win? Good. Use the skill to block his movements. Let's see how he escapes now, Tong Jun said gleefully, clearly still bitter about being outmaneuvered by Fang Ran earlier. If his angel hadn't dodged and fought me Heaton, I might not have lost. Xiaotian, test by Lingshuang's level first, Fang Ran said in a low voice. Xiaotian raised his hand and summoned an elegant storm bow. With a light pluck of the bowstring, 3 arrows formed from divine power materialized instantly. The surrounding frost stirred without wind, creating several storm eyes around the arrows, all aimed directly at Bai Lingshuang. Smart choice. Tai Jiuxin nodded silently, a newfound respect for Fang Ran in his eyes. Recognizing one's shortcomings is rare, especially when Bai Lingshuang has the upper hand against him. The arrows shot forth, intertwining into a single storm, amplifying their power. The ground of the martial arena trembled under the immense force. Bai Lingshuang's expression turned serious as she sensed the extraordinary nature of the skill. The three-tailed ice fox gently flicked its tail, letting out a soft chant. Frost giant. From the frost-covered ground, a colossal figure of ice emerged, crossing its arms to shield Bai Lingshuang. With a thunderous crash, the frost giant's arms shattered, and its chest bore a massive spiral-shaped hole. The three-tailed ice fox's long lashes quivered slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. My innate skill is at least a rank, yet it was pierced. The opponent's skill must also be a rank, or perhaps a perfected brank skill. So tough. The storm bow isn't enough, Fang Ran muttered with a frown. He knew that the abilities he gained from upgrading crank skills could at most reach brank. Against such a top-tier Lord-class beast, it was proving insufficient. Yes. Well done. Hang on, I'll back you up. At this moment, Tai Jiuxin set aside his reservations and was about to look in Bai Lingshuang's direction, but unexpectedly, Xiao Tian raised his arrow and aimed at him. Tai Jiuxin was filled with confusion, but before he could speak, the attack was already closing in fast. The magma dragon slammed the ground, sending up a thick layer of molten earth that blocked the attack just in time. After 2 long-range exchanges, Fang Ran had a rough understanding of the two's beast-taming abilities. It was clear they were far stronger than the opponents he had faced before. The Beast Tamers present were puzzled by Fang Ran's actions. Attacking 2 heirs of the Empire simultaneously seemed overly reckless. Was he trying to rack up damage through long-range attacks to secure the highest score? But with Long Yu overseeing the battle, only her approval could yield a high score. It seemed like an unwise approach. The crowd was baffled by Fang Ran's tactics, while Tong Jun, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, can he really withstand those 2 skills Heaton? Was Fang Ran's beast holding back earlier really just to give him an advantage? Long Yu observed quietly, appearing dutiful, though she was nearly dozing off. Having assessed their combat capabilities, Fang Ran spoke nonchalantly. Why don't you 2 come at me together? His voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly to everyone's ears. All eyes turned to him, especially those of the 2 prodigies before him. One person, daring to challenge 2 heirs of the Empire at once? Tai Jiuxin shook his head and remarked, I thought you had a plan, but it seems you've truly lost it. His words made by Lingshuang's pupils suddenly turn icy cold. She was enraged. As a favored child of the heavens, she despised being underestimated. In the next instant, the magma earth dragon charged at Fang Ran. Despite its massive size, its body was packed with muscle, resembling a speeding truck as it closed in on him in no time. Xiao Tian didn't take the hit Heaton, leaping swiftly to evade the collision. The magma earth dragon screeched to a halt, turned, and spewed a torrent of molten lava. Simultaneously, the three-tailed ice fox conjured numerous ice spikes, each the size of a bowl, which rained down on Xiao Tian like a storm. Xing! An enormous, radiant holy sword materialized in Xiao Tian's hands, its fiery halo illuminating his entire form. Holy flames ignited, and fiery wings formed from sacred power spread wide. The massive sword danced through the air, its blades slicing through the lava and ice spikes with ease. The combined effects of the sacred flames and dragon soul forged a surge in both strength and speed. Even the stray ice spikes and lava were deflected by the holy energy cascading from his sacred crown. To the onlookers, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Xiao Tian, caught in a perilous situation, had swiftly neutralized the threats. Now his entire form was engulfed in holy fire, wielding a colossal holy sword, standing tall like a Valkyrie descended from the heavens. The surrounding Beast Tamers were in shock. This divine figure was worlds apart from the angelic presence they had seen before. If Xiao Tian's usual form leaned more toward humanity, then in this unleashed state, he truly resembled a god. Lei Tianren struggled to maintain a serious expression, staring at Fang Ran in shock. This seemingly ordinary boy was hiding such incredible power. No wonder his evolution class was rated level. Nearby, Xunyun clenched her delicate fists, silently vowing to ask her grandfather to intensify her training unconsciously. The gap between her and Fang Ran had grown so vast. Long Yu flicked her tail and opened her drowsy eyes. The angelic figure in the sky caught her attention. As a proud member of the Dragonkin who typically looked down on lesser beings, she found herself feeling a rare sense of admiration for this angel who, despite only being at an early lord level, displayed strength far beyond his peers. Fang Ran was holding back all this time. Take this chance to finish off the Earth Dragon, Tai Jiuxin shouted urgently, as the angel gave him an indescribable sense of danger. Meanwhile, the fur of the three-tailed ice fox bristled, and by Ling Shuang's face showed astonishment. Fang Ran's beast was exerting immense pressure, even on them. Xiao Tian descended without hesitation, stomping the rising Earth Dragon back into the ground, and slashing horizontally with her holy sword. Clang! The molten Earth Dragon instantly armored itself with iron plating, deflecting the attack. Nearby, frost on the ground reformed into three weapon-wielding giants, charging at Xiao Tian. Effortlessly evading their strikes, Xiao Tian swung her flaming greatsword, slicing the frost giants in half at the waist. Fang Ran noticed that the frost on the ground was thinning. His opponent was consuming the surrounding frost to unleash their skills. At this moment, Xiao Tian had only one level attack skill left, the Judgment of the Seraph, along with two boundary-breaking skills. Without hesitation, she dismissed her current sword and began forming a massive flaming holy sword in midair. This display of power left the surrounding beastmasters stunned. Was this level of strength even possible for a lord-tier beastmaster? Strike! Xiao Tian commanded, and the holy sword crashed toward the molten earth dragon. Long Yu, however, leapt gracefully onto the dragon's head and, with a mere flick of her finger, shattered the enormous sword into fragments. You've lost, she said calmly, gazing at Tai Jiuxin, whose face had turned pale. Beneath her, the molten earth dragon trembled uncontrollably. Teacher Long Yu, my molten earth dragon can withstand that attack. I still have a trump card. Tai Jiuxin protested defiantly. The surrounding beastmaster's expressions changed drastically. How dare he speak to a monarch-tier being like that? Yet Long Yu did not take offense. She merely asked indifferently, can it withstand 10 more? Her words pierced Tai Jiuxin's heart like a needle. This implied that Fang Ran could execute such attacks at least 10 more times. Bai Ling Shuang turned to the three-tailed ice fox. Can you win? Of course I can. It's just an angel, the ice fox replied. But before it could finish, Xiao Tian had already flashed forward, her holy sword slashing down. One tail deflected the sword, while the other two, coated in heavy frost, transformed into icy blades thrusting toward Xiao Tian's chest. However, all these attacks melted away under the holy light's power. Less than half my holy energy left. Still enough, Xiao Tian thought to herself. Ice spear of 3 tails, the ice fox called out, its expression grave. The 3 crystalline tails intertwined into a sharp ice lance, freezing the surrounding space. Judgment, Xiao Tian whispered. A cross-shaped star appeared on her flaming holy aura, and a pillar of holy fire descended upon the ice fox. The sacred energy, like warm sunlight, both purified and scorched its soul. What kind of skill is this? The ice fox cried out in terror, realizing its crystalline form couldn't resist the attack. No matter how it tried to escape, the pillar of light followed relentlessly. Long Yu intervened just in time, pulling the ice fox out of the battlefield. You've lost. Xiao Bai, I need training. I need to grow stronger, the ice fox murmured, never imagining it would lose to an angel. Xiao Tian let out a sigh of relief, the cross-shaped star on her aura dimming. I won, she exclaimed excitedly to Fang Ran. Curious, Fang Ran reached out to touch the halo above Xiao Tian's head. The ring burned with holy fire but didn't harm him. Instead, it seemed magnetically drawn to his touch. Stop playing around. There are too many people watching, he said, eliciting a mix of laughter and exasperation from the onlookers. At that moment, the rankings of the imperial capital's new students shifted. Bai Ling Shuang and Fang Ran were tied for first place with 402 points, but Fang Ran was temporarily ranked second due to his later promotion. Fang, you're amazing. Lei Tianren praised sincerely. To face both the first and third-ranked competitors at the same time, both from royal families, and emerge victorious, this was an achievement anyone would envy. Suddenly, Long Yu appeared before Fang Ran, her gaze intense. Take my points, she said, leaving Fang Ran feeling uneasy. At that moment, he regretted his earlier careless words. In the prestigious Imperial Academy, within the exclusive residence reserved for top students, Lin Qinghuan held her phone tightly, her brows furrowed. From the other end of the line, Sister Wang's anxious voice came through. Qinghuan, I've already looked into it. Whether it's the Void Phantom Spider or other beasts of the same level, they've all been pre-ordered. Sister Wang, is there really no other way? Lin Qinghuan asked, her voice tinged with unwillingness. Fang Ran is definitely capable of making it into the top 10 of the freshman rankings. You have to understand, Sister Wang sighed, explaining. Beast Masters with talent are indeed worth investing in, but to the company, there's not much difference between them. All this class beasts have been reserved, not to mention those with rare Imperial bloodlines. The company only has beasts below class left now. As a company specializing in cultivating beasts, their high-quality beasts were often sold out before they were even available. Any beast with even a trace of Imperial bloodline would spark fierce competition, with some buyers willing to pay millions in advance deposits. Oh, by the way, Sister Wang suddenly suggested. The boss of Hong Beast Company wants to meet you. Maybe have a meal and chat. He might have other connections. No need. Lin Qinghuan hung up the phone decisively. She was well aware that the clients of Hong Beast Company in the capital were all extraordinary or even king-level individuals. If it weren't for the honors she had accumulated in Yuqing, giving her the potential to advance to the extraordinary level, she wouldn't even have been able to step into Hong Beast Company's doors. What's wrong? Her best friend beside her asked. Rejected again? That's pretty normal, isn't it? With Bai Lingshuang around, your little brother definitely won't get a good ranking. If I can beat someone from the Bai family, why can't Fang Ran? Lin Qinghuan retorted. Her words left her friend momentarily speechless. That's different. You're a genius, her friend changed the subject. But since when did you start caring about others so much? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have advanced so smoothly, Lin Qinghuan murmured softly, opening the rankings of the Imperial Academy. The leaderboard displayed. First place, Bai Lingshuang, 402 points. Second place, Fang Ran, 402 points. Lin Qinghuan was stunned. She remembered that when Fang Ran enrolled, he was only at an intermediate high level. Now, he was tied for first place with Bai Lingshuang. Just one exclusive point short, and Fang Ran would take the lead. This far exceeded her initial goal of him making it into the top 100. I checked the forum, her friend said excitedly. Fang Ran single-handedly defeated Bai Lingshuang and Tai Jiuxin, both descendants of emperors, using an A-class beast to counter its class. The forum is going crazy. What evolution path is his angel following? Lin Qinghuan stared at the images on the forum, her brows furrowing slightly. This was an evolution path she had never seen before. Could Fang Ran have chosen a forbidden route? Not long after, Sister Wang called again. Qinghuan, we don't have any class beasts left, but we do have a few A-class ones. Do you want to come and take a look? By the way, is the person you mentioned named Fang Ran? Sorry, Sister Wang, I don't need A-class beasts, Lin Qinghuan replied firmly and hung up. She knew very well that to help Fang Ran, A-class beasts wouldn't be enough, especially since the ones left were likely the weakest among the A-class. Meanwhile, Sister Wang looked helplessly at the middle-aged man standing beside her, his presence commanding and imposing. Hong Zheng, the founder of Hong Beast Company. She didn't agree? Seeing Sister Wang shake her head, Hong Zheng seemed thoughtful. I've looked at the evolution path of that angel. It doesn't belong to any established system. It must be following a forbidden route. Cultivating a beast to the extraordinary level using a forbidden route, this is the first time I've seen it. Especially with those materials that easily amplify a beast's violent tendencies. The risk is incredibly high. If he succeeded, luck played a big part. By the way, has the Void Phantom Spider been sold? It was sold to a genius from the Magic Capital Academy. He's also in the top 3 of the freshman rankings. Make sure to maintain a good relationship with them. It'll be beneficial for the company. As for Fang Ran, if he comes, offer him those A-class beasts, Hong Zheng said. Each academy has a second beast competition every year. We'll see then if my investment judgment was correct. Without sufficient financial support, cultivating 2 beasts simultaneously will only yield half the results with twice the effort. Not to mention managing the relationship between 2 beasts. Some beastmasters fail at this and end up becoming slaves to their own beasts. At the same time, within the Imperial Academy, Fang Ran was carefully applying a specialized ointment to the bruises on Xiao Tian's arm. Although Xiao Tian wanted to insist that she could recover quickly on her own, she ultimately accepted Fang Ran's care in silence. You're strong, but you lack combat experience. Your movements are too clumsy, commented Long Yu, flicking her tail. Even though she had suppressed her strength to the Lord level, it had still taken her nearly an hour to win. This was thanks to her instinctive combat experience, skill proficiency, and, of course, her overwhelming power. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Longyu, Fang Ran said sincerely. Taking a beating and still needing to thank her it felt ironic. But considering that king-level beast masters had once paid millions for a single lesson from Longyu, this beating seemed worth it. It was just a pity he couldn't manage to draw blood from her. Those scales were as tough as a tortoise shell. Longyu, of course, was unaware of Fang Ran's thoughts. Otherwise, he'd likely be in for another round of punishment. I heard you've been practicing dragon soul forging. You're not a dragonkin, are you? Longyu asked. No, it's my master's ability, Xiao Tian answered curtly, unwilling to elaborate. Longyu nodded thoughtfully. This was the first time she had encountered a non-dragonkin capable of practicing dragon soul forging, and her interest in teaching was piqued. I train in the back mountains of the capital regularly. If you want, I can help you improve your combat skills. Could you also suppress your defense to the lord level? Fang Ran asked cautiously. Longyu ignored his question entirely, treating him as though he were invisible. Fang Ran's brow twitched. The arrogance was overwhelming. He suddenly sympathized with beastmasters who were dominated by their beasts. If he ever formed a contract with Longyu, he'd probably end up being her footstool. Just then, Fang Ran's phone rang, playing a melodious tune. Waiting for you to write a few more strokes, waiting for you to play a few more notes. Lin Qinghuan's call caught Fang Ran by surprise. Since arriving in the imperial capital, this was the first time she had reached out to him proactively. Fang Ran, I've contacted a few pet beast companies and shops for you. Lin Qinghuan got straight to the point. They're willing to waive 80 of the pet beast fees for you. The rankings of the 5 great academies have always garnered significant attention, prompting many pet beast companies to actively seek partnerships. The second beast taming competition not only involves interschool battles, but also offers rewards far more lucrative than regular rankings. Of course, this also means fiercer competition. Participating beasts must be at least a level, which signifies not just their potential strength, but also their prestigious lineage. I do have time, but I'm a bit short on money right now, Fang Ran admitted honestly. You can pay later, Lin Qinghuan suggested. You could take on tasks at a beast hunting factory or a beast taming guild, or even take up a part-time job. With your current lord-level strength, you'd have no problem getting a position at a company. The two talked at length. The next day, Lin Qinghuan waited at the school gate. She wore a white blouse paired with black tresursa, simple outfit that only accentuated her elegant demeanor. Many first-year beast tamers couldn't help but steal glances at her. That's Lin Qinghuan, the top student from her 3rd year at the Imperial Capital Academy. I came to this school just to meet Senior Lin in person finally. Here she is. Chase after Senior Lin. She's about to advance to the Transcendent level and head to the Borderlands. Who do you think you are? Advancing to Transcendent at such a young age? She's only in her early 20s, isn't she? Transcendent or not, it'd be worth it just to be crushed by her. The surrounding crowd sneered at that last comment. How could someone be so spineless? Why not strive to reach the Transcendent level and stand on equal footing with her? Soon, everyone realized Lin Qinghuan seemed to be waiting for someone. When Fang Ran appeared, she smiled warmly, and the scene fell silent. That's Fang Ran. He defeated by Ling Shuang yesterday. I heard the ice goddess is still training hard at the Heavenly Training Hall because of it. And Tai Juxin? I heard his family dragged him back for grueling training. Guess he's too shaken to go for first place in the monthly exam now. Those who had initially felt jealous of Lin Qinghuan and her companions quickly let go of their envy when they saw it was Fang Ran. The two of them took a car to the first shop. The store was lavishly decorated, resembling a high-end shopping mall, and bustling with people. The main hall was packed with beast tamers. Some were newly promoted to lord level, while many others were ordinary people looking to contract a pet beast. This sun leopard costs 20 million? How can they charge that much for a level beast? Do you have any level beasts? The waiting list is booked through next year. This beast has such a bad temper. Can't you lower the price? Are there any humanoid ones? Lower level is fine. I'm asking for a friend. Thanks to the reputation of the Imperial Capital Academy and Fang Ran's top 3 ranking among the freshmen, the staff quickly escorted them to the A-level beast section. The murmurs of discontent around them instantly dissipated at the mention of Imperial Capital Academy. These are all the latest A-level pet beasts we've brought in, the staff member introduced. The receptionist looked visibly uneasy, her hands nervously twisting together. Being able to interact so closely with such a talented beast tamer left her so tense that even her breathing became cautious. On the screen, information and live footage of several beasts were displayed clearly. A werewolf golem, a golden monkey titan, and a Yasha Tanuki beast, all 3 were at the early stages of the ordinary rank. Though they were classified as grade A, they all carried unruly and volatile temperaments, making them difficult to tame. Are there no strength ones? Lin Qinghuan asked with a frown. With just a glance, she could tell these were the leftovers, the ones with gentle dispositions having already been taken. Sorry, there are none left, the receptionist replied in a low voice. Fang Ran ignored the response and directly summoned Xiao Tian. Since he was about to choose a second beast, It was only natural to seek Xiao Tian's opinion after all. She was always understanding and considerate. What do you think? Fang Ran asked. At first, Xiao Tian seemed puzzled, but when she realized Fang Ran was planning to contract a second beast, her expression froze for a moment. Her gaze swept across the screen before she shook her head, finally pointing to the somewhat dopey-looking golden monkey titan. How much? Fang Ran turned to the receptionist. The receptionist snapped out of her shock at Xiao Tian's presence. 79 million. It includes a complimentary 1-month supply of a grade C diet plan. 79 million. Fang Ran instinctively glanced at Lin Qinghuan, whose usually composed face visibly twitched. Let's go. We'll check out another place, he said. After they left, the receptionist let out a long sigh. Standing near Xiao Tian had been almost suffocating, the pressure from such a powerful, divine angel overwhelming. Naturally, someone capable of contracting a being like her wouldn't be interested in these low-tier grade A beasts. Unfortunately, the higher-tier beasts had already been purchased by prominent families 2 or 3 days earlier in preparation for the upcoming second Beast Tamer tournament in the Imperial City. After visiting several high-end pet stores, the situation was much the same. The options were either flawed grade A beasts or ridiculously expensive ones costing tens of millions. What amused Fang Ran was Xiao Tian's consistent behavior. She always pointed out the silliest-looking beasts for him to consider. This deliberate act was so obvious that even Fang Ran, no matter how dense, couldn't miss it. These prices are outrageous. At this rate, I'll be in debt for who knows how long. Fang Ran muttered to himself. I haven't even started raising a new beast, and am already buried in debt. What kind of situation is this? Judging by Lin Qinghuan's expression, she hadn't expected the recent surge in beast prices either. You all head back first. I'll keep looking on my own, Fang Ran said, dismissing Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qinghuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded, a bit embarrassed. All right, once I reach the transcendent rank, I'll help you find a suitable one. Meanwhile, in a chaotic market within the Imperial City, a pitiful little slime was trapped inside a cramped glass cage, its body compressed into a cube. Its rhythmic swelling and shrinking made it look particularly miserable. The slime deeply regretted its decision. It should have listened to its elder brother and avoided coming to the Imperial City altogether. The moment it arrived, it had been captured and sold to the black market. While it secretly held onto a sliver of hope, it couldn't help but mock itself after all. The person it was hoping for was a prodigy among humans, someone even higher beings would vie to be contracted by. Just then, a figure approached the stall and sneered. Boss, your stock has really gone downhill. You're selling literal garbage now. If you're not buying, then scram, the stubbled Beast Tamer growled. I never hike my prices. I caught this little thing by chance. If you buy one, I'll even throw this in for free. That's just biting the hand that feeds you. The man continued to mock. This little creature can't even evolve. What's the point of buying it? It wouldn't even make a decent snack for his beasts. After a moment, Fang Ran stood outside the pet beast shop, letting out a long sigh. Despite being one of the top 3 in the Imperial capital in terms of strength, most shop owners were only willing to recommend a grade beast stam. Reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Competing with the wealthy for resources using money alone was indeed overly naive. But then he thought of Xiao Tian and felt a glimmer of fortune amidst misfortune. It was thanks to her weakness at the time, barely comparable to a crate pet beast, that he even had the chance to form a contract with her. Suddenly, Fang Ran's eyes lit up. If Xiao Tian could defeat beasts with royal bloodlines, why insist on chasing after high-grade ones? He decided to change his approach. Low-cost beasts might have level caps, but with his abilities, those caps were practically meaningless. Instead of taking on millions in loans to buy in a grade beast, and then spending even more to nurture it, why not invest that money into a lower-grade pet? It was like those beast scouts who bought beasts for a few million and turned them into internet celebrities with millions of fans, raking in massive profits. As he wandered aimlessly, Fang Ran found himself outside another pet shop. He approached a young yet weathered-looking beastmaster and asked directly, Hey, do you have any cheap and reliable beasts? You'll have to wait until nighttime, the man replied. I'm looking for a second beast to contract with. I don't mind if the grade is low. Hearing this, the man gave Fang Ran a second glance. Don't rush such an important decision. It's better to take out a loan. Your second beast should at least be crate. Fang Ran felt a flicker of hope. This implied there were beasts even lower than crate. It's fine, I don't mind. You're not doing this for the second beast competition between academies, are you? Which academy are you from? The man gave Fang Ran a suspicious look. Anyway, for us second and third tier academies, going there is just to be a backdrop for the 5 major academies. Noticing that Fang Ran didn't seem like one of those wealthy elites from top tier academies, people who casually contracted a grade beasts or even pre-booked grade ones, the man became more convinced of his assumption. Just take me there. I'll pay you, Fang Ran said, pulling out 100 red dragon coins. All right, hop in my car. The man's eyes lit up, thinking he'd come across another desperate soul hoping to turn their life around through a competition. Had seen plenty of these types, and they usually ended up crushed by reality. unable to support even two beasts. Soon, the two drove to the outskirts of the imperial capital, to a sparsely populated industrial area. Along the way, the young man chattered endlessly about the unique aspects of the capital. The streets were lined with parked vehicles, and they weaved through abandoned alleys, spotting beastmasters in groups, selecting various items. The materials, protective gear, and beast medicines here were indeed much cheaper than in malls. Eventually, they arrived at a stall selling pet beast cubs. These cubs, unlike the pampered ones in malls, were confined in specially made bone cages and appeared visibly terrified of their surroundings. Boss, what grade are these cubs? How much are they? Fang Ran asked. They're not graded. Pick one you like. 3,000 each. All carefully bred at our farm. The vendor replied lazily before lying back down. Looking at the cubs, some still stained with blood, Fang Ran couldn't help but suspect they were freshly caught from the wild. Judging by the vendor's strength, which was around the lord level, the cubs he could capture were unlikely to be high grade. Fang Ran didn't find anything satisfactory. While the young man went to buy beast food, Fang Ran wandered alone and came across many students from various imperial capital academies, also looking for second beasts to contract with. He even ran into a few acquaintances from Fungo Academy, who were all shocked to see him. Fang Shun, what are you doing here? To them, someone as talented as Fang Ran should have already had everything arranged. To save face, Fang Ran declared boldly, I'm here to contract a second beast, join the competition, and prove that there are no useless beasts, only useless beast masters. With that, he walked away confidently, leaving behind a crowd of awestruck peers. At another stall, Fang Ran stopped. Don't waste your energy. That's pure crystal glass. If no one buys it soon, it'll turn you into materials, the vendor said to the creature inside the glass. Squeak. The slime inside shivered in fear. As a species incapable of evolution, most of its kind ended up turned into adhesives. Its dream of reviving its race seemed doomed to fail. When it looked up and saw Fang Ran, it froze. It was the very person who had saved it before. Unfortunately, there was no way to repay the favor now. In fact, being sold off might be an act of betrayal. Besides, the human it knew wouldn't recognize a creature like itself. The slime slumped in despair. Fang Ran's gaze, however, landed on it. He silently complained to himself. Is this slime queen born to court disaster? Every time we meet, it's always the one being captured. Could it really be the same one from Wind City? Boss, slimes can't evolve, right? Fang Ran asked casually. Of course not. This kind of low-grade creature is born with a fixed level, maxing out at lord level. But Fang Ran could see its evolution paths. It reminded him of slimes and skeleton monsters from Western fantasy. Animist, this a beast with immense potential? How much for this one? 500. That cheap. It's just pure crystal glass, not that expensive. I'm talking about the creature inside. 350. Even if it's held a slime, I can't go any lower, the vendor said with a frown, thinking this kid was good at bargaining. Still, since he bought the glass for 5 coins and could sell it for 6, he wouldn't lose money. The vendor handed over the pure crystal cube to Fang Ran. The transparent cube was heavy, weighing about as much as 2 buckets of water. However, for Fang Ran, whose physique had been enhanced through his beast taming feedback, lifting it with one hand was effortless. Inside the crystal, a slime was curiously observing the figure holding it. Its soft body instinctively leaned closer to Fang Ran, but was blocked by the crystal barrier. Waves of uncertainty rippled through its mind. Why did he buy me? To use me as filler material? Or as a lubricant? Thinking of these grim possibilities, its body trembled slightly. Well, I might as well repay him with my life. If there's a next life, I hope I can be reborn as a carefree black dragon. Its only concern was that its kin might chase it to the imperial capital, only to meet their end in vain. Fang Ran returned to his car and waited for a moment. A young man glanced at the crystal in his hand with a grin. Finished shopping? That's a slime, isn't it? Don't tell me you're planning to form a contract with it. Exactly. I'm planning to take it to the second beast taming competition. The young man shook his head in disbelief. You're bringing a slime to the annual National Academy tournament? Who would believe that? Let's exchange contacts. Maybe we'll run into each other during the tournament. The two exchanged information before driving toward the inner city. The young man only left after dropping Fang Ran off at his doorstep. As soon as Fang Ran entered the house, he placed the crystal cube on the table, catching the attention of Sang Xuelan. Xiao Ran, what is this thing? Fang Qihua, who was watching TV, casually explained, that's a slime, also known as a mud monster. Most of them don't have any intelligence. He glanced at Fang Ran thoughtfully. You must have some specific use for it, right? Or does Xiao Tian want to try something slimy for a change? Hearing this, the slime inside the crystal shuddered violently. Don't eat me raw. You'll get a stomachache. Fang Ran opened the lid, and the jelly-like creature immediately crawled onto his hand, startling his aunt into a gasp. Fang Ran studied it carefully. This is how slimes eat. They can control their stickiness and density, much like muscles. At this point, the smooth, gelatinous creature completely enveloped his hand. It showed no intention of escaping or secreting digestive fluids, appearing unusually attached to him. Slime level, late, ordinary stage. Skills, mimicry, digestion. Evolutionary paths, lava slime, venomous slime, slime queen. It said that it claims to be the slime queen and can transform into any shape. Fang Ran noted quietly. I can help you grow stronger and evolve, but you'll have to listen to me. He was confident the little creature could understand him. Sure enough, the slime's body froze momentarily, trembling slightly in disbelief. It had already resigned itself to a life of servitude, never expecting this prodigy to actually offer it a contract. Xiao Ran, stop joking. His aunt, though unfamiliar with beast taming, couldn't help but say, slimes can't evolve, right? If we're short on money, we can take out a loan and pay it back slowly. Haven't we gotten through tough times like that before? Fang Xihua shook his head silently. An rank beast taming creature costs at least 30 million, and that's for one with a bad temperament. Shrank cubs starred in the billions. Hearing this number, his aunt fell silent. Such amounts were far beyond their means, even with collateral for a loan. It's not easy to bridge the gap between classes just by claiming to be a so-called genius. Compared to those extraordinary beast tamers, it's still a long way to go. Fang Ran spoke bluntly, but his tone carried a firm determination. Don't worry about me. Wasn't Xiao Tian weak before, too? I have a way to train it. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, rekindling hope in the eyes of the two present. Yes, they still had Xiao Tian. Xiao Ran, do you have a way to evolve the slime? Otherwise, picking a class beast would be fine too. Fang Qihua immediately interrupted. Just listen to Fang Ran. We don't understand this, so let's not interfere. Trust him. As an uncle, he knew all too well how hard his nephew and Xiao Tian had worked to get this far. Fang Ran wanted to become a great beast tamer more than anyone else. Say he wouldn't jeopardize his future without a good reason. Moments later, in the underground training room, Fang Ran dripped his blood, easily forming a contract with the slime. At that moment, the slime felt as if it were in a dream. Everything before its eyes seemed surreal. Skills, beginner mimicry, beginner digestion. Evolution paths, lava slime, venomous slime, slime queen, Fang Ran murmured. Let's upgrade your skills first. The soft, gelatinous creature wriggled slightly, as if nodding in agreement. Advanced mimicry and digestion proficiency in advance. Fang Ran's voice had barely fallen when an unfamiliar memory surged into the slime's mind. Mimicry proficiency can take the form of other creatures, possessing some of their traits. Remaining dead, must mimic an object for 24 hours. Digestion proficiency increases the speed of corroding devoured objects. Remaining dead, must consume 20 items, each weighing no less than 1 kilogram. The slime was thrilled its skills had truly advanced. Was this the ability of the prodigy from the imperial capital? No, it was the ability of its master. It gazed up at Fang Ran, its eyes filled with admiration. Use your mimicry ability and maintain it for 24 hours, Fang Ran commanded. The slime began to swell and morph. After 10 minutes, it gradually shaped into a humanoid form. 20 minutes later, an angel resembling Xiao Tian appeared, complete with a pair of snow-white wings identical to the original. However, it was the version of Xiao Tian from their days in Wind City. Mas, Tur. It cautiously spoke, its voice identical to Xiao Tian's, though its demeanor was a bit unfamiliar. Fang Ran reached out to touch it, finding the texture less refined than Xiao Tian's. Impressive. This could be convincing enough to deceive opponents in battle. Before he could finish speaking, the slime's expression suddenly turned to one of terror. It instantly reverted to its original form, trembling uncontrollably. Fang Ran turned to see Xiao Tian coldly staring at the slime, exuding the overwhelming aura of a lord-class beast, causing the slime to quake like a leaf. If you dare mimic me again. Xiao Tian's words were absolute. The slime felt as though it were staring death in the face. This angel was now countless times more powerful than when it was in Wind City. Xiao Tian, don't act recklessly. I'm just teaching it to practice its skills, Fang Ran intervened. Xiao Tian immediately softened her demeanor, explaining, I wasn't being reckless. I was merely helping master discipline it. Wild beasts like this can backfire if they're disobedient. I object. She clearly wanted to kill me. The slime screamed internally but dared not voice its thoughts. Silently, it plotted. This angel has grown so strong because of master's abilities. Once I evolve, master will surely optimize her out of the picture. Xiao Tian's gaze grew colder, as if he could see through everything. Fang Ran said solemnly, I'll help you evolve to a higher level, but after that, there's no room for slacking off. Hearing this, the slime nodded firmly. Its body trembled slightly, filled with determination. If it meant becoming stronger, it was willing to give anything. The clansmen imprisoned in Wind City were still waiting for its rescue. However, a doubt surfaced in its mind. Can I really evolve to a higher level? I've never seen any of my kind evolve. Even the strongest among us were born at that level. Fang Ran glanced at the interface, and several evolution paths appeared. Lava slime, venom slime, and slime queen. Among the various options, the slime queen stood out as unique, with its own special title. The money I brought back from Fenggu should be enough to evolve it to a higher level. Fang Ran calculated silently, then made up his mind. Preload the materials for the Slime Queen evolution. The system immediately responded. Preloaded cursed heart, juju bamboo, black sticky stone, mucus flower, thunder sand. 5 steer advanced materials appeared on the ground, with the ominous, black-tinged cursed heart particularly striking. However, the system also indicated that a boundary-breaking digestion skill was required. For a regular slime to upgrade its skill to boundary-breaking level is practically impossible. It can only be trained through digesting food. Fang Ran retrieved a specially prepared piece of meat from his beast space. Gulp. The slime swallowed the meat in one gulp and began digesting it. This food was specifically designed for nurturing slimes, allowing them to grow rapidly. Fang Ran calculated the time. One piece takes an hour to digest. In a day, it should be enough. Around 5 days should be enough to train the skill to boundary-breaking level. It's just a basic skill, after all. Seeing Fang Ran's dedication, the slime was deeply moved. Its gaze shifted toward the angel nearby, who was practicing an evolution technique, her body radiating a faint glow. Evolution technique. It thought longingly. Something I never even dared to dream of before. Noticing it staring, Xiao Tian glanced at it coldly. I hope you're not wasting the master's time. A second contract beast is replaceable and won't affect the master much. Unlike a life-bound contract beast, which determines the beast master's future. With that, she raised her chin with a touch of arrogance. These words clearly motivated the slime. It redoubled its efforts to digest the food, its body bubbling even more vigorously. Several days later, Fang Ran repaid the preloaded evolution materials, completely depleting his savings of 1 million. Aside from attending classes at the academy, he also took Xiao Tian to the back mountains for training with Long Yu. Xiao Tian's combat skills improved rapidly. Finally, on the 5th day, the slime skill reached the boundary-breaking level. Imitation mastery. Proficiently imitates objects and adopts some of their traits. Digestive boundary breaking. Rapidly digests items, converting them into part of its body. In the basement, the slime transformed into a giant bubbling cola bottle, rapidly digesting food inside. With a loud gulp, it shrank back down, its size now several times larger than before. The more it eats, the bigger it gets. Will it still fit in this room later? Fang Ran wondered aloud. No worries, master. I can control my size. The slime quickly shrank back to its original size, its body noticeably denser and more defined. Back in the city, I didn't dare eat much, afraid of being caught. Good. Now, swallow these materials and evolve. Fang Ran was about to hand over the materials when he suddenly paused, remembering something. Preload the boundary-breaking digestion skill. Consume 10 gene points to preload the digestion skill. Confirm. Fang Ran still had 20 gene points remaining. New skill acquired. Devour mastery after consuming an object, gains 10 of its properties. Remaining debt. Devour and digest 20 objects. 10 of the properties? The slime felt the power coursing through its body from digesting the meat, as if it had assimilated part of it. At that moment, the evolution path for the slime queen transformed daughter of the Void Sea. Before Fang Ran could act, the slime had already engulfed his hand, taking all the evolution materials with it. As the materials were digested, the cursed heart's power began to merge with its body. Devour mastery, 620. Sizzle. Intense heat caused steam to rise from its gelatinous body. Digest all the materials. Fang Ran reminded. The slime hesitated briefly in its pain before recalling its past struggles. Compared to that, this pain was nothing. It pushed itself to digest the materials even harder. Even Xiao Tian, still practicing her evolution technique nearby, couldn't help but glance at it several times. Minutes later, the slime's body gradually turned a deep, ethereal purple. Its new form resembled a melting wax figure, with slimy arms wrapped in flowing mucus and a face partially obscured by thick, viscous strands, revealing only faintly visible eyes and lips. Streams of melting wax-like substance formed its lower body, pooling on the floor. If it walked around at night, it'd scare people out of their wits. Daughter of the Void Sea. Level, Advanced Early Stage. Skills, Imitation Mastery, Devour Mastery, Void Sea Domain Beginner, Void Spirit Curse Beginner, Void Spike Beginner. Description, a slime queen from the edges of the Void Sea, capable of commanding lower-level slimes. Void Sea Domain Beginner. Unleashes a Void Sea field, summoning cursed slimes for offense and defense. Void Spirit Curse Beginner. Any being tainted by its body is marked with a Void Spirit seal, enabling tracking and causing damage. Void Spike Beginner. Summons a spike that corrodes its target and applies a Void Spirit seal. The slime extended its hand, watching the purple mucus flow. It was incredulous at the transformation. It had truly evolved. The power surging within it was unprecedented. How do you feel? Fang Ran asked. The slime extended its hand, and a purple spike shot from the ground, piercing through a wooden sofa and leaving deep corrosive marks. With a flick of its hand, the spike retracted, merging back into its body. Such destructive power was beyond anything it had ever imagined. Can you revert to your previous form, or is this permanent? Fang Ran asked again. The slime tried to change, and its humanoid outline gradually dissolved into a basketball-sized purple blob. It's similar to Xiao Tian's form, useful for deceiving others. Fang Ran nodded in satisfaction. As the daughter of the Void Sea, this creature was at least far beyond an entire pet, and he had only spent a little over 1 million. Still, the thought of his empty pockets made him wince. He was now penniless, with Xiao Tian's evolution debt unpaid, and he had just taken on another demanding companion. The next day, the sparring grounds of the Imperial Academy were packed with people, as nearly every Beastmaster had gathered there. This was the final class of the month, crucial not only for rankings, but also for determining an important exclusive score. On the high platform, a towering figure stood like a mountain. The man, with an imposing stature, scanned the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. My name is Yu Baojun. Due to your instructor's illness, I will be taking over this class. His gaze lingered on Fang Ran for a moment, and he thought to himself, not Bada has a strong presence. To achieve a top 3 ranking in the Imperial Academy's first month, despite the bi-family suppression, is impressive. If he can win this class, he'll qualify to represent the Academy in the second Beastmaster tournament, gain more resources, and perhaps even join the Beastmaster Guild. It's Yu Baojun, Lei Tianren exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. I thought he looked familiar. Fang Ran had never seen Lei Tianren this thrilled before. Who is he? Fang Ran asked. Yu Baojun is a renowned king-level Beastmaster in the capital, Lei Tianren explained. He reached the king level at 70 and became a gold-tier member of the Beastmaster Guild by 80. A gold-tier member of the Beastmaster Guild? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It's said that only a handful of Beastmasters get accepted into the guild each year. That's right. The guild doesn't just look at rank. They value talent above all. They only take the best of the best. I heard Senior Lin is already a reserve member of the guild. To achieve that in her 20s, how enviable. The crowd's excitement was palpable, their eyes alight with ambition. For them, joining the Beastmaster Guild was the ultimate dream, and becoming a gold-tier member represented the pinnacle of power and influence. Hearing their chatter, Yu Baojun smiled faintly. Want to join the Beastmaster Guild? The opportunity is right in front of you. This year's second Beastmaster tournament, whoever takes first place will qualify for a recommendation. Though his words were directed at the entire crowd, they were also meant specifically for Fang Ran. As a gold-tier member of the guild representing the Dragon Kingdom, Yu Baojun couldn't privately support any individual or organization. However, if Fang Ran could join the guild, he would become one of their own. That said, the path wouldn't be easy. The second Beastmaster tournament required immense resources, and Fang Ran happened to be one of the poorest students at the Imperial Academy. This dilemma left Yu Baojun feeling conflicted. As his words sank in, the crowd erupted in excitement. A recommendation from a gold-tier member would significantly boost their chances of joining the guild. Becoming a reserve member in their freshman year, and securing full membership by their junior year, this level of support could propel them into the extraordinary rank, or even the king level, much faster. Not everyone had the wealth of someone like Bai Lingshuang. Even with billions in assets, raising 2 rank beasts to lord level could still strain resources. The further one advanced as a beastmaster, the more resources were required, often exponentially. I see most of you have already contracted your second beasts, Yu Baojun said, surveying the crowd. How about this? For today's class, let's have a competition using your second beasts. I'll invite a few judges. As soon as he finished speaking, several beastmasters entered the sparring grounds. They're reserve members of the Beastmaster Guild, some of the top talents in the capital, someone whispered in awe. But it seems Senior Lin is busy and couldn't make it. My sister is here, Bai Lingshuang said quietly, pressing her lips together. In the crowd, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Bai Lingshuang, but with even fairer skin, glanced at her indifferently. This was Bai Ning, once the top-ranked student admitted to the Imperial Academy through the general entrance exam. However, she had lost to Lin Qinghuan within the academy and failed to claim the title of top student. The silhouette of the pastoral dog was still suspended midair. With an agile twist of its body, it delivered a powerful slap straight at the fire leopard. Although both beasts were still in their juvenile stages, roughly the size of medium-sized dogs, the compact form of the slime amplified its strength to a shocking degree. With a loud bang, the fire leopard was sent flying, tumbling several times on the ground before landing heavily at the feet of its beastmaster. Little leopard. The beastmaster quickly picked up his companion, staring at Fang Ran in disbelief. What an incredible technique. How did that dog-like beast manage to throw a punch like that? The top 3 in the academy truly live up to their reputation. He took a deep breath, and any prejudice he had toward Fang Ran instantly dissipated. Initially, he had thought Fang Ran only relied on his angelic aptitude to win, but now it was clear that Fang Ran also had an impressive talent for beast taming. Fang, what level is your beast? I've never seen one like it before. The Beastmaster asked curiously. A level. It's a dark element beast. Dark element? No wonder it wasn't obvious during its juvenile stage. The man exhaled in relief. Losing to an A-level beast isn't too embarrassing, then. At the competition grounds, the participants had been divided into high-level and ordinary-level groups based on their beast rankings. Yu Baojun, with his deep understanding of beast taming and extensive combat experience, served as the judge. As time went on, more and more contestants with A-level beasts were eliminated, leaving only a dozen participants in the arena. Bai Lingshuang, on the other hand, was struggling due to poor luck, having faced several S-level beasts in a row. She was visibly fatigued. In contrast, Tai Jiuxin had been winning easily, relying on his precise maneuvers to dominate his matches. Yu Baojun turned his attention to Fang Ran. He noticed that Fang Ran's beast was agile, seizing victory in dangerous situations and even defeating an A-level beast. This kid is impressive, Yu Baojun nodded to himself, his expression one of approval. Even though his beast is only a level, he's managed to win match after match, often ending fights against opponents of the same level within a minute. His beast's agility and strength are outstanding. He really knows how to pick a beast. However, Yu Baojun sighed. It's a pity his family background isn't great. Even within a level juvenile beast, it will be difficult for him to raise a second beast. Rather than focusing on this little female dog, he'd be better off investing in developing his angel beast. At that moment, Fang Ran was indeed feeling the strain. The continuous battles had left the slime increasingly weakened, and maintaining its transformed state felt like intense weight training. With only 3 beginner-level active skills, securing further victories seemed nearly impossible. Fang Ran frowned. He needed to win another 3 or 4 matches to earn exclusive points for this lesson. Even if he allowed the slime to stop hiding its true strength, the chances of winning were slim. Bai Lingshuang was also in a precarious situation. Her beast was not among the strongest, and her lackluster maneuvering soon led to her defeat at the hands of Tai Jiuxin. In the end, only 6 or 7 Beastmasters remained in Fang Ran's group. Apart from him, all of their beasts were S-level, and Tai Jiuxin's beast even carried traces of imperial blood. Bai Ning stared at Fang Ran. I remember now's the freshman who defeated Lingshuang. The scene before her was eerily similar to her own past experiences. Can you still win this? Meanwhile, Lin Qinghuan stayed close by the angel, who was bathed in divine light. The angel's eyes were gently closed, undergoing a transformative leap in its life stage. In just 2 more days, it would ascend to the extraordinary level. Beep. Qinghuan's fingers flew across her phone screen as she inquired about the details of the final assessment. The news that the esteemed Yu Baojun would be overseeing the session made her hold her breath. When she learned that the assessment involved the second beast taming competition, her hand instinctively clenched. Outstanding beast tamers may be selected to represent the imperial capital in competition. This message hit Lin Qinghuan like a hammer to the heart. She suddenly realized that Fang Ran had yet to form a contract with a second beast. Waves of regret and guilt surged through her as she blamed herself for advancing too slowly and failing to secure and shrank beast for Fang Ran in time. Qinghuan was acutely aware that her family's lack of resources was the fundamental reason she lagged behind peers like Bai Ning. At this moment, her worry deepened, fearing that this disadvantage might hinder Fang Ran as well. However, it was now too late to hastily form a contract with a new beast. She quickly scanned through additional information about the competition. Though the top 10 students from the Imperial Capital Academy would receive rank recipe rewards, they lacked access to exclusive rank evolution methods. This time, the competition sponsor had made a significant investment, not only inviting celebrities to promote the event, but also promising extraordinary resources to help the top 10 contestants elevate their second beasts to the transcendent level. Resources for transcendent level beasts, worth at least hundreds of millions, Qinghuan murmured, taking a deep breath as a plan formed in her mind. Once I reach the transcendent level, I'll negotiate with those beast pet shops. After sending her message, she set her phone aside, fully dedicating herself to her own advancement. Only by reaching the transcendent level could she stand on equal footing with the top beast tamers. Meanwhile, the Academy's competition was heating up. The winner of the ordinary division had already been decided a rank beast tamer. In the advanced division, Fang Ran narrowly defeated and shrank beast tamer once again. His slime was knocked down several times during the battle, but always managed to recover quickly. In a desperate moment, the slime even unleashed a tentacle attack, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Fang Ran had previously declared it to be a dark element beast, which effectively concealed the truth. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. If his opponent had realized they lost to a mere slime, they might have been even more disheartened than when they were defeated by Xiaodian. Develop its skills further, they could serve as a trump card and catch opponents off guard. Fang Ran muttered to himself, deciding to feign weakness for now to give the slime more opportunities to grow. He quickly advanced the proficiency levels of the Void Sea Domain, Void Spirit Incantation, and Void Stab skills. The system immediately provided feedback. The Void Sea domain could maintain proficiency for 48 hours. The Void Spirit incantation could be proficiently triggered 100 times, and the Void Stab could be used proficiently 100 times. After the intense battles, the slime was utterly exhausted. But just then, a familiar memory seemed to surge through its mind, causing it to tremble slightly and regain a spark of vitality. It looked at Fang Ran with excitement, its tail wagging furiously. Fang Ran observed that at its current mastery level, the slime's mimicry ability could only transform it into a dog. He had once tried to make it mimic an angel, but any vigorous movement would gradually reveal its true form. With its newly upgraded skills, the slime managed to defeat another beast, drawing even more attention from the crowd, especially by Ning. She stared in disbelief at this seemingly unremarkable beast, which had now advanced to the finals. Her sharp instincts told her that the beast's extraordinary skill proficiency could only result from the meticulous training of its tamer. Fang Ran's next opponent was Tong Jun, another rank beast owner and a previous competitor who had lost to Fang Ran before. The battle had barely begun when the slime's canine leg was broken. A sharp cracking sound pierced the air as a dog's leg fell to the ground. The claw of the iron dragon crab, as sharp as a blade, had severed the leg of the mongrel in an instant. The audience erupted into chaos, with someone shouting to take the dog to a beast hospital for emergency treatment. At that moment, Yu Baojun keenly sensed something amiss and raised his hand to stop the crowd. His eyes were fixed on the severed leg, which, to everyone's shock, began to wriggle and, in the blink of an eye, reattached itself to the dog's body. What followed was even more horrifying. The dog's body began to swell and distort, like a lump of melting clay. The beast tamers present were stunned, and even Bai Ling Shuang, who had just been eliminated, felt a chill run down her spine. In the next instant, the dog's form completely collapsed, transforming into a puddle of purple, humanoid slime. The eerie creature extended its hand and suddenly shot out two sharp spikes. The iron dragon crab hastily raised its claws in defense, and the clash rang out with a metallic sound. Although the spikes were deflected, they left sticky purple marks on the crab's claws. The daughter of the abyss, this mysterious, slime-like entity, clenched its fist lightly, murmuring an incantation under its breath. The purple marks on the iron dragon crab's body swelled abruptly and then exploded with a deafening boom. The iron dragon crab fell heavily to the ground, its wounds scorched by the ghostly purple traces. The daughter of the abyss let out a long sigh and weakly approached Fang Ran. Its form only reached Fang Ran's waist, and its face was indistinct, like an unnameable being. Fang Ran reached out to pat its head but accidentally passed his hand through its body, awkwardly retracting it. Not bad. Take a rest now, Fang Ran said approvingly. The daughter of the abyss nodded excitedly and began to recover its strength. After a series of intense battles, it was utterly exhausted. Though it lacked the ability to train and evolve, being able to assist Fang Ran brought it joy. At this moment, several familiar faces gathered around Fang Ran, chattering in amazement. Whoa, Fang, what kind of beast is this? I've never seen anything like it. Could it be a slime? But this form is way too unique. Are you kidding? There's no way Fang Shun would contract with such a low-level creature. This is incredible. It can disguise itself so well that it almost fooled all of us. Even Yu Baojun and Bai Ning approached, their faces filled with confusion. Is this a slime? Yu Baojun asked hesitantly. No way. Did we really lose to a slime? The beast tamers who had been defeated by Fang Ran looked utterly devastated. How could anyone contract with such a low-level creature? Where did you even find it? Yu Baojun couldn't help but ask. Don't you know these creatures can evolve? Fang Ran replied calmly. I bought it from a marketplace for 35 bucks. For a moment, the entire arena fell into dead silence. Everyone was certain they'd heard correctly. Fang Ran had said 35 bucks, not 35,000 or 35 million. Fang, the choice of a second beast is crucial. How could you be so casual about it? Yeah, you're good at training, but contracting with such a trashy creature? Well, it's not that bad. It at least reached in a level standard. Fang Shun is amazing. He can even train a slime to be this strong. The crowd buzzed with a mixture of astonishment and admiration as they looked at Fang Ran and his daughter of the abyss. Sai, my uncle runs a pet beast shop. Fang Gu, if you'd told me earlier, I would have definitely recommended you. Someone in the crowd spoke eagerly, hoping to use this opportunity to get closer to Fang Ran. Voices of agreement rose from all around. Although Fang Ran's second beast was just a slime, the formidable strength of his first beast was undeniable. These discussions reached the ears of the slime lying weakly at Fang Ran's feet, filling it with a sense of guilt. Looking at the other beasts around, the gap in strength was glaringly obvious. It understood well that without its master's heavy investment to help it evolve, today's victory would have been impossible. Moreover, with so many beast tamers rushing to recommend pets to its master earlier, Fang Ran could have easily chosen a better partner. As the slime sank into self-doubt, Fang Ran's voice rang out loud and clear. There are no worthless beasts, only worthless tamers. Even a slime can take down a dragon. After speaking, he silently added to himself, as long as there's a cheat. These words left those who had been defeated by Fang Ran earlier red-faced. Not far away, Bai Ning's gaze was fixed intently on Fang Ran, as she murmured softly, "Well said. Sis, what did you just say?" Bai Lingshuang turned to ask, only to see Bai Ning still staring at Fang Ran, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. Haha, well said indeed. Yu Baojun laughed in agreement. Managing to get a slime of this caliber, you really are lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and quietly instructed his subordinates. Go to the market and find out where Fang Ran got his slime. It wasn't just Yu Baojun. Bai Ning also quickly used her phone to arrange for people to investigate the market. In their minds, there weren't many merchants selling slimes in the market, so tracing the origin should only take a day or two. Oh, by the way, Fang Ran, Yu Baojun asked, what level has Xiao Tian evolved to now? Early Lord rank. Upon hearing this, Yu Baojun nodded to himself. As long as the angel beast remained, Fang Ran would always be a strong individual worth investing in and recruiting. At that moment, everyone suddenly remembered there was still one final match left to determine the ultimate winner. All eyes instinctively turned toward Tai Jiuxin, standing in the distance. Tai Jiuxin, who had been on a winning streak, stood atop the battle platform. He was supposed to be the star of this class session, yet he found all eyes drawn to his opponent, Fang Ran. What irritated him even more was the overwhelming interest everyone showed in Fang Ran's seemingly ordinary slime. A slime, really? Tai Jiuxin smirked to himself. My astral horned lion is a descendant of imperial blood. As the summoning arrays glowed, the two beasts materialized. Tai Jiuxin's astral horned lion emanated a commanding presence, its stamina bolstered by a specialized grade evolution method. In stark contrast, Fang Ran's Void Sea Maiden appeared frail and exhausted from earlier battles. The fight began in earnest. The astral horned lion launched a ferocious assault, each strike targeting the Void Sea Maiden's vital points. Already weakened, the Void Sea Maiden struggled to defend herself, unable to fully unleash her signature Void Sea domain. Just as the outcome seemed certain, the Void Sea Maiden seized a fleeting opportunity amidst the chaos. Two agile void spikes shot through the air, nearly overturning the astral horned lion's dominant position. However, with its superior stamina and the advantage of its evolution method, the astral horned lion withstood the critical blow and ultimately defeated the Void Sea Maiden. Fang Ran stepped down from the battle platform, his slime companion gazing up at him with a pitiful expression, as if silently protesting. If it weren't for the earlier exhaustion, the outcome might have been different. Keep practicing those skills. We'll win next time, Fang Ran reassured it, pulling a chunk of meat from his storage pouch. The slime's eyes lit up as it enveloped Fang Ran's entire hand, meat and all, swallowing everything in one gulp. It meticulously licked every trace of residue off Fang Ran's hand, ensuring not a single bit of energy went to waste. Such thorough cleaning, Fang Ran remarked, gazing at his now spotless hand. No wonder high-end bathhouses use slimes for cleaning, even though their upkeep costs are astronomical. That's enough. Yu Baojun's voice cut through the air as he scanned the crowd. I've observed your combat techniques. Both factions' top 10 performers will each receive a perfect score of 100. His gaze lingered momentarily on Fang Ran and Tai Jiuxin. As for the exclusive rankings, the audience held their breath. This score would determine whether Fang Ran could surpass Bai Lingshuang to claim the title of the Imperial Capital's top freshman. Did Fang Ran win? Bai Lingshuang bit her lip lightly, a hint of unease flashing through her eyes. A lowly creature, and yet it managed to come this far. Bai Ningbing's gray pupils locked onto Fang Ran, her tone carrying a trace of regret. Anyone can see that Fang Ran does have remarkable talent as a beast tamer. But alas, it's just not enough. The difference is insurmountable. Creatures like slimes are born with innate limitations. They can barely improve their skills through training, let alone evolve. No matter how skilled the beast tamer is, the gap in natural talent between beasts cannot be bridged. Tai Jiuxin outwardly maintained a calm facade, but his palms were already slick with sweat, and the fingers in his pocket turned pale from clenching too hard. Losing to a slime, I'd be mocked endlessly by my older siblings if that happened. He steeled himself inwardly. I must win. Yu Baojun glanced at the two competitors and announced in a solemn voice, the winner is Tai Jiuxin. The declaration brought a wave of quiet relief to many in the audience, especially Bai Lingshuang and Tai Jiuxin. As descendants of imperial families, raised under the meticulous guidance of elite beast tamers, losing to a commoner would be a humiliation they could never live down. Yet, despite his victory, Tai Jiuxin showed no signs of joy. He looked at Fang Ran, his eyes burning with determination. Winning was expected. The worth of my beast is millions of times greater than yours. But I won't grow complacent. I'll train my lava earth dragon twice as hard, and one day, I'll truly surpass you. The rankings were updated immediately. Fang Ran and Bai Lingshuang tied for first place, while Tai Jiuxin took third. I'll report your shared first place result accurately. Yu Baojun said with a smile. Although the bonus points went to Tai Juxin, this didn't affect Fang Ran's standing. After all, the match had been a close contest, and favoring Fang Ran unfairly could lead to trouble down the line. Thank you, Teacher Yu. Fang Ran replied respectfully. At this moment, he was in urgent need of financial support, and gaining the favor of a major organization would be the ideal outcome. Especially enticing were the high-paying positions offered by the Beast Taming Association. My thanks as well, Senior Yu. Bai Lingshuang expressed her gratitude. Despite her prestigious background, she was determined to earn her place in the Beast Taming Association through her own abilities. Both of you have great potential, Yu Baojun remarked, drawing envious gazes from the crowd. If you join the Beast Taming Association in the future, you can work under me. Everyone knew Yu Baojun was a gold-ranked member, and a promise from him was a lifelong advantage. It was said that tycoons would pay billions just to have a gold-ranked member guard their mines for a month. Listening to the murmurs around him, Fang Ran began to form a clearer picture of the Beast Taming Association. Remember to visit the Academy's Resource Management Department in a few days to collect your monthly supplies, Yu Baojun reminded them. The final rankings would be confirmed at the end of the month, giving the Academy time to prepare the necessary resources. Supporting hundreds of Lord-level Beast Tamers required astronomical resources, something only top-tier academies could afford. With that, Yu Baojun left to recommend the two to the Beast Taming Association, while the other Beast Tamers returned to their training. Just then, a figure approached Fang Ran. Fang Ran stood in the Grand Hall of the Beast Tamer Guild, facing a woman with a graceful figure and an icy demeanor. Her long, ash-blue hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, and her cold gaze carried an even sharper chill than frost. Fang Ran, my name is Bai Ning, she said bluntly, getting straight to the point. When you join the Beast Tamer Guild, I hope you'll work with me. Bai Ning's words were crisp and direct, devoid of any unnecessary embellishment. Her slender, snake-like waist subtly swayed as she spoke, making it hard for one not to notice. Fang Ran couldn't help but silently muse. Why does everyone from the Bai family always look like they're fed up with the world? Could they be descendants of some fast food dynasty? Sensing Fang Ran's unspoken doubt, Bai Ning added, I have quite a few subordinates in the guild. Join me, and I guarantee you won't regret it. Fang Ran felt a flicker of interest but replied cautiously, I haven't even joined the guild yet. Bai Ning smiled faintly, her eyes betraying a hint of urgency. It's only a matter of time. I'm already at the transcendent level and have access to plenty of resources within the guild. You could probably use some money, right? I can offer you an advance of a few million. Fang Ran was taken aback. A few million was no small sum. He didn't outright refuse, knowing it wouldn't be wise to reject a transcendent beast tamer to her face. All right, I'll think about it, he replied prudently. Bai Ning seemed to anticipate his hesitation and added, I have significant resources in the guild. Following me will give you better opportunities for advancement. As for Lin Qinghuan, she's only a probationary member right now. Fang Ran caught the undertone of her words. Bai Ning was clearly worried Lin Qinghuan might recruit him first. Nearby, Bai Lingshuang listened to their conversation with a twinge of disappointment. She couldn't understand why her sister hadn't extended the same invitation to her. Around them, other beast tamers in the hall watched Fang Ran and Bai Ning with envy. To have just reached the Lord level and already be in contact with a transcendent beast tamer, especially a member of the Bai family, was an opportunity most could only dream of. Yet Fang Ran's calm demeanor amazed them even more. A few days later, Fang Ran found himself at a bustling market. Name, age, and how long you've been in this line of work, demanded two uniformed members of the Beast Tamer Guild as they interrogated a vendor. They call me Wang Ergu. I'm 39. I've been doing this for over 10 years, the vendor stammered nervously. Did you capture a slime? No. Wang Ergu denied hastily. These are all young beasts bred in authorized facilities. They have permits. I never capture wild beasts. He fumbled to produce a forged permit. The two guild members didn't even glance at the paper. Around them, other vendors quickly packed up their stalls and fled, not wanting to get involved. Wang Air, let me be clear. A gold-level member ordered this investigation. Thud. Wang Ergu collapsed to the ground, his face turning pale. G gold level? He stuttered. Two did catch a slime, but I already sold it. No, I gave it away. Describe it in detail the appearance of the slime and who you sold it to. At this point, the mention of a gold-level member had completely crushed any resistance Wang Ergu might have had. He spilled everything, recounting the events in full detail to the two guild members before him. When they finished listening, the two guild members exchanged surprised glances. The quota for the Beast Taming Association was tight, and Yu Baojun faced pressure from someone seeking his help. He firmly declared that the two candidates he recommended were truly exceptional and deserved the apprentice positions. The top 3 talents from the Imperial Academy, how could they not be qualified? Yu Baojun retorted. 2 apprentice slots neither can be forfeited. The other person fell silent, but reluctantly added. Among this year's nominees is Yuan Qichuan from the Magic Capital Academy. He was the top student last year, and has maintained his position as the freshman leader for nearly a year. Now he's a candidate for the academy's chief student, with extraordinary strength. Some even call him the next king candidate. Competing in the same cohort, what are the chances of being officially promoted? Yu Baojun sank into thought. Fang Ran's angel had only just reached the lord level, and his second beast might hold him back. Waiting another year would almost guarantee Fang Ran's promotion, but the resources were too critical for him to delay. Recommend him. Let Fang Ran join the Beast Taming Association as an apprentice. Yu Baojun decided resolutely. His goal was to use this opportunity to support Fang Ran. After leaving the meeting room, Yu Baojun let out a long breath. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. After reading it, his expression shifted dramatically. First a frown, then shock, followed by deep confusion. It seems Fang Ran has some kind of special ability. Every genius has their secrets I won't pry, Yu Baojun murmured to himself. He quickly picked up the phone and arranged to withdraw some funds from the bank. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Resource Center, a group of beast tamers were excitedly collecting their rewards. Fang Ran received a rank-exclusive evolution method, a month's supply of rank recipes, and the right to choose a rank skill. These rewards were the result of Bai Lingshuang voluntarily stepping aside. Thank you, Fang Ran said to Bai Lingshuang. She turned her face away and replied, it was my sister's idea. If you want to thank someone, thank her. Fang Ran understood her intentions. This senior was trying to win his favor. He reminded himself cautiously, the more I take, the more control she'll have over me. I need to be careful. Back in his underground training room at home, Fang Ran saw Xiao Tian enjoying an expensive meal. Her evolution speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of other beast tamers at her level. Fang Ran took out the angel-specific divine evolution method, which immediately caught Xiao Tian's attention. The poor slime beast could only look on enviously, as it only had access to a drank evolution method. Xiao Tian quickly mastered the divine evolution method. Her holy power purity increased, and her angel rank advanced. Fang Ran checked her stats and found significant improvements across the board. As they focused on their training, a knock came at the door. Who is it? Fang Ran asked curiously. It's me, Bai Ning's voice called from outside. At the same time, the independent villa area of the Imperial Academy was enveloped in a radiant glow. Someone exclaimed. Its senior lynches finally advanced to the transcendent level. In her underground chamber, Lin Qinghuan, who had been in seclusion for days, finally let out a sigh of relief. Her six-winged angel also seemed deeply satisfied, with its holy power now amplified more than tenfold. Let's go to the Beast Taming Association, Lin Qinghuan said eagerly as she stood up. She intended to help Fang Ran contract his second beast and ensure he joined the association under her command, no less. Fang Ran pushed the door open, revealing Bai Ning's serious expression. Behind her stood two male beast tamers, one on each side. The air was thick with tension. Xiao Ran, stop practicing for now, Sang Xuelan urged, her gaze shifting back and forth between Fang Ran and Bai Ning, her face full of confusion and concern. In her aunt's mind, countless dramatic scenes from Korean dramas flashed by, and she almost blurted out, Bai Ning, you need to take responsibility. Fang Ran, just end it. However, reality was far calmer than her imagination. The two quietly left the training room and returned to the living room. Standing in the center of the living room, Bai Ning's gaze was sharp. I'm an iron-level member of the Beast Tamer Association. Just call me Bai Ning, she said with a cool and confident tone. Classmate Bai. Fang Ran's uncle nodded in greeting, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Bai Ning's appearance was as striking as a celebrity's, especially her slender waist, which was particularly eye-catching. What's an iron-level member of the Beast Tamer Association? The aunt asked, puzzled. The uncle explained, iron-level members are at least extraordinary beast tamers, and they're among the best. Ordinary extraordinary tamers can't even dream of joining. As he finished speaking, a realization dawned on him, and his eyes gleamed with surprise and delight. Bai Ning looked directly at Fang Ran and got straight to the point. I heard you've just become a trainee member of the Beast Tamer Association. Why not join me now? The two beast tamers behind her opened cases, one containing a bank card and the other filled with advanced materials. This is just a small token of goodwill, Bai Ning said calmly. Meanwhile, the two beast tamers behind her were secretly speculating about Fang Ran's identity. They were merely external members of the Beast Tamer Association and had spent a lot of money to follow Bai Ning in hopes of joining. Yet Fang Ran was already a trainee member with the potential to become an official member. It was no wonder Bai Ning valued him so highly. The Beast Tamer Association? Xiao Ran, are you really a member now? Fang Qihua asked in astonishment, never having imagined Fang Ran could enter the prestigious organization. Bai Ning explained, yes, Xiao Ran is currently a trainee member of the Beast Tamer Association. I'd like him to assist me, and ITLL help him become an official member in the future. The uncle quickly chimed in. This kid does have a knack for beast taming. Since the senior has shown interest, Xiao Ran, you should go with her. Then it's settled. They'll call you in a few days for a mission, Bai Ning said as she stood up to leave. Wait. Fang Ran, still bewildered, hadn't even had a chance to express his opinion before his future was decided for him. Just then, Fang Ran's phone rang. It was Lin Xinghuan, inviting him to the Hong Beast Taming store to choose his second beast. Fang Ran politely declined, explaining that he had already formed a contract with his second beast. Bai Ning, quick to catch the details of the conversation, interjected, "There's no need. Fang Ran has already decided to join me." On the other end of the line, Lin Xinghuan was taken aback. The owner of the Hong Beast Taming store, noticing her dark expression, nervously wondered if he had done something wrong. "Lin Xinghuan, the Bai family can offer him resources that you can't," Bai Ning added, making her stance clear. Lin Xinghuan took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm. "You're right. I can't compare to you. But shouldn't we at least hear Fang Ran's opinion?" As soon as she said it, she regretted it, realizing how inadequate she seemed in terms of resources and status compared to Bai Ning. Bai Ning looked directly at Fang Ran, her tone resolute. "Fang Ran, come with me. I can guarantee you'll reach the extraordinary level within 2 years." "Thank you for your kind offer, Senior Bai," Fang Ran replied politely, but he declined. The two beast tamers behind Bai Ning exchanged surprised glances, shocked that someone would refuse her invitation. After a brief silence, Bai Ning said calmly, "That's fine. You're welcome to join me anytime." With that, she and her entourage left. His uncle couldn't hide his confusion. "Why didn't you agree? She's an extraordinary beast tamer." Fang Ran explained, "I'd rather stay with Senior Lin. She's helped me so many times. Besides, I feel something's off about the Bai family." He didn't want to get too deeply involved with such a powerful entity. The Bai family? She's from the Bai family in the capital? His uncle instinctively felt a sense of dread at the mention of the influential family. Fang Ran sighed and returned to the basement to continue his training. Not long after, Yu Baojun sent over a black card with 10 million in cash, reminding Fang Ran, "You're just a trainee for now, so this is all I can support you with. Also, I suggest finding an iron level member to follow. Contribute regularly, and you can accumulate the 100 contribution points needed to become an official member within 2 years. Once you're official, I can help you more." Ultimately, Fang Ran chose to stay with Lin Xinghuan not because of her outstanding abilities, but because it allowed him more freedom. He went to the Beast Taming Mall and used his trainee status to purchase a few inexpensive glass materials. He then contacted Bai Zhongshu to retrieve 3 glass lord materials, which covered more than half of the materials needed for Xiao Tian's evolution. However, the forbidden materials remained elusive. Fang Ran calculated that he still lacked some funds, and the method for evolving his slime was still unclear. Determined to find a solution, he decided to visit the Beast Tamer Association, as the 1-month deadline was fast approaching, and he needed to gather the required resources as soon as possible. In the Grand Hall of the Beast Taming Association in Yuqing, Fang Ran stood before the certification desk, his gaze sweeping across the personal information displayed on the screen. The words trainee member stood out prominently, while above his name, Lin Xinghuan's name was conspicuously listed. The system indicated that every time Fang Ran earned contribution points, Lin Xinghuan would receive a corresponding 10 increase. "No wonder she was so eager to recruit me," Fang Ran muttered under his breath, a glint of understanding flashing in his eyes. Turning away, he walked toward the screen area, his footsteps echoing off the marble floor. Around him, the hall bustled with lord-level beast tamers who were either engaged in conversations or studying the screens. Their expressions varied. Fang Ran tilted his head back to look at the massive screen displaying a rotating list of requests. Urgently needed. Complete corpse of a lord-level iron blood porcupine. 1 contribution point. 2 million dragon coins. Recruiting. Security for cash transport vehicle. 3 contribution points. 500,000 dragon coins. Offering. Onion-owned training sessions. 1 contribution point. Price negotiable. After pondering for a moment, Fang Ran entered his own request at the terminal. Seeking. Usable slime evolution method. 1 contribution point. 500,000 dragon coins. After paying a partial deposit, he turned and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the nearby chatter caught his attention. "Have you heard? The Divine Order has been active again in the capital lately." "Yeah, I heard. Even catching a small fry can earn you anywhere from 10,000 to 1,000,000, plus contribution points. Forget the small ones, capturing the leader could get you nearly 100 contribution points. Dream on. The leader is at least lord level. Who dare go after them? And besides, they disguise themselves as ordinary people. I staked out for 2 months and didn't even see a shadow of one." True, the rewards are high, but so is the risk. If you provoke retaliation, it's not worth it. Fang Ran's eyes lit up as he listened. Those contribution points could be enough to secure his promotion. Without hesitation, he decided to take on a few bounty missions targeting the Divine Order. Before leaving, his attention was drawn to a bounty notice in the King-level Beast Tamer section. Capture the leader of the Divine Order. Reward 100,000 contribution points. Despite the presence of several attendants in that area, no one approached. In the days that followed, Fang Ran led a dual life. By day, he diligently trained in the capital, guiding both Slime and Xiaotian in their exercises. By night, he roamed the city with Xiaotian, following leads to track down members of the Divine Order. Within just 3 days, thanks to Xiaotian's unique abilities, Fang Ran successfully apprehended 5 members of the Divine Order. He even developed a methodical approach. Certain secluded alleys were often hotspots for Divine Order activity. On one occasion, a reckless novice from the organization approached him to negotiate a deal, nearly getting subdued on the spot by the ever-alert Xiaotian. 3 days and over 1 million earned, plus 5 contribution points. If only I could catch the leader, Fang Ran calculated to himself, though he quickly dismissed the idea as unrealistic. The leader in the capital is likely far more powerful than anyone in Yuqing. To Fang Ran's surprise, his recent hunting activities seemed to excite both Xiaotian and Slime. Each night, they became unusually energetic, as if eagerly anticipating the next mission. Fang Ran's frequent success in completing bounty missions quickly spread among the Lord-level Beast Tamers in the capital. Many began referring to him as the Divine Order Nemesis, marveling at his uncanny ability to consistently capture members of the organization. Brother Fang, you wouldn't happen to have an informant inside the Divine Order, would you? Exactly. How do you always manage to catch them? It's only been 3 days, and we can barely spot any of their people now. Brother Fang, you're so young and already at the Lord level. Are you a prodigy fresh out of school? I've got a job offer interested in teaming up. In the face of his peers' admiration and invitations, Fang Ran merely responded with a polite smile, though his mind was already plotting his next move. Many people held favorable opinions of Fang Ran, eagerly currying favor with the young and promising Beastmaster Lord. However, amidst the crowd, a few pairs of sullen, calculating eyes fixated on him, harboring silent discontent. As the rabbit girl poured wine, he suddenly yanked her into his arms. Trembling with fear, the rabbit girl froze, while several staff members rushed to intervene. Sir, our beast companions do not offer such special services. Get out, he spat coldly. His position as a Beastmaster Lord alone was enough to intimidate the staff into seeking the manager. He got up, shut the door, and then knelt before the sofa, bowing his head deeply. Meanwhile, the rabbit girl sat upright, gazing down at him with icy disdain. Recently, it seems many members of the imperial capital have disappeared, the rabbit girl inquired indifferently. Yes, we found out it's a Beastmaster Lord named Fang Ran who's been hunting our people, the young man replied urgently, though his tone was laced with reverence. Fang Ran? So it's him, the rabbit girl murmured thoughtfully. Shall I take care of him for you? If I had been sent to Yuqing last time, the matter would have been resolved by now, the young man offered obsequiously, his eyes glinting with fervor. Ever since joining the Divine Beast Society, this former underachiever had skyrocketed in status, climbing from the bottom ranks of the 5 great academies to the top, even becoming a probationary member of the Beastmaster Society. Now, he was a loyal core member of the Divine Beast Society and on the verge of becoming its next leader. No need. He's merely a Beastmaster Lord, not worth the effort. Lin Qingwan, on the other hand, is far more dangerous. Just ensure you don't expose yourself and focus on securing your official membership in the Beastmaster Society, the rabbit girl said coldly. And lower your head even further. As the young man bowed lower, the rabbit girl pressed her foot against his head, grinding it down with force. Only when his features contorted in pain and blood began to flow did she stop. Next time you dare touch me, it won't end this easily, she warned with a flicker of disgust in her eyes. Kicking the door open, she left, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Despite the humiliation, the young man wore a fawning smile, devoid of any trace of anger. Meanwhile, the end-of-month deadline loomed closer. Fang Ran rarely visited the Imperial Capital Academy, spending most of his time at the Beastmaster Society. Finally, with the support of the Divine Beast Society, he managed to gather enough money and over 20 contribution points. After purchasing all the necessary materials, only one forbidden item remained for Little Sky's advancement, the Heart of the Flame Bull. At that moment, Fang Ran received a notification from the Beastmaster Society, instructing him to report to a designated location within 3 days. Yu Baojun also sent a message reminding him, all probationary members of the Beastmaster Society must report within 3 days, or their probationary status would be revoked. As a beast tamer, it's crucial to take command of battles and steer the outcome to victory. The training ground of the Imperial Capital Academy was bustling with activity, filled with countless beast tamers. Over time, practical combat training and simulated beast courses had gradually replaced the cultural studies of the first month, becoming the main focus of the curriculum. Xinyan glanced around, frowning slightly. Why isn't Fang Ran here? Over the past few days, she had intensified her training and finally advanced her fire butterfly to the Lord level by the end of the month. Yet, since the start of the term, she had barely seen Fang Ran. Lei Tianren stroked his chin, recalling, he was around a few days ago, but I haven't seen him recently. Every class from now on requires attendance, another beast tamer reminded. If he keeps skipping, How can he maintain his ranking? Without a ranking, he won't get the monthly academy funding. Just as the group began speculating, the teacher's voice interrupted them. The quality of a beast tamer reflects in their beasts. All of you should learn from Fang Ran. This comment immediately sparked dissatisfaction among several beast tamers. Teacher, Fang Ran hasn't shown up at the academy for days. Exactly. I've attended every class. Compared to Fang Ran, I'd say I'm putting in way more effort. Hearing their complaints, the teacher smiled faintly. Do you really think a genius skipping classes is slacking off? A few days ago, Fang Ran, along with several sophomores and juniors, was recruited as a trainee member of the Beast Tamer Guild. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Joined the Beast Tamer Guild? But Fang Ran only just started his first year. How is that possible? Isn't it usually after 2 or 3 years of study that someone gets recommended to the guild? Could it be because of senior use recommendation? But why so soon? The students exchanged bewildered looks, murmuring among themselves. The teacher continued to clarify. One of the key advantages of the 5 great academies is that graduates are highly sought after by the Beast Tamer Guild. Compared to ordinary academies, graduates from the Imperial Capital Academy hold significant prestige. However, to be recruited, recommendations alone are not enough. You must have solid strength. Today, Fang Ran is undergoing a test at the guild alongside several senior students. If he passes, he'll officially become a trainee member. Even though he was recommended, competing with the seniors will be tough. Still, this experience is something all of you should aspire to. The teacher's words instantly ignited a sense of determination among many students. Several beast tamers stood up to practice endurance running, while others began urging their beasts to train harder. Xin Yun covered her mouth in shock. Fang Ran actually joined the Beast Tamer Guild? She had just become a Lord-level beast tamer and was preparing to catch up, only to find that Fang Ran had already completed a journey that would take her 2 years. Nonetheless, she felt genuinely happy for him, though a tinge of regret surfaced as she thought, too bad Grandpa isn't in the guild to help him. She recalled how Elder Shen had once been invited to join the Beast Tamer Guild, but declined due to ideological differences. It was because of that incident that he, a king-level beast tamer, had returned to the small city of Yuqing. Out of sight, out of mind, Elder Shun had once said. Lei Tianren's gaze turned resolute as he made a silent vow. The Beast Tamer Guild, huh? They'll make it there too. As long as I stay in the top 10 of my year, they'll have a chance to be nominated by the end of the year. In an instant, the chatter in the training ground diminished, replaced by the hum of equipment and the sounds of rigorous practice. Meanwhile, at the Beast Tamer Guild, another trial was underway. Early in the morning, Fang Ran arrived at the designated location with Xiao Tiana seemingly ordinary blue and white building. Stepping into the spacious and brightly lit lobby, Fang Ran couldn't help but admire the exquisite design. Xiao Tian, now transformed into a white dog with a red collar, curiously observed everything around him. To this slime, the human world was full of novel experiences. As soon as they entered, a staff member approached them. Are you Fang Ran? Please come in, everyone's waiting for you. However, when his eyes fell on the white dog beside Fang Ran, he stopped abruptly. I'm sorry, but pets aren't allowed here. This is my contracted beast, Fang Ran explained. I'm sorry, but contracted beasts must stand on 2 legs. Crawling creatures are not permitted, the staff member insisted. Before Fang Ran could argue further, the white dog suddenly stood up on 2 legs, as if to say, how about now? Moments later, Fang Ran entered a large room filled with over 100 chairs. The seats were almost fully occupied by beastmasters. Only a few beastmasters from the Imperial Academy recognized him. Among the 30 or so people present, many cast curious glances in his direction. The beastmasters from the Imperial Academy waved at Fang Ran, signaling him to sit with them. Fang Ran, I heard you were recommended by a gold-level member? One senior asked with a smile. Becoming the top freshman right after arriving at the Imperial Capital. Impressive talent. Haha, the new freshmen are getting stronger every year. In a couple of years, they might even surpass us, another joked. I enrolled alongside Lin Qinghuan and Bai Ning, and now they've reached the extraordinary level while I'm still stuck at the late lord level, one beastmaster lamented. Don't compare yourself to them. Reaching the extraordinary level before graduation, there's only a handful of people who can do that. Someone comforted him. The group chatted casually, trying to build rapport with Fang Ran. Although they were seniors, they displayed no arrogance. They all understood that Fang Ran was backed by a king-level beastmaster, making his influence no less than theirs, perhaps even stronger than most present. And in terms of talent, Fang Ran was undoubtedly exceptional. Don't stress about the upcoming test. Just do your best, one senior offered kindly. Yeah, treat this as a learning experience. It'll help you when you eventually become a full member, another added. They shared advice and encouragement with Fang Ran, though deep down, they didn't believe he could pass the test. After all, every candidate here was once a top 10 talent in their academy or nationwide exams, with many having been the best in their respective schools. Yet among everyone present, Only Fang Ran was still at the early lord level. Is everyone here? A middle-aged man in a specialized uniform stepped onto the stage, a striking silver-gray Beastmaster badge pinned to his chest. He'll be overseeing your qualification test. To ensure fairness, he'll personally administer another assessment. Remember, the Beastmaster Guild values talent above all else. Even if you're backed by a king-level Beastmaster, it won't matter here. He cast a stern glance at Fang Ran before gesturing to the staff. Several workers brought out a rolled-up skill scroll. Unroll it, the silver-level member ordered. With a rustling sound, 2 staff members spread out the scroll. Even they couldn't hide their tension in front of so many candidates. The scroll revealed intricate text and a diagram of a humanoid energy network. Is this a skill scroll for humanoid beasts? A Beastmaster from the Magic City Academy asked. No, this is a skill scroll designed for Beastmasters, created jointly by several king-level Beastmasters. This skill has been trialed within the Beastmaster Guild for a few years, though it hasn't been officially released yet. Hearing this explanation, many of those present showed expressions of disbelief. The gathering of Beast Tamers was in an uproar. The statement from a silver-ranked member had left everyone astonished. Could Beast Tamers actually use skills? Facing the crowd's doubts, the silver-ranked member smiled faintly and explained, these are special skills imprinted by several Emperor-level Beast Tamers from other Emperor-level creatures. After experiments, we discovered that practicing these skills significantly enhances mental strength. Enhance mental strength? Does that mean it can resist mental attacks? Someone asked, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. The silver-ranked member nodded in affirmation. It does have some effect. As you know, some ferocious beasts and tamed beasts possess mental attack abilities, which can impact the tamer by targeting the beast. More importantly, mental strength determines the contracting limit. If a beast tamer's mental strength is strong enough, they can contract a third beast ahead of the usual time. This revelation immediately excited many beast tamers present. The prospect of contracting a new beast earlier was simply irresistible. Fang Ran's interest was piqued as well. He asked, is it possible to break through the limit of how many beasts a human can contract? After all, it wasn't his rank that had ever been the obstacle, it was the strength of his mental power. The silver-ranked member glanced at the crowd and said, since you're already trainee members, you can attempt to practice this skill. If you can master it within 3 days, you'll pass. He added, you are all geniuses and already possess lord-level mental strength. Achieving proficiency in 3 days shouldn't be too difficult. Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the diagram showing the skills pathways. Fang Ran was no exception. A prompt appeared before his eyes. Would you like to advance Introduction to Mental Forging? The Introduction to Mental Forging could temper mental strength, resist minor mental attacks, strengthen the bond between beasts and their tamers, and enhance feedback power. Fang Ran was moved and chose to advance without hesitation. The system immediately responded. You have acquired the Introduction to Mental Forging. Remaining debt. Use the introductory level Mental Forging skill 10 times. Although this skill was low level, it held significant meaning for Fang Ran. He only needed to practice it 10 times to upgrade, making it much easier for him compared to others. Closing his eyes, Fang Ran directed his mental power into the beast space. A wave of forging pain swept through his body, not as intense as the pain his beasts endured, but still enough to test his endurance. He knew he had to withstand the equivalent of a lord-level beast's punch for it to count as a success. In the beast space, Little Sky opened her eyes and looked at Fang Ran in confusion, sensing that her master was enduring pain. It's okay, just focus on your training, Fang Ran reassured her. Little Sky nodded in agreement. Although her master was in pain, she could feel their connection growing stronger, and even her own mental strength had slightly improved. The silver-ranked member surveyed the group and remarked in admiration, already mastering the basics? As expected of the geniuses from the 5 great academies. His gaze landed on Fang Ran, showing a hint of surprise. To learn this so quickly right after reaching the lord level? It seems Wang Long was right, his foundational evolution techniques have been practiced to perfection. No wonder he became this year's top recruit. He thought to himself. Fang Ran's speed in mastering the basics matched that of others, but he became a beast tamer 4 or 5 years later than them. Such talent was bound to attract attention, though it was a pity he had already joined Lin Qinghuan's faction. Senior Yu truly isn't biased in his decisions, his choice was indeed correct. The silver-ranked member acknowledged Fang Ran internally. However, he reminded himself, still, achieving full membership won't be easy. The others here are much older and more experienced. Perhaps in a year or 2, he'll have a chance. His gaze swept across the beast tamers present, finally resting on 2 individuals. One was Yuan Qichuan from the Magic City, tall and burly with sharp features, currently the top tamer in the city and a dual lord-level beast tamer. The other was Ding Han from the Sacred Beast Academy, a handsome and well-dressed tamer who had climbed from humble beginnings to become the academy's top student. The silver-ranked member sighed internally. Breaking into the top 10 among these individuals would be an uphill battle for Fang Ran. With just one angel beast, it was nearly impossible to compete against a dual lord-level beast tamer. Raising a second beast to the Lord level would require billions in resources, and without those, it would take much longer. Unless Fang Ran could win the second beast tournament, he wouldn't have the opportunity to quickly elevate his second beast level. But that competition was designed for beast-taming families like the Bai family. Without the right connections, contracting a high-quality beast was nearly impossible. After some time, the group gradually opened their eyes. The silver-ranked member announced, "You've all passed. Next, I'll assign you to different bronze-ranked members. If you accumulate 100 contribution points by the end of the year, you can apply for full membership." The news thrilled everyone. Becoming a full member of the Beast Tamer Association meant access to rare resources, though it also came with greater responsibilities. "Can I join Senior Bai Ning's team?" A few beast tamers from the imperial capital asked nervously. "You can, but only with Bai Ning's approval," the silver-ranked member replied. Immediately, many began applying to join Bai Ning's team, including Yuan Qichuan. This surprised Fang Ran. Is Senior Bai really that popular? Fang Ran couldn't help but ask. A beast tamer from the imperial capital explained, "Senior Bai offers great benefits since she's from the Bai family, though her standards are very high. Last year, over 1,000 beast tamers from the imperial capital applied, but only a dozen were accepted. However, all of them eventually became full members." Fang Ran nodded thoughtfully. "Why don't you apply too?" the beast tamer suggested. "You're from the imperial capital as well, so we could look out for each other." "Oh, I forgot you're already with Senior Lin." "Actually, Senior Lin is very capable too. She's quite famous in the imperial capital. Naturally, we should stick with alumni from the same school." The group chatted for a while, exchanging contact information. A few hours later, a notification popped up on Fang Ran's phone. He opened it and saw, "The task for the slime evolution method you requested has been accepted and completed." "Was it you who sent the request to the Beast Tamer Guild?" a beast tamer inquired. Fang Ran nodded to confirm and then opened the attached file. Blood Beast Evolution Method. Fang Ran recalled the description from his textbooks. Blood beasts were ferocious creatures primarily composed of blood. Though their appearance resembled slimes, their essence was entirely different. As he pondered whether this evolution method could apply to slimes, a burly figure appeared before him. "Don't waste your time." Yuan Qichuan, the top candidate for chief student at the Modu Academy, said bluntly. "The evolution method won't work on slimes. Blood beasts, despite being composed of blood, have internal structures. However, I've heard of slimes evolving through devouring." Fang Ran suddenly understood, remembering that his own slime possessed the devouring skill with infinite evolution potential. Yuan Qichuan then asked, "You're not planning to take your slime to the second Beast Tamer tournament, are you?" "Yes," Fang Ran replied succinctly. Yuan Qichuan explained, "Some people have brought slimes to the tournament before. After all, they're easy to capture, their levels are fixed, and they can be used as temporary backups." As he spoke, he took out his phone and added Fang Ran as a friend. Surprisingly, Yuan Qichuan's profile picture was a pastel-colored anime character, and his username was filled with symbols completely at odds with his commanding reputation at Modu. "Ahem, this is a borrowed account. Just using it for now," Yuan Qichuan explained awkwardly before leaving in a hurry. Despite Fang Ran's relatively low level, his potential was evident, and many beast tamers approached him to chat. Some even mentioned their participation in the upcoming tournament. Fang Ran, the tournament is in 3 months. Most of the top 100 participants are seasoned veterans, one beast tamer reminded him. "Exactly," another chimed in. "Some unscrupulous tamers intentionally avoid advancing their second beasts just to win the tournament rewards and nurture their primary beasts. I'm only focusing on my second beast because managing 2 Lord-level beasts at the same time is too stressful. My second beast is at the high intermediate stage, so I'm hoping to make it into the top 100 for some rewards." The group discussed the tournament's challenges and hidden strategies enthusiastically, ultimately advising Fang Ran to treat this as a learning experience. "I heard Ling Yi will be there too. Her performance in the Station of Human and Spirits, I've watched it several times," someone added excitedly. After the gathering, Fang Ran returned to the Imperial Academy. Just as he entered the campus, Lin Qinghuan stopped him. "Why didn't you tell me you joined the Beast Tamer Guild?" Her tone carried a mix of reproach and subtle delight. "I didn't think it was necessary," Fang Ran replied calmly. "By the way, Senior Lin, do you know where I can buy ferocious beast meat? Doesn't Xiao Tian have access to the Imperial Academy's S-class recipes?" Lin Qinghuan asked, puzzled. "It's for my second beast," Fang Ran explained, summoning his slime as he spoke. At this moment, it was still maintaining its disguise to improve its proficiency in camouflage. However, one of its hands had turned into a purple slime. A slimia, mutated species. Lin Qinghuan recognized it at a glance. Some slimes, after undergoing racial mutation, could reach an grade level, but this didn't change the fact that they were incredibly difficult to evolve. You can go to a beast taming ingredient store to buy high-grade ferocious beast meat. Premium cuts cost tens of thousands per pound. I know a few store owners who can give you a discount, Lin Qinghuan offered. Her extensive network meant many shopkeepers were willing to do her favors. "Thank you, Senior Xiao Ran." It's too late to participate in the competition now. We'll have to find another way to first advance Xiao Tian's level, Fang Ran said with a tone of helplessness. Lin Xinghuan didn't look down on slimes. She trusted that Fang Ran had his reasons for forming a contract with one. However, the reality was that within 3 months, advancing the pet beast to a high intermediate level was already a challenge. How could they compete with those seasoned veterans? For Xiao Tian's level, I still need a flame bull's heart. Senior Lin, do you have any connections? Fang Ran felt at a loss. The stores he visited had all avoided him like the plague. The flame bull's heart was a forbidden material, only available through private transactions. No one dared to sell it openly. Senior, can you help me get one? It's urgent. Seeing Fang Ran's anxious expression, Lin Xinghuan hesitated. She felt a pang of guilt, thinking she hadn't done enough to help him. Just this once, she thought to herself. Lin Xinghuan had once been groomed to become a celebrity. Although her academic pursuits had interrupted that path, she could still leverage her past connections to obtain what they needed. How about now? Fang Ran asked, staring intently at her. Now? Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Xinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Fang Ran's impatience was understandable. In less than 2 days, Xiao Tian would revert to its baby form. While it could be advanced again later, the back-and-forth process would inevitably incur some losses. Please, Senior Lin. I'm begging you. Fang Ran pleaded earnestly. All right. Lin Xinghuan blushed slightly, cleared her throat, and agreed. A short while later, Fang Ran arrived at the store Lin Xinghuan had recommended. As soon as he stepped in, the owner, accompanied by 2 apprentices, came out to greet him personally. This gentleman is a friend of Senior Lin, isn't he? Upon hearing Fang Ran's confirmation, the owner's face lit up with a broad smile. Feel free to pick anything. We've just received a fresh batch of Lord-level meat. It's definitely not farmed completely wild. I'll give it to you at cost price. Establishing a connection with an extraordinary beast tamer was a dream come true for these shop owners. In the past, even if they wanted to curry favor, they had no way to do so. Several nearby customers glanced repeatedly at Fang Ran. While some admired his looks, most assumed he must be the descendant of some high-ranking official or noble. Using the money he had earned from accepting bounties and jobs at the Beast Taming Guild, Fang Ran purchased nearly 100,000 worth of Lord-level ferocious beast meat. He specifically selected beasts known for their strength and defense, intending for the slime to absorb their traits via its devouring ability. A short while later, Fang Ran returned home. Finding the house empty, he quickly headed to the training room. There, he retrieved several pieces of the ferocious beast meat from his beast taming space. After several days of intense practice, the slime's skills improved by leaps and bounds. Its mimicry ability had reached an extraordinary level, capable of perfectly replicating even the subtlest movements of its opponents. Its devouring skill had also reached its peak, allowing it to quickly absorb 50 of the properties of what it consumed while accelerating digestion. These 2 innate abilities had advanced to an exceptional level, while its other 3 skills remained at a proficient stage. Fang Ran took out a piece of ferocious beast meat and tossed it to the daughter of the Void Sea. It swallowed the meat in one gulp and immediately began breaking it down. The meat, infused with immense energy from a Lord-tier beast, was quickly digested, and the energy was absorbed into its body. Along with the energy, it also assimilated most of the meat's strength and defensive traits. The unprecedentedly high-quality material caused its cells to proliferate wildly, temporarily leaving it overwhelmed. However, it soon regained composure, compressing its body as it strove to fully digest the energy. What my master gives me, I must eat it all, it resolved silently. Unlike Xiaoyan's specialized diet, the slime consumed only ferocious beast meat, but could perfectly absorb the energy within. Not long ago, Lin Xinghuan had gathered the necessary materials for Fang Ran, repaying Xiaoyan's advancement debt. Next on the agenda was raising funds for further evolution. Half a month passed. As the slime digested the meat, it also worked on paying off its skill debt. Its 2 innate abilities improved rapidly, leaving it thrilled with the surge in power. Training on its own would have taken a year to achieve such progress. I'll need to take on some commissions from the Beastmaster Guild, Fang Ran muttered, feeling resigned. He was running out of money due to the cost of feeding his 2 ancestors. Balancing his academy scores, part-time jobs to fund their upkeep, and practicing psychic forging techniques left his schedule completely packed. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. There was now only 1 month left until the second Beastmaster tournament. In the underground training room of Fang Ran's home, the slime was furiously attacking Xiaotian with dozens of void spikes. The air was filled with the sound of piercing attacks, but Xiaotian effortlessly neutralized each one. However, in a moment of carelessness, one of the void spikes wrapped around Xiaotian's pale arm. Just as she was about to counterattack, the spike shattered into pieces. I win, the slime declared excitedly. After sparring with Xiaotian for over 10 days, it had finally managed to touch her. The stronger it became, the more it realized the terrifying nature of the angel. Xiaotian could easily handle its attacks with sheer physical strength alone. The vast resources invested in her had turned her into an immensely powerful being. Thankfully, she wasn't an enemy. You need to increase your training intensity. With skills like this, how will you help master in the future? Xiaotian scoffed, though she held no real contempt in her heart. Well, I won this time, so I'm going to ask Master for a reward, the slime retorted, retracting its spikes. Fang Ran checked its skill panel. Level, Advanced Midstage. Skills, Mimicry Mastery, Devour Mastery, Void Sea Domain Proficient, Void Curse Perfect, Void Spike Perfect. Mimicry Mastery memorizes skills during combat and temporarily replicates them for up to 180 seconds. Devour Mastery consumes a target to recover significant stamina and engraves it into mimicry memory. These abilities were extraordinary, almost unbelievable for a creature that had evolved from an ordinary slime. Not bad. What do you want as a reward? Fang Ran asked. Offering appropriate rewards could strengthen his bond with his beasts, though he doubted they lacked anything. It was more about the gesture. I don't want to sleep in the beast space tonight. I want to sleep on the bed, the slime demanded. Xiaotian immediately frowned in disapproval. No way. You'll soak the bed, and Annie will have to clean it. Plus, your mucus is really hard to wash off. The truth was, Xiaotian simply didn't want the slime getting too close to Fang Ran. She had grown accustomed to their two-person world. I don't care, the slime said, pouting defiantly. Just as Fang Ran was pondering how to tactfully decline, his phone rang. It was Lin Xinghuan. Fang Ran, there's a high contribution job available, and it's right in your area. Lin Xinghuan's voice came through the line. She often helped Fang Ran find work, and this wasn't the first time. I don't have time right now, Fang Ran replied, glancing at the sulking slime as he tried to think of a way to placate it. Handling beast relationships was more critical than work. Poorly managed relationships could be dangerous. There were cases of beast masters being attacked by their own beasts or other tragic outcomes spurred by resentment. This one's different. There's already been an injury incident, and I suspect the beast involved is connected to the Divine Beast Society. I can't get there right now, so I need you to handle it, Lin Xinghuan explained, scrolling through the Beastmaster Guild's reports. The beast is currently at Crane Velvet Corporation. Most people have been evacuated. I'm on my way. Fang Ran hung up abruptly. Crane Velvet Corporation, his uncle worked there. It was the same company in Yuqing that had previously tried to curry favor with Fang Ran. For the first time, Fang Ran felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. Xiaotian, stop training. We're heading to Uncle's company, he commanded. Xiaotian quickly nodded in agreement. At that moment, the streets near Crane Velvet Corporation were tightly secured by several guards. Armored vehicles were stationed all around. What's happening inside? Why are there so many people? A ferocious beast got in. I heard most of the people have been evacuated. That's nonsense. If everyone was evacuated, the beast would have been subdued by now. There must still be people inside. Why aren't the beast masters here yet? This is the capital, for crying out loud. The beast is Lord Tier, and at the late stage, no less. Without at least 3 latest-stage Lord Tier beast masters, it's tough to handle. Getting 3 latest-stage beast masters is easy, but assembling them immediately takes time. The guards were visibly anxious. For now, they could only contain the beast to prevent it from escaping. However, if it decided to charge, firearms alone wouldn't be enough to stop it. After some time, Fang Ran arrived. I'm a trainee beastmaster from the Beastmaster Guild. Let me in. Fang Ran presented his identification. The guard stepped forward immediately. You really are from the Beastmaster Guild. Are you here alone? They eyed him skeptically. So young, and taking on a latest-stage Lord Tier beast alone? It seemed reckless. Generally, even 3 beastmasters working together would struggle to take down such a beast without sustaining injuries. Though they doubted him, they kept their thoughts to themselves. Beastmaster, perhaps you should wait. We've already notified 3 Lord Tier beastmasters, and they should be arriving soon, one of the guards advised. Have all the people been evacuated? Is there someone named Fang Qihua still inside? Fang Ran asked one of the guards. Manager Fang? I've seen him. Before I left, I saw him rescuing others. Someone who had evacuated responded. Did he not come out? Fang Ran asked urgently, his eyes glimmering with worry. No, he didn't. The employee stammered under Fang Ran's questioning, visibly flustered. Fang Ran took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as he explained. He's my uncle. I just need to know if he's made it out yet. As soon as he said this, the surrounding employees erupted into murmurs. They whispered among themselves. I heard Manager Fang's nephew got into the Imperial Academy. Who would have thought it's this handsome beastmaster right here? We haven't seen him since we came out, one employee suddenly chimed in. Yeah, he's probably still trapped inside, another agreed. Amid the chatter, a group of beastmasters arrived in a hurry. The guards' faces lit up with relief as they greeted them. Finally, reinforcements are here. Fang Ran scanned the faces of the arriving beastmasters until his gaze froze on a familiar one. Ding Han, he blurted out. The fair-skinned, slightly refined-looking young man turned his head in surprise. It's you? Fang Ran from the Magic Academy. Senior Ding, you know him? One of the other beastmasters asked curiously. Ding Han nodded and explained. Yes, we were both trainees at the Beastmaster Guild. Fang Ran is a genius from the Magic Academy, and some even call him the Beast God Guild Slayer. He chuckled lightly at the end. Him? The one who ranked second in this year's entrance exams. Second? I heard Fang Ran was first. The Beast Masters studied Fang Ran with intrigue, their eyes filled with curiosity. Fang Ran waved his hand awkwardly. They're just exaggerating. Anyway, now that you're here, can we go in? Ding Han nodded. Of course. But, Junior, you're only at the early Lord level, so don't act recklessly. How about we exchange contact info? If you find the beast, let us know immediately. Yes, yes, at us first. The others chimed in, their faces friendly. Though they were all top talents from their respective academies, most at mid-lord level and some even at late lord level, they didn't dare put on airs in front of this Imperial Academy prodigy. The guards finally allowed them through. Before splitting up, Ding Han reminded Fang Ran, don't overdo it. If you encounter that creature, call us right away. Fang, you should stick to the warehouse area, it's safer there, with complex terrain. If anything happens, hide and alert us. We'll be there in under a minute. Fang Ran nodded and stepped into the company grounds. He immediately summoned Xiao Tian, whose bright eyes sparkled as she scanned the surroundings vigilantly. The holy energy in her gaze seemed to pierce through the air, searching for any suspicious traces. Xiao Tian, let's check the warehouse, Fang Ran said softly. Okay. Xiao Tian replied curtly, her demeanor growing more cautious as she sensed Fang Ran's tension. While hurrying toward the warehouse, Fang Ran calculated in his mind. A month ago, Xiao Tian's divine evolution technique had reached a refined level, and she was just a step away from mid-lord level. Rescuing people shouldn't be too challenging, and even against a late lord level opponent, she might hold her own. But what worried him most was whether his uncle had already met with misfortune. Should we call your uncle? Xiao Tian suddenly suggested. Fang Ran shook his head. No, we'll find him ourselves. If his phone isn't on silent, the ringtone might give away his location. Those beasts have exceptional hearing. Meanwhile, in a restroom on the third floor of a building, a group of people huddled together, their expressions tense. Uncle Fang, what do we do now? It's been almost half a day, and rescue hasn't arrived, a young employee whispered anxiously. Yeah, and that beast is still wandering downstairs. What if? Another person started to speak, but trailed off, swallowing their words. The group exchanged uneasy glances, and several female employees showed signs of panic. If not for the fear of being overheard, someone might have already started crying. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from downstairs. Everyone held their breath, cautiously peeking out the window. A skeletal, wolf-like creature with a body covered in corrosive wounds was slowly prowling the area. Just one glance at the emaciated beast made several people retreat in terror, hands covering their mouths. Manager Fang, didn't you say your nephew is a beast master? One employee asked urgently. Yeah, isn't he supposed to be some kind of genius? Could he come to save us? Another chimed in. A bespectacled young woman, trying to remain calm, analyzed. Manager Fang's nephew just got into one of the 5 academies. At best, he's just reached the lord level. How could he save us? She had always been skeptical of her manager, who seemed clueless about beastmasters. However, his decision to stay behind and help evacuate employees today had slightly improved her opinion of him, though only slightly. Fang Chihua quickly explained. Well, my nephew might know some powerful beastmasters. He can call them for help. As he spoke, he discreetly pulled out his phone and dialed. Xiao Ran, uncle, where are you? I'm here with Xiao Tian. Fang Ran's voice came through the line. Fang Chihua quickly replied. I'm in the restroom on the 3rd floor of building 2. There are a lot of people here. He added, how many people did you bring? Don't come alone. I'm alone. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Fang Ran answered briefly before hanging up. Hearing that Fang Ran was alone, the group's faint hope quickly dissipated. The bespectacled girl couldn't help but mutter. A late lord level beast requires at least 3 beastmasters to handle. It's okay. He just needs to get us out safely, even if it means taking a detour. Another person tried to reassure the group. But the next moment, a ferocious roar echoed outside. Everyone turned toward the window in alarm, only to see a young figure standing in front of the building. The skeletal wolf, though at late lord level, looked extremely frail. Fang Ran calmly issued a command. Kill it. Got it. Xiao Tian stepped forward without hesitation. Roar. The skeletal wolf let out a series of guttural growls as Xiao Tian approached. She raised her hand, and a holy sword formed from pure energy materialized. The immense power infused into the blade amplified its might. Roar. The wolf retreated step by step, but Xiao Tian closed in relentlessly, engaging in close combat. Her previous training with Long Yu now came into play, her movements agile and precise. The group upstairs watched through the window, utterly stunned. The angelic figure bathed in divine light moved with the grace of a dancing butterfly, effortlessly dodging attacks, while mercilessly slashing the wolf, leaving deep wounds in its decaying body. It's Xiao Ran. Fang Chihua exclaimed excitedly. Is he really just early lord level? The bespectacled girl murmured to herself. She often followed Beastmaster forums and knew that defeating a late Lord-level beast usually required at least two equally strong beasts fighting for their lives. But the scene before her defied all logic. This young man's angel was crossing levels, utterly dominating the opponent. Astonishingly, the wolf didn't seem capable of putting up any resistance. Xiao Tian's brows furrowed slightly, noticing the wolf's unnatural behavior. She coldly remarked, "If you only defend, you'll die here." Despite her words, her attacks showed no mercy. After all, her master's mission was to eliminate it. Roar! The skeletal wolf let out a low growl, and a mark on its body became increasingly distinct. Number 398. Xiao Tian's pupils contracted, and her movements momentarily hesitated. She recalled that this was a mark used by the Beast God Guild. They would brand captured beasts with identifiers. Her own mark had been number 13. If she hadn't escaped in time, she might have shared a similar fate. However, the deformed angel she had encountered in the basement bore no such mark. "Wait, Xiao Tian!" Fang Ran called out, stopping Xiao Tian just as he was about to make a move. As Fang Ran approached slowly, the wolf demon didn't show any sign of aggression. Instead, it remained in a cautious defensive stance. This small detail confirmed Fang Ran's suspicion this wasn't just a wild beast, but a tamed creature. Recalling Lin Qinghuan's mention of a previous injury, he became even more certain. After all, a true Lord-level beast would have no trouble tearing a human apart with a single strike, leaving no survivors. "Were you imprisoned by someone?" Fang Ran asked tentatively. The wolf demon remained on high alert, but a flicker of something unusual passed through its eyes. "Don't be afraid. Xiao Tian was also captured by the Divine Beast Society once. I will never forgive them." Fang Ran's words seemed to stir the wolf demon, whose ears twitched slightly. Standing nearby, Xiao Tian relaxed his expression and added, "The master is right. I've already killed many people from the Divine Beast Society." As a Lord-level creature, the wolf demon could clearly understand their conversation. As the wolf demon hesitated and took a step forward, a divine ring appeared above Xiao Tian's head. Xiao Tian signaled Fang Ran to stop. At this distance, even if the wolf demon suddenly attacked, Xiao Tian was confident she could protect her master. At that moment, the commotion had drawn a group of people to the scene. When they saw Fang Ran standing so close to the beast, Ding Han's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, "This is bad. Fang Ran's in danger. Black-scaled armored beast, kill it." Before he finished speaking, a massive black beast, over 5 meters long and as tall as a two-story building, charged out. Its body was covered in jet-black scales, resembling a gigantic pangolin, and it lunged at Fang Ran with astonishing speed. Sensing the danger, the wolf demon instinctively swiped its claws to protect Fang Ran, but Xiao Tian quickly intercepted it. The two beasts clashed instantly. However, the already weakened wolf demon was no match for the first-ranked student of the Sacred Beast Academy. Within moments, the black-scaled armored beast pierced through the wolf demon's abdomen. Xiao Tian trembled with rage, not because the wolf demon had tried to attack Fang Ran, but because of the Beast Tamer's ruthlessness in killing a creature that had no intention of fighting back, putting Fang Ran in danger in the process. This behavior was completely at odds with her master's usual principles. "You all right, brother Fang? Not hurt, are you?" Ding Han approached with a grin, patting Fang Ran on the shoulder. "Good thing I got here in time. I've warned you not to act so impulsively." The surrounding people chimed in. "Never try to tame a wild beast. They only know how to deceive." "Yeah, Ding Han's right. You're too young and fell for its tricks. Beasts are not of our kind. Their hearts are treacherous. Don't risk your life for them." Even though it was clear Fang Ran had nearly succeeded in taming the beast, no one dared to challenge Ding Han, the top student of the Sacred Beast Academy, now that the matter was settled. "Don't worry about me," Fang Ran replied with a slight frown, silently pondering. Why would someone of Ding Han's status, as the top student of the 5 great academies, be so eager to claim such a minor contribution? "Brother Fang, the second beast taming tournament is coming up soon. I heard you're planning to participate?" Ding Han asked, probing for information. When Fang Ran nodded, Ding Han smiled. "What a coincidence. I'm competing too. After all, without a powerful backer, I can only rely on myself." Ding Han's aiming for first place this time. "I heard the winner might even get the chance to learn in strength skill, right?" Someone added excitedly. "I'm not aiming for first place. Just making it into the top 100 will do." The contestants sat together, chatting animatedly about the upcoming competition. This event not only drew the attention of countless spectators, but the generous rewards offered by the organizers also fueled the participants' enthusiasm. Ding Han wore a confident smile. "If the opportunity arises, I'd like to give you some pointers in the arena." Yet, deep down, he had his own calculations. Through private investigations, he had discovered that Fang Ran's second beast was merely a high-tier, early-phase slime. If the chance presented itself, he was determined to cripple one of Fang Ran's beasts. After everyone dispersed, Fang Ran stayed behind alone. He retrieved a pitch-black, flat box covered in saliva from his beast's Spacian important item he had snatched from the bone wolf at the last moment. "Xiao Ran, His uncle approached quickly with a group of people. The executives from Huron Corporation, seeing the safe return of their hostage, stepped forward one after another to express their gratitude. A man in black thanked Fang Ran sincerely. Beastmaster Fang, thank you for lending a helping hand. It was nothing. It's what I should do, especially with my uncle involved. Fang Ran replied humbly. The man in black then shook hands with Fang Qihua, exchanging pleasantries, while the local branch president of Yuqing seized the opportunity to curry favor with the man in black, mentioning his multiple visits to Fang Ran. After leaving Huron Corporation, Ding Han used an old-fashioned phone to contact his master, reporting on the handling of the ferocious beast. The voice on the other end made his expression grow even more reverent. I've spent a fortune cultivating your second beast. You must find that steer's skill, memorize it, and bring it back. Master, I understand. Ding Han replied with confidence. None of those beast masters are my match, and Yuan Qichuan isn't even competing. As long as I win this tournament, my second beast will break through to the Lord level. After hanging up, his eyes gleamed with determination. The second beast tournament I will win. Time flew by, and Fang Ran returned to the Imperial Capital Academy. Half a month later, as the second tournament approached, Xiao Tian's holy energy had reached its bottleneck tier 5, 100. With the dual enhancement of a top-tier steer diet and the beast space, Xiao Tian's evolution progressed at a remarkable pace. Under a normal evolutionary path, she might have already reached the late Lord level, but as a seraph, she required far more holy energy. Tier 5 alone was insufficient to break through to the mid-Lord level. Meanwhile, the promotional campaign for the second beast tournament was in full swing. In the basement, Xiao Tian's holy power surpassed its limit. A cross-shaped mark appeared on the halo above his head, signifying that he had reached the mid-Lord stage at the 6th tier. Fang Ran's heart trembled as he recalled that Lin Qinghuan's beast taming had only reached the 6th tier back then. Now, the holy power within Xiao Tian grew increasingly restrained, exuding a profound and dangerous aura. As Fang Ran's gaze shifted, a set of data materialized before him. Judgment Seraph. Tier. 6th tier 0. Skills. Mid-Lord stage. Divine Evolution Method. Perfect. Judgment Sun Wheel. Proficient. Holy Flame Feathers. Perfect. The description noted that the Seraph possessed various judgment powers, with the legendary Judgment Sun Wheelist to judge deities now upgraded to the proficient level. At this moment, Xiao Tian had also perfected both the Divine Evolution Method and Holy Flame Feathers. For an A-level skill, perfection was the peak, with only innate skills capable of breaking through to the Transcendence level. But even so, this was more than sufficient. With Xiao Tian's current state, the combined effects of these three perfected evolution methods meant that, even without deliberate activation, it was as though a near-level evolution method was constantly at work. This was undoubtedly the dream realm for countless Beast Tamers. Fang Ran's gaze then shifted to the slime beside him, which was busy digesting its meal. Its skills appeared one by one. Mimicry, Transcendent. Devour, Transcendent. Void Sea Domain, Perfect. Void Spirit Curse, Transcendent. Void Spikes, Transcendent, capable of summoning 20 spikes simultaneously, temporarily enhancing their hardness and damage. Among the slime skills, only the Void Sea Domain had yet to reach perfection, but its tier had already advanced to the upper mid-stage. Stroking his chin, Fang Ran pondered silently. Uncle, I'm heading to the academy later, Fang Ran said as he walked into the living room. He saw Fang Qihua sitting on the leather sofa, engrossed in watching the new ultra-thin 4K TV. On the screen, a reporter was interviewing a strikingly beautiful elf woman. Her fair complexion, slightly flushed pointed ears, and captivating presence even caught the attention of the reporter. I'm rooting for Chun Feng, Fang Ran casually remarked. Chun Feng, that genius from the Magic City Academy, who had made it to the top 10 last year with his upper mid-stage beast taming. They exchanged some idle chatter, while Fang Qihua remained fixated on the screen, seemingly intrigued by the competition's rewards. I heard part of the prize this time is sponsored by one of the teachers? Fang Ran asked. That's right. If they win, inviting me to a meal wouldn't be a bad idea. She smiled faintly. As her words fell, a burst of exclamations erupted from the screen. Fang Ran shook his head, thinking to himself that he would much rather enjoy a meal prepared by a spirit arts teacher. Can your slime participate in the competition? Fang Qihua asked excitedly. It can, and am planning to register, Fang Ran replied. That's fantastic. Make sure to get me a ticket. The family of participants can attend the event, right? Fang Qihua exclaimed, slapping his thigh while keeping his eyes glued to the elf on the screen. Fang Ran silently wondered if his nephew might face challenges during the competition. Challenges could lead to growth, after all. It was clear that this elf was far more famous than he initially thought, not just a simple live streamer showcasing her talents, but a prominent figure straddling the roles of both streamer and actress. Using her popularity to earn resources for evolution was indeed a clever path, though it risked falling under the control of her management company. Fang Ran couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness about it. Her rank was around the extraordinary level. The time spent on her daily work even surpassed the time she dedicated to evolution. Otherwise, she would have already reached the king level. Fang Ran, you've been away from the academy for so long. What have you been up to? Xinyan asked angrily as she approached him. What? Just because you joined the Beast Tamer Guild, does that mean you're no longer part of our world? Fang Ran isn't that kind of person, Lei Tianren chimed in. I bet he's been preparing for the upcoming Beast Tamer tournament, right? Fang Ran nodded and replied with a grin, exactly. My grandpa isn't at the king level, so I have to earn money to buy milk for my little one. He wasn't lying. Over the past few days, he had been running around tirelessly, and his contribution points were almost at 50. Even so, he still felt stretched thin. The slime's devour skill was at such a high level that it consumed an excessive amount of resources. However, the slime had been working hard, nearly maxing out all its skills just in time for the tournament. If you're short on money, you could have asked me. Xinyan was about to offer help when her gaze suddenly shifted. Wait, you're signing up for the Beast Tamer tournament? With just your slime? That doesn't sound like a good idea. The level disparity is too big. Not only will it fail to serve as proper training, but it might even make the slime discouraged. I agree, Lei Tianren added. The gap is too wide. It's fine. It's already at the advanced mid-stage. Fang Ran took out a small, smooth, purple sphere. At the advanced mid-stage, the energy required for the slime to evolve wasn't much, so its progress wasn't overly rapid. Lei Tianren's expression remained neutral, but internally, he was fuming. His water sprite had only just managed to get its evolution technique up to the proficient level, while Fang Ran's slime had already shot up to the advanced mid-stage. Even for a slime, this speed is a bit absurd. Damn it. I need to ramp up my training regimen as soon as I get back. Talent might be out of my hands, but hard work shouldn't be something I lose at. How did you train it so fast? Xinyan asked in shock. The beast is just too hardworking, Fang Ran replied casually. Xinyan still seemed skeptical. I heard that most of the participants in this tournament are latest-stage advanced beast tamers. Are you sure it can handle that? I'm just giving it a shot. If I can make it to the top 100, it'll at least ease some of the pressure, Fang Ran said as he gently patted the purple slime. Clearly, the slime understood his words. The meat it had been eating all this time was earned by Xiao Tian and its master. Now that it was its turn to give back, how could it settle for just making the top 100? It was determined to take first place and claim all the rewards. All right, I'll be there to cheer you on. As for my little water sprite, it's still just a baby, Lei Tianren said. Not long after, Fang Ran successfully registered online. His initial ranking was 3,890, which showed just how many participants there were in this competition. Registration had only been open for about a day. Looks like I'm in the Imperial Capital Division, he muttered to himself. Sure enough, by the next day, the various divisions across major cities were finalized. Just like a unified recruitment system, beast tamers from nearby regions were all required to compete within their respective divisions. Fang Ran. The preliminary rounds for the second Beast Tamer tournament are about to begin. The location is at the Imperial Capital Academy. Let's meet up tomorrow. A beast tamer who had previously accompanied Fang Ran to contract his pet beast mentioned this in a message, tagging him. It was then that Fang Ran noticed he had been added to a group chat for the Beast Tamer tournament. Within the group, a dozen or so beast tamers were chatting casually with one another. It was clear that everyone in the group had signed up for the tournament and were preparing to compete. Feeling bored, Fang Ran casually responded with a few words. What would happen if he managed to take first place in this competition? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a previously silent beastmaster with an avatar resembling a cannon spoke up. First place? That's reserved for the veterans. As for us, getting into the top 50 is more than enough. His tone carried an air of confidence, suggesting he was no ordinary participant. After he finished speaking, the others quickly chimed in, agreeing enthusiastically. Brother Cannon is right. We're just here for fun. Only Brother Cannon has a real shot at placing. Haha. I heard Brother Cannon's second beast is already in the advanced late stage. Back in the day, he was even among the top 10 at the Ling Academy. We're just unlucky this time, getting placed in the Imperial Academy's division and potentially facing the owner of the Void Phantom Spider, someone remarked. Don't worry, maybe we'll get lucky and won't have to face him, another person reassured. The mention of the Void Phantom Spider caught Fang Ran's attention. He recalled how Lin Qinghuan had helped him contract his second pet beast and had taken him to Hongzheng Corporation. This glass beast there had been the Void Phantom Spider, and it had already been reserved long ago. Actually, the second beast competition is just a battleground between beast corporations and royal families, Brother Cannon revealed, clearly knowledgeable about the inside story. Every year, they secure top-tier glass beasts, train them to advanced mid or late stages, and bind them with talented beastmasters to promote themselves through these competitions. But you guys don't need to worry too much. We still have a shot at making the top 50 as long as we avoid these landmines, Brother Cannon said lightly, his tone relaxed, as if he wasn't concerned at all. Of course, even if we don't run into them, most people here probably won't make it into the top 100. Honestly, anyone still chatting idly in this group at this point can't be much of a contender. He chuckled and shook his head, clearly dismissive of the others. Except for Brother Cannon, of course, is just patiently mentoring newcomers, not here to chase after talentless rumors about someone's younger sister. The group agreed to meet up the next day and gathered at the Imperial Capital's martial arena. As soon as they arrived, Fang Ran recognized the man who had once taken him to buy his slime. Brother Fang, you're here so early, the man greeted warmly. Fang Ran thought about mentioning that he studied here, but decided it wasn't necessary. Among the dozen or so people present, many of the women's eyes were drawn to Fang Ran, their admiration evident. So handsome, and so young, they exclaimed. As the competition was about to begin, Brother Cannon, a burly beastmaster, reminded everyone, "Get ready." The young man who had greeted Fang Ran earlier walked up to him, his excitement evident. "Brother Fang, Brother Cannon is a professional competitor, just follow his lead, and you won't go wrong. He's 24 this year, so he won't be eligible to compete next year. But for the past 2 or 3 years, he's consistently made it into the top 50 of the tournament. If he makes the top 50 again this time, the resources he'll earn will be enough to push his second beast all the way to the extraordinary level." Fang Ran thought to himself that relying on competitions to secure resources was indeed a clever strategy if money was tight. After all, the rewards from these competitions were incredibly tempting, much easier than struggling to earn them through other means. "What about your beast, Brother Fang?" the young man asked curiously. "Here," Fang Ran replied, summoning his slime from his beast space. "What is that? Why is it purple and blobby?" the young man asked in surprise. "You're not the same slime from the original contract, are you?" he asked in surprise, his eyes widening. Fang Ran's heart tightened as he suddenly recalled the incident at the marketplace where Wang Ergu had been confronted. Facing such a high-level beast tamer, wouldn't he be eliminated on the very first day? The preliminary selection began on the first day in a grand martial arena. Numerous stages were set up across the venue, and the bustling beast tamers drew lots to determine their opponents. The rules were simple. Each tamer had to participate in 5 matches and win at least 3 to advance. Fang Ran stood on one of the stages, facing a beast tamer from another academy. Both summoned their beasts simultaneously. When the opponent saw Fang Ran summon a purple slime, he visibly relaxed. Fang Ran was a bit surprised too, thinking to himself, "Just a prank? I thought all the participants here would be big fish, but it seems there are some fish waiting to be blown up instead." He suddenly realized that his perspective had broadened significantly thanks to his time at the Imperial Academy. The opponent, angered by Fang Ran's nonchalant attitude, shouted, "You're acting all high and mighty with just a slime as your contract beast?" However, as the battle began, the opponent's Gale Leopard was sent flying high into the air and crashed heavily outside the stage. A one-hit knockout. The beast tamer left the stage with a look of disbelief on his face. "You've won," the staff member responsible for recording results said, marking Fang Ran's first victory. "Do you want to take a break? You can rest for 10 minutes between matches." "No need. Let's continue," Fang Ran replied decisively. The staff member was a bit surprised but proceeded to arrange Fang Ran's next opponent. In the following matches, Fang Ran kept winning consecutively. "Another win!" the staff exclaimed in amazement. Ultimately, Fang Ran advanced to the next round with a flawless record of 5 wins and no losses. The staff member recording the results watched Fang Ran leave, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had seen plenty of skilled big fish crushing weaker opponents, but never anyone as overwhelmingly dominant as Fang Ran. 4 rank beasts and 1 rank beast, all at mid-high levels except for 1 in early high level, were effortlessly defeated. The results were shockingly consistent. Every beast that faced the purple slime was instantly knocked out of the ring. While the damage wasn't severe, the humiliation was undeniable. The defeated beast tamers fought desperately in their subsequent matches, terrified of facing Fang Ran again and suffering an indelible psychological scar. After the first round ended, many beast tamers were complaining outside the arena. "Terrible luck. I went up against a professional right off the bat. Can't the organizers change the rules to only allow rookie beast tamers to participate? You're lucky compared to that poor guy earlier who faced the Void Phantom Spider. It went out of control, and his beast ended up poisoned and sent to the medical ward." The crowd sighed in sympathy. Not far away, Fang Ran noticed a student from the Imperial Academy, surrounded by admirers. That was the beast tamer with the Void Phantom Spider, a top-tier talent ranked among the best in his 3rd year. Only in the 5 great academies could such geniuses, who consistently held top 10 rankings, earn the favor of the strongest. "How did it go, Fang Ran? Did you make it through?" a young man accompanying Fang Ran asked, looking enviously at the distant crowd. "Just finished winning," Fang Ran replied calmly. "As long as I don't face anyone from the 5 great academies, I think I have a shot at making the top 100, the young man said excitedly. The Cannon God reminded them, "Make sure to rest up. Your opponents will only get stronger from here on out, so you need to keep your beasts in peak condition. As long as we pass the preliminaries, we'll already be in the top 100 for the main competition." Fang Ran nodded in agreement. The top 100 in the main competition. This phrase was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the Beast Tamers present. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they could already see a bright future ahead. Upgrade evolution method, upgrade skills, plus various resources easily worth tens of millions. One of the Beast Tamers exclaimed, his voice brimming with barely contained joy. Let's do this. Tonight, I'm doubling my training. Another Beast Tamer, who had narrowly passed the preliminary selection, clenched his fists, determined to give his all in the upcoming matches. For these newcomers who had just stepped into the world of beast taming, resources worth millions were an astronomical figure, enough to propel them forward rapidly on their training paths. However, Fang Ran had a different thought in mind. Millions? That's nowhere near enough. He mused to himself, recalling the immense resources required for his slime's evolution, which were no less than those needed for Xiao Tian. The difference was that Xiao Tian had the Academy's support and could secure resources by maintaining a high ranking, while Fang Ran's slime was entirely funded out of his own pocket. With this thought lingering, Fang Ran turned to Pao Gu and asked, "What's the reward for the top 50? Pao Gu looked Fang Ran up and down, as if assessing his strength, then replied, "Top 50? And a grade skill, and a grade recipe, and enough materials for your beast to advance to the Lord level." Fang Ran pressed further. "What about the top 10? Pao Gu's expression grew more serious. "The top 10? That's on another level. Not only will you get recommended to the Beast Tamer Association with a chance to become a trainee member, but the rewards are incredible. An exclusive A-grade evolution method, and grade recipe, 3 Lord-level materials of your choice, and even 1 Transcendent-level material." These words left everyone around in silence. For most, such rewards were nothing short of an unattainable dream. Even with money, grade materials were nearly impossible to purchase. At best, one might exchange accumulated contributions in the Beast Tamer Association for A-grade materials. "If I had grade materials, my beast could evolve and even suppress A-grade beasts," someone couldn't help but exclaim. "This might be our only chance for a shortcut to success." It was then that Fang Ran realized how rare his opportunity at the Imperial Academy was. Not only could he access high-level materials, but he also had the support of a senior. Yet he also understood that favors would eventually need to be repaid, and in the end, he would have to rely on his own strength. At that moment, the slime clinging to Fang Ran's hand spoke up with a voice full of determination, "I'll win." As night fell, a young man enthusiastically invited them. "Brother Fang, Pao Gu, how about joining us tonight? The group's regulars will be there, and there'll be plenty of girls too." Pao Gu politely declined. The young man turned to Fang Ran and added, "I heard that place even has otherworldly beings." This made Fang Ran feel a bit uneasy. Though he was tempted, he resisted and replied, "Forget it. My aunt's expecting me home for dinner." The young man sighed in resignation. "Why push yourself so hard? It's not like we're guaranteed to make the top 100 anyway. We're here to have fun." Pao Gu, however, gave Fang Ran an approving look and encouraged him. "Rest up and stay in good shape. You still have a shot at the top 100. With that, he turned and left. Fang Ran also returned home. Late into the night, he practiced refining his mental strength in the Beast Tamer space. After 3 months of training using the mental forging method, his mental power had grown 2 or 3 times stronger, not through his own improvement, but because the feedback he received from his beast had increased significantly. When Fang Ran opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on his bed. On his left was the sleeping Xiao Tian, while on his right was a figure identical to Xiao Tian, except this one had a pair of large, snow-white wings. This figure was blushing slightly as it gazed at Fang Ran. Fang Ran sighed, resigned to the cramped bed. The winged figure pulled Fang Ran's shoulder under its neck like a pillow and snuggled closer into his arms. Unable to hold back, Fang Ran asked, "What are you doing?" Xiao Tian suddenly propped herself up, her upper body taut as she cast a cold gaze at Fang Ran's pet beast. "You're here to protect your master," she said, her tone icy and laced with reproach. Fang Ran's eyes inadvertently drifted to Xiao Yan's chest, and the sight of her prominent figure left him momentarily unsure whether to look away or not. In that awkward moment, realization dawned on him. Xiao Yan had been pretending to sleep all along. Being close makes it easier to protect, doesn't it? Otherwise, how could you react in time? Fang Ran blurted out. Xiao Yan froze at his words, then fell into thought, murmuring, "That does make some sense." The next morning, the training grounds were bustling with activity. A young man with dark circles under his eyes appeared in the crowd, looking as though he'd endured a sleepless night. He glanced at Fang Ran, astonished, and asked, "Brother Fang, why are both your arms bruised purple?" Fang Ran, stretching his sore arms, evaded the question with a vague reply. "Overdid it with training last night." Before they could continue, Cannon Brother, full of energy, interrupted, "Enough chatter, it's starting." As the elimination rounds progressed, the number of participants dwindled. Fang Ran realized his opponents were far weaker than he had anticipated. However, the seemingly exhausted young man nearly lost to a beast master of even lesser skill. casting doubt on his true abilities. On the third, fourth, and fifth days, the competition grew increasingly intense. On this particular day, Cannon Brothers' pet beast was unfortunately poisoned and had to be rushed to the medical center. Thankfully, due to prior experience, the medical staff managed to save the beast's life. Damn it, that guy did it on purpose. Cannon Brothers snarled, his face dark and his teeth clenched. He even mocked me, saying I can't beat him even while holding back my level. The young man nearby tried to calm him down, nervously saying, "Don't worry, Cannon Brother. After today, the finalists will be announced. As long as I win 3 more matches today, my results should still be decent." Meanwhile, in the room where the selection results were being calculated, the boss of Hongjing Beast Pet Company, Hongjing himself, was present. One of the supervising teachers frowned and asked, "So, how's Lu Wei's performance?" Hongjing chuckled nonchalantly. "Haha, geniuses are just built different." He was calculating in his mind if Lu Wei could make it into the top 10, Hongjing Pet Beast Store could use the opportunity for massive promotional campaigns. As for how many Beastmasters' pets had been poisoned, compensation would take care of that. After all, those Beastmasters were just stepping stones on the path to success. Several examiners excitedly discussed, "Incredible. I watched his footage. Most of his battles ended in mere moments. Yeah, to use a slime beast with such mastery, he might even make it into the top 10 of the main competition. Top 10 or not, at least the first place in our Imperial Capital Division is still up for debate." Hearing this, Hongjing's face darkened. Division champion? That wouldn't do. He had already printed promotional flyers claiming that Hongjing Pet Beast Store's Beastmaster had secured first place in the Imperial Capital Division. If someone else took the title now, he'd stand to lose a fortune, not to mention the embarrassment of having the flyers already distributed. If competitors saw this, they'd laugh at him endlessly. Just then, Hongjing's eyes lit up as if he'd thought of a brilliant plan. That doesn't seem right, does it? The examiners hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Fang Ran's beast companion wasn't particularly high level, and he had always relied on clever tactics to win battles. Pitting him against an expert seemed unfair, but none of them wanted to risk offending this extraordinary beast tamer. Hongjing chuckled lightly. What's the harm? He's already qualified. Facing off against a skilled opponent is a great opportunity, isn't it? He added meaningfully, "Don't forget who sponsors this competition." The examiners fell silent at his words. After a moment, one of them spoke hesitantly. "You're right. It's just a match. It won't affect the results. Let's assign Fang Ran his final opponent, Lu Wei." Meanwhile, in the sparring arena, Fang Ran had just defeated his last opponent, securing his spot in the next round. Lu Wei. The name stirred a faint sense of familiarity in his mind. Not long after, on one of the platforms, Lu Wei confidently stepped up after defeating another beast tamer. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes held a sharp, menacing edge. His companion beast was a small, ping-pong ball-sized violet spider. Despite its diminutive size, Fang Ran could sense an aura of danger emanating from it, even from a distance. Fang Ran quickly identified the beast's information: Void Phantom Spider, late high-level stage, skills unknown. The description noted its potent mental attacks and psychic venom. Mental type attacks. Fang Ran's brow furrowed slightly as he waved his hand, summoning a blob of purple slime. As a third-year beast tamer from the Imperial Academy, Lu Wei didn't recognize Fang Ran. He may have heard the name, but had never seen him in person. When Lu Wei saw the slime summoned, he paused, momentarily confused. A slime? This is the person Senior Hong told me to deal with? Isn't this underestimating me a bit? Despite his thoughts, he had no choice but to follow orders. As the two faced off, a crowd quickly gathered to watch, including Pao Gu and his group. They called out to Fang Ran with concern. "Fang, don't push yourself. Pao Ji's beast was poisoned by him. Didn't risk it. Yeah, it's not worth losing your second beast. If it dies, it'll harm your mental state too." To them, there was no way Lu Wei, who had easily defeated even professional-level tamers like Pao Gu, could lose to Fang Ran, who had once been limited to contracting beasts from small markets. The observing examiners and Hongjing both relaxed slightly. Hongjing suddenly remembered something and spoke into his communicator. "Lu Wei, don't go too far. Just defeat him. No need to deal fatal damage. Lin Qinghuan is an extraordinary beast tamer. We can't afford to offend her." He silently congratulated himself for choosing Lu Wei over Lin Qinghuan earlier, thinking Lu Wei might make it to the top 10, while Fang Ran, even with the Void Phantom Spider, would likely only rank around the 20s or 30s. Understood. Lu Wei replied indifferently, then turned to Fang Ran. "Let's begin." Before the last word had fully left his mouth, the Void Phantom Spider darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Its small frame belied its extraordinary speed and agility. Just as it closed in, 5 spectral spikes suddenly shot out from behind the slime, hurtling straight toward the spider. "What kind of ability is that?" gasped the crowd, astonished. But just as the spikes were about to pierce their target, the Void Phantom Spider vanished, reappearing beside the slime in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, it unleashed a cloud of venomous mist. The slime propped itself up on two ethereal spikes and leapt backward to evade the attack. Swish! The void phantom spider jumped into the air, baring its fangs. Everyone held their breath. If its venom struck, the battle would be decided in an instant. However, in that fleeting moment, over a dozen ethereal spikes materialized out of thin air, shooting straight toward the airborne void phantom spider. Lu Wei's brow twitched as he unleashed a mental shockwave. Buzz! The void phantom spider let out a sharp cry, and an invisible ripple spread outward. The surrounding beast tamers suddenly felt a momentary daze. Fang Ran, however, snapped back to his senses as if struck by lightning. But in that brief pause, the void phantom spider vanished again, and the dozen spikes missed their mark. So fast, what kind of attack was that? Lu Wei frowned deeply. If that strike had landed, his beast would have been finished. And to make matters worse, the mental shockwave had no effect. Normally, no matter how strong the beast's mental power was, it should have affected its tamer as well. Was it teleportation? Use the domain. Fang Ran's voice rang out. Beneath the slime, purple goo began spreading outward. Within moments, the ground in their area was dyed a deep purple, and the void phantom spider's legs were caught in the sticky substance. We can't hold back, or we won't win this. Lu Wei's words reached Hong Zhong, who was watching, leaving everyone stunned. A top-tier glass beast couldn't defeat a slime? How is that possible? Fang Ran was only a first-year university student. He couldn't have more experience than Lu Wei. At that moment, Hong Zhong began to doubt, but he quickly reaffirmed his belief. Lu Wei must have been holding back. After all, poisoning a slime shouldn't be difficult. Don't hold back, give it your all. Lu Wei knew it was time for the void phantom spider to go all out as well. Roar! With a blast of energy, the void phantom spider disappeared once more. Fang Ran and the slime moved in sync, quickly regaining their composure. 20 ethereal spikes attacked simultaneously, preventing the void phantom spider from getting close. The battle reached a stalemate. The onlookers couldn't help but swallow nervously, unable to believe what they were seeing. A slime with 20 tendrils was whipping the void phantom spider relentlessly, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to follow. Fang, is this really the slime you bonded with? One young man stammered, utterly shocked. He regretted not bonding with the slime first, now that he realized how powerful it was. Finally, the void phantom spider seized an opportunity and sprayed a cloud of venom at the slime. But in the next instant, its ethereal spikes were severed cleanly, leaving no chance for the toxin to spread. Little spider, go for those tendrils. Lu Wei commanded. As long as they kept wearing down its body, it would eventually be unable to regenerate its tendrils. However, despite the void phantom spider's relentless attacks, the slime's body showed no signs of diminishing. Too naive. You think you can wear me down? I've been feasting on plenty of meat lately. The slime chuckled inwardly, keeping its distance. It knew full well that if it were truly poisoned, even it wouldn't be able to withstand the effects. What incredible regeneration speed! Can this really be a slime? In the monitoring room, a few examiners were in shock, discussing the scene unfolding before them. The purple body continuously shifted in front of their eyes, severed tendrils regenerating as though it were an unrelenting combat machine. It must be some sort of mutated species, one examiner speculated. This purple body, there's no way it's a creature from the Void Sea, right? Impossible, another examiner firmly denied. The Void Sea has been dormant for years now. If it weren't, we wouldn't be living so peacefully. Hong Zhong, however, remained calm, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the battlefield. No need to worry, he murmured. The void phantom spider hasn't revealed its trump card yet. That's the true foundation of its strength. On the battlefield, the slime and the void phantom spider were locked in a fierce struggle. Yet, unnoticed by most, the ground beneath the spider was gradually coated in a layer of slime. Just as several of the slime's tendrils were severed, Lu Wei suddenly shouted, "Don't give it any more chances." Before his words fully landed, the void phantom spider vanished from sight. The entire arena fell silent as the creature disappeared without a trace. "It's gone," gasped the audience, breaking into a clamor. "No, it's using its innate ability. It's merged into the void," someone explained. The spectators below were in awe. "That's so overpowered. How are you even supposed to fight that?" Lu Wei's voice was cold and commanding. "Void phantom spider, no need to hold back. Teach this kid a lesson. Letting him and his slime drag this out for so long is a disgrace." Watching the slime thrash wildly, its tendrils flailing in random attacks, Lu Wei felt a surge of satisfaction. Perhaps influenced by his beast, he enjoyed watching his prey struggle, only to succumb to poison in the end. "Now," Lu Wei ordered sharply. In the next instant, a small, nearly invisible spider silently descended onto the slime's head. Its massive fangs, brimming with venom potent enough to kill any creature of its tier, lunged at the slime with deadly precision. But just as the critical moment arrived, a chilling wave of danger swept through Lu Wei's entire body. The void phantom spider, too, felt an eerie sense of being watched, a dread it couldn't shake. "Void spikes. Harden." Fang Ran's calm voice broke through the tension. In an instant, 10 of the slime's extended void spikes solidified. The previously purple spikes became thinner, but exuded an even more menacing aura. Moo moo Lu. The slime muttered in an unrecognizable language. Above its head, mere meters away, a purple mark suddenly exploded with force. Boom! 20 hardened void spikes shot out simultaneously, like a torrential purple rainstorm, hurtling toward a specific point in the void. Lu Wei's face turned deathly pale in an instant. The next moment, the slender void spikes pierced through the void phantom spider's body, emitting a harsh metallic screech. Squawk! The void phantom spider, now suspended midair, let out agonized cries. Its body was struck by 20 different attacks, though none had yet fully pierced through it. So tough, master. Should I finish it off? Fang Ran's voice remained calm. He could tell that the opponent had genuinely intended to kill his beast. If they weren't holding back, why should he? Crack! With the sound of a spike finally piercing through, Lu Wei's face went ashen, and he collapsed unconscious. The void phantom spider's body was impaled by a pitch-black spike, its venomous essence spreading instantly. While it wasn't immediately fatal, the creature was left crippled. Match over. The scene left the surrounding crowd utterly stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. How did he do that? How did he know where the void phantom spider was? Yeah, I couldn't even see the spider, and suddenly the fight was over in the blink of an eye. This can't be an ordinary slime. It has to be some kind of steer creature. Exactly. The void phantom spider is among the best of the steer beasts. How could it possibly lose to a slime? Maybe his slime underwent some kind of special evolution? The crowd buzzed with speculation, each person trying to make sense of the unbelievable outcome, but no one could provide a definitive answer. Speculations about Fang Ran's second beast swirled as the audience's eyes all focused on him. The young man accompanying Fang Ran was so shocked he was at a loss for words, his jaw practically hitting the ground. A few girls, their bright eyes glimmering with curiosity, couldn't help but whisper to Zhang Buchuan. Hey, Zhang Buchuan, why didn't you invite him to hang out tonight? Zhang Buchuan swallowed hard and replied with difficulty. He wouldn't come. His response immediately filled the girls with disappointment. Fang Ran stepped down from the competition stage, rolling his shoulders lightly. He spoke to his slime. Well done. This time, we're not aiming for first place. As long as we make it to the top 10, that's good enough. Hearing its master's praise, the slime excitedly waved its tentacles, some of which wrapped around Fang Ran's legs before it climbed up onto his shoulder. Fanga, didn't you say you were barely managing to win all your matches? Those nearby who overheard Fang Ran's words fell into a stunned silence. In the distance, Lu Wei and his void phantom spider were being carried away, while Fang Ran secured his spot in the main competition. In the surveillance room, a group of staff members stared in disbelief. They could hardly trust their own Isa slime, an incredibly low-tier pet beast, had actually taken first place in the second beast competition of the Imperial Capital Division. In a competition that symbolized bloodlines and talent, Fang Ran's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Even so, they knew the main competition would be significantly tougher. All the participants in the main event were elites who had emerged from the preliminary rounds. Their beasts were nearly all latest-stage high-tier, with many being shrank, and even Imperial bloodlines were not uncommon. If Fang Ran could claim victory in the main competition, it would be an earth-shattering spectacle. Meanwhile, standing in the background, Hong Zheng's face was dark with fury. He thought to himself, I really lost. I can already imagine the mockery I'll face after this. Fang Ran, could I have made the wrong choice? No, it's impossible. The Void Phantom Spider can still compete. As long as it makes it into the top 10, it won't be a total loss. But deep down, he knew that losing so miserably in the preliminary rounds would inevitably harm his business. After all, Beast Tamers wouldn't care about the specifics of how he lost. They'd only know that the shrank pet beast from his shop had been defeated by a slime. At the same time, in the medical room, Cannon Bro looked at his severely injured pet beast, gently stroking it with his hand as he sighed repeatedly. Doctor, it can be healed, right? He asked anxiously. The doctor replied, don't worry. The Flower Fairy's skill can suppress the spread of the toxin, but it will need at least 10 days of rest. 10 days? Absolutely not. I have to compete in the main event in just a few days. Cannon Bro's pupils contracted, his voice filled with urgency. The doctor calmly responded, unless you don't care about your life. With that, the doctor turned and left, leaving Cannon Bro looking helpless. He had spent 2 years preparing for this competition, all for the chance to enter the Beast Taming Association's special recruitment with his jewel deer beasts. If he couldn't secure the resources from this opportunity, who knew how much longer he'd have to wait? His pet beast had already been stuck at this stage for far too long, just to participate in the second beast competition. Just then, a few people suddenly burst into the room. Cannon Bro. Fang Ran ended up in the same group as Lu Wei. One of them exclaimed urgently. Cannon Bro frowned and asked, what? Fang Ran. Did he forfeit already? He couldn't imagine Fang Ran making a rash decision. Logically, knowing the gap between them and considering his own prior experience, Fang Ran should have made a prudent choice. No, and the match is already over. The reply left Cannon Bro wide-eyed, staring at them in utter disbelief. Is it over? How did that kid do? Cannon Brother asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Although he'd only met Fang Ran a few times, he had a deep respect for the young man who had entered the competition with a slime. Thinking back to his own experience years ago, when he had to take out a loan just to buy an grade pet beast for the competition, Cannon Brother couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. He won. The people around him answered in unison, their voices filled with undisguised shock. Cannon Brother frowned. I'm not asking about Lu Wei, I mean Fang Ran. Fang Ran won, someone exclaimed excitedly. His beast not only defeated the Void Phantom Spider, but also severely injured Lu Wei. Yeah, we just found out that Fang Ran is actually a beast master from the Imperial Academy, another voice chimed in. I thought something was off, someone else added thoughtfully. I saw him attending lectures at the academy before, but I assumed he was just auditing the classes. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but Cannon Brother was utterly stunned. How is this possible? He muttered, his face a mix of disbelief and awe. Fang Ran, who looked to be around 30, was actually only 24. Yet, whether 20 or 30, Cannon Brother couldn't imagine himself defeating the Void Phantom Spider. Only those who had faced it firsthand could truly understand the suffocating terror it wielded. A beast capable of killing an opponent in a single move. How could anyone stand a chance? Tell me exactly what happened, Cannon Brother pressed urgently. Zhang Buchuan eagerly began recounting the battle, though his view had been limited. The Void Phantom Spider suddenly disappeared, and then the slime just pierced right through it, he said, gesturing animatedly. Cannon Brother listened intently, falling into deep thought. As a sharp observer, he immediately realized that the Void Phantom Spider must have been holding back when it fought him. Yet even at full strength, it had been defeated by Fang Ran. But Fang Ran's beast was seriously injured too, Zhang Buchuan added. The battlefield was covered with pieces of that slime. Cannon Brother gently stroked his own injured beast as he analyzed the situation. Of course, no one could defeat a latest-stage high-grade Void Phantom Spider without going all out. Fang Ran slime must have an incredibly advanced skill, possibly at a micro-level of mastery. Otherwise, how could it have broken through the Void Phantom Spider's defenses? Even when my beast used a mastery-level skill, it couldn't crack its armor. It would take at least a grade micro-level skill to pull that off. Have the results been announced? Did anyone make it past the cutoff? Cannon Brother asked. Yeah, some passed, but I didn't, Zhang Buchuan replied, his tone remarkably calm. After all, his goal had only been to make it into the top 100. Falling at 101 would have been far more frustrating. Hearing this, Cannon Brother's pupils contracted. He understood exactly what this achievement signified. Winning every match without a loss meant each battle had been extremely short. Otherwise, the sheer endurance required for consecutive fights would have drained any beast's stamina. Just then, Fang Ran appeared at the doorway of the medical room. You're here too. His gaze swept across the room before settling on Cannon Brother. What happened to your beast? Cannon Brother was caught off guard but quickly responded. Mental damage. It probably won't make it to the main competition. He hadn't expected Fang Ran to show concern for him, considering their interaction had been limited to a few casual reminders and no real assistance. Fixing it in a short time would cost millions at least, Cannon Brother sighed, looking down at his beast, which was panting and writhing in pain. Fang Ran frowned thoughtfully for a moment before asking, is it neurotoxin damage? I can have my beast take a look for you. Xiao Tian's holy power had the effect of burning souls, and the thought that it might alleviate the mental toxins kept circling in Cannon Brother's mind. He looked down at his injured beast companion, his brows deeply furrowed. This injury was so severe that even the Imperial City's medical facility was at a loss in the short term. If he missed this year's competition, the year-long effort he'd put into raising his beast's level would go to waste. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Cannon Brother gritted his teeth and stepped aside. Fang Ran focused his thoughts, and a radiant light of purity blossomed in the medical room as Xiao Tian's figure appeared. Fang God, is this your life-bound beast companion? Zhang Buchuan stared wide-eyed at the angel before him and suddenly realized. No wonder you didn't come looking for me the other night. If I had an angelic beast like this, I wouldn't waste time with common beasts either. An angel? Fang Ran. You're the Fang Ran who ranked in the top 3 in the unified admissions. Cannon Brother suddenly shot up from his chair, stunned as he looked at the young man before him. The image of the prodigy in his memory overlapped with the Fang Ran standing here now. Even in his prime, he couldn't compare to this Fang Ran. Thinking back to the advice he had given Fang Ran earlier, Cannon Brother felt his face flush with embarrassment. Xiao Tian, check it out, Fang Ran said succinctly. Xiao Tian leaned down and gently placed her hand on the injured beast companion. Her clear eyes reflected the toxins spreading through its meridians. As she injected a trace of holy power, the beast beneath her thrashed violently, both from the pain and an instinctive fear of the overwhelming presence. After a long moment, Xiao Tian stood up and said indifferently. Most of the toxins have been removed, but some areas are too dangerous for the holy power to reach. Before her words fully settled, her figure had already vanished. Cannon Brother hurriedly checked his beast companion and found it visibly relieved. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, Brother Fang, thank you so much. If you ever need anything from Zhang Songda, just say the word. Although he knew Fang Ran might not need his help, he felt the need to express his gratitude. I just gave it a try. At most, it should only alleviate the condition. Fang Ran responded humbly. You've already done a lot. At least now, if I spend some more money, there's hope for recovery before the competition. Cannon Brother said with a laugh, his mind replaying the angel's image. That wasn't ordinary healing, it was a far more domineering power. It wasn't so much treatment as it was fighting poison with poison, even more dangerous than the Void Phantom Spider's abilities. After receiving the slime potion, Fang Ran left. Zhang Buchuan and Cannon Brother exchanged glances, and Cannon Brother sighed. Brother Fang doesn't have it easy either. To contract such a cold and aloof angel, he probably has to tread carefully and cater to her every whim. Yeah, nothing to be envious of, Zhang Buchuan said, feeling much better. Just one look from the angel had made him feel as though his life was hanging by a thread. Even if Fang Ran had any thoughts at night, he probably wouldn't dare act on them otherwise. He'd end up as good as a eunuch. That night, after finishing his mental forging practice, Fang Ran opened his eyes. Everything around him became exceptionally clear. Xiao Tian pretending to sleep, the slime's tendrils wrapped around him, and the dampened bedsheets all vividly apparent. And so, another uneventful day passed, and the second beast competition officially began. The next day, Fang Qihua donned his special attire and headed to the competition venue with his aunt to watch the matches. Neither of them had expected Fang Ran to make it into the main competition with just a slime. I've always said my nephew is a beast-taming genius, Fang Qihua said proudly. Fang Qihua quickly put on a pre-prepared t-shirt with the bold words, a pig, printed on it, a unique nickname for a fan of a certain idol. His aunt, standing nearby, watched him cautiously, seemingly a bit uneasy. Relax, auntie. He's just a big fan, like a regular supporter of a celebrity, Fang Ran reassured her. Exactly. Don't you also watch those K-pop idols? Fang Qihua added. After some further explanation, the aunt finally seemed to ease up, realizing that Fang Qihua was just one of the countless fans. Nonetheless, she reminded them, the bedsheets have been sticky these past 2 days. Xiaotian, if you're uncomfortable or unwilling, just let me know. No one can force you. Xiaotian, who was standing beside them, blushed slightly but nodded silently. Fang Ran glanced at Xiaotian's innocent expression and thought to himself, why are you nodding? Auntie, it's because of that slime, not Xiaotian. Slime? Sang Xuelan, who had been observing, looked at Fang Ran with a mix of surprise and disbelief. She had assumed her nephew might have a mild furry obsession, but this seemed to go far beyond her expectations. It wasn't something to be proud of, especially since, while some might understand, it would still attract strange looks. Well, geniuses often have their quirks, she muttered. Xiaotian's beauty, however, made it easier for his aunt to accept. After all, Xiaotian was even more stunning than most celebrities. But the slime situation was undeniably harder to digest. Fang Ran, meanwhile, was desperate to clarify. It's not what you think. If this gets out, and people start saying that the genius from the capital has some weird fetish, how am I supposed to live that down? Seeing Fang Ran growing increasingly anxious, Xiaotian softly said, Master, it's my fault. Please punish me. Fang Ran shook his head. No need. Slime, come out here. With that, she yanked the creature out of her beast space, revealing its true form. Her uncle and aunt were astonished to see that it looked entirely different from before. It seems somewhat humanoid now, Fang Qihua remarked. Not just humanoid, Fang Ran explained. It can transform into other forms too, like Xiaotian, a water dispenser, or even a motorcycle exhaust pipe. As she spoke, she had the slime demonstrate its transformations. The two finally understood. Fang Ran let out a sigh of relief. See? It can turn into a human shape. They nodded with a knowing look, but Fang Ran suddenly felt something was still off. Meanwhile, the second Beast Tamer tournament was being held at a venue chosen for nationwide live broadcasting. Only participating tamers were allowed early access to the competition grounds. At this moment, both tamers and spectators were entering the arena in an orderly fashion, selecting their seats. The best seats at the front, offering the widest view, were reserved for sponsors and several extraordinary beast tamers. Among them were the owner of the Hongzhong pet shop, a few other pet shop owners Lin Qinghuan had previously visited, and some other extraordinary level tamers. What are you doing here? Bai Ning approached a seat and spotted Lin Qinghuan, her tone cold. Why can't I be here? Lin Qinghuan replied nonchalantly, clearly unfazed. She hadn't forgotten the incident of Bai Ning trying to poach someone from her team. Bai Ning's tone remained indifferent. Oh, I see. It's because Fang Ran is competing, isn't it? His talent really is impressive, making it to the main competition. Though her voice was calm, Lin Qinghuan could detect the underlying sarcasm. Seeing that Lin Qinghuan didn't respond, Bai Ning quickly lost interest. A moment later, several extraordinary-level Beast Tamers entered the arena together. The crowd greeted the two individuals and began chatting. One person asked, "I heard, Bai Ning, that you found an excellent protege who won the district championship? Wasn't his name Chen Feng?" Another chimed in, "He's at an advanced mid-tier level, but now he's already at an advanced high tier. He's definitely a strong contender for the championship. He was a candidate for the top spot at the Shanghai Academy last year. He worked hard to join Bai Ning's team." The group exchanged opinions about the contestants they supported. Almost without exception, they mentioned Beast Tamers who had taken class beasts from their pet shops. If a beast from their shop could defeat a competitor's, it would undoubtedly prove that purchasing beasts from their store was the wisest choice. "Lin, who do you support?" Fang Ran asked. Lin Qinghuan pondered silently, a thought crossing her mind. Her words left the group momentarily stunned. Each year, the top 10 talents from the 5 academies were well known to them, but they had never heard this name before. After a moment, they remembered Fang Ran was ranked second in the unified admissions. Could it be that he wasn't first? Had they remembered incorrectly? Among the crowd, Hong Zheng froze, a pang of regret suddenly surfacing in his heart. He recalled Lin Qinghuan approaching him in the past. Could this person be Lin's protege? "What's his second contracted beast?" Hong Zheng asked. "To participate in the second beast competition, its level must be quite high." Bai Ning inquired. "Was it contracted from the market? I heard it cost 35,000? Someone interjected. "That seems a bit cheap." Bai Ning shook her head. "No, it was 35 yuan, not 35,000. The crowd fell silent. 35 yuan. What kind of beast could you get for that price? A slime, perhaps? For a beast purchased at 35 yuan to compete on the same stage as theirs, this was nothing short of miraculous. Who among the contestants doesn't spend at least hundreds of millions nurturing their battle pets to get on stage? Losing to a slime would be utterly humiliating. But on second thought, such a scenario is impossible. After all, their heavily invested pets couldn't possibly lose to a mere slime, could they? Even with 35 points, it might not be enough to break into the top 10. Lin Qinghuan, however, had unwavering confidence in Fang Ran. She recalled how, back in the day, his angel pet had been so weak it couldn't even rival a slime. Yet he still managed to claim the top spot among freshmen at the Imperial Capital Academy. Despite Lin Qinghuan's confidence, the others responded with polite words, but remained skeptical in their hearts. Only Hong Zheng truly understood that Fang Ran was undoubtedly a strong contender for the top 10. Meanwhile, Fang Qihua and Sang Xuelan arrived at their reserved seats. The surrounding spectators were lively and animated, mostly family members of the participating Beastmasters. Rumor had it that the champion's reward could evolve a second beast into an extraordinary level, and everyone was buzzing about the authenticity of this claim. Some believed it to be true, while others noted that even making it into the top 10 could secure sponsorships worth nearly $1 billion. "I wonder if my son can make it into the top 10, a well-dressed woman sighed. Last year, he lost because he faced the champion in the early rounds. The crowd eagerly exchanged thoughts, creating a lively atmosphere. Nearby, an uncle excitedly scanned the area for celebrity faces, while Sang Xuelan, with her keen ears, listened attentively to the discussions. She turned to ask, "Do you think Xiao Ran has a chance of making it into the top 10? Deep down, she knew that resources worth billions were out of their reach. Ever since Fang Ran became a Beastmaster, she had taken an interest in the field and understood just how much investment it took to raise a competitive pet. "The top 10? You do know what a slime is, right?" Fang Qihua replied, clearly having a deeper understanding of the situation. "Don't set your hopes too high. It's already impressive that Xiao Ran made it to the main competition. Most of these contestants are 3 to 4 years older than him." Fang Qihua, with his insight, valued the rare opportunity to be close to the stars. He was determined to make the most of this chance that his nephew had earned for them. A spirit appeared. The audience erupted into gasps, and the atmosphere instantly became electrified. Among the crowd, Yuan Qichuan, wrapped tightly in layers, his eyes gleaming with determination, scanned the area. Finally, his gaze landed on the figure of the elf adorned with luxurious jewelry beneath the large live-streaming screens. Despite being draped in necklaces, she exuded elegance rather than ostentation, her beauty enhanced by the adornments. Yuan Qichuan thought to himself, "Teacher, one day, I will stand by your side." He placed his hand gently over his chest, where beneath his clothing lay a t-shirt with a pig drawn on it, symbolizing his heartfelt intentions. This time, the competition venue wasn't in the usual hunting arena, but in an actual habitat of ferocious beasts. The spirit began explaining the rules in a melodious and soothing voice. The ferocious beasts weren't united. They prioritized their own species. In the valley, a dozen primary evolution fruit trees stood quietly. The more primary evolution fruits a contestant collected, the higher their score. However, participants were only allowed to use their secondary contracted beasts. Using their primary contracted beasts to cheat would not only lead to disqualification, but also a lifetime ban from competitions. The new rules sent the live stream's comment section into overdrive. As a top-tier competition, it consistently drew billions of viewers. Spirit Teacher, if I win the championship, can I take you out to dinner? This time, they're up against real ferocious beasts. That's intense, but it makes sense since Beast Tamers need to adapt to real challenges in the future. The primary evolution fruits were said to shorten evolution time by a month with just one fruit, though the effect varied based on the beast species. The higher the beast's level, the more energy it required to evolve. A single primary evolution fruit could sell for millions, which explained why that area had been restricted earlier. It was all in preparation for the competition. Many viewers, upon realizing this, marveled at the restraint it must have taken to leave those evolution fruit trees untouched. The scene shifted to the outskirts of a valley. Hundreds of beast tamers, accompanied by their contracted beasts, were busy registering their information. Among them, Fang Ran's beast stood out. It was a slime. A slime? This contestant actually made it to the finals with a slime? The spirit was momentarily stunned. It was her first time seeing such a low-level creature in a secondary beast competition. The comment section exploded with activity. Huh, this is going to be fun. Who brings a slime to compete? He must have incredible maneuvering skills or faced only low-level beasts. I bet he won't last 10 minutes before getting eliminated. 10 minutes? You're overestimating the combat power of a slime. Wait a second. Guys, that slime is the one I sold him. I can't believe it made it to the finals. The audience's chatter showed little respect for the beast tamer, as anonymity online allowed for unchecked criticism. Meanwhile, comments recognizing Fang Ran were quickly drowned out. At the venue, as Fang Ran registered, he noticed a few familiar faces: Ding Han, Lu Wei, and that short guy from Iron Tower Academy. He hadn't expected so many of his peers to qualify, especially Lu Wei. Had Lu Wei's Void Phantom Spider already recovered? When Fang Ran's gaze fell on him, Lu Wei turned away, avoiding eye contact. Clearly, Lu Wei hoped their paths wouldn't cross during the competition. After all, being humiliated by a slime in front of a billion viewers would be an unbearable disgrace. Not far away, Ding Han silently glanced at Fang Ran, a trace of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly before releasing them, silently repeating the leader's warning in his mind. This is a critical moment. Avoid stirring up trouble. Chun Feng's gaze also fell on Fang Ran, a wave of bitterness surging in his heart. Not long ago, he had applied to join Bai Ning's team through the Beast Tamers Association, only to be rejected for being unsuitable. What stung even more was the realization that Bai Ning had been reserving this spot for Fang Ran all along. This discovery dealt a severe blow to his self-esteem. He clenched his fists tightly, thinking to himself, once this competition is over, Senior Bai will surely see that choosing me is the right decision. Brother Fang. Cannon Brother strode over to Fang Ran, a smile on his face. How's your beast recovering? Fang Ran asked. I spent some money, and it's ready to compete, Cannon Brother replied with a grin before his expression turned serious. Try not to go after the evolution fruits later. There will definitely be a lot of fierce beasts guarding them. Let others fight it out, and our ranking will naturally rise. His advice was based on years of experience in competitions, something he never shared even when others offered to pay for it. Fang Ran nodded slightly. Understood. Cannon Brother continued to caution him. Facing fierce beasts alone is dangerous. Even if you win, you'll likely get injured. This competition is all about endurance. Moments later, a beast tamer stepped forward to announce the rules. All the fierce beasts here are of high tier late stage, with no lord-level beasts present. In case of danger, you may summon your lifebound beast, but doing so will result in immediate elimination. He then began distributing watches. Once you obtain an evolution fruit, you can record it on the watch. After putting on their watches, the participants set off immediately at the beast tamer's signal, rushing toward the depths of the valley with their beasts. With only a limited number of evolution fruit trees around a dozen, the fruits were first come, first served. Master, let's go too. Slime wriggled with all its might, but moved far too slowly, eventually clinging to Fang Ran to hitch a ride. Fang Ran calmly analyzed the situation. Cannon Brother is right. There will definitely be a large number of fierce beasts gathered around the fruit trees. Even if they get there first, they won't be able to take the fruits right away. Suddenly, he realized an advantage. Slime's mimicry ability could help them evade the first wave of attacks. Not only could they conserve energy, but the fierce beasts might even end up acting as their bodyguards. This scene was broadcast live to the audience, sparking a flurry of comments. Is this guy here for sightseeing? He's walking so leisurely. Smart move, better to play it safe and aim for a decent ranking. He might even make it into the top 50. Just don't let him actually win any rewards. Even a slime can compete in the main event. If I'd known, I would have joined too. Keep dreaming. Once the fruits are gone, everyone's going to start eliminating the weaker ones. That last comment jolted everyone. While the primary goal was to grab the fruits, if they failed, the next phase would inevitably be a brutal fight to eliminate any competitors who could threaten their rankings. Minutes later, elimination reports began flooding in, with several beast tamers falling to the claws of fierce beasts in a short time. Meanwhile, Fang Ran was just now leisurely reaching the depths of the valley. Fang Ran glanced down at his watch. The screen displayed his ranking 97. This meant someone had been eliminated, most likely defeated by ferocious beasts. Fang Ran mused to himself that in this survival-of-thefitist world, only the strongest creatures could endure. Most beasts' evolutionary paths were not particularly powerful, and combined with a lack of combat experience, they were easily eliminated. However, this was not an issue for Fang Ran. His contracted beasts had optimal evolutionary paths, making them the apex predators in the wild. At that moment, the live broadcast showed a clash between a few beast tamers and feral beasts. As Fang Ran had anticipated, those who tried to flee the fastest became targets and had no choice but to summon their life-bound beasts to protect themselves. Only prodigies with scrayed beasts could hold their ground against the feral creatures. On screen, a strange humanoid creature clad in iron armor and wielding a black energy-coated long blade appeared before Ding Han. In just over 10 minutes, it had slain the beasts guarding the fruit tree and claimed the 3 evolution fruits hanging above. Only 3. Ding Han frowned, thinking to himself. After all, there weren't many feral beasts in this area, just 3 or 4 at the mid-high level. Encountering a late high-level beast would mean even the Oni warrior would be locked in a prolonged battle. Meanwhile, others were also targeting evolution fruit trees guarded by a small number of beasts. Chen Feng, once a prodigy from Shanghai, also had an inscribed bloodline beast. Yet, in Fang Ran's eyes, Ding Han was more impressive. His Oni warrior was one of the most formidable scrayed beasts. Still, none of them dared to risk attacking the larger fruit trees directly. Isn't that obvious? Those trees are guarded by 2 late high-level beasts. Anyone who tries would just be throwing their life away, someone remarked. Ling, who was monitoring the live chat activity, noticed the audience's interest in the slime and suggested to the director, switch the camera to that slime. The next moment, the live feed showed Fang Ran and the slime clinging to him. It's Xiao Ran. Sang Shualan whispered. Whose kid is this? Handsome enough, but why did he contract with a slime? Exactly. The second beast is crucial. If it were me, I'd take out a loan to get my son a good beast. No matter how tough things are, you can't let your kid suffer. Contracting a slime in this competition? How embarrassing. The group of older women chattered away. Sang Shualan, feeling awkward, nudged Fang Qihua with her elbow. You're still laughing? Your nephew is about to get eliminated, and you're just sitting there grinning. Fang Qihua chuckled in response. Why panic? Xiao Ran isn't in any real danger. Besides, people need to know their limits. However, he had overheard their comments, and deep down, it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Look, he's surrounded by feral beasts. A few startled exclamations drew the attention of his aunt and uncle back to the screen. Surrounding Fang Ran were 3 beasts that had been stalking him for some time. They revealed themselves 3 snow-white, long-armed ape-like creatures, bearing saber-toothed tiger-like fangs as they fixed their gaze on Fang Ran. These were saber-toothed white apes, mid-high-level beasts with unknown abilities. The introduction read, a powerful clan of white apes guarding the fruit trees. With 3 mid-high-level feral beasts encircling Fang Ran, his aunt and uncle held their breath in suspense. After witnessing the Beast Masters battle earlier, everyone understood how formidable these ferocious beasts were. Could Xiao Ran, the small slime clinging to Fang Ran, really take on 3 of them? However, Fang Qihua seemed calm and composed. Don't worry, with Xiao Tian around, Fang Ran won't be in any danger. And indeed, that was the case. Fang Ran wasn't worried about the slime, but rather that Xiao Tian might emerge from the beast space on its own when there was no immediate danger. Don't hold back. Use your full strength, Fang Ran instructed, knowing that only by ensuring his absolute safety could he prevent any unexpected incidents. However, his luck seemed less than ideal. Had wandered a bit too close to the Tree King. One of the extraordinary beast masters remarked, surrounded by 3 mid-tier high-level beasts. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Ran's beast is also only mid-tier high-level, right? The previous beast masters who were eliminated accidentally stumbled into this area. Perhaps he might have a chance to escape since they're only guarding the primary evolution fruit. Binding commented. To them, Fang Ran's elimination seemed inevitable, so they didn't feel much concern. Only Lin Xinghuan furrowed her brow slightly, while a glint of excitement flashed in Hong Zheng's eyes. If he's eliminated, all the better. It'll mean 1 less contender for the top 10. At that moment, the slime on Fang Ran's body dropped to the ground. In the next instant, purple mucus spread out like a river, engulfing the 3 ferocious beasts in an instant. The sticky substance clung to their bodies, making their movements exceptionally sluggish. Roar! The 3 saber-toothed white apes let out furious roars, charging at Fang Ran from 3 different directions. Phantom stings. From the slime's body, 20 long phantom stingers lashed out in all directions, targeting the 3 saber-toothed white apes simultaneously. Meanwhile, within the slime-covered area on the ground, numerous smaller, venomous slimes began to emerge and crawl toward the beasts. Boom! The saber-toothed white apes smashed the ground, shattering the terrain around them. They grabbed onto the phantom stingers with their hands and yanked forcefully. The slime was stretched into the shape of an octopus. Its dozens of phantom stingers pulled taut. Focus on one first, Fang Ran reminded, and the slime's original body emerged from the mass. Controlling the remaining stingers, it launched a fierce attack at the weakest saber-toothed white ape. Harden. 7 of the phantom stingers reinforced themselves in midair, twisting together before piercing through the ape's chest in an instant. Even a height-year late-phase void phantom spider couldn't withstand such an attack, making it all too easy to break through the saber-toothed white ape's defenses. Thud. Gene points 3. A notification sounded as one saber-toothed white ape collapsed, lifeless. Roar. The remaining 2 apes went berserk, their bodies enveloped in a layer of yellowish-brown energy as they charged recklessly at the slime. However, the previously slain saber-toothed white ape suddenly jerked upright, as if corroded, leaping between the 2 sides. Its pupils glowed a deep purple, and it stood motionless, like a marionette awaiting orders. This scene left the 2 enraged beasts stunned, and even the spectators watching the live broadcast were momentarily speechless. Everything had happened so quickly that their minds couldn't keep up with the events before the outcome was already decided. In less than 30 seconds, Fang Ran had turned the tide of the battle, going from a disadvantage to a commanding position. Well, what kind of creature is this? One spirit's pupils trembled slightly. The 2 saber-toothed white apes let out furious roars, suddenly realizing the situation, but were blocked by the 3rd companion charging recklessly into them. For the moment, they couldn't break through the line to approach Fang Ran. This fleeting opportunity was the perfect moment for the slime to unleash its abilities. It repeatedly stacked void spirit marks, and even without triggering an explosion, it caused the 2 saber-toothed white apes to rapidly lose stamina. Soon, they were completely incapacitated and unable to continue fighting. Once the saber-toothed white apes were utterly weakened, the slime extended its translucent tentacles, fully enveloping the body of one of the beasts. In less than a minute, the massive body was entirely digested and absorbed. A breakthrough-level devouring ability, but unfortunately, its uses are limited and it only restores stamina, Fang Ran murmured to himself. Sure enough, after the devouring was complete, the daughter of the Void Sea, who had been gasping moments earlier, straightened up again. Although its form was naturally soft and fluid, it was now clear that it had regained most of its strength. Can you devour these 2 as well? Fang Ran asked, pointing at the remaining beast corpses. The daughter of the Void Sea shook its head. No, master. They're too large. Digesting them would take too much time. Besides, you wouldn't want to see me waddling into battle with a bloated belly, would you? It playfully patted its abdomen as it spoke. Fair enough. Still, leaving them here would be such a waste. Let's store them in the beast taming space, Fang Ran said with a wave of his hand. Instantly, the 2 ferocious beast corpses vanished, stored away in the ever-expanding space that grew with Xiao Tian's increasing power. In the audience, even the well-informed transcendent beast tamers were baffled by Fang Ran's beast. Is that really a slime? Those tentacle-like things, I've only ever seen them on eerie, otherworldly creatures. In the transcendent beast tamers section, Lin Qinghuan's eyes widened as she fixated on the creature displayed on the screen. She searched her memory but couldn't recall any creature resembling it. Take a photo and send it to the family for investigation, Bai Ning quickly instructed. With the resources of her family, uncovering the truth shouldn't be too difficult. Meanwhile, the transcendent beast tamers around them were already embroiled in heated debates. Defeating 3 mid-high level ferocious beasts at the same time and emerging victorious? That ability to manipulate corpses is clearly a trait of dark creatures. Could he have joined the Divine Beast Society? Impossible, someone countered. He was recommended by Lin Qinghuan herself. Everyone knows she despises the Divine Beast Society more than anyone. Lin, are you seriously telling us this beast was bought for just 35 coins? You must be joking. This beast is at least Shrankmabe, it even has imperial blood. Faced with the barrage of questions, Lin Qinghuan remained silent. Meanwhile, the live chat was in complete chaos. Whoa, slimes are this powerful. I thought the combat power ratio between beasts and ferocious creatures was 3-to-1. Why does it feel reversed? Who told you that? An A-ranked beast, after proper evolution, can go unknown with a creature of the same level. It just usually ends up severely injured even if it wins. But Fang Ran just went 1v3. Could it really have imperial lineage? How is that possible? Slimes are supposed to be at most a rank, right? Everyone was talking at once, expressing their disbelief. Their earlier words now felt like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. He won. Fang Qihua was stunned. He had already prepared himself for Fang Ran's elimination, but instead, Fang Ran had turned the tables and won? Meanwhile, his aunt was overwhelmed with excitement. The women who had been making snide remarks earlier instantly fell silent. Though they didn't understand much about beast tamers, they knew what this scene signified. This wasn't an ordinary contracted beast, it was one of an extremely high rank. They had completely misjudged the situation. At that moment, after devouring the saber-toothed white ape, the daughter of the Void Sea began attempting to transform into its form. With the support of its breakthrough-level mimicry ability, it could not only replicate the creature's appearance, but also imitate some of its skills. Moments later, a lifelike saber-toothed white ape appeared, and behind it followed 3 identical copies of the same creature. This sight left everyone utterly baffled again. "Master, hide inside my body," the daughter of the Void Sea suggested. "How would that even work?" Fang Ran frowned. But in the next second, several tendrils grabbed him and pulled him into its body. This scene nearly made Lin Qinghuan's heart stop. After all, dark creatures were notoriously prone to losing control and attacking their masters. But then, remembering the angel's presence, she calmed down. Inside the creature's body, Fang Ran found himself surrounded by a viscous liquid that maintained a respectful distance from him. Nearby was the daughter of the Void Sea's true form. It could replicate both appearance and movement with just its body. "Wait, is this like piloting a mecha?" Fang Ran said in surprise. From where he was, he could barely see the outside environment. However, due to the limited space needed to maintain the form, part of the daughter of the Void Sea's body was coiled around him, and he could even catch a faint, peculiar scent from the viscous liquid. Moments later, as the disguised group advanced, Fang Ran finally laid eyes on the massive fruit tree. The tree bore nearly 20 evolution fruits. Surrounding the enormous tree were a dozen saber-toothed white apes standing guard. Atop the fruit tree, a colossal white ape, more than 3 times the size of an ordinary saber-toothed white ape, was sound asleep. Saber-toothed Ape King. Level: Advanced, Late Stage. Skills. Description: the king of saber-toothed apes, endowed with the power of gigantification, capable of summoning numerous saber-toothed white apes. Evolution Fruit Tree. Level: None. Skills: None. Description: a millennium-old evolution fruit tree that bears fruits rich in immense energy. 2 sets of data appeared before Fang Ran's eyes. A fruit tree was considered a living being. Could it be contracted? The thought crossed Fang Ran's mind. However, contracting a non-combat beast would only add unnecessary mental strain, wouldn't it? With so many ferocious beasts around, it was no wonder no other beast tamers dared to approach this place. As soon as the slime got close, several saber-toothed white apes approached, sniffing it sharply. Though they didn't linger for too long, they kept circling near the corpses controlled by the slime. To be safe, Fang Ran left a few corpses behind as a distraction, allowing the slime to bring him closer to the fruit tree. So many evolution fruits. If the slime ate them all, it could at least reach the advanced late stage. Fang Ran's eyes lit up with excitement. But suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Primary evolution fruit. Age: 17 years. Would you like to prepay for additional years? On a fruit tree towering as high as a multi-story building, hung over a dozen translucent, pale yellow fruits resembling apples. These were primary evolution fruits. Fang Ran whispered, explaining that these trees absorbed the corpses and blood of ferocious beasts, periodically producing energy-rich fruits that attracted many beasts to roam nearby. Clearly, the saber-toothed white apes had claimed this area as their territory. Observing the number of beasts nearby, any other beast tamers approaching would likely face immediate attacks. However, this tree bore the largest quantity of evolution fruits Fang Ran had ever seen. He thought to himself, perhaps it's worth trying to borrow some time. After all, the Ape King is still asleep. All right, the daughter of the Void Sea responded excitedly, maneuvering her illusionary form closer to the tree trunk. Perhaps because she had brought along a few minions earlier, she wasn't stopped, and even the sleeping Ape King didn't notice that its subordinates had been replaced. Whoosh! A tentacle extended silently, swiftly snatching a fruit. Her speed was incredible. The fruit was tucked away in her body before anyone could notice. After all, these high-level beasts did not possess particularly sharp senses. Fang Ran looked at the translucent yellow fruit in his hand, and after his watch scanned it, his score increased by 1 point. He then attempted to borrow time in advance. Borrow 10,000 years. No response from the system. Borrow 9,999 years. Still no response. 1,000 years. Again, no response. After repeated attempts, Fang Ran finally found the limit. Borrow 96 years. The system responded, stating the years were successfully borrowed, with the maximum limit reached. The advanced evolution fruit now had an age of 113 years, with a remaining debt of 96 years to be repaid with future evolution fruits. At that moment, the evolution fruit in Fang Ran's hand underwent a dramatic transformation. Its surface became even more radiant, exuding a faint glow and a mesmerizing fragrance that filled the narrow space. The allure of the advanced evolution fruit was immense, so much so that Fang Ran couldn't help but swallow nervously. However, he resisted the temptation, knowing that consuming it would result in certain death due to its overwhelming energy. Perhaps only when Xiao Tian reached the monarch level would he be capable of handling it. Nearby, the slime stared at the fruit with wide, glowing eyes but managed to suppress its desire. Fang Ran commented, "Slime, Xiao Tian's evolution is more important than yours right now. Here, evolve sooner to prepare for the battles ahead." He handed the fruit to the slime. It hesitated for a moment before resolutely opening its mouth, engulfing Fang Ran's hand along with the fruit, and discreetly absorbing the evolution fruit into its body. Fang Ran was momentarily stunned. Do all slimes eat like this? Then again, slimes have a tough time surviving in the wild, so they naturally wouldn't waste any energy. Gulp. As its stomach acids digested the advanced evolution fruit, the energy transformed into a warm current spreading throughout its body, making it shiver involuntarily. This feels amazing. It had never experienced such pure energy before. The warm current stimulated its body, causing its cells to divide at an accelerated rate. Ah! The slime let out a soft hum, its disguised form trembling slightly, almost revealing itself. The advanced evolution fruit had at least sped up its evolution by a year. It was clearly growing stronger. Fang Ran could feel the power flowing through the slime and into himself. The surge of energy left it clinging to Fang Ran, breathing lightly. Fang Ran instinctively extended a hand to comfort it, feeling its grip tighten. Meanwhile, viewers watching Fang Ran stealthily steal an evolution fruit without harm were instantly abuzz. Is that even allowed? Isn't it cheating? Some questioned. Others argued that the slime's disguise ability was part of its natural talent, making it a rare creature. After all, disguise was a skill, not cheating. Exactly. This competition is set in a completely wild environment. So how can this be considered cheating? Another viewer chimed in. In the global livestream's chat, a knowledgeable individual explained, according to the rules, as long as you obtain an evolution fruit and log it into the watch, it counts for points. The method of obtaining it is unrestricted. She glanced at the creature on the screen, finding it hard to believe. She had seen creatures with disguise abilities before, but their scent or demeanor would usually give them away. This slime's disguise, however, was flawless. Even if she were present on site, she doubted she could tell which was real and which was fake. With so many evolution fruits, this tree was bound to become a focal point of conflict. An extraordinary beast tamer remarked, maybe he should let his beast consume the evolution fruits immediately after logging the points? Primary evolution fruits could be consumed at a rate of 1 to 2 per day by high-level beasts, but this tree had at least a dozen or 2 fruits. If Fang Ran got too greedy, he risked being discovered by the Ape King or drawing the attention of other beast tamers, which would be disastrous. Lin Qinghuan shared a similar sentiment. At least Fang Ran now had a shot at breaking into the top 10, or maybe even aiming for first place. However, she doubted it. Even if he managed to pluck all the fruits, it might not be enough to surpass others. Besides, stealing just one fruit had nearly gotten him caught. Taking them all would definitely provoke the saber-toothed white ape clan into a deadly pursuit. With his mid-high level strength, there was no way he could fend off so many beasts at once. As time passed, several smaller fruit trees had already been stripped clean by other beast tamers, and their evolution fruit count soared. Notably, Ding Han had collected over 20 evolution fruits, putting him in first place. Securing first place would almost guarantee his promotion. Ding Han's eyes glinted. These 20-plus fruits were enough to push his pet beast to the next stage. He might even have a chance to attend a world-class academy and become a member of the Beast Tamer Guild. However, his ultimate goal was to enter a world-class academy with the best resources, and a dazzling resume was essential for that. Back at Fang Ran's location, after consuming and digesting one advanced evolution fruit, the slime glanced at the tree again, still craving more. Wait, take it slow. Don't rush, Fang Ran said. Remember, for every fruit you take, you must leave one behind, Fang Ran reminded. Before he could finish his sentence, a nearly imperceptible shadow darted by, and the slime's tentacle snatched the first evolution fruit with lightning speed. The slime clung close to the tree roots, skillfully extending a thin, elongated tendril. It moved silently along the shadows of the bark's grooves, its trajectory perfectly avoiding the beast's blind spots. Its actions were so swift that they were almost impossible to detect. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 evolution fruits had already been quietly plucked, each replaced by a flawless replica crafted from the slime's own body. Master, these fake fruits will only hold their form for an hour once separated from me, the slime reminded. That's plenty, Fang Ran replied with a satisfied nod, his gaze marveling at the counterfeit fruits hanging from the branches. The replicas were astonishingly lifelike, so much so that even he couldn't tell the difference without witnessing the process firsthand. You can tell which ones are real and which are fake, right? Fang Ran asked, concerned about accidentally mixing them up during collection. The slime nodded lightly. Yes, I can sense it. It gazed intently at Fang Ran's face, a warm feeling welling up inside. Once a creature that could barely find enough to eat, it now had access to these rare evolution fruits, all thanks to the master before it. Deep within, the slime silently made a vow to protect its master at all costs. It recalled the siblings who had been captured by humans during its youth, and a grand wish formed in its heart to one day return to Wind City and rescue its kind. However, with its current strength, such a goal seemed unattainable. Even asking for Fang Ran's help would only burden him further. Suddenly, a thought struck the slime. Those king-level and emperor-level beings could protect entire clans with their immense power. If it could ascend to that level, it wouldn't need to trouble Fang Ran anymore. I'll become a king-level creature, the slime blurted out without realizing it. Ambitious, but for now, let's focus on stealing the peaches, Fang Ran said softly. Embarrassed by its outburst, the slime became slightly shy, but its movements grew even quicker. Moments later, under the very noses of several saber-toothed white apes, every fruit on the evolution fruit tree had been flawlessly swapped. 17 evolution fruits, quite the haul. Let's move and block the exit, Fang Ran commanded. On it, the slime sprang into action, leaving the tree roots and heading toward the starting point. The saber-toothed white apes barely gave it a glance before losing interest. Behind them, the saber-toothed ape king shifted slightly in its sleep, undisturbed. Fifth Place, there's plenty of evolution fruits elsewhere too, Fang Ran mused as he sat atop his towering mech, his eyes fixed on the evolution fruits floating within the slime. As long as the fruits weren't actively consumed, they could be perfectly preserved, just as they were under his care. Repay the debt. With Fang Ran's command, 96 years' worth of evolution fruits were repaid. In an instant, 7 fruits vanished from the slime's body. Of course, Fang Ran had already scanned them beforehand. At that moment, a business idea struck Fang Ran. If I can repay the debt in batches, doesn't that mean I could buy large quantities of lower-grade evolution fruits, then exchange them for higher-grade ones and sell them for profit? For extraordinary-level Beast Tamers, consuming basic evolution fruits has minimal effects. Only advanced evolution fruits can significantly enhance a pet beast's cellular activity. As a result, high-grade evolution fruits are exorbitantly priced, often costing 10 to 20 times more than basic ones. Fang Ran proceeded to select a basic evolution fruit and advanced its evolution years. After several attempts, he successfully pre-advanced 79 years of evolution, obtaining an advanced evolution fruit. At that moment, his remaining debt was to repay the 79 years of evolution advanced. After a series of actions, Fang Ran was left with only 2 basic evolution fruits and 1 advanced evolution fruit that emitted a faint glow. This fruit was crystal clear and appeared irresistibly appetizing. Fang Ran decided to evolve the slime to an advanced late stage, believing it would give him the confidence to seize more evolution fruits. After all, those Beast Tamers were not easy prey to be taken lightly. The slime hesitated at first. Although it was eager to consume the fruit, its owner's favoritism made it anxious. In the beast space, Xiao Tian naturally overheard its thoughts and responded coldly. At least you have some sense. Forget about clinging to the master earlier, I don't need it. Perceiving Xiao Tian's inner thoughts, Fang Ran reassured the slime, leading it to finally accept the fruit. After consuming the remaining evolution fruit, the slime began to feel drowsy and lethargic. Unable to maintain its disguise, it reverted to its natural state, clinging to Fang Ran as it prepared to evolve. Fang Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, seeing that Fang Ran had managed to earn points without injury, his uncles and aunts were thrilled and expressed their delight, exclaiming how wonderful it was. The evolution fruit had already been recorded, so even if Xiao Ran were to be robbed later, he would still secure a spot in the top 10. They speculated whether Xiao Ran had anticipated this when contracting the slime. Their mood was exceptionally good, especially Fang Qihua, who understood the implications this was worth at least tens of millions in resources. However, someone remarked that it might just be luck and that Xiao Ran could lose everything if someone else took it later. Contracting a slime just to fight for some resources seemed like an unwise choice. That's no ordinary slime, another person interjected. It previously killed 3 fierce beasts in a rout, didn't you see that? At this, the dissatisfied women immediately fell silent. At this point, the live broadcast shifted to another scene. Several Beast Tamers had joined forces, led by Ding Han and Shen Feng, with a few others following closely. They were heading toward the territory of the saber-toothed white ape. Don't worry, there are at least a dozen evolution fruits there. There's only one advanced latest-stage ape king. Once we get the fruits, we'll divide them evenly, one of the Beast Tamers assured the group. All of them were advanced latest-stage tamers. All right, Ding Han nodded. He and Shen Feng had roughly equal numbers, and the area guarded by the saber-toothed white ape was the key to determining the top 3 rankings. However, Ling suddenly froze in realization. Were they seriously heading toward the saber-toothed white ape? That place, that fruit tree, had already been stolen by Fang Ran. All that remained was an enraged ape king and its furious group after discovering the theft. Unaware of this, the group of beast tamers pressed on, never imagining that the fruit tree guarded by the saber-toothed white ape could have been so easily plundered. You guys distract the ape king, while Chen Feng and I go pick the evolution fruits. Ding Han decisively issued the command, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Once we have the fruits, We'll divide them based on contribution. These fruits are enough to push you into the top 20, maybe even the top 10. The group quickly reached a consensus. For them, the opportunity to improve their rankings was already a rare chance. As for the first place, they tacitly left it to the more powerful Chun Feng and Ding Han. The Beast Tamers immediately led their respective beasts toward the flanks to carry out the plan. Ding Han clenched his fists as his ghost warrior stood ready, dark energy swirling ominously around it. Beside him, Chun Feng summoned his Biasta purple gold Kirin. The creature, with its body covered in shimmering purple scales, its wolf-like head, tiger-like body, and snake-like tail, was a striking and unforgettable sight. This purple gold Kirin looks incredibly valuable. I wonder how it compares to my ghost warrior, Ding Han thought to himself. His ghost warrior had been cultivated by the Divine Beast Society using forbidden techniques, making its combat power superior to some beasts with traces of imperial bloodlines. In a competition without beasts possessing pure royal blood, this gave him a significant edge. It's starting. Chun Feng gave a low shout. Sure enough, the saber-toothed white apes ahead began to grow restless, and even the ape king, perched atop the massive fruit tree, raised its head warily. Though Chun Feng was briefly surprised that their teammates could successfully lure away the ape king, there was no time for hesitation. Purple gold charged toward the tree. Chun Feng leaped onto the back of the purple gold Kirin with ease. Ghost warrior, attack. Ding Han followed closely behind. In an instant, a swarm of saber-toothed white apes surged toward them. The ghost warrior's blade flashed with deadly precision, and white light streaked through the air as beasts fell one after another. The purple gold Kirin was equally unstoppable, its claws sweeping through the enemies with overwhelming force. Against these relatively weaker beasts, the two Scrayed advanced-level beasts displayed a crushing dominance. Hurry up, the ape king could return at any moment. Chun Feng urged as he directed the purple gold Kirin to leap into the air, the ground cracking under its immense power. Ding Han frowned slightly at the sight, but pushed himself to keep up. However, the disadvantage of the ghost warrior being unrideable became glaringly apparent. Chun Feng reached the fruit tree first and quickly plucked the first evolution fruit. While Ding Han was still catching up, Chun Feng deftly collected more than a dozen fruits and stashed them all away. With the task completed, he exhaled deeply, a confident smile spreading across his face. With these fruits, first place is mine, Chun Feng thought with excitement. Glancing up at the camera high above, his expression turned serious yet self-assured. Senior Bai, did you see that? You made the right choice. I, Chun Feng, am the true champion of this competition. A confident smile spread across Chun Feng's handsome face, as if he could already see his victory. Yet at this moment, Bai Ning gently touched her forehead, her eyes filled with worry. You foolish child, you've been tricked. The extraordinary beast tamers present exchanged uneasy glances, knowing this situation wasn't their fault. They could only blame Fang Ran for being too cunning. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream shared the same sentiment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered everyone's thoughts. A slightly smaller but unusually fluffy white ape descended from the sky, its gaze immediately locking onto the bag in Chun Feng's hand. Upon spotting the evolution fruit inside, it let out a piercing howl, its cry echoing in all directions. In an instant, countless saber-toothed white apes burst from the forest, many of them at early high-tier strength, while some were merely ordinary level. The petite white ape moved like a phantom and appeared right before Chun Feng. Bang! Chun Feng struck it with a claw attack powerful enough to instantly kill an ordinary white ape, but the sound of metal clashing rang out instead. High-tier late stage, it's the mother ape king. Chun Feng's heart sank as adrenaline surged through him. Enraged by the pain, the mother ape king's fur bristled like sharp swords, rapping toward Chun Feng. Ding Han, I still have the evolution fruit. Let's take it down together. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the ghost samurai had already charged in. With a flash of its black blade, it cut through the air, severing the onslaught of white fur. The two clashed fiercely, locked in an evenly matched battle. This sight left Chun Feng deeply shaken. That ghost samurai. It's even stronger than my purple gold Qilin. What are you standing there for? Run. If the ape king returns, it'll be too late. Ding Han barked with a frown. Only then did Chun Feng realize that the ape king was being held off elsewhere, unable to arrive in time. As the ghost samurai's blade slashed toward the mother ape's eyes and the smoke from the purple gold Qilin obscured the view, the two of them seized the opportunity to flee the forest, vanishing in an instant. The mother ape king roared furiously, dispersing the smoke in a fit of rage. Not long after, when the saber-toothed ape king discovered that all the fruits on the tree had been taken, its fury reached new heights. The entire forest echoed with the enraged cries of the apes, sending countless fierce beasts scattering in fear. They knew that even a passing dog wouldn't escape unscathed in such a situation. Back in the live stream, viewers watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but comment. What kind of expression will Chun Feng have when he learns the truth? It's over. The Ape King will stop at nothing to hunt them down, especially since it saw them put the evolution fruit in the bag with its own eyes. What about Fang Ran? Isn't he going after the evolution fruit? Does he even need to? Making it to the top 50 is already enough. His beast is only mid-tier high level. In the history of this competition, achieving a top 50 or even higher ranking with a mid-tier high-level beast is unheard of. Look at what Fang Ran is doing, someone reminded, snapping the others back to attention. As the central figure of this competition, the camera naturally focused on him more. The scene shifted, showing Fang Ran and his slime companion. Did you know about string games? Fang Ran sat on a smooth rock, idly playing with a piece of rope woven from the body of a slime. This unique rope, once solidified, was far more durable and reliable than an ordinary one. He skillfully looped the rope around his fingers and demonstrated a simple game to the slime. One person pulls the string and the other flips it. If the string tangles or falls apart, you lose. As he spoke, he gave a brief demonstration. I get it. The slime's eyes gleamed with excitement. Fang Ran gestured for it to get ready and then flipped the rope over. Your turn. The slime extended 4 tendrils, effortlessly hooking the rope. Just as Fang Ran thought the rope would unravel instantly, something astonishing happened. The rope remained perfectly suspended on the slime's tendrils, defying logic. Wait, what? You can do that? Fang Ran froze, incredulous. That's cheating. This heartwarming scene was fully captured on the live broadcast. Meanwhile, on another part of the screen, a group of Beast Tamers was desperately fleeing from the pursuit of the Ape King. Their beasts were all injured to varying degrees. This is way too dangerous, someone gasped, struggling for breath. The combined strength of the Ape King and the Ape Queen far exceeds that of the advanced late stage, not to mention their ability to command so many saber-toothed white apes. As they ran, they glanced at Chen Feng, who was holding the evolution fruit. Even Ding Han couldn't help but steal a look. Take out the evolution fruit so we can each scan it once, someone suggested. The points only count when they're officially recorded. Chen Feng readily agreed, but as he opened the bag, his smile froze. Ding Han leaned in for a closer look, only to find that the bag was empty except for a puddle of purple slime. Where's the evolution fruit? The group exclaimed in shock. They had risked their lives battling the Ape King, all for these evolution fruits that could boost their rankings. After some investigation, their eyes ultimately fell on Fang Ran. At that moment, Fang Ran was strolling toward them, accompanied by the humanoid purple slime. With a simple gesture from Fang Ran, the slime raised its hand, and the evolution fruits leaped out of the bag, merging into its body. Fang Ran, you dare mess with us? Ding Han growled through clenched teeth. Mess with you? Not really. Fang Ran replied nonchalantly. I thought the apes had taken them. He had originally brought the slime to spar with the saber-toothed white apes, but instead, he had run into them. Now, hand over the evolution fruits you have as well. Give them to me. The slime echoed, mimicking Fang Ran's tone. The arrogance in their demeanor darkened the faces of the senior students. You don't seriously think that, as an advanced mid-stage beast tamer, you can take on all of us at once, do you? Ding Han sneered, stepping closer as his ghost swordsman followed, gripping its blade tightly. Zijin Qilan, go and take back the evolution fruits. Chen Feng commanded. At this point, defeating Fang Ran was the only way to salvage their dignity. In the live broadcast, viewers were buzzing with discussion. Fang Ran might have miscalculated this time, a spiritual entity remarked. Even if his opponents are injured, the numbers are still against him. Not smart at all, Xiao Ran. Fang Qihua stood up anxiously. Watching Fang Ran climb from elimination to the top 50 and then the top 10 had been gratifying, but now his actions seemed reckless, as if he were courting disaster. Lin Qinghuan appeared thoughtful. Perhaps Fang Ran never intended to settle for just the top 50. Her words drew a complicated look from Bai Ning, who stood beside her. Don't forget, he can control the corpses of those white apes. He's not fighting alone, Bai Ning reminded. Her remark sent a ripple of realization through the extraordinary beast tamers present. Several quickly pulled out their phones, hastily making calls. Meanwhile, Hong Zheng felt a bitter taste in his throat. He began to question whether rejecting Lin Qinghuan back then had been a mistake. Not only had he distanced himself from an extraordinary beast tamer, but he might also have missed out on supporting a potential champion of the beast taming tournament. Impossible, Hong Zheng roared internally. He's only at the advanced mid-stage. The gap is too large, unless he's already advanced to the late stage. But that was clearly impossible. Nothing could allow a beast tamer to skip years of evolution. In his mind, as long as Fang Ran was eliminated, it would prove that his choice had been the right one. Roar! A deafening roar erupted in the air. Before anyone could react, several figures of saber-toothed white apes suddenly darted out from beside Fang Ran. Their stiff movements encircled the slime, emitting deep growls. Discovered? No, it's controlling these corpses with its beast. Ding Han's face darkened as he revealed the truth. His words sent a chill down the spine of every beast tamer present. Controlling 3 saber-toothed white apes simultaneously. A single thought flashed through their minds. If they ate that fruit, would they also be controlled? Attack. Its beast is only at mid-level advanced. Several beast tamers, unwilling to back down, launched their assault together. At that moment, streams of purple slime suddenly surged from the ground, enveloping the attackers in an instant. Fang Ran had anticipated this and had the slime activate its domain ability as soon as they arrived. Cursed slimes emerged one after another from the ground, their twisted facial features seemingly screaming in silent agony as they charged madly toward the beasts. It's cursed slime. Don't let it touch you, someone shouted in alarm. The ghostly samurai brandished its blade, slicing the slimes into halves one by one. But suddenly, a sharp tentacle lashed out, forcing it to block hastily. Clang! The tentacle was deflected, and only then did Ding Han see clearly this particular slime had 20 sharp spines writhing on its body, guarded by the 3 saber-toothed white apes, with countless cursed slimes surrounding them. The sight made his pupils contract. How is this possible? How can a slime evolve to such a degree? Ding Han muttered in disbelief before shouting, "Ghost Samurai, release your armor." In an instant, a purple ghostly aura enveloped the ghost samurai. Its armor dissolved into a phantom-like form, and even its blade grew significantly larger. Its speed surged, but every time it severed a tentacle, the slime regenerated instantly. As the battle dragged on, the beast's injuries worsened. "Our attacks are useless, but it can pierce through our defenses," Chen Feng remarked, frowning as he commanded his purple gold Qilin to block incoming strikes. "We've already spent too much energy fighting the Ape King earlier." The tension among the group deepened. This level of power had surpassed the range of a mid-level advanced beast and rivaled even the late advanced tier. "We have to engage it up close." The beasts charged forward, only to be immediately blocked by the saber-toothed white ape's corpses. The slime seized the opportunity, instantly hardening its tentacles to precisely pierce the hind legs and shoulders of several beasts. Though it avoided fatal areas, it rendered them incapable of fighting. "If you don't want to get hurt, stay back. Next time, I won't hold back," Fang Ran warned coldly. His words shook the resolve of several beast tamers. Indeed, now that the evolution fruit had been obtained, there was no need to fight to the death. "I surrender. I'll give you 3 evolution fruits for scanning, just don't attack." One by one, people began withdrawing from the battlefield. The pressure on the slime eased, but Fang Ran knew that if it hadn't subdued its opponents in time, his own stamina might not have lasted much longer. Only now did he realize he had underestimated these beast tamers. He had thought their injuries were severe, but it turned out half of them had been feigning weakness. Ding Han and Chen Feng were clearly severely injured. This was no surprise, as they were the only 2 who had directly confronted the ferocious Ape King and Ape Queen Hedon. "How much longer can you hold on?" Fang Ran asked. "Half an hour," Slime replied curtly. "Plenty of time." Sure enough, within just a few minutes, most of the beast tamers could no longer withstand the pressure and withdrew from the battlefield one after another. On the battleground, only Ding Han, unwilling to give up, and Chen Feng, waiting for the right moment to strike, remained. "Grab their evolution fruits," Fang Ran quickly reminded. Slime immediately extended its tentacles, sweeping up the evolution fruits from the pockets of the beast tamers who had just retreated. The tamers, though both shocked and furious, dared not utter a word for fear of being pulled back into the line of fire. 32 fruits. Fang Ran was astonished by the sheer number. "Eat a few to recover your strength." Hearing this, Slime promptly stuffed 2 evolution fruits into its mouth and began to digest them. This sight darkened Ding Han's expression further, while Chen Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A single low-tier evolution fruit worth millions was being eaten so casually? What pained them even more was that the combined value of the evolution fruits they held amounted to 60 or 70 million. Fang Ran glanced down at his watch, confirming his current ranking as 3rd. Looking up toward the distant, trembling forest, he thought to himself, "It should be soon." Sure enough, a few minutes later, with a thunderous boom, a massive figure descended from the sky, landing firmly behind Ding and Chun. When they turned around, they were met with the sight of the enraged Ape King, nostrils flaring white mist, and the petite Ape Queen perched on its shoulder. "Quick, hide," Fang Ran whispered. Slime immediately increased the density of its body, using its purple slime to completely conceal the evolution fruits inside. Roar! The moment the enemies met, their fury ignited. The Ape Queen let out a piercing screech, leaping down to join the Ape King in an aggressive assault on the 2 men. In an instant, the surrounding trees were obliterated, and the ground was left riddled with craters. Ding and Chun could only suffer, bitterly convinced that the Ape King believed they had stolen the evolution fruits. It ignored Fang Ran entirely. Even if they tried to explain now, it would likely be futile. If the beasts had any intelligence, they wouldn't have let Fang Ran get away with the fruits in the first place. "These 2 really have been holding back," Fang Ran observed quietly, particularly impressed by Chen Feng. This man could hold his own against the Ape Queen, fighting a high-tier beast to a standstill, a testament to his exceptional skill among humans. "Should I lend a hand?" 30 evolution fruits per person, Fang Ran proposed. The two men frowned deeply at his words. 30 fruits? That was an astronomical price for assistance, equivalent to 30 or 40 million. Fang Ran's arrogance was infuriating. Besides, wasn't their predicament entirely his fault? How could he have the audacity to make such an offer? They would rather die than seek help from Fang Ran. Don't blame me. How was I supposed to know you'd go after those evolution fruits? Fang Ran thought to himself, feeling that the situation was purely coincidental. Still, he couldn't help but feel relieved. If any of them had been at full strength, he wouldn't have stood a chance. In the blink of an eye, the two men were visibly struggling, their breaths growing labored. As time passed, their beasts sustained heavier injuries, while the blood-soaked ape king and queen seemed to grow even fiercer. At that moment, a large number of saber-toothed white apes, summoned by the ape king, began surrounding them from all sides. Chen Feng's expression finally changed. He shouted, "Brother Fang, save me. Go." With Fang Ran joining the fray, Chen Feng felt an immense weight lifted off his shoulders. He glanced at Fang Ran's companion beast and couldn't help but think, is this really a slime? No way. Moments later, under the seamless cooperation of their companion beasts, the massive body of the saber-tooth ape king crashed to the ground. Gene Point 7. As the ape king fell, the slime swiftly snatched the evolution fruits from its pocket, 31 in total. Fang Ran casually tossed one to Chen Feng and stored the rest in his companion beast's space. The slime then used its devour skill to absorb the ape king's body, restoring a significant amount of stamina. It moved over to the injured mother ape, who was severely wounded. Without hesitation, the slime struck her down as well, earning another 6 gene points. After collecting the points, Fang Ran instructed the slime to take Ding Han's evolution fruits, as well 42 of them, far exceeding expectations. Fang Ran was pleasantly surprised and asked, wasn't it supposed to be 30? Ding Han frowned and replied, that was the hiring price. This is robbery, different rules. Robbery? The slime tilted its head, looking at Fang Ran in confusion. Fang Ran lightly knocked on its head. Don't go picking up bad habits. The slime retorted, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm over 20. Fang Ran froze for a moment, then asked, over 20? That makes you older than me. Hearing this, Ding Han felt a pang in his chest, his mind racing. There's no way I'm winning this tournament. The first place prize is crucial for my plans, especially the steer skill. A trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, the viewing arena was enveloped in an unprecedented silence. Fang Qihua slowly stood up, his hands trembling as they gripped the railing. First place? Xiaoran actually got first place. As someone well-versed in the world of Beast Tamers, he knew just how significant this achievement was. First place? What's the prize? Fang Ran's aunt asked, though her tone revealed she didn't fully grasp the magnitude of the achievement. Fang Qihua explained, this is a national-level beast taming competition. It's a huge stepping stone for Xiao Ran, whether he wants to join the Beast Tamer Guild or even attend a world-class academy in the future. You wouldn't understand. Even the rewards for making it into the top 10 exceed 100 million. Hearing this, the aunt was finally struck by the gravity of the situation, her mouth agape in shock. Over 100 million? That's more money than I can even count. Fang Qihua added. Of course, the money can only be used for cultivating a second companion beast. He sighed in relief, knowing that Fang Ran wouldn't have to worry about financial constraints. Clearly, his nephew had everything planned out. Around them, many people changed their attitudes and began congratulating the pair, eager to align themselves with Fang Ran. Even the women who had gossiped about him earlier now looked uncomfortable, wishing they could disappear. Not far away, a group of extraordinary beast tamers watched the screen in silence, their gazes intense. Lin Qinghuan, however, wore a satisfied smile as she listened to the stream of compliments. Lin, you've really picked a good student. With him on your side, imagine how many people will be begging to join you. Exactly. Winning first place in the secondary beast competition using just a slime, this hasn't happened in a decade. The group marveled at the feat, still in disbelief. Lin Qinghuan replied modestly, it was just good luck. He ran into a few opponents who were already injured. Another extraordinary beast tamer added, injuries aside, he dared to snatch resources right under the nose of a high-tier beast. That takes real guts. Lin Qinghuan's mood soared. She felt grateful for her decision to support Fang Ran so wholeheartedly back in Yuqing. Helping someone in their time of need truly paid off. Not far away, Bai Ning clenched her delicate hands tightly, her knuckles turning white. As an extraordinary beast tamer herself, she couldn't understand why Fang Ran had rejected her personal invitation. What does Lin Qinghuan have that I don't? She wondered. Bai Ning had always relied on her status to attract people, but Fang Ran seemed immune to her influence. Just then, a message notification interrupted her thoughts. She picked up her phone, her foul mood quickly replaced by intrigue as she read its contents. We've discovered something. It's a purple creature, but not a slime. Records suggest it's a being from the Void Sea, thought to be extinct. Legend has it that the Void Sea's ruler disappeared long ago. Some even speculate these creatures disguised themselves as slimes to evade their enemies. Bai Ning's mind raced. Could Fang Ran have stumbled upon a runaway princess from the Void Sea? Impossible. Or maybe he's discovered a unique evolution method. His angel is unlike any other angel beast I've seen. Two have something to do. They'll take my leave, murmured Hong Zheng, forcing a bitter smile. He barely managed to suppress the metallic taste rising in his throat. Once he reached the restroom, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Back in the audience, Yuan Qichuan, dressed in a pig costume, frowned slightly. Fang Ran, I didn't expect you to win the championship. He thought to himself, does this mean he'll have to dine with a spirit creature? The mere thought made his vision blur, and he nearly fainted. Meanwhile, Fang Ran was casually counting the evolution fruits in his hand, completely unaware of the chaos his actions had caused outside. Including his earlier gains, he now had 106 low-tier evolution fruits. At 1,000,000 each, that totaled. Fang Ran took a sharp breath. How much is this? The slime asked curiously. Fang Ran replied, a lot. If I convert them into high-tier evolution fruits, they'll sell for even more. This tournament had earned him at least 200 million in resources. Not only could he stop worrying about the slime's needs, but he could also exchange the fruits for money to purchase skills for Xiaotian. The moment the final results were announced, the entire competition venue fell into a brief silence. All eyes were glued to the screen, hearts racing. As the rankings slowly scrolled across the display, it felt as though everyone had stopped breathing. First place, Fang Ran, 139 points. Second place, Ding Han, 52 points. In that instant, Fang Ran's championship was firmly secured. Suddenly, the live broadcast erupted into a frenzy. Countless comments flooded the screen like a blizzard, each brimming with shock and excitement. Wow, Fang Ran is from Yuqing. Same city as me, I've actually seen him before. I told you, he bought his beast from my stall. Haha, and him Fang God's long-lost sibling. Where are all these relatives coming from? A slime won the championship? That's insane. Incredible. Guess the beast shops can close down now, everyone's gonna start contracting slimes. Most of the commenters were ordinary viewers. To them, no matter how extraordinary Fang Ran's beast performed, it was still just a slime. That fact couldn't be changed. Thus, the competition quickly became widely known as the legend of the slime that crushed steer beasts to win the championship. The news spread like wildfire, becoming a hot topic of conversation at dinner tables, in offices, and on construction sites. Even Yi Ling, the host, couldn't hide her astonishment. As the sponsor of the competition, she had paid particular attention to the potential champion. She had expected it to be Chen Feng, her personal favorite, but instead, Fang Ran had emerged victorious. Fang Ran ranked second in the national exam, top freshman at the Imperial Academy. Yi Ling read the information her assistant had gathered, her brows slightly furrowed. So he's just a freshman? Yes, the assistant confirmed with a nod. What's even more surprising is that he skipped 3 grades at the Advanced Beastmaster Academy and participated in the national exam as a high school freshman. At this, even Yi Ling couldn't help but swallow nervously. A Beastmaster with such extraordinary talent was the kind of person all creatures dreamed of serving. In just over a year, he had surpassed years of progress made by other prodigies. We suspect it might be linked to his mutated ability. He was once tested to have an steer talent, the assistant added. Steer? Yi Ling raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Yes, but the testing device could only measure up to steer, the assistant said meaningfully. This piqued Yi Ling's interest further. A talent exceeding steer would certainly explain his beast's rapid evolution. Invite him to the banquet, Yi Ling decided without hesitation. But the banquet is for extraordinary beastmasters. Would it be appropriate to invite a Lord-tier beastmaster? The assistant hesitated. Do you think he's unworthy? Yi Ling asked, her brows knitting together. Not at all. I'm just worried the extraordinary beastmasters might disapprove, the assistant explained. At this, Yi Ling's expression softened, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You don't need to worry. They'll likely welcome him with open arms. As the champion of the second Beastmaster tournament, Fang Ran's talent is undeniable. Reaching extraordinary tier is only a matter of time for him. Meanwhile, outside the competition venue, the rankings had already been announced. A leading Beastmaster scanned the crowd and declared, the rewards for this tournament will be distributed after all participants' beasts have been tested for various metrics. The atmosphere on-site grew complex. Some Beastmasters hung their heads, clearly disappointed with their results, while others were already calculating how to allocate their impending rewards. Among the uninformed spectators, curiosity and intrigue about Fang Ran began to grow. Is it him? The freshman from the Imperial Academy. He's the champion? What about Chen Feng and Ding Han? I remember Fang Ran is just a new student, isn't he? I've even seen his slime. Could it be that the slime really isn't ordinary? Discussions buzzed all around as everyone's eyes turned to the young figure, wondering what secrets lay behind the rise of this unexpected genius. Wow, and steer skill. I've never seen an steer skill before. Many around cast envious glances at Fang Ran. Wang Yin from the Iron Tower Academy sighed inwardly, realizing the growing gap between himself and these prodigies. Fang Ran's strength was likely already among the top 3, if not the very best, of their academy's new recruits. Even in competitions between the 5 great academies, Fang Ran wouldn't easily be defeated. Chen Feng listened to the crowd's chatter and shook his head helplessly. He understood well that a second beast companion was just Theta's second beast companion. Ultimately, the strength of a beast master was determined by their primary beast. Still, thinking this way was partly to console himself. A loss was a loss. He took it in stride and didn't dwell on it too much. Compared to a secondary beast companion, what truly mattered to him was whether he could secure a permanent position in the Beastmaster Association. Ding Han's eyes were hollow and lifeless. He had given everything for this, even stooping to serve as a pet for that ferocious beast, only to end up like this. Brother Ding, don't lose heart. You've already joined the Beastmaster Association. Does first place even matter? His fellow Beastmasters from the same school tried to comfort him. Your primary beast is close to reaching the extraordinary rank. That's what really counts. Second place isn't bad either. At least it comes with resources worth billions. However, these words sounded grating to Ding Han. His gaze drifted to the distance, where Fang Ran stood surrounded by numerous competing Beastmasters, all top talents from the 5 great academies and other prestigious schools. They were eagerly trying to get closer to Fang Ran, hoping to add him as a friend. Knowing the competition's champion was, to them, a badge of honor. Nearby, a slime creature watched the crowd warily. No one dared to approach or touch it. This slime was too bizarre. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was almost like a ghost from a horror movie. Encountering it at night would surely scare someone half to death. Just then, a car pulled up in front of the crowd. A few individuals stepped out, approached Fang Ran, and handed him an invitation. Beastmaster Fang, our boss invites you to a dinner party. With that, they left without another word. Fang Ran opened the invitation, which bore the signature of Ling. She's inviting you to a dinner party? Seriously? The crowd exclaimed in shock. Isn't she that famous celebrity? I've even seen her movie-ish stunning. But she wasn't just a star. Rumor had it she had lived in human society for decades, reached the late extraordinary rank, and even earned amnesty from the Beastmaster Association. It was said that she was highly respected among extraordinary-level Beastmasters. Her invitations were typically reserved for those of the same rank. Fang Ran securing first place must have been the reason she made an exception this time. The onlookers were filled with both curiosity and envy. Invitations from such esteemed figures underscored how much they valued Fang Ran. On top of that, they might even get to meet the goddess-like figure many of them had dreamed about. It was surreal to think that someone they'd only ever seen on screen was now so close. She really invited me? Fang Ran felt a tinge of excitement. In his previous life, he'd rarely seen celebrities in person, and now he was actually going to meet one. It was impossible not to feel a little thrilled. However, he quickly calmed himself, resolving to face it all with a level-headed attitude. When Fang Ran returned home, his uncle and aunt were overjoyed, especially after learning that he had been invited by a spirit. His aunt prepared a lavish meal, while his uncle, full of envy, only asked Fang Ran for an autograph. Initially, he wanted Fang Ran to sign his shirt, but his aunt quickly shot him a glare. Instead, she handed Fang Ran a black outfit she had bought for him. Once he put it on, Fang Ran looked even more sharp and spirited, prompting Xiao Tian to glance at him a few more times. Xiao Tian thought to herself, can I not go? But she worried Fang Ran might withhold her rewards. Fang Ran shook his head, knowing that declining an invitation from a sponsor might lead to some trouble. Xiao Tian decided to accompany him, and before long, she changed into a new outfit prepared for Fang Ran. Although it was one size too large, her figure made it look remarkably well-fitted. That evening, Fang Ran arrived at the designated location. After presenting the invitation, the doorman led him into the grand hall. Along the way, Xiao Tian couldn't help but glance at Fang Ran repeatedly, her heart brimming with admiration. At the banquet, surrounded by numerous extraordinary Beast Tamers, Fang Ran quickly spotted 2 familiar faces, Lin Qinghuan and Bai Ning, each engaged in conversations with different tamers. The moment Lin Qinghuan noticed Fang Ran, she waved enthusiastically. Fang Ran, over here, she called, introducing him to the group. This is Fang Ran, the champion of the second beast taming tournament. The crowd's attention shifted to the golden-haired girl standing nearby, making Fang Ran appear even more radiant in her presence. Lin Qinghuan then asked, and who is this? Fang Ran proudly replied, Xiao Tian, my life-bound beast. Hearing this, the people around couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Although many fierce beasts attended the banquet, most of them were humanoid, as only humanoid beasts could better integrate into human society. The host of the banquet was a spirit, a beast from the elf clan who had lived in human cities for a long time. These beasts understood the importance of mutual support. Xiao Tian gave a slight nod without saying much, while Lin Qinghuan turned to Fang Ran and said, you did well this time. Fang Ran curiously asked, Senior, what are the rewards for first place? Lin Qinghuan replied, about 500 million in resources, not cash, but things like recipes, exclusive evolution potions and fruits, as well as top-tier beast tamers who will design an evolution path for your companion beast. Fang Ran understood that the actual value of the evolution path might not be as high as it seemed on the surface. He eagerly asked, "When will these rewards be distributed? Every second delayed is a waste of my evolution time." Just then, a clear and melodic voice interrupted. "If you're willing, you can have them now. But don't you think the chance to dine with me is even more precious?" A spirit, dressed in a strikingly revealing outfit, walked gracefully toward them, stopping beside the group. Her skin was as fair as jade, her lustrous hair captivating, and her pointed ears especially eye-catching. Being teased by such a creature would make anyone's heart race. Fang Ran couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." She was far more stunning than she appeared on television. No doubt, her beauty was partly due to her natural charm and partly due to the benefits of evolution. Xiao Tian, standing silently by his side, muttered, "My master doesn't have time. Just take the rewards and leave." Her expression remained stoic, but Fang Ran could sense her restraint. A spirit glanced at her and exclaimed, "Your beast exudes a divine and lively aura. With the right packaging, it could surely bring in a fortune." Moments later, another spirit chimed in with a suggestion. She ran a company specializing in scouting and nurturing individuals with exceptional charisma. In her experience, angels were often aloof and arrogant, as if they stood above the rest. Yet, Xiao Tian was different, radiating a restrained yet fierce energy akin to a Tigeran aura typically seen only in the purest and most advanced beings. Becoming a star? I remember Senior Lin's beast was once groomed for that, Fang Ran suddenly recalled, a spark of interest lighting up in his mind. It seemed like a lucrative opportunity, but only if Xiao Tian's safety could be guaranteed. We can discuss this later. For now, let me show you the prize we've prepared for you, a spirit said with a smile, leading Fang Ran to a warehouse. As long as your secondary beast reaches the advanced late stage, you can apply for Lord-level evolution materials, with a quota of up to 5 scrade materials. Other materials will be supplied without limit, with a total value of nearly 1 billion, one spirit explained. Fang Ran looked puzzled. Only 5 scrade materials? 5 is already quite generous. Even the most advanced evolution paths rarely require more than 5 scrade materials, the spirit reminded him. Each piece of Lord-level scrade material costs nearly 10 million. Did you think they were as common as cabbages on the street? And there's also the evolution potions. She stepped forward, and a vine extended from her hand, opening a metal cabinet emitting cold air. Inside, rows of frosty vials were neatly arranged. These evolution potions, made from the essence of ferocious beast bloodlines, each contain energy equivalent to months of absorption. There are 10 bottles here, with a total value of 100 million. Fang Ran nodded as he looked at the potions, his calm demeanor surprising the spirit slightly. "Follow me. Next, they'll show you the training methods and exclusive skills for your beast," the spirit said. Moments later, she led Fang Ran to an area where 3 scrolls were stored. These 3 grade skills are particularly suitable for a slime-type creature. We selected them specifically for you. Hearing this, Fang Ran curiously picked up the scrolls and put them away. "If the skills don't work out, you can exchange them with us," the spirit reminded him. Slime creatures had limited skill options, and they weren't certain about the capabilities of Fang Ran's beast. As for the slime's evolution method, they had enlisted a king-tier beastmaster to conduct research. It wouldn't be long before they identified a suitable evolution path for the slime. Evidently, Fang Ran's champion status had left them scrambling, as many rewards meant for champions seemed less practical for him. To make up for the shortfall, they'll also transfer an additional 20 million to you, the spirit added. "What about scrade skills?" Fang Ran asked. "Here, scrade skills are incredibly challenging to master. Even if you attempt it, it will require considerable time and patience," the spirit explained before leading Fang Ran deeper into the facility. Glass skill. Fang Ran couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Beside him, Xiao Tian tilted her head curiously and asked, "Senior Ling, what criteria are used to classify its glass skill? Call me Izeria, or by my human name Feng Ling." As a being living among humans in the city, she willingly revealed her true name to Fang Ran, a clear sign of her trust and recognition. The group walked through the corridor and arrived at the vault. After an iris scan, the metallic doors slowly opened. At the center of the room, on a raised platform, lay an ancient scroll, quietly exuding a mysterious aura. "Destiny's Melody," Feng Ling introduced solemnly. "This is a glass skill created by one of the 12 archangels. Each archangel possesses king-level power." The scroll gradually unfurled, revealing an image of a 12-winged celestial being. Intricate networks of energy coursed through her body, seemingly brimming with boundless life force. Xiao Tian was immediately captivated by the image, falling into deep thought. Standing to the side, Feng Ling patiently waited and explained to Fang Ran. "Memorizing these intricate patterns typically takes months. Even among the angelic race, very few can master this skill. But don't worry, you can come here every day to study it at your own pace. With your talent, it likely won't take you months to learn. They all knew that Xiao Tian, as a low-ranking angel, would need to put in extraordinary effort to fully grasp such a skill. However, something astonishing suddenly occurred. Xiao Tian resonated strongly with the skill scroll, and a divine halo appeared out of nowhere. The figure within the scroll trembled violently, as if resisting the halo's influence. In an instant, a surge of green holy energy flowed out from the scroll, merging with Xiao Tian's halo and forming a brand new cross-shaped star. Xiao Tian opened her eyes, her gaze now glowing with the radiance of sacred flames. A new skill had already integrated itself into her being. This jaw-dropping scene left Feng Ling stunned. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed, You actually absorbed the holy energy left by the Archangel. Every skill's essence contains a portion of its creator's energy, and you just took it. Judgment Solar Wheel upgraded. New data flashed before Fang Ran's eyes. The Judgment Solar Wheel had advanced, prompting him to wonder. Could this skill require absorbing all the Archangel's holy energy to fully evolve? I have already learned it. Let's go, Xiao Tian said shyly, tugging at Fang Ran's sleeve, as if the extraordinary event just now had been nothing more than a minor mishap. All right, let's head back. Before leaving, Fang Ran didn't forget to take the evolution potion and 3 class skill books. He'll return them once I've mastered them. Fang Ran decided to stop relying on materials and instead purchased some Thunder Tribute Beast meat to bestow Thunder abilities upon his slime. He opened the Beast Tamer Association's shop and spent hundreds of thousands to buy a piece of Thunder Tribute Beast meat. With its devouring ability, the slime would surely absorb the Thunder attribute from the meat. Master, my tentacles are electrified. The slime excitedly wiggled its 2 tendrils, their tips sparking with lightning. Yang Yongxin, are you turning into the Thunder King? Fang Ran joked as he looked at it. Who's Yang Yongxin? Is that the name you gave me, Master? The slime looked at Fang Ran with anticipation. No. Fang Ran quickly corrected, not wanting to associate his slime with the Thunder King. He'd have nightmares sharing a bed with it. The slime's disappointment was palpable, as if not having a name meant it hadn't been fully accepted by its master. Well, calling you slime doesn't seem quite right either. Let me give you a name, Fang Ran said after a moment's thought. Under the slime's expectant gaze, he continued. Since you're a slime, I'll call you Nian Nian. It sounds like sticky in Chinese. How about that? Fang Ran knew his naming skills were limited, and coming up with a pet name was already a challenge. In the past, his aunt and uncle had tried giving Xiao Tian a human name, but she had been indifferent to all of them, except for the quirky nickname Fang Ran had come up with. Hee. From now on, my name is Nian Nian. The slime smiled brightly, looking as adorable as a little girl, though its ghostly appearance reminded Fang Ran of a wandering spirit. Master, about what she mentioned before regarding the celebrity, Xiao Tian glanced at Nian Nian and suddenly spoke up. I'm not going. Fang Ran shook his head and refused outright. Xiao Tian hesitated. Although she saw how Nian Nian had brought Fang Ran many resources, she didn't want to waste her master's efforts. Fang Ran's unwillingness to let her take risks warmed her heart. Fang Ran turned around and retrieved some preserved meat and gelatinous substances from a delivery box. This is an Srank recipe, specially prepared for slimes. Devour it and practice a few skills. Once you evolve to your limit, it'll help you advance further. Nian Nian nodded enthusiastically. As a slime capable of continuous evolution, it had already surpassed many creatures. Upon reaching the Lord level, Nian Nian hesitated about whether to tell Fang Ran about Wind City. Its heart was uneasy, but it didn't dare to speak up. Also, the evolution potion is extracted from the essence of beast blood. You should be able to absorb various attributes from it, Fang Ran said, taking out a bottle of potion. When he opened the cap, cold air immediately billowed out. Open your mouth. The colorless liquid flowed into Nian Nian's mouth, bringing a searing sensation that quickly spread through its body. The essence of the beast was incredibly potent, stimulating Nian Nian's cells, while the Srank recipe's beast meat was almost entirely consumed within half an hour. At this pace, Nian Nian could reach the Lord level within 2 or 3 days. By then, with 2 Lord-level beasts under his command, Fang Ran's chances of becoming an official member of the Beast Tamer Association would significantly increase. The next day, Fang Ran arrived at the Imperial Academy, as usual. As soon as he entered the campus, he found himself the center of attention. In the training grounds of the Imperial Capital Academy, Fang Ran had become the center of attention. Brother Fang, you're amazing, a few beast tamers from the same grade exclaimed in awe. You secretly entered the beast taming tournament and even won first place. I watched the whole thing and could hardly believe it was you. They curiously asked, where did you get your slime? Can you share some details? Just at the market. Head west of the capital, to the outskirts where the pet beast shops are, Fang Ran replied in detail, and the group nodded repeatedly. How much did it cost you? One of them asked. 35, Fang Ran answered. 35,000 or just 35 bucks? Another person asked in surprise. Well, either way, compared to what we spent, it's a bargain. That cheap? They looked puzzled. Well, I guess it makes sense since it's just a slime. The real issue is the evolution materials. Fang Ran, getting a slime to evolve to this level must have cost a fortune. Yeah, slimes might be cheap, but the materials for evolution must be ridiculously expensive, right? The group began to hesitate. As long as you have the right materials, even the weakest slime can evolve, Fang Ran explained, though he refrained from mentioning the forbidden materials by name. Hearing this, the Beast Tamers felt as if the sky had fallen. Those steer materials were either extremely rare or absurdly expensive. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to just buy and steer beast? At that moment, they finally understood why Fang Ran was able to win the tournament championship with a slime. After running a few laps around the training grounds, Fang Ran returned to the classroom. The moment he entered, countless pairs of eyes focused on him, and whispers filled the room. Several girls glanced his way and giggled softly. Fang Ran walked over and sat down next to Xinyun. Beside her, Lei Tianren couldn't help but marvel. I can't believe you actually got first place. I thought you were just giving it a shot, but you went all the way and won. Just lucky, Fang Ran said modestly. This time, there weren't any competitors with imperial bloodlines, so I got lucky. But even if there were, the result would probably be the same. This comment seemed to provoke by Ling Shuang and Tai Jiuxin, who were sitting in the front row. There's no such thing as just luck. You have to trust in your own strength. Bai Ling Shuang said firmly. I'm going to catch up to you soon. Xinyun, on the other hand, looked determined. Her fire butterfly was already close to advancing to the mid-lord level, and she had even contracted a second beast. Currently ranked 21st, with consistent and rigorous training, she could reach the late lord level or even advance to the extraordinary level by her third year. Let's train together when you have time. My grandpa told me to find you more often, Xinyun said, blushing slightly as she seemed to recall her grandfather's words. Sure, that works. Xiao Tian and the others could use a few opponents at the same level, Fang Ran agreed. As the two of them were discussing, a figure walked into the classroom. It was Yu Baojun. Greetings, everyone. His voice silenced the room instantly. I've proposed to your principal that I take over as your instructor for a while. He agreed without hesitation. So for now, I'll be your main course teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, the students exchanged glances, their thoughts unanimous. This is incredible. Having a sovereign-level beast tamer as their teacher was an absolute privilege. And, Yu Baojun continued, this year's final exam will be set by me. His words made everyone sit up straight, anticipation filling the air as they awaited the lessons to come. The year-end assessment is crucial for their promotion. Failure would not only lower their rankings, but could also prevent them from advancing to their sophomore year. Now that they've reached the Lord level, they can no longer stay sheltered in the academy. The greenhouse nurtures flowers that lack resilience. This time, the test is all about practical combat. It'll grant each of you access to accept a mission. In the Beast Tamer Association, teams of up to 5 people can take on tasks. The higher the level and difficulty of the task completed, the higher the ranking score. The top 50 will be promoted directly to their sophomore year, while the top 3 will be recommended by me as official members of the Beast Tamer Association. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom erupted in excitement. Becoming an official member of the Beast Tamer Association is a crucial step toward entering the World Academy. The resources and privileges that come with it are things every beast tamer dreams of. However, the difficulty of the missions is not to be underestimated. In severe cases, lives could even be at risk. How about we take on a level mission? Just guarding a mining site should be easy enough. But what if someone else takes on a level mission? Won't they surpass us? Someone muttered. Level missions have seen countless casualties among beast tamers every year. I've even heard of several beasts perishing in them. Let's not rush to skip a grade in the first half of the year. A level mission is safer and still pays well. Discussions broke out, with some starting to strategize before even accepting any tasks. Advancing to the sophomore year early means getting ahead in the sophomore ranking rewards, which are far more generous than those for freshmen. But this time, the difficulty is exceptionally high. It's a challenge issued by a king-level beast tamer. Many began to feel that the allure of such tasks might not be worth the risk. Although king-level beast tamers are experienced, their standards are far beyond what most can meet. You should all learn from Fang Ran. He's only a freshman and is already a trainee member of the Beast Tamer Association. As Yu Baojun's words fell, a silence spread among the beast tamers. Indeed, Fang Ran, who had enrolled with them, was already a trainee member of the association. This guy was simply on another level. Damn it, he'll take on a level mission. Who's with me? Let's form a team of 5 and pick a few tasks to tackle right now. Seeing the crowd roused into action, Yu Baojun finally smiled. Fang Ran, on the other hand, was astonished, thinking to himself, wow, with just a few words, he's managed to motivate everyone so intensely. Fang Ran, you should also take on a mission above level. That way, in a month, your contribution points will be enough for full membership, Yu Baojun reminded him as he walked over. A month. Fang Ran remembered that full membership in the Beast Tamer Association didn't happen this quickly. That's right, The timeline has been moved up. But most of your competitors' beasts are dual lord level, many of which are latest stage lords. You need to level up your second beast quickly, Yu Baojun explained, then added with a hint of praise. You're smart to participate in the second beast competition to earn resources. However, with the timeline compressed, it was incredibly difficult to raise the slime to the same level as those prodigies in such a short time. Moreover, that angel was only a mid-stage lord. Facing latest stage lords with just 1 month to prepare was nearly impossible. Just do your best. After all, there will be many opportunities to achieve full membership. You're already far ahead of your peers, Yu Baojun said, offering unreserved praise. This was true. Currently, in the Imperial Academy, only Fang Ran and Bai Lingshuang had been nominated for admission. Bai Lingshuang had the resources and reputation of the Bai family backing her, while Fang Ran had achieved this purely through his own strength. A group of girls enthusiastically invited Bai Lingshuang. Lingshuang, let's form a team together. Tasks from the Beast Tamers Guild were indeed more suited for team efforts. Yu Baojun also encouraged everyone to work together, seriously reminding them, the highest level of access I've granted you only goes up to level. The mortality rate for tasks above a level is far too high. Fang Ran curiously asked, what's the difficulty of a level task? Shun Yun quickly explained, level tasks usually require 10 Lord-level Beast Tamers to complete, and the historical casualty rate is less than 10. Her grandfather, though not a member of the guild, was acquainted with many people within it. Lei Tianren added in a solemn tone, tasks above level carry significant risks. 4 level tasks involving king level or extraordinary level beasts, the casualty rates are 30 and 27, respectively. This meant that for every 10 king-level beast tamers undertaking a level task, 3 might lose their beasts or even their lives. Yu Baojun nodded silently, his expression turning grim. Lei Tianren is right. I've participated in level tasks before. He seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and chose not to elaborate further. Lei Tianren, feeling invigorated by the praise from the king-level beast tamer, maintained a stoic appearance, scratching his head as if it were merely itchy. He understood that being mentioned was already an honor. As for becoming an apprentice like Fang Ran, he didn't hold out much hope. After all, Fang Ran was an anomaly, excelling even after skipping levels and managing to train a mere slime into a beast capable of overpowering level opponents. Not long after, a girl ranked 13th shyly approached Fang Ran and asked expectantly, Fang Ran, do you still need someone on your team? Fang Ran politely declined. Sorry, I already have someone in mind. The girl looked visibly disappointed. Fang Ran knew in his heart that since old Shun had asked him to look after his granddaughter, he couldn't refuse. Besides, Shun Yun had a great personality, was ambitious, and had entered school the same year as him. If not for meeting Fang Ran, she would undoubtedly have been groomed as a prodigy. If old Shun did have deeper intentions, Fang Ran considered it a win. Even if not, treating her like a sister wouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Bai Lingshuang and Tai Juxin hadn't joined any teams. With the backing of their families, they were more than capable of hiring professional teams to help them complete tasks. For them, advancing levels, or even entering the Beast Tamers Guild was a simple matter. The rejected candidates murmured among themselves. Looks like he plans to join a random team on his own. Sigh, it's a shame he's not teaming up. He might be overconfident in his abilities. Isn't he taking Xinyan with him? I heard she's climbed to the top 30 in rankings. I'm ranked higher, and even I got turned down. Their words carried a hint of resentment. Noticing the hostile gazes around her, Xinyan awkwardly said, if you're only teaming up with me because of my grandfather, there's no need to insist. Fang Ran paused for a moment before replying firmly, that's not it. It's purely because of you. Hearing this, Xinyan's face instantly flushed red. So, where are we heading now? Xinyan asked. Fang Ran decisively responded, to the Beast Tamers Guild. By then, many Beast Tamers had already set out for the guild, and if they delayed any longer, the good tasks might be taken. Driving a sleek black luxury car, Xinyan sped along with Fang Ran. In less than an hour, they arrived at the guild's entrance. Xinyan confidently said, we should be the first ones here. Fang Ran teased, and probably racked up the most tickets, too. Xinyan awkwardly smiled, pretending not to hear. A few fines were insignificant to her. Entering the guild and arriving at the recruitment area for Lord-level Beast Tamers, the crowd immediately recognized Fang Ran. Isn't that Brother Fang? Haven't seen you around lately. Wow, she's gorgeous. Is she your new girlfriend? Fang Ran deliberately didn't clarify, simply introducing a genius from the Imperial Academy, Shun Yun. The crowd was stunned. The Imperial Academy was one of the top 5 academies for beast tamers, admitting only the most elite tamers and often heirs of major powers. The fact that Fang Ran had found someone so talented and beautiful left many envious. Listening to the chatter, Shun Yun frowned slightly. Do you know them? She wondered to herself if Fang Ran had been secretly taking on tasks here for a while. No wonder he was always short on money, but never asked her for help. Her curiosity about Fang Ran deepened. wondering how much effort he had put in behind the scenes. A level task to protect the underground facilities in Fengcheng, worth 100 contribution points and a 30 million bonus per person? Fang Ran murmured to himself. Fengcheng, that's the place we detoured around earlier. 100 contribution points were enough for him to qualify for promotion. But level tasks were too dangerous, especially with Xunyun involved. Failing to find a suitable task, the two decided to hold off and reconsider later. Xunyun suggested, Fang Ran, I'll ask my grandfather when we get back and see if he can help. Fang Ran advised, you can't rely on old Shun for everything. How will you grow that way? Realizing his point, Shun Yun's tone became resolute. You're right. I'll come up with my own solution in a few days. Later, back at home, Fang Ran was training in the practice room when his slime suddenly stopped its movements, squirming over to his side hesitantly. Fang Ran asked, what's wrong? The slime mustered its courage and said, Master, I'd like to return to Fengcheng to visit my kin and find my long-lost parents and sister. In the past, its lack of strength made it too afraid to search. Now, with Fang Ran backing it, hope was rekindled. Fengcheng, let's wait a bit longer, Fang Ran replied, recalling something. He had apprehended many members of the Divine Beast Society in Fengcheng, almost more than those he had caught in the capital. Initially, he thought it was due to the capital's tighter security, but now it seemed there was more to it. Holy energy surged like a tidal wave, and Xiao Tian felt an unprecedented rate of amplification. She took a deep breath, attempting to run 2 evolution techniques simultaneously. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead under the light as the holy energy grew wildly, like an unbridled horse. Her rank had already reached level 6 at 29, and this power was sufficient to sustain prolonged combat. Even when facing a latest-stage Lord-tier beast, she was confident she could hold her ground with her skills. Meanwhile, the slime was not idle. It was diligently practicing its newly acquired ability Earth Drake Backstab. Its tendrils deftly burrowed into the ground, and the surface ahead suddenly erupted with phantom spikes, resembling an Earth Drake tunneling beneath. The sight was reminiscent of the legendary Earth Drakes of myth. Fang Ran carefully checked the slime's skill proficiency. Thunderstorm Touch had been used 7 times, Corrosive Body had consumed the source of corrosion 3 times, and Earth Drake Backstab had been performed 4 times. The fact that these 3 grade skills had all reached a proficient level within just a few days was truly astonishing. However, this intense training consumed a tremendous amount of energy from the slime daily. The stamina required for a grade skills was far beyond expectations. To recover, the slime had to frequently devour objects with lightning and corrosive properties, as well as digest specially prepared meals. Fortunately, Fang Ran still had 10 bottles of evolution elixirs to speed up the recovery process, effectively enhancing the slime's stamina regeneration. At that moment, Fang Ran took out the last bottle of the elixir. The slime opened its mouth wide, catching every drop of the liquid without wasting any. Fang Ran shook the empty bottle regretfully, while the slime extended its small, slender tongue to lick the bottle clean. Then, Fang Ran tossed the bottle into the trash can, sighing inwardly at how quickly these elixirs were consumed. Half an hour later, Fang Ran checked the slime's status panel again and was thrilled to see new developments. The level of the Daughter of the Void Sea had reached the mid-high stage. The skill bar showed that Thunderstorm Touch, Corrosive Body, and Earth Drake Backstab were all proficient, while Mimicry, Devour, Void Incantation, and Void Stab had reached breakthrough levels. Even more exciting, 3 brand new evolution paths appeared on the panel: Void Sea Princess, Spectral Touch, and Thousand-Throated Sovereign. Fang Ran carefully studied these 3 evolution paths and found that they all belonged to the Eerie-type pet category. After weighing his options, he concluded that the Void Sea Princess was the safest choice, as this path aligned most closely with the slime's current racial traits. However, the materials required for the evolution made Fang Ran gasp. Void Sea Gem, Sunken Sea Pearl, and Abyssal Eye were already incredibly rare forbidden materials, not to mention the 7 top-tier materials and over 30 auxiliary ingredients needed. Despite this, Fang Ran decided to procure the materials in advance. With a faint sound, a large number of materials appeared out of thin air, instantly filling the underground chamber with an ominous and eerie atmosphere. Each of the 3 forbidden materials emitted an extraordinary aura. A ghostly blue gem radiated a bone-chilling coldness, a purple pearl seemed to affect Fang Ran's mind, and a still pulsating eyeball appeared almost alive. These precious materials, typically accessible only to the nobles of the Void Sea, were now effortlessly summoned by Fang Ran. While Fang Ran was still marveling at the sight, the slime extended its tendrils and volunteered, "Let me handle this, master." Rolling up the material in order, the slime swallowed it and began digesting it simultaneously. Its body trembled slightly, but did not undergo any drastic changes, only growing dimmer over time. Its voice grew faint, "I need to rest." Before it could finish, its entire body collapsed, slowly enveloped by a mass of purple slime, forming into a sphere. Fang Ran stepped forward, gently placing his palm on the surface of the sphere. After silently reciting a spell, he transported it into the beast taming space. Immediately, his consciousness also entered the familiar realm. Within this space, he noticed something unusual. A black box, Fang Ran murmured. Xiao Tian, can you open it? He recalled that this was an item retrieved from the skeletal wolf, which the slime had stored inside its body. Xiao Tian extended her slender fingers. I can try. Fang Ran handed her the flat black box. Xiao Tian's pupils began to glow with intensity as she focused on the box, channeling waves of holy energy into it. As the black mist dissipated, the box emitted a faint click. The box opened, revealing its contents. A disc, Fang Ran exclaimed in surprise. In the highly advanced technological world of beast taming, such an old-fashioned storage medium seemed completely out of place. What is it? Xiao Tian asked curiously. Fang Ran pulled out the disc, holding it by the central hole, and explained. A disc, used to play certain types of videos. A sudden realization struck him. No wonder Ding Han was so protective of this disc. Could it be because it contained some embarrassing videos he didn't want anyone to see? Back on the rooftop, Fang Ran retrieved an old television set from his uncle's collection and inserted the disc. The television emitted a static noise before the screen lit up, displaying a surprisingly high-definition image. The screen showed a figure dressed in black. The experiment is progressing smoothly, the figure said. We've gathered enough critical materials. According to ancient texts, these forbidden materials are sufficient to create a being far superior to the 12 archangels. The experiment in U City has already proven this, though there was a minor mishap. As the figure spoke, they gestured with their hand. The holy angel's eye has now been fully assembled. Suddenly, the video froze. Fang Ran stepped forward and smacked the television twice, causing the image to resume. Fully assembled. Next, we must sacrifice the captured beasts. The camera panned to a row of imprisoned beasts. They roared fiercely, but their eyes betrayed their fear. Each beast bore a numbered tag, and among them were a few members of the angelic race, their eyes gouged out, wings plucked, and bodies left almost bare. Unnoticed, Xiao Tian had moved to stand behind Fang Ran, her expression growing colder as she watched the footage. Her delicate fists clenched involuntarily. If not for her fortune, she might have met the same fate. It's the divine order, Fang Ran muttered in realization. They're using discs to exchange information, avoiding surveillance from the Beast Taming Association's network. He continued to analyze. U-City was only an experiment. Their ambitions go far beyond that. They aim to create something even more terrifying. Reflecting on his experiences in Wind City, Fang Ran concluded, it seems Ding Han is connected to the Divine Order as well. Those Divine Order members have been relentlessly hunting beasts, even targeting the slime. Thinking of this, Fang Ran handed the discovery over to Lin Qinghuan. Moments later, a reply came back. Lin Qinghuan's response was concise. All right, I'll investigate Ding Han. But remember, he's a genius from a top-tier academy. Without evidence, we can't make baseless accusations. Fang Ran nodded to himself, realizing that Lin Qinghuan also took this information very seriously. After getting everything in order, Fang Ran made his way to the Imperial Academy. He headed straight for the back mountain, where he could hear a series of deep, rhythmic thuds from a distance. Following the sound, he saw a live figure practicing martial arts. Each punch sent a powerful shockwave through the air, as if the atmosphere itself trembled with the force. Just from the sheer might of the movements, there was no need to guess who it was. Teacher Longyu, Fang Ran called out. At the sound of his voice, the figure halted and turned to face him. A pair of golden, vertical pupils locked onto his gaze, and the mere act of meeting those eyes brought an invisible pressure crashing down on Fang Ran. It's you? Longyu's tone was calm. Good timing. I have some free time to spar with you. Her demeanor remained aloof, clearly treating Fang Ran as just another student seeking her guidance. Fang Ran nodded quickly and activated his beast taming space, summoning Xiao Tian. It was the first time in a week that he had encountered Longyu at the back mountain, which made him a little curious. Teacher Longyu, why haven't I seen you around lately? Fang Ran asked tentatively. That's not something you need to know, Longyu replied sharply, her tone akin to a teacher reprimanding a student. Fang Ran wisely shut his mouth, but couldn't help speculating. Just a few days ago, the news reported that a group of extraordinary-level beasts had led a horde of ferocious creatures to attack the outskirts of the Imperial City. However, the crisis was resolved within a day. It was highly likely that Teacher Longyu had been involved. Let's begin. I'll suppress my defenses this time, Longyu said, gripping her wrist as the fine, glimmering scales on her cheeks gradually faded away. Fang Ran guessed that the scales under her clothes had also receded. Thank you for the guidance. Fang Ran took a deep breath, and Xiao Tian immediately went all out. Holy flames and divine halos ignited simultaneously as Xiao Tian moved at a speed so fast that only afterimages remained. A massive holy sword slashed toward Longyu, but she dodged it with ease. Xiao Tian didn't stop there. Instead, she released the sword, allowing it to fall with its momentum. At the same time, Xiao Tian conjured another colossal sword of holy light in her hands, swinging it fiercely in the opposite direction. Whoosh! This time, Xiao Tian's speed was noticeably faster. In that split second, a cross-shaped star suddenly lit up on her divine halo. Redemption! Fang Ran shouted in a low voice. Boom! An immense force descended from the heavens, pressing down on Long Yu like a mountain. In a rare lapse, Long Yu, who was dodging at the edge of her limits, was grazed on the cheek by the blade. A drop of crimson blood fell to the ground. Fang Ran's eyes lit up. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Recompense. As soon as the words left his mouth, the drop of blood vanished instantly. Debt for Dragon Soul Forging entry has been repaid. The system notification chimed, and Fang Ran heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Long Yu appeared in front of him with a blank expression and delivered a heavy punch to his head. The speed was so fast that even Xiao Tian couldn't react in time. Ouch! Fang Ran grimaced in pain, a large bump forming on his head. Thankfully, Long Yu hadn't used her full strength, or his skull might have been cracked open. Don't ever pull something like that again, Long Yu warned. If you make progress, you can naturally request rewards. Fang Ran nodded repeatedly, not daring to argue. He hadn't expected her to notice even the disappearance of a single drop of blood. All right, you can leave now, Long Yu said, signaling the end of their session. So this is the power of a monarch. Xiao Tian murmured softly as she retracted her holy energy. The speed was so overwhelming that she had been completely unable to react. If her master were attacked like that in battle, what could she possibly do? Determined, a resolute glint flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes as she silently vowed to intensify her training. It wasn't until the two had left that Long Yu finally lowered her guard. Deep within the forest, a figure with short white hair emerged slowly. Long Yu held a bottle of dark blue potion tightly in her hand, her brows furrowed. She took the potion, downed it in one gulp, and her expression eased slightly. Long Yu, you did well this time, the old man said approvingly, though his gaze carried a hint of concern. Long Yu sighed softly. The cracks in my mental strength are widening. I should avoid going to the front lines in the future. She knew the potion's effects were negligible, merely prolonging the inevitable. The old man shook his head, his tone urgent. That won't do, Long Yu. The fierce beasts outside the imperial capital are growing more threatening. Without you, the pressure on the front lines will be unbearable. He paused, his eyes drifting to a figure in the distance. Who's that young man? A new beast tamer you're training? Just a student. I'm giving him a bit of guidance, Long Yu replied indifferently, though a chill rose in her heart. Humans had never treated her as one of their own, merely as a tool to be used and discarded. While she still had time, they would exploit her as much as they could. The old man seemed to sense her thoughts and quickly tried to reassure her. Don't worry. We've recently developed a mental forging technique. It's been taught to the younger generation in the Beast Taming Association for the past 2 years. Soon, there will be gold-tier beast tamers capable of bearing your mental power. Once you form a contract with a tamer, the decline in your mental strength can be halted. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Trust us, the Beast Taming Association would never turn down the chance to have another latest-stage king-tier beast tamer, especially one with the potential to ascend to emperor tier. Long Yu remained silent. She understood all too well that her mental power was overwhelmingly strong. Ordinary king-tier beast tamers, already burdened by having one king-tier beast and several other beasts, could never handle a contract with a creature close to emperor tier. Perhaps it was the foresight of her own fate that had prompted her, someone who usually avoided teaching, to take on a student on a whim. Meanwhile, in a luxurious building within the imperial capital, Xin Yun stood in an opulent training room, her gaze fixed on the fiery butterfly beast before her. The fire butterfly had grown to half the size of a human, its flames burning hotter than ever. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the flames around the fire butterfly surged. Xin Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. After consuming the flame sunstone, it should be close to reaching the mid-lord stage. She was secretly thrilled. Each flame sunstone, worth millions, paired with the rank evolution method her grandfather had purchased, had accelerated the fire butterfly's evolution remarkably. Beside the fire butterfly, a small, floating spirit-type beast hovered. The perfect combination of fire and wood attributes not only significantly boosted the fire butterfly's attack power, but also helped restore its stamina. Xin Yun's confidence soared. My life-bound beast may not match Fang Ran's, but my spirit beast is an A-rank species. At the very least, it can keep up with Fang Ran's second beast. This spirit beast had been raised on a strength diet since birth and had now reached the high-tier late stage, a trump card her grandfather had long prepared for her. As Xin Yun immersed herself in training, several servants hurried into the room. Miss, you have a call. Taking the phone, Xin Yun heard a businesslike voice on the other end. Beast Tamer Xin, the team for your mission is now complete. Please gather at the Beast Taming Association tomorrow. Understood. Xin Yun ended the call, feeling a surge of anticipation. The real battle was approaching. She would soon face truly ferocious beasts. She calculated silently. Even for a tire mission, the risk of losing a beast was real. It would be wise to bring some protective gear just in case. The moment Fang, a beast tamer, received the urgent notification to head to Wind City, his heart tightened. He quickly strode into the spacious and brightly lit hall of the Beast Tamer Association, where he spotted a group of beast tamers gathered. One figure stood out in particular: Xin Yun, fully equipped in sleek black attire, with key areas protected by an expensive bone armor. Xin Yun, your gear. Fang Ran began in surprise, but his words were drowned out by the murmurs of those around him. Is that Lord-level bone armor? I heard it can withstand the bite of a Lord-level beast. Must have cost tens of millions, made from highly flexible beast bones. Which princess decided to come out for some field practice? Shoo, keep your voice down. So much money. The most expensive armor I've ever owned was only worth 100,000, and it was just some iron plates. Xin Yun rolled her eyes dismissively. What's the big deal? It's just bone armor, barely worth a few million. Fang Ran nodded silently, thinking that it was probably Xin Yun's striking figure, which seemed to strain against her soft armor, that was truly drawing all the attention. The two made their way to the station, where they found several beast tamers in their 20s and 30s already waiting. A middle-aged man with faint scars on his face impatiently asked, "Where are those two? Why aren't they here yet?" "Maybe we arrived early," a female beast tamer offered softly. The middle-aged man snorted. "This is a level mission, not some casual game." Just then, someone shouted, "Someone's coming." Looks like two students. All eyes turned toward the distance, where Fang Ran and Xin Yun were approaching. Their arrival sparked a wave of hushed conversation. "Wow, he's so handsome," the only female beast tamer exclaimed. Looks don't matter. It's all about skill." They can't really be students, can they? I heard the Imperial capital's been sending students to complete missions, causing trouble for a lot of teams. The middle-aged man frowned, recalling recent rumors. Those so-called prodigies from the Imperial capital had caused havoc, with reckless actions that led to the deaths of his comrades' pet beasts. "You too," he said sternly. "This is a level mission. If you want to back out, now's the time." Fang Ran and Xin Yun froze for a moment, but Fang Ran quickly replied, "No need. We're confident." The middle-aged man sneered. He had heard such words countless times before. Recently, the Imperial Academy had dispatched hundreds of students for practical training, disrupting the mission market. Almost every team had encountered Imperial freshmen, some even backed by influential families. "Chinchong, tough luck for you this time. Your team stuck with Imperial students," someone teased maliciously. Chinchong sighed. He didn't want his pet beasts to die on a mission. Though the Beast Tamer Association offered subsidies and insurance, the loss of a pet beast was far more devastating than any compensation. The mortality rate for pet beasts on level missions exceeded 5, and forming a new bond with a beast inflicted significant mental strain on the tamer. "Sorry, kid, but there's been a slight change in this mission," Chen Chong began, only to be interrupted by an excited shout. "Whoa, Fang, what are you doing here?" A burly figure emerged, and Fang Ran almost didn't recognize him. "It's me. Everyone calls me Cannon Brother," Zhang Songda said, rubbing his chin. "I shaved my beard when I got back done. I look younger?" "You do look younger, but not by much," Fang Ran quipped. "At 25, you've got the face of someone in their 30s. Anyone would think you used to work in programming. Of course, if you really did, you'd look more like 40. The others stared in surprise at the familiarity between the two. "Brother Zhang, you know him?" a young beast tamer asked. Zhang Songda, a senior from their academy and a former top 10 student, was one of the key members of this mission team. Without him and Qin Chong, few would dare take on this task. "Know him?" Zhang Songda laughed. "I wouldn't have made it to the finals of the second Beast Tamer tournament without Fang Ran." At these words, everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, you're the champion of the second Beast Tamer tournament? That Fang Ran. It really is him. He looks just like the photos." "No way. I thought I was imagining things and didn't dare say anything." The Beast Tamers buzzed with excitement, as if they had just won the lottery. Qin Chong froze. If this really was Fang Ran, the situation was entirely different. "I heard you've been consistently ranked first in the Imperial Academy?" "Not really," Fang Ran replied, scratching his nose. "I've been bouncing between first and second." He had been surpassed briefly by Ling Shuang, but that was only because he had been busy taking on missions for the Beast Tamer Association and had missed a few classes. "Ah, a young hero indeed." Qin Chong nodded. "But this mission is dangerous. You'll need to follow my and Zhang Song's instructions at all times. We're the only two at the late Lord level among the Beast Tamers here." He no longer mentioned the idea of withdrawing, but set clear conditions for Fang Ran. After all, students were still students. Having a Lord-level pet beast at the early stage was already impressive. Fang Ran's inclusion in the team was primarily an investment in his future potential, which was clearly worth it. Trust Qin Chong. He has led teams for years without a single mistake, completing every mission flawlessly. Many beast tamers dream of joining his team, but it's not easy to get in. Zhang Songda's gaze fell on Fang Ran, noticing a hint of hesitation. "Logically, we should follow the strongest leader's plan," one beast tamer said, and the others quickly agreed. Chen Chong is a dual lord beast tamer, one at the late stage, the other at the mid stage. Even Zhang Songda is dual lord level. Admiration filled their eyes as they looked at the two. It's not easy to get this opportunity. Our contribution points are basically guaranteed now, someone muttered quietly. Among lord level beast tamers, those with dual lord beasts held higher status. After all, having an extra lord level beast in battle was like doubling one's strength, not to mention the synergy between two well-coordinated beasts. Fang Ran pondered for a moment before speaking. It's fine for normal missions, but if we get intentionally assigned dangerous tasks, that's unacceptable. Zhang Songda laughed and waved his hand. Haha, don't worry about that. You guys are the weaker ones in the team, so of course, you'll be prioritized for protection. Beside him, Chen Chong nodded in agreement. Ever since learning about Fang Ran's background, his attitude had noticeably improved. You can rest assured, Chen Chong added. If anything happens to you, I'd be worried about the Imperial Academy coming after me. The vehicle's here. Let's go. Brother Chong has already covered the cost, Zhang Songda called out to the group. Brother Chong. Fang Ran muttered under his breath. If we're hunting bears this time, it should definitely be a success. The group boarded the heavy metal vehicle in batches. Chen Chong explained, I originally wanted to rent traveling beasts, but with so many people, renting two would be too expensive. He paused. Some beasts are particularly suited for long journeys, usually docile herbivores that don't attack passengers. But they're much pricier than mechanical vehicles. With a loud roar, the vehicle started moving. Fang Ran and Shunyan sat in the back row by the window. As Fang Ran gazed at the passing scenery outside, he occasionally caught a faint, pleasant fragrance from beside him. Closing his eyes, Fang Ran entered his beast space. Xiao Tian wasn't practicing the evolution technique, but was instead engrossed in reading several books. A month ago, Xiao Tian had asked Fang Ran to remodel the beast space. So, he had added a table, chairs, a sofa, plenty of books, training equipment, and even a soft bed. A regular beast space wouldn't have been able to hold all these things. Fang Ran quietly approached Xiao Tian from behind, but before he could see the book's title, she abruptly shut it. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she turned around with a hint of anger. No peeking. Don't be mad. I just came to check on Xiao Yan, Fang Ran explained hurriedly, shifting his gaze to the purple blob of goo floating in the center of the beast space. He thought to himself, it should reach lord level by the time we arrive in Fengcheng. Fang Ran casually sat down on Xiao Tian's bed and began practicing the mental forging technique. His mental energy was now incredibly solid, far stronger than that of ordinary beast tamers. He speculated to himself, maybe I won't need to wait for Xiao Tian to advance to the extraordinary level before I can contract a third beast. Several hours later, the vehicle arrived in Fengcheng. Armed guards stopped the car. Please show your identification. Fang Ran noticed the guards looked visibly fatigued. Where are the beast tamers? Why are there only ordinary people here? Someone in the group asked curiously. The man's words towards Fang Ran were full of disdain. You don't even know the basics from textbooks? How did you even manage to get into the capital city back then? He sneered skeptically. While there are many beast tamers, once dispersed across different cities, places like Feng City barely have any with real strength. Those truly capable beast tamers always choose more challenging locations, places that offer them opportunities to evolve and grow. Well, my theoretical knowledge isn't great. I lost more than 20 points during the general admission exam and barely managed to secure second place, Fang Ran replied, his voice tinged with helplessness. Hearing Fang Ran's self-deprecating remark, the man's lips twitched slightly, but he ultimately chose to remain silent. Everyone understood the unspoken truth. The cultural assessment in the general admission exams was the easiest part to score in, yet Fang Ran still managed to place second despite his struggle. The weight of that achievement was self-evident. We're beast tamers from the capital, Chen Chong declared firmly, leaning against the car window. Beast tamers from the capital? The guard couldn't help but look up, and the weary security personnel around them immediately perked up. Clear the way. The mayor has arranged accommodations for you. Please proceed quickly, the guard signaled, and the road was promptly opened. As the vehicle moved farther away, the oppressive atmosphere that had loomed over the area dissipated. The beast tamers from the capital had finally arrived. With them here, would the ferocious beasts dare to attack again? Over the past few days, the factories had suffered numerous assaults. Those facilities were vital to Feng City. The group arrived at a courtyard, where several men in suits followed closely behind the mayor, striding quickly towards them. Welcome everyone. I'm the mayor of Feng City. We've been waiting for you. The mayor appeared haggard and unkempt, but radiated a sense of righteousness. He greeted each of them individually before his gaze finally rested on Fang Ran. You must be Fang Ran, right? We owe you a great debt for helping us capture the Yushin Society last time. Fang Ran couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the mayor's words. Mayor Feng, what exactly do you need us to do this time? Chen Chong interrupted. In Wind City, several industrial facilities were frequently attacked by ferocious beasts. The group decided to step in and provide assistance to protect these critical locations. To show his gratitude, He arranged accommodations for everyone, with further discussions on the details planned for the next day. After speaking, a few of his companions led the group to a hotel specifically designed for Beast Tamers. The hotel rooms were lavishly furnished, equipped not only with standard living necessities, but also a small, private training room. In the frosted glass shower, a graceful silhouette could be faintly seen. Moments later, Xiao Tian emerged with her body dripping wet, using the burning sacred feathers to cover herself, paying no heed to Fang Ran's presence. As the sacred energy dissipated, her pure white wings gradually became visible, with the rising steam enveloping her figure. Fang Ran felt his blood surge with excitement, but the angelic image she presented filled him with reverence, suppressing any improper thoughts. Do I look good? Xiao Tian noticed Fang Ran's gaze and asked softly, her words pulling him from his daze. He instinctively nodded in response. Satisfied with his reaction, Xiao Tian couldn't help but flutter her wings lightly. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Xiao Tian's expression instantly turned cold. She apathetically put on a gossamer robe designed for angels and tied up her cascading golden hair. Fang Ran snapped out of his thoughts and opened the door. Standing outside was Chen Chong. Fang Ran, Mayor Feng just sent me the list of facilities that need protection tomorrow. I've already arranged for the most dangerous ones, the state-owned power plant and pharmaceutical factory. You and Shun Yun can head to the back mountain. The factory there is the smallest a textile mill, but it still might be attacked. What do you think? Any objections? If you're not satisfied, I can reassign you. Fang Ran simply nodded, understanding that Chen Chong was indirectly trying to protect them. Yet, doubts lingered in his mind. Have these beasts gone mad? Why would they attack a textile mill? Could it be they want to wear clothes too? He shook his head, recalling how Xiao Tian often refused to wear clothes at home, making it even less likely for beasts to have such desires. Boom. After a deafening explosion, Chen Chong's departing figure had just vanished from sight when Fang Ran felt a surge of warmth flooding into his chest. This newfound energy made his body more agile and powerful, as though every cell within him was celebrating in exhilaration. Before he could fully comprehend the transformation, a figure silently appeared before him. Almost immediately, a virtual panel materialized in the air, showcasing detailed data. The early-stage skills of the Void Sea Princess class Lord were clearly outlined. Forbidden Symbiosis Beginner. Black Tide Manifestation Beginner. Thunderstorm Touch Proficient. Corrosive Form Proficient. Earth Dragon Backstab Proficient. Mimicry Breakthrough. Devour Breakthrough. Void Spell Breakthrough. Void Stinger Breakthrough. Despite the slime only reaching Fang Ran's waist in height, its form had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its purple goo had condensed into slender legs, and 20 ethereal stingers danced behind it, forming a skirt-like structure. Its face was faintly visible, partially obscured by strands of what seemed like hair, revealing only a single pale purple eye. The mere sound of the purple liquid dripping onto the ground was enough to unsettle anyone nearby. Looking more and more like a mischievous ghost child, Fang Ran murmured softly, reaching out to pat its head. The slime immediately placed its hand over his, its lively purple eye glinting with an insatiable hunger. I can merge into the bodies of living beings and control them, Xiao Nian suggested. Master, you can try. I can temporarily fuse with you. Seeing the eager anticipation in its gaze, Fang Ran instinctively wanted to refuse. Just imagining it crawling into his body through his mouth was enough to send a shiver down his spine. But then he reconsidered this could be a chance to experience something beyond human limits. After all, no matter how powerful a beastmaster was, they could never match the physical prowess of a lord-class beast. Why not give it a try? Fang Ran said hesitantly. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the slime had already moved behind him, enveloping him like a soft, ultra-thin layer of clothing. He felt his control over his body partially relinquished, and a pale purple eye appeared on the side of his neck. I can't achieve full fusion just yet, but I will in the future, Xiao Nian's voice echoed, causing a faint sting in Fang Ran's throat. He suddenly thought of the potential to fuse with Xiao Tian as well. Such a combination would undoubtedly skyrocket his combat power. Yet this idea was immediately met with simultaneous scoffs from both of his beasts. Let's go check out the facility we'll be visiting tomorrow, Fang Ran suggested. But as he took his first step, he shot forward uncontrollably, nearly crashing into the wall. What incredible strength, Fang Ran marveled. Master is currently only utilizing 10 of my power, Xiao Nian responded calmly. Besides the limitations of his skills, Fang Ran had to carefully control his strength to avoid tearing his own body apart with excessive force. As his skill level increased, this restriction would eventually fade. Moments later, a purple figure shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, streaking across the city skyline. Clad in his biosuit, Fang Ran leaped across the distance of more than a dozen high-rise buildings in one bound. The terrifying power surging through him made him feel as though he had gained superhuman abilities. He couldn't help but think to himself, if this were my own strength, I'd become a homelander within 3 days. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, near the back hills, 3 employees sat around a campfire outside an abandoned textile factory. Each of them had a high-powered flashlight by their feet, illuminating the darkness around them. Do we really need someone to keep watch? This place is so deserted. Not even people would come here, let alone beasts, one male employee grumbled. Why don't we tell some ghost stories? Otherwise, I'm going to fall asleep. His words piqued the interest of another male employee, who straightened up and spoke in a mysterious tone. Have you guys heard? This factory used to be haunted at night. Employees would go missing, but the government covered it all up. Are you serious? The other man asked nervously, glancing instinctively toward the dark silhouette of the textile factory. Of course, I'm serious, the storyteller continued. There was this senior employee who claimed he heard blood-curdling screams coming from the factory at night. He was even the model employee of the year, but just a few days later, he vanished into thin air. You can still find news reports about it. And the ones who disappeared were just like use in night duty when they heard the screams. Wow, he suddenly shouted, causing the other two to jump in fright. Damn it, you scared me to death, the other man cursed. The female employee rolled her eyes. Stop messing around. I knew you were going to pull something like that. Despite her apparent skepticism, she too had been startled by the sudden outburst. At that moment, a faint, eerie woo sound came from the unopened textile factory. The three of them whipped their heads around, the air growing tense as they instinctively swallowed hard. Did you hear that? One of them asked, his voice trembling. The other two remained silent. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the bushes behind them. Who's there? They shouted, quickly grabbing their flashlights and pointing them toward the darkness. Pairs of glowing green eyes emerged from the forest, a sight so terrifying that they could barely keep hold of their flashlights. Beasts. There are beasts in the back hills. One of them stammered in terror. They knew all too well that as ordinary humans, they wouldn't stand a chance against even the weakest of these creatures. A wolf's howl pierced the night sky, and moments later, a pack of beasts charged out of the forest, heading straight for them. Overwhelmed by fear, the three were paralyzed, with one even losing control of his bladder. Just as a skeletal wolf's fangs were about to sink into one of them, a sharp spike shot through the air, piercing the beast's skull mere centimeters from the man's face. The wolf collapsed to the ground as the spike retracted. Gene.1, a voice rang out from the shadows. Then, countless slender spikes began to dance in the darkness, accompanied by the agile movements of a humanoid figure. The sounds of beasts howling, shrieking, and the whoosh of piercing air filled the night. The 3 employees were so terrified that their legs turned to jelly, leaving them unable to even think of running. Even as the commotion in the shadows gradually subsided, the 3 remained frozen in fear, unsure of what would happen next. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.